In the resplendent glow of starlight interwoven with enigmatic runes, as night descends upon the eastern capital, Daisy rides in a chariot drawn by mystical beasts, traversing the bustling streets illuminated by flickering lights. The city, bathed in arcane energy, grows increasingly vibrant. Various practitioners, their torsos bare and marked with peculiar magical totems, meander through the alleys, proudly flaunting their prowess, while ordinary folk shy away. And enforcers turn a blind a time when the imperial authority wanes and dark sects of cultivation rise. The common populace finds it arduous to seek justice. Some fortunate souls manage to join the vibrant sects of cultivation, transforming former adversaries into allies. Meanwhile, the unfortunate are lured by the Nine Nether Serpent sect, brainwashed and tamed, relegated to mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. The Yashida family holds a significant position in this land, and their decline directly impacts the vitality of the entire nation, inciting numerous conflicts and chaos within the realm of cultivation. The chariot halts before a sprawling estate, situated at the confluence of the Kanto and Edagawa districts, with its back against Tokyo Bay, the sound of waves faintly echoing, as if whispering secrets of the ocean's hidden legends. This place, far removed from the clamor of the world, serves as both a sanctuary for self-cultivation and a realm fraught with peril should an enemy strike. Even the loudest cries for help would go unanswered, likely rendering it a prime target for annihilation. Daisy notices a middle-aged man waiting at the estate's entrance. His countenance is grim, adorned in an opulent robe of cultivation, with hands clasped at his abdomen, standing tall like a pine. This man is Shinjin Yashida, and Daisy did not anticipate his personal greeting. It seems that his affiliation with Sicheldi affords him exceptional treatment, far more prestigious than Wolverine's plight. The Yashida estate, located in the outskirts, is enveloped by rich spiritual energy. With the waves of Tokyo Bay as a natural symphony, the sounds resonate within the courtyard. Though Daisy visits on behalf of Seldan is not a person of great importance, Shinjin, as the head of the Yashida family, remains cautious despite lacking actual power, as evident from the piercing glint in his eyes. With graceful poise, Daisy opens the carriage door, slightly bows in respect, and greets him in fluent Japanese before presenting a meticulously prepared gift box. In Japan, it is customary to bring a gift when visiting for the first time, particularly for the head of the household, as etiquette holds great significance. Daisy has put considerable thought into this gift. Aware of Shinjin Yashida's fondness for renowned swords and blades, she recognizes that presenting a weapon may not be appropriate, as it does not signify a challenge or duel. Thus, she opts for a more suitable alternative. Ultimately, Daisy selects a meticulously transcribed Buddhist scripture penned by the eminent monk Kakuzen Shoki of the Rinzai sect during the Warring States period. Kakuzen Shoki was notably favored by Takeda Shinjin, and it is said that the emblem of wind, forest, fire, and mountain was crafted by his hand. The shared name Shinjin between Takeda and Yashida carries auspicious connotations. As the Japanese hold a deep reverence for Buddhism, the gift of scripture undoubtedly stands as the most fitting choice. A.S. Shingong, the heir of the Yoshida family, led Daisy through the grand entrance of the estate. He presented her with a ceremonial cup of tea. Soon, one of his subordinates whispered something in his ear, and Daisy perceived a subtle shift in his demeanor as he became increasingly cordial towards her. The subject of the Edelman alloy was brushed over lightly, for both parties had already reached a consensus that required no further discussion. It was rumored that the Yoshida family had amassed a substantial quantity of Edelman alloy, a mere token gift for shield, and Shingung even hinted at his willingness to oversee its transportation. S.H.E.L.D. would incur no expenses, while Nick Fury would seize the opportunity to report astronomical expenditures, likely enriching his own coffers. Moreover, he would utilize Daisy to fulfill his mission, securing a favor from Professor X while reaping numerous benefits. Nick Fury, with his dark complexion, was indeed cunning to the core. However, Daisy harbored her own intentions. She yearned to uncover the cellular mysteries that the Yoshida family had painstakingly studied for 50 years and to discern what groundbreaking achievements they had attained. Once the formalities concluded, Daisy graciously declined Shin Gung's invitations to stay 3 times, ultimately consenting to remain for the night. With a gentle clap of his hands, the door swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a white crane-patterned kimono, who gracefully entered the room. "Mariko, please attend to Miss Johnson with utmost care." He then nodded at Daisy. "There are several matters I must attend to. Please excuse me for a moment." Daisy returned the gesture politely, watching him depart. "Miss Johnson, please follow me." Mariko, resembling a pristine white blossom, guided Daisy toward the guest quarters. As they walked, The women they encountered were adorned in opulent kimonos, gliding gracefully as they tended to their duties with tranquility and efficiency. In contrast, Daisy and Mariko's attire stood out distinctly in this setting. Your Japanese is exceptionally fluent, Miss Johnson. Have you come to Japan for leisure? Mariko, of similar height and age to Daisy, engaged her in effortless conversation. Rumors circulated about Miss Mariko Yoshida, suggesting that she was cunning and had usurped the family fortune, casting aside the valiant Wolverine to claim the spoils for herself. However, Daisy did not subscribe to this narrative. The Yoshida enterprise was riddled with afflictions, suffering immense losses that no one dared to manage. The internal financial chain had frayed, while the Nine Nether Serpent sect lurked nearby, and external tycoons from Japan were poised to pounce, eyeing the family's legacy. Miss Mariko did not appear to be a woman who would resort to unscrupulous means in her quest for power. Daisy reminded herself to refrain from hasty conclusions. The true nature of loyalty and treachery required further observation. She replied casually, "Indeed, a few of my friends reside in Japan. I took this opportunity during the school break to pay them a visit." Mariko, momentarily perplexed, inquired, "How is it that you would visit friends at our home? Could it be that my father is a classmate of yours?" However, Mariko did not press further, but rather. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Forces in a Distant Otherworld. Miss Johnson is esteemed as a confidant of Lord Fury, the leader of the enigmatic forces. What insights does she possess regarding the beleaguered Yoshida clan? Lord Shinjin inquired with a tone both solemn and mysterious. Lord Fury harbors great expectations of me. That is a notion of which I was previously unaware, Daisy replied, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. The plight of the Yoshida clan is indeed fraught with both internal strife and external constraints. In what manner does this manifest? Lord Shinjin pressed further, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Daisy regarded him for a moment, pondering inwardly. This man perceives her as a figure of significance. Thus, she responded with measured calmness. The crux of the issue lies in both internal discord and the shackles of external forces. Upon hearing this, Lord Shinjin could not suppress a deep sigh. It appears our weaknesses are glaringly apparent, even to outsiders. Daisy was somewhat taken aback. Her assessment stemmed from a synthesis of historical context and diverse intelligence, leaving her uncertain if mere external indications sufficed to draw such a conclusion. Lord Shinjin, intimately aware of his clan's intricacies, had believed that the clandestine methods of their esteemed ancestors were impenetrable and should not be easily discerned. However, Daisy's unequivocal response led him to realize that this envoy from the Shield Realm must possess extraordinary sources of intelligence, perhaps even harboring spies within the upper echelons of the Yoshida clan. I seek the support of the Shield Realm to help me navigate through these tribulations. Shinjin earnestly articulated his request, his tone resolute. Daisy initially intended to clarify the misunderstanding, but surmised that he would find it difficult to accept. Thus, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma, pondering how to gracefully decline without losing face. "May I inquire, esteemed clan leader, do you truly possess the authority to determine the fate of the Yoshida clan?" Daisy posed a question laden with implications, subtly suggesting that he lacked sufficient power to negotiate with the Shield Realm. "It is precisely for this reason that I urgently require the Shield Realm's assistance, to help me ascend to the position of clan leader, provide security, extend financial loans, and offer guarantees until the Yoshida clan regains its vitality." Daisy chuckled lightly, a hint of derision evident in her words. "Your demands are rather substantial, clan leader. What leverage can you present at this juncture?" "The Yoshida clan is willing to transfer a portion of its shares to the Shield Realm." Daisy scoffed. "Your family is burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of billions. Why should we take on these shares? Is it to assist you in settling your debts? We shall offer Edelman Divine Iron in exchange." Daisy's disdain deepened. "The Edelman Divine Iron is under your father's control, is it not? You merely seek to leverage our strength to ascend to the role of clan leader." In the face of Daisy's skepticism, Lord Shinjin remained undeterred, proposing, "The Shield Realm and I share a common adversary." "The Shield Realm has no enemies," Daisy stated, even doubting her own words. "You indeed do. And that enemy lies hidden within Japan." To enhance his persuasive power, he added, "There are individuals who continuously misappropriate the funds of the Yoshida clan. Yet my repeated inquiries have yielded no results. I suspect that the mastermind behind all this is that old man, who is unwilling to relinquish even a penny of his fortune, preferring to leave it to others." Yoshida Shinjin was visibly enraged, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for his biological father. Daisy surmised that the ancestral Yoshida was transferring funds to the Hydra organization. In this era of rapid global economic development and soaring prices, such a colossal entity as Hydra must be grappling with severe financial pressures. Their Nazi gold and Southeast Asian reserves have long been depleted, and failing to seek external sources of income could lead them to starvation. With the outbreak of the subprime mortgage crisis, inflation escalated dramatically, and real estate developers along with major banks were fervently battling Hydra, day by day exchanging real gold for devalued paper currency, which was indeed a poignant sight. The conflict between the Yashida father and son stemmed from the fact that the elder had unilaterally diverted family funds to support Hydra without informing his son, leading the latter to mistakenly believe that his father would rather squander wealth than share it with him. Although the relationship between father and son was as tense as that of adversaries, Daisy did not perceive this matter as particularly relevant to herself. She frowned slightly in displeasure and continued to listen to Yashida Shinjin's narrative. That old man has been siphoning off the company's funds, subsequently dumping all the mess onto me. Once the truth is revealed, I will become the scapegoat. Daisy patiently listened to his grievances until the conversation touched upon her areas of concern. They were amassing vast quantities of daily necessities, machinery, energy, and various chemical raw materials in the market, a wide array indeed. Yashida Shinjin gestured emphatically, lamenting that from a legal perspective, all these transactions utilized his funds, which pained him deeply. Daisy inquired, "Where are these materials being sent? What is their quantity?" Yashida Shinjin promptly produced a mysterious jade talisman, then located a laptop, gesturing for Daisy to examine the contents herself. Daisy swiftly opened the file, her browsing speed astonishing. The document revealed that this batch of materials was enormous, sufficient to meet the daily needs of a city, with a time span that could even be traced back 30 years. This evidence could not be directly linked to Hydra. Most, including Nick Fury, might believe that Hydra had perished after World War II, and such a large-scale flow of materials would hardly evoke thoughts of this organization, now recorded in history. Yashida Shinjin's data indicated that these materials did not flow into the crown or the underwater liquid base in Japan as Daisy had previously speculated, but instead headed directly south, vanishing into the vast ocean. It was neither the Inferno Rookie Training Base in New Zealand, nor the Widow's Web Weapon Center in Australia, nor a little-known base in the Indian Ocean referred to as the Hive. As for the destination of this batch of supplies, Chapter 3, Stars and the Sea. Across the vast river of 30 years, the quantity of materials transported is immense, as boundless as the stars in the ocean. Daisy cannot ascertain whether this is connected to the enigmatic Hydra organization, yet she is convinced it pertains to a matter of great significance regarding the order of the universe, one that must be communicated to Agent Coulson. The branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., located in Tokyo, may have already been infiltrated by Hydra's covert operatives, a suspicion that has long lingered in Daisy's mind. Fortunately, she possesses a clandestine communication channel to Nick Fury. The encrypted line quickly connected, and a deep, grave voice inquired about the urgency of the matter. Daisy relayed the incontrovertible evidence she had gathered. Why not report this through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s local contact? Nick Fury queried, puzzled. I harbor doubts about their loyalty, Daisy replied resolutely. Very well, remain vigilant. You possess the potential to become a top agent. Coulson's words left Daisy somewhat bewildered. How had she earned such a designation? Surely, such a title cannot be bestowed lightly. Please receive the information I am sending you. With that, Daisy accessed the network and transmitted a copy of the documents to Nick Fury. Half an hour later, the phone rang once more. Let us discuss your thoughts. The voice on the other end began. The volume of supplies required by the other party was substantial, in my estimation. There exists but one plausible explanation. It is a clandestine training facility, gathering numerous beings, unbeknownst to the outside world. This likely does not fall within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s jurisdiction, does it? To avoid any misunderstanding, Daisy cautiously inquired. At least, I have not heard of it, Agent Johnson. I hope you can thoroughly investigate this matter. As for the conditions proposed by Shinjinji, we can afford to delay. Our primary objective is to ascertain the precise location of this facility. With that, Nick Fury terminated the call. From his words, Daisy sensed a certain indifference regarding the situation, akin to how he had shown little concern for Dr. Hank Pym, who had been kidnapped by malevolent forces for days. Why is Coulson so apathetic towards this matter? Perhaps it is due to their differing perspectives on issues? In both her past life and present, Daisy has always remained a minor character, unable to grasp the elevated viewpoint of those who manipulate the larger narrative. Nevertheless, the leader's aloof demeanor afforded her greater freedom of action. After weighing the various pros and cons, Daisy returned once more to the Shinjinji estate. As anticipated, she encountered two strangers at the estate's entrance. One, a robust individual resembling Wolverine, his face weary and beard unkempt, akin to a solitary wanderer in the wilderness. Despite his disheveled appearance, his gaze was piercing, evoking a sense of distance. The other, a mutant named Yukio, sent by the old man to seek Wolverine in Japan, bore striking red hair, and a round face complemented by a pointed chin. Most notable were her eyes, which exhibited more scare than usual and a habit of rolling her eyes frequently. When Daisy's gaze fell upon her, Yukio widened her eyes provocatively, staring defiantly at Daisy. A mutant with overt genetic aberrations, her appearance left much to be desired. Daisy secretly curled her lips, regardless of whether she was a scheming woman. She undoubtedly paled in comparison to Mariko. How ironic that the old man had chosen an unattractive partner for his granddaughter. She confidently stepped into the estate, guided by a guard to meet Shinjin Yazida. It was rather sardonic that, despite the old man wielding real power, the true authority within the family estate lay with the vigorous Shinjin Yazida. The people below were merely aware that the patriarch was on the verge of death, naturally gravitating towards this middle-aged man with extensive connections in Japan's upper echelons. Upon her third encounter with Shinjin Yazida, there was a noticeable change in his demeanor compared to their previous meetings. At this moment, he appeared to be awaiting a judgment, his gaze slightly cast downwards to avoid direct eye contact with Daisy, yet his tension was palpable. S-H-I-E-L-D demanded that the patriarch demonstrate his worth, as we needed to ascertain the ultimate destination of the supplies. No sooner had the words left her lips than a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Shinjin's eyes. Daisy feigned ignorance and continued, stating that as an equivalent exchange, they would assist him in ascending to the position of family leader and ensure his safety. After all, the old man would feign death within 2 days, and Shinjin's ascension was already a foregone conclusion. This man possessed remarkable physical prowess. Even Lady Viper had failed to eliminate him, suggesting he had undergone some form of enhancement. As long as Wolverine did not strike him down, Daisy would consider her promise fulfilled. Her prophetic advantage allowed her to be aware of the old man's impending demise. As his biological son, Shinjin pretended to be dutifully filial each day, yet he was undoubtedly aware of his father's dwindling time. Thus, he was evidently dissatisfied with Daisy's seemingly casual assurance. With a cold sneer, Daisy retorted, "Does Mr. Yazida believe I am too young to be serious? Those individuals have plundered vast resources from Yazida Enterprises, depleting your foundation. Are they not your enemies? We dispatch skilled individuals to eliminate your foes and have made numerous promises, while all you need to provide is some intelligence. Is this not a testament to our sincerity?" As tensions flared, both parties simultaneously revealed smiles. Miss Johnson indeed proved to be a rare talent. S-H-I-E-L-D was indeed a bastion of hidden prowess. The Yazida patriarch also exuded a heroic spirit, and under his leadership, Yazida Enterprises was destined to achieve new heights. With both sides having clearly established their boundaries, the atmosphere of the conversation immediately softened, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. At that moment, it was Shinjin who was most eager to resolve the issue. He needed to mobilize all resources to ascertain the precise location of the enemy, using this information as leverage for further negotiations. Otherwise, it would all be mere empty talk. As night fell, the Yazida estate appeared particularly tranquil. Shinjin was busy reaching out to his contacts for intelligence, while Mariko sought to confront her father, only to find him missing. In Chapter 4, Beyond the Mundane, Daisy was acutely aware of her opponent's venomous techniques, which were profound and deadly. However, the adversary was oblivious to the fact that her physique had transcended the ordinary, and she possessed the mysterious shadow technique, an extraordinary power that wielded astonishing influence over women. To ascertain that Hill was not an isolated case, Daisy subsequently experimented twice more on Miss Serpent, the results of which can only be described as overwhelmingly tyrannical. The opponent regarded her as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet Daisy Johnson possessed the utmost confidence to strike down her adversary in a single blow. Renowned for her ability to ensnare men, Lady Viper would soon find herself bested by Daisy Johnson. The moment had arrived to determine who would ultimately prevail. Delicate fingers glided softly across the smooth shoulder, two bodies closely entwined, as a peculiar premonition surged within Lady Viper, hinting at an impending misfortune. After a moment's hesitation, she finally exhaled tendrils of emerald mist from her lips, inching closer to Daisy. The distance between them dwindled to mere inches. And just as Lady Viper was about to unleash her venomous arts, she suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of energy rapidly spreading within her. Daisy's palm rested lightly on her abdomen, and at that moment, Lady Viper wore nothing but a sheer garment, her abdomen smooth and delicate, akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Luminous and exquisite to the touch, yet this held no significance for Daisy, who resolutely activated her extraordinary abilities. In an instant, Lady Viper felt as though she had been detonated, the overwhelming force completely insurmountable. She endeavored to suppress her discomfort through sheer will, instinctively swallowing a mouthful of saliva, inadvertently inhaling the escaping green toxin into her body. Without hesitation, Daisy leaped forward, one hand gripping the opponent's throat while the other remained pressed against her abdomen. In the dimly lit room, Daisy observed with clarity, aided by her faint, dark vision. Lady Viper harbored a unique penchant for seduction. Whenever casting her venomous spells, she relished shedding her outer garments, as if this act bestowed her with a profound sense of accomplishment in conquering her targets. At this moment, the alluring figure of Lady Viper before Daisy was strikingly captivating, with golden cascading hair, enchanting eyes, and a seductive beauty mark adorning her crimson lips. Her fair visage displayed a blend of anger and confusion, a delightful contrast that heightened her extraordinary allure. If her beauty had reached its zenith, then her exquisite form was enough to tempt one into transgression. She possessed a body with perfect proportions, curves that enticed, and a faint, alluring fragrance, complemented by a pair of mesmerizing peach blossom eyes that left even Daisy momentarily dazzled. However, those expressions, lethal to men, paled in comparison to Daisy's eyes, for she had long since developed immunity to such enchantments. One hand firmly grasped the swan-like length of her neck, while the other gently caressed, appearing as playful banter between lovers, yet unbeknownst to outsiders. Lady Viper's insides were undergoing violent turmoil. As the foremost leader of the Hydra organization, she would later earn the title of Lady Hydra, a designation indicating her exalted status within the ranks. Daisy surmised that extracting information from her would be futile, and since she was already in her grasp, it would be more prudent to eliminate her outright. Thus, she intensified the vibrations of her powers, transitioning from tremors to a tearing force, launching an assault on the heart and kidneys of her opponent. Just then, she sensed the White Tiger Guardian talisman sending frantic warnings. Should she persist in slaying Lady Viper, she would soon face an extraordinarily terrifying calamity. The warning came unexpectedly, yet it was profoundly intense, causing Daisy's hair to stand on end and a fine sheen of sweat to emerge beneath her skin. She attuned her senses and discovered a remarkably covert and unassuming thread of potent mental energy concealed within the Viper Lady's being. In the parlance of the fantastical realm, it could be described as a psychic imprint. Daisy attempted to sever the connection between them, but found herself utterly powerless. If the other party were a towering tree, she was, at best, an ant at its roots, facing an insurmountable chasm between them. It was evident that the other had sensed her probing, retaliating with a wave of darkness, eeriness, and madness, simultaneously conveying a name as if believing that uttering it would render them invincible in this world. Zysorn. Daisy could not help but be taken aback. The prowess of this titan was indeed extraordinary, yet he remained blissfully unaware of the current predicament. Had she not been privy to his true identity, the ensuing result would have undoubtedly been a reckless attempt to eliminate the Viper Lady at all costs. However, she understood that Zysorn was an ancient deity, the ruler of the underworld, the master of dark magic, and one of the most ancient beings on Earth. Even in the face of giants like Mephisto and Dormammu, he could command their submission, and even the Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, which altered reality, was a gift from him. Confronted with such a formidable presence, Daisy chose to withdraw. She surmised that if she insisted on killing the Viper Lady, the very next moment might summon a transcendent black magic that would lay Tokyo to waste. Thus, she immediately redirected her disruptive abilities away from lethal zones, and the malevolent intent vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Daisy sighed. Such a superpower was beyond her capabilities. The Viper Lady was likely a crucial pawn, yet she could not afford to relinquish her easily, leaving her ensnared in a dilemma. She had to find a way to break the impasse, but such a feat was anything but simple. The Viper Lady gradually realized she had fallen into a trap, and anger surged within her as she struggled to resist. However, under relentless onslaught, the last vestige of her reason was ultimately obliterated. At this moment, Daisy too could not release her. The Viper Lady felt akin to a rock amidst the ocean, surrounded by waves that crashed relentlessly, one after another. Chapter 5. Extraordinary power. Upon realizing that only Daisy stood as her adversary, she furrowed her delicate brows. This mysterious art of seduction theoretically knows no gender in its cultivation. However, one who frequently traverses the riverbanks is bound to encounter wet shoes at times. She had fallen into enemy hands multiple times, each time miraculously escaping unscathed. But never before had she faced such an unusual circumstance. As a woman, her opponent was not only an exquisite beauty but also a specially trained female agent, which led the Viper Lady to deeply sense that her allure would likely falter in this instance. Especially now that she had revealed her murderous intent, the chances of successful seduction were virtually non-existent. Within the cold confines of the warehouse, the chilling wind brushed against her smooth, delicate skin, and the sweat she had previously shed was now chilled by the breeze, causing her whole body to shudder. The calf muscles seemed to cramp, yet she maintained a charming smile, striving to dissipate hostility knowing that her only leverage lay in Daisy's ignorance of Hydra's existence. Indeed, Daisy could not reveal her knowledge of Hydra without risking her life. With her hands tucked into her pockets and a look of confusion on her face, she remarked, "I have seen your photograph. You must be Dr. Green, the one who treated the elderly Shitada. Why do you seek my life?" As Daisy pondered how to elicit information regarding Hydra while concealing her prior knowledge, she faced a significant test of her acting skills. Madame Viper was unaware that Daisy dared not strike her down. She too contemplated how to protect herself without disclosing her true identity. "This is the will of Elder Shitada. He is displeased with your collusion with his son to seize his wealth." Empathizing with Daisy's mindset, Madame Viper crafted a misleading narrative based on the information Daisy could access. Daisy scrutinized her for a moment. "That seems implausible. So many have aided Shitada Shinjin, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Ministry of Economy and Industry. Why would he send a doctor like you to kill me? Ms. Green, do you take me for a fool easily misled?" Madame Viper slightly furrowed her brow. Realizing her earlier words were riddled with flaws, her fabrication was quite poor and could only be attributed to excessive dehydration. Daisy produced an unusual short blade, gliding the smooth edge gently across Madame Viper's skin. Yet, the latter smiled alluringly, her expression rife with charm. "My dear, do you intend to torture me? Huh. I have fallen into enemy hands 15 times. Each one was 100 times more brutal than you. Do you think I would fear you?" With that, she raised her chin and cast a captivating glance at Madame Viper, though her damp hair clung to her cheeks, slightly diminishing her allure. Daisy sheathed the blade, her tone serious as she stated, "You are correct. It seems ordinary methods are ineffective against you. I must resort to a rather inhumane approach and apologize in advance." No sooner had she spoken than she pressed her right hand firmly against Madame Viper's abdomen, unleashing her extraordinary power amid the latter's terrified gaze. The intense tremors persisted for a full 30 minutes, causing Madame Viper to sweat profusely as if she had just emerged from water. Ultimately, her head tilted, and she succumbed to a brief faint. When she finally stirred awake, an hour had passed, and she beheld Daisy, who was engrossed in a game on a tablet. Still unwilling to speak, Daisy, now with her hair tied into a ponytail, vowed to break through that night. Despicable, she considered herself not at all vile. What torturer would be so genteel, silent, and even capable of evoking a sense of pleasure? Madame Viper's eyes were somewhat dazed. She found herself suspended midair, with gravity concentrated on her wrists and ankles. Coupled with the previous tremors, the agony was nearly indescribable. You are a mutant? Such a wicked power." The bewitching art of the Viper Lady has reached its limits, her peach blossom eyes glinting with a ferocious light, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. To be deemed wicked by the leader of a formidable terror organization, Daisy accepted this characterization with a sense of pride. "Mutant? You misunderstand. It is merely a secret massage technique from the East. It appears you remain reluctant to speak. Then let us continue." She adjusted her mindset. Much like during her training in extraordinary powers, her thoughts devoid of any distractions. The Viper Lady had to concede that she was indeed quite resilient. Compared to her allure over men, her pride forbade her from uttering a sound under such circumstances, compelling her to endure in silence for half an hour before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Even in her fainted state, her calf muscles trembled incessantly, reminiscent of noodles. Daisy's patience was wearing thin as she contemplated the long wait until dawn, wondering who would outlast whom. "Will you speak?" She activated her shockwave power again. Achoo! Just as Daisy was prepared to interrogate her once more, the Viper Lady unexpectedly let out a loud sneeze. Daisy immediately scanned her surroundings. It was eerily silent. No one had heard that sneeze. "Oh, how clever of you, trying to summon aid with a sneeze," Daisy remarked, a knowing look on her face. At this moment, the Viper Lady was on the brink of death, her golden hair damp and clinging to her cheeks, bloodshot eyes, cracked lips accompanied by the sound of sniffling, and a stream of clear mucus flowing forth. Her appearance had become utterly disconnected from that of a beauty. Upon hearing Daisy's words, she nearly fainted again, disregarding any semblance of her former grandeur, and hoarsely began to curse loudly. Initially, her words were in Hungarian, which Daisy did not comprehend. Then she switched to Spanish, then French, and finally landed on English. Altogether, they conveyed a singular message: "I am freezing to death." Chapter 6. The Savior as a woman ascending to the pinnacle of a mysterious force like the Nine Serpents sect, she relied solely on her astuteness and profound intellect. She was unwilling to betray Pierce and the others, even if it meant enduring unspeakable coercion through secretive arts. A figure instantly surfaced in her mind, prompting her to feign excruciating pain, her voice steeped in despair. "It is Maria Hill. She ordered me to come and take your life." Daisy could scarcely believe her ears. Her immediate reaction was to suspect yet another ploy. Although Hill often lamented her disillusionment with life, This was evidently far removed from the current situation. How could Hill possibly contact the upper echelons of the Nine Serpents sect? Was this not akin to suggesting that Nick Fury and the Dark Lord Strack were fast friends? Both blind in one eye, thus forming a perfect pair? In light of this loquacious woman's assertions, Daisy found herself reassessing her perception of her. With a grave tone, Daisy countered, "Maria Hill and I share a profound bond. Why would she send an assassin after me?" The Viper lady, oblivious to Daisy's changing expression, believed her scheme was succeeding and hastily explained, "It is because you usurped her position as deputy sect leader. She harbors resentment and thus seeks to strike first with external aid." Daisy was taken aback that, even in this predicament, the other could weave such a web of lies. She responded with confusion, "I usurped her position as deputy sect leader? I have never heard of such a thing. Nick Fury possesses a secret archive, in which you hold the foremost position, clearly indicating your significance in his eyes." To persuade Daisy, Madame Viper unhesitatingly divulged the intelligence she possessed, omitting only the true identity of Pierce. The remainder was indeed factual. When Daisy inquired about the source of this information, Madame Viper cleverly spun a fantastical tale about enchanting the upper echelons of SHIELD, a story compelling enough to be believed. After a moment's contemplation, Daisy firmly dismissed the notion that Hill wished to eliminate her as sheer nonsense. However, the realization that she was so highly regarded by Nick Fury was entirely unexpected. She had previously thought herself to be a mere inconsequential figure. Although SHIELD lay in ruins, it remained a bastion of power. If she could attain elevated clearance, her endeavors would undoubtedly become more streamlined. While Madame Viper could not discern Daisy's expression, she was acutely aware that her words had made an impact, which was her sole opportunity to escape her current predicament. "If you release me, I can facilitate your swift ascent within SHIELD. You must understand, my network is quite extensive." Daisy felt a sense of déjà vu with this statement. Upon reflection, she recalled having used similar words to deceive the balding elder, Hitwell, in the past. Indeed, with the support of the Nine Serpents, her path to promotion would be unimpeded. However, a foundation of trust was conspicuously absent between them. At this moment, she had the option to inquire about the whereabouts of the materials belonging to the Shitani family, but that was a matter of business, and she was not particularly concerned. Instead, another personal matter came to mind, requiring the Nine Serpents to provide her with crucial intelligence. Daisy approached Madame Viper once more. "I regret to inform you that I do not trust you. I can swear, upon the honor of my parents, that I shall not pursue today's events." A resolute glimmer flickered in Madame Viper's eyes, revealing that she was not fabricating her words. Nevertheless, Daisy remained unconvinced. Her promise not to pursue today's affairs was merely a play on words, as both parties remained adversaries. "I may spare you, but on one condition." "Pray tell." Madame Viper replied solemnly, understanding the gravity of the moment. "You must assist me in locating a person and accompany me to a certain location. That shall be the condition for your release." The atmosphere descended into a brief silence, and after half a minute, Madame Viper inquired, "Who is this individual?" Daisy retrieved her crystal tablet, swiftly manipulated it, and then turned it towards Madame Viper for inspection. "Eric Coleman." Initially, Madame Viper feared that Daisy would request her to seek out high-ranking members of the Nine Serpents, thereby seizing an opportunity to elevate her status within SHIELD. However, upon seeing the image of an African-American, her tension significantly eased. Although the Nine Serpents wielded considerable influence globally, they adhered to the principles of Aryan superiority, with very few black members within their ranks. She scrutinized the photograph, confirming that she did not recognize this individual. Daisy continued, "He graduated from the Naval Academy at the age of 19 and obtained a master's degree from MIT. He subsequently joined the Navy SEALs, undertaking numerous covert missions in Afghanistan and Iraq. His military rank is exceedingly high, and I find myself unable to ascertain his precise whereabouts through the existing channels. I require your assistance in bringing him forth. This individual possesses both a name and a definite identity, which, in theory, should render him relatively easy to locate. However, due to the involvement of clandestine military operations, the SHIELD and the military operate independently, making it challenging for Daisy to locate him with the resources currently at her disposal. Yet, for the Nine Serpents sect, they have already infiltrated the upper echelons to an alarming degree. If they were to exert their full efforts in the search, they would undoubtedly uncover leads. Lady Viper resolved to refrain from fabricating details regarding these minor intricacies to preserve the cordial atmosphere of their current discourse. This task is not insurmountable. As long as he remains on this planet, I shall certainly find him. And then, where shall you go? Naturally, the next destination is Wakanda. However, Daisy is not yet inclined to disclose this objective. She intends to take Lady Viper along, both to gain an additional ally and to later shift the responsibility onto the Nine Serpent sect. Her preliminary plan is rather straightforward, to send Lady Viper to Wakanda while she seizes the opportunity to play the role of the savior, thereby ensuring she could acquire the desired outcome. Chapter 7. Contemplation beneath the moonlit sky. She gently rubbed her forehead, as the narrative had transcended her control. Every decision now required profound contemplation. The following morning, on the day of the shadowy eclipse, the elders of the Obsidian Ghost sect were set to conduct a mysterious funeral. As the highest-ranking envoy of the Celestial Court in this region, Daisy was compelled to partake in this enigmatic ceremony. Adorned in a black satin funeral ensemble, lined with a pristine, frost-like celestial robe, she discreetly concealed a spirit dart at her waist, considering that a fierce confrontation might ensue. The Obsidian Ghost sect held an unshakable position in Japan, drawing esteemed representatives from the Prime Minister's residence, various governmental departments, and numerous business magnates to pay their respects. The venue was permeated with an air of foreboding, guarded by sentinels wielding an array of peculiar weaponry, their murderous intent palpable, as though they would invoke secret arts at the slightest hint of disturbance. At this moment, Daisy remained unaware that Lady Viper was ensconced in a concealed location, wrapped in a silken cocoon for recuperation, and as she surveyed her surroundings, the absence of the enchanting serpent stirred a twinge of regret for the disruption of her meticulously crafted plans. Today, her association with Shinjin Yoshida would be publicly declared, and he had further introduced her to several high-ranking court officials, who were, to varying degrees, aware of the Celestial Court's existence. Their exchanged glances reflected a shared concern regarding Shinjin Yoshida's newfound protection from the Celestial Realm, which he wielded to successfully intimidate the ambitious onlookers coveting his position. Miss Johnson, you are still in the East? Mariko, clad in a traditional kimono adorned with clouds on a black background, her obi embellished with white flowers, appeared solemn and dignified, her visage imbued with sorrow for the deceased. The recent tumultuous events had left Mariko's recollection of Daisy's identity suspended in time, recalling only their recent outings together, rendering her unable to fathom Daisy's true nature. Regardless of Daisy's underlying schemes, and out of respect for their relatively amicable relationship, she leaned closer and murmured, "Miss Mariko, your identity is of paramount importance. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please stay close to me, and I shall strive to ensure your safety." In a bid to earn trust, Daisy presented her Tianyin Shinting token, thereby proving her non-hostile intentions. Mariko nodded slightly, acknowledging the information. Subsequently, Daisy approached another pivotal figure of the day, Wolverine. "Mr. Logan, a pleasure to meet you," Daisy smiled. Wolverine was a wild wanderer who had cultivated his skills over millennia, with his knowledge confined to practical trades such as masonry, woodcutting, and road construction. He was utterly oblivious to modern scientific knowledge, whether in physics or chemistry, and spoke only in a strong Canadian accent. Wolverine scrutinized Daisy with caution. Remaining silent, Daisy's gaze shifted to the side, where Yukio, a red-haired girl with golden eyes, was also watching her anxiously. "Did you inform the professor? Do you possess the ability to foresee the future? I am here to lend you my assistance." Daisy had no intention of concealing her purpose. She found the trope of characters reversing their stances until the last moment to reveal the truth exceedingly tiresome. Wolverine immediately glanced at Yukio, who shot a fierce glare at Daisy. She had no intention of hiding secrets. Having decided to assist, she felt it necessary to be forthright and not play coy. After clarifying her position, Daisy stepped aside, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. At that moment, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky, complementing the solemn atmosphere of the gathering, further underscored by the intermittent sounds of weeping from the crowd, as if the heavens themselves lamented, hinting that a significant presence had departed from this world. Daisy privately speculated that this weather change might be artificially orchestrated. The monks' chants intertwined with the sound of wooden fish as family members entered in succession, with a portrait of the late Yashitani old ghost prominently displayed at the center. Daisy cast a glance before shifting her gaze elsewhere. The Yashitani family had a legacy spanning 7 centuries, and naturally, there were more relatives than the few depicted in films. Many had traveled overnight from around the globe to attend the funeral. They all wore kimonos adorned with white flowers pinned to their chests. Amidst the sea of black attire, Shinjin Yashitani's suit stood out conspicuously. However, he was oblivious to the stares of others, defiantly glaring at several relatives until they bowed their heads in submission. As the head of the family, Shinjin Yashitani, along with his wife, was the first to pay respects to the portrait, followed by his sole heir, Mariko Yashitani, who approached to honor the deceased. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a group of black-clad assassins tore off their disguises. revealing their grotesque tattoos and brandishing various nefarious weapons as they lunged at Mariko. The Yamaguchi-gumi scoundrels. Shinjin Yashitani roared in fury, commanding his subordinates to retaliate. Several government officials turned pale with fear, quaking in the corners like frightened quails. Clearly, the Yamaguchi-gumi had planned this operation meticulously, with numerous assailants present. Daisy could see over 100 gang members, their bodies adorned with tattoos and wielding sinister implements. The clamor of battle erupted outside the temple, indicating that even more foes lurked beyond. The Yashitani family's guards and the officials' bodyguards were caught off guard, suffering heavy losses in the initial clash, with more than half falling in an instant. "Miss Mariko, come this way. We must find Mr. Logan." With a swift motion of her hand, Daisy sent her flying shuttle hurtling through the air, instantly incapacitating 3 gang members. Unaffected by Lady Viper's presence, Wolverine showcased the formidable might of his abilities, his claws glinting with a chilling light as he effortlessly felled 7 or 8 adversaries with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, lacking in mental acuity, recklessly confronted Wolverine head-on, resulting in a scene of utter carnage. The adamantium alloy cut through human limbs as if they were mere tofu. For those who became disabled, it was the best outcome they could hope for, while those unfortunate enough to have their skulls cleaved by a single claw met immediate death. Even Daisy, having faced numerous life and death battles, felt a wave of nausea wash over her at such a brutal spectacle. Chapter 8. A chaotic melee. Logan, protect Mariko, urged Yukio, a close friend of Mariko, pressing the valiant wolf warrior with adamantine strength to take action. In that very moment, Wolverine sensed Mariko's peril. Compared to the stern-faced middle-aged shinobu, he was more inclined to safeguard the delicate and enchanting maiden. With a single strike, he incapacitated the nefarious disciple intent on harming Yukio, standing resolutely beside Mariko as her destined protector. Mariko, as if possessed by the spirit of a heroine from a fantastical tale, clung tightly to the wolfman's arm, tears streaming down her face. Daisy cast a glance, though unaware of the young man's name. She recognized him as Mariko's childhood companion, separated by their differing statuses in adulthood. Though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, he had been secretly watching Mariko's every move, a minion of Lady Viper. Yet, at this moment, he should not have perished. A master swordsman, he had only brought a bow and arrows, and before he could wield his skills, he had already met his demise. The temple was engulfed in chaos, with various factions clashing wildly. Even the altar for the revered spirits had been cleaved in two. The subsequent appearance of the red-clad ninjas left everyone speechless. They recognized no boundaries between foe and friend, targeting both political figures and gangsters alike on their slaughter list. The gang's objective was to capture significant members of the Yagashita clan, their attacks directly aimed at Shinobu and Mariko. The resistance was a hodgepodge of forces, comprising bodyguards escorting dignitaries to safety, warriors of the Yagashita clan, and unexpected intruders like Daisy and Wolverine. The narrative had spiraled beyond control, and Daisy could not ascertain whether Shinobu would emerge unscathed. Considering the interests at stake, she felt compelled to save the middle-aged man's life. As the energy of Gluckston began to wane, and with no time to switch elixirs, Daisy seized a katana, leveraging her extraordinary physical prowess to carve a bloody path through the throng. Ultimately, she reunited with Shinobu Yagashita, though the swordmaster bore minor injuries. His aura of lethality was second only to Wolverine and Daisy. "Master Yagashita, we must vacate this place," Daisy declared, having dispatched a ninja with 3 swift strikes. Shinobu Yagashita was indifferent to his relatives, as was Daisy. The two fought side by side, racing towards the direction where Mariko awaited. While Shinobu's feelings for his daughter were evident, he placed even greater value on Wolverine's valor and fearlessness. In this realm, Wolverine remains untouched by the influence of Viper. His powers intact and his body infused with adamantium skeleton, endowed with formidable self-healing abilities, and equipped with alloy claws, facing any weapon with unyielding composure. When an enemy strikes him with a blade, he retaliates with a claw, causing the foe to collapse while he remains unscathed. With such a ferocious combat style, entirely eschewing defense, Wolverine stands as an invincible force on the battlefield, a clear and sagacious choice for Yashitada Shinjin. Break through. Quickly break through. Yashitada Shinjin gathers several warriors along the way, and together with Wolverine and Daisy, they charge outward. The temple is narrow, and ninjas are still raining arrows from the eaves. Only Daisy and a few others react swiftly, while the rest are nearly ensnared in peril, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. Escape is their only recourse. The group, bearing grave injuries, fights their way from the courtyard to the main hall, then from the hall to the entrance. Daisy discards her katana, realizing that her temporary allies are all melee fighters, and even with firearms, they would not retrieve them. Thus, she opts to emulate Black Widow, wielding dual pistols to provide fire support for her close combat companions. Yashitada Shinjin, a master of martial arts, wields a long blade forged from adamantium, which in ancient times could have made him a legendary swordsman, his lethality only slightly inferior to Wolverine's. The two deadly warriors lead the charge, followed closely by the comparatively weaker fighters, Mariko and Yuki, with Daisy bringing up the rear as the five escape the temple together. The sound of arrows whistling fills the air, as at least 30 ninjas at the entrance unleash a concentrated barrage upon them, their aim precise and their archery skills unparalleled. Yashitada Shinjin twirls his long blade like a whirlwind to deflect the onslaught, yet is still struck by an arrow. Wolverine, relying on his tough hide and resilience, attempts to force his way through, but he is unprepared for the poison-laden arrow that significantly impedes his healing speed. Daisy fires repeatedly, but her efforts yield little, as the trained ninjas can predict the trajectory of the bullets, diminishing their lethality at this level. Retreat! Retreat! She cries out loudly. Wolverine, intent on fighting to the bitter end, is forcibly pulled back by Daisy. The group retreats to the forecourt, facing obstacles ahead and pursuers behind, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Daisy silently curses, and under the fearful gazes of her companions, she opens a shimmering blue portal. Everyone, and now. The individuals are not dim-witted. Rather, they exhibit remarkable agility, with Mariko being the quickest to react, eager to plunge into the portal. Just then, a distant voice reaches Daisy's ears, speaking in clear and standard Mandarin. Little girl, you've made it quite a task for this old woman to find you. An elderly woman, her face wrinkled like dry bark and gripping a cane, appears to enter the temple, looking as if she might depart from this world at any moment. Upon stepping inside, she notices the blue portal, her eyes flashing with light as she quickly bellows, causing Daisy to feel a faint golden energy strike her teleportation array. The vibration is interrupted, and the energy rebounds, not only pulling Daisy in but also ensnaring Mariko and Wolverine, who have been by her side. As Daisy descended to the ground, she found herself disoriented, her mind pierced by a searing pain akin to a steel needle incessantly stirring within. She collapsed onto the earth, expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. With her grievous injury, the old wolf in truth observed her plight. Chapter 9. The Principles of the Divine Path. Despite having endured millennia of cultivation, the old wolf had yet to grasp the ultimate truths of the celestial way. However, he was well versed in myriad worldly arts, and had even traversed the path of purging spiritual veins. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the absence of any unusual spiritual traces. He then extracted 2 droplets from the mysterious elixir he had taken from Daisy, allowing them to fall into the pool of blood. In an instant, the blood dissipated like mist, leaving him in silent awe. Subsequently, he used his claws to cover the remnants of the elixir completely. By the time he returned to Daisy in truth, 3 minutes had elapsed. You old fool, I shall deal with her myself. Daisy gritted her teeth, vowing inwardly while desperately staving off the encroaching darkness. The red-clad ninjas were neither subordinates of the Lady Viper nor had any grievances with the Yajita family. They were agents of the enigmatic Onmyoji alliance, here solely to claim Daisy's life. Although her extraordinary abilities remained, the teleportation array had been violently interrupted, leaving her spirit severely weakened and her mind and body in disarray, as though she had regressed to her youthful days upon first arriving in this realm. With great effort, Daisy gathered a fragment of her consciousness and surveyed her surroundings. Her original intention had been to return to the Yajita estate, yet the teleportation had gone awry, landing her in an unknown locale that could very well lie beyond the borders of the East. Where's this place? Daisy inquired of Truth in the universal language of the spirit realm. Truth, accustomed to having her guardians accompany her during outings and maids attend to her upon returning home, had a singular lifestyle and was utterly bewildered by their current location. She shook her head, breathless, indicating her ignorance. The scenery before Daisy became increasingly blurred, her weight leaning heavily against Truth, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the exposed skin of Truth's neck, which was strikingly alluring. Ultimately, she succumbed to temptation. Stealing a glance and discovering that Truth was not clad in spiritual armor, Daisy attempted to redirect her focus, only to realize that Truth's kimono was rather cumbersome during their flight. The voluminous skirt hindered her stride, while the split-toe socks and traditional sandals caused her to teeter unsteadily, all while carrying the burden of Daisy. Beads of perspiration adorned Truth's brow as she labored onward, yet they had not made significant distance. As a torrent of thoughts surged within Daisy's mind, and her will began to wane, the old wolf returned, and she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer exhaustion. The once barren expanse of her consciousness was now suffused with a gentle golden light, and Daisy felt akin to a drifting leaf, carried along a boundless river of spirit, not relying on sight or sound, but rather a perception transcending the 5 senses. she perceived a distant crimson dragon unleashing a thunderous roar, as if transcending the barriers of time and space to gaze upon her. Daisy found herself bereft of thought, only able to sense a voice whispering to her, its specific content remaining indistinguishable. The sky was interwoven with delicate strands of golden light, which mysteriously merged into her consciousness. Daisy, yet to comprehend the significance of this transformation, was drawn into a narrow spatial passage by a powerful gravitational force, ultimately losing all perception in the darkness. After an indeterminate duration, Daisy's consciousness gradually returned to her corporeal form, and a throbbing headache compelled her to emit a low groan. She awoke to the sound of Truth's voice. "Quickly, bring that fragrant incense." Another unfamiliar female voice chimed in. Soon, Daisy detected a waft of delightful aroma at the tip of her nose, warm and comforting. The fragrance seemed to soothe her spirit, allowing her to regain control of her body. She bore no injuries. A slight loss of blood was insignificant for a female hero endowed with extraordinary powers. As her spirit found solace, her body regained some strength. She suppressed the pain and struggled to sit up, realizing she was ravenously hungry. "Miss Truth, where are we now?" Daisy scanned her surroundings. The wooden structure housed a small incense burner, within which a stick of incense smoldered, its wisps curling and lingering, emanating a scent that made her feel lighter. Seated beside the burner was a young woman with a single ponytail, clad in loose athletic attire, her beauty striking. Her elegantly arched eyebrows were distinctive, and the perfect blend of Eastern and Western features graced her face. Undoubtedly, she was a person of exotic heritage. "This is Miss Colleen Wen. We are currently in her secluded retreat, located in the hidden realm behind Xinxia Terrace." Truth first introduced the ponytailed woman before explaining their current predicament. In truth, there was not much to recount. While traversing the forest, they had fortuitously encountered Miss Wen, who was practicing swordsmanship. Recognizing the renowned Truth, they exchanged brief pleasantries before she led them to her abode for respite. Subsequently, Miss Wen employed a special incense to aid Daisy in regaining her composure. In reality, Daisy had been unconscious for 2 days. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Wen. Did you change my clothes?" Only then did Daisy realize she was clad in a fitted t-shirt and loose athletic pants. The shirt clung closely to her form, exposing a section of skin, clearly not her own attire. This garment was evidently from Miss Wen, who appeared more slender and slightly shorter than Daisy. Thus the clothing did not fit her quite well. The two women did not perceive anything amiss and openly acknowledged the clothing change. "Is there any food available?" Daisy, having endured her hunger, could no longer resist the pangs of appetite. Miss Wen stood and walked to the side, returning with a large bowl. At first glance, Daisy felt a flicker of joy. The bowl was ample enough to hold a substantial amount of food. However, as she beheld the contents, her heart sank. It was merely a thin bowl of rice porridge, nearly transparent at the bottom. Chapter 10. Wielding the divine artifact. The women of the Wen family, wielding divine artifacts, possessed a sharp might while simultaneously exuding a gentle grace. Upon witnessing Daisy, frail and on the brink of fainting from hunger, Miss Wen promptly set about preparing a sumptuous spiritual feast. Truthful Child joined her efforts, assisting in the culinary creation of divine delicacies from the celestial realm. Wolverine stealthily entered, casting a glance at the ailing Daisy, before seemingly engaging in idle contemplation beneath the eaves, exhaling clouds of smoke as if pondering matters beyond mortal comprehension. Meanwhile, Daisy lay in bed, feigning slumber to escape the world. After the passage of a TS worth of time, the banquet commenced. To everyone's astonishment, Wolverine displayed an astonishing appetite. Though he often drowned his sorrows in drink and swirling smoke, this facet of his character had remained undisclosed. Fortunately, another gourmand, Truthful Child, shared the burden, allowing Daisy's prodigious consumption to go unnoticed. Yet, in stark contrast to Wolverine's ruggedly boisterous manner of eating, Daisy possessed a unique gift. Her appetite was immense, yet her demeanor remained elegantly composed. Upon the conclusion of their meal, Daisy began to reflect upon her own transformation. She discerned a faint golden energy line interwoven with her vibrational frequency, reminiscent of a mysterious cosmic string, resilient and vibrant. This foreign energy sought to invade her frequency, but after a struggle, she successfully neutralized it, albeit with a slight alteration to her own essence. Without the need for profound insight, Daisy recognized that this energy stemmed from the residual vital essence left by Lady Gao during the shattering of the portal. Although string theory does not equate to the techniques of celestial absorption or the northern dimming divine skill, that trace of vital essence had been dispersed, yet it left an indelible mark within her. From a scientific perspective, Daisy understood that vital essence was, in fact, a manifestation of strings. Practitioners regard themselves as a complete system, with their strings in a closed state, perpetually cycling. These strings vary in scale, From the vastness of galaxies to the minutiae of electron quarks, those who cultivate vital essence elevate the quality of their strings, transforming the ordinary human string into that of a higher dimensional being. If they endure for millions of years, they might evolve into a part of the cosmos, achieving the unity of heaven and humanity as described in Eastern philosophy. However, the human lifespan is finite, rendering this path challenging to traverse. Consequently, practitioners have turned to vital essence as a means of combat. In battle, they guide this essence to form closed pathways in specific regions. If strength is required, they close off their arms. If speed is desired, they seal their legs. Thus, within a brief span, practitioners can attain superhuman strength and speed, akin to becoming higher dimensional entities. After the meal, Daisy continued her exploration of the secrets of vital essence, yearning to replicate its mysteries through her own frequency. Yet, the essence's nature had not yet been fully revealed, and reckless attempts at cultivation could pose great peril. The characteristics of vital essence had subtly altered Daisy. Once reliant on vibrational perception to discern friend from foe, her range of awareness had expanded, becoming more precise. Coupled with the beastly intuition granted by the white tiger talisman, she now possessed capabilities akin to that of a humanoid radar. The red dragon she beheld during her unconsciousness must have been the guardian beast of the Kunlun sacred ground. The longevity dragon, which every heir of the Iron Fist must conquer to harness the power of the divine dragon. However, in comparison to the similarly sounding power of the phoenix, the might of the divine dragon was vastly superior in tier. Daisy recalled a legendary female Iron Fist who had vanquished the fragment of the descending phoenix power using the full capacity of the divine dragon's might. Even so, the power of the dragon was sufficient to effortlessly defeat her, not to mention the formidable strength of the sacred Kunlun. At this moment, Daisy harbored but a singular thought: to heal her wounds and then personally bring an end to Lady Gao's life. After dinner, Wolverine proposed to accompany Truth to Tokyo to rescue others, but Daisy, well aware of her unhealed injuries, knew that venturing forth was tantamount to walking into a trap. Thus, she politely declined to join him. She cautioned Wolverine to remain vigilant against Lady Gao's martial prowess. However, Logan responded nonchalantly, evidently dismissing her warning. Mr. Logan, Lady Gao possesses 4 centuries of cultivation. Her strength is far more complex than it appears, Daisy urged earnestly once again. Do not fret, I can handle it, Wolverine retorted, his tone flippant as he puffed on his cigar, clearly not taking Daisy's counsel to heart. Watching the two gradually recede into the woods, Daisy could not help but exhale a sigh. She held little faith in Wolverine's reckless, spontaneous approach to battle, merely hoping they would not suffer too devastating a defeat. As the tranquility of the forest returned, Daisy began conversing with Colleen Wing. It turned out that Colleen's father hailed from America while her mother was Japanese. Moreover, the surname Wing was pronounced differently in their culture. As mixed-blood individuals, they found ample common ground to discuss. At midnight, the two women exchanged trivial gossip. Though the conversation remained superficial, Colleen was a conservative person, and Daisy, weary in body and spirit, had little inclination to delve deeper. The day following Wolverine's departure, Colleen inquired extensively about New York and suggested that Daisy learn swordsmanship to quell her inner turmoil. With nothing else to occupy her time, Daisy gladly accepted the proposal. With her extraordinary physical capabilities, Daisy was able to exchange dozens of moves with Colleen. However, sensing the killing intent radiating from Daisy, Colleen expressed concern that it might adversely affect her mental cultivation and thus offered a timely warning. Daisy responded with a smile, "My abilities differ from your cultivation methods. Emotional fluctuations can actually amplify my strength." Colleen lamented that Daisy, possessing such formidable physicality, merely wielded her sword like a blunt instrument, which was indeed a pity. She patiently elucidated the essence of swordsmanship to Daisy. While it is a technique of killing, it encompasses profound principles that require heartfelt understanding. Daisy was certainly not foolish, but the breadth of knowledge she needed to acquire was vast, spanning from astronomy and geography to languages, customs, driving, combat, and firearms disassembly, an array of intricate skills. During her time with S.H.I.E.L.D., she had dabbled in swordsmanship for a couple of days, but the effort she devoted paled in comparison to Colleen's dedicated practice. Daisy could only perform some basic slashing moves, and the deeper truths contained within the swordsmanship remained elusive to her. Despite her reservations toward Colleen's teachings, Daisy resolved to diligently practice each move and stance. By nightfall, she unexpectedly discovered that she had inadvertently repaired a small portion of her mental wounds. In response to her confusion, Colleen explained that the swordsmanship had assisted her in calming and mending her injuries. However, Daisy held a differing opinion, believing that it was merely her formidable resilience at play. Chapter 11 encompasses the essence of Huaxia. When skillfully navigated the mysteries of swordsmanship, her techniques spanning numerous schools from Huaxia, the Eastern realms, and Europa. This stood in stark contrast to Daisy, who regarded the sword solely as a weapon, when was, in truth, a genuine practitioner who had grasped the soul of the sword. She imparted her knowledge freely, and Daisy immersed herself wholeheartedly in the world of swordsmanship, indeed experiencing a unique revelation. Ancient sword practitioners, including modern figures like one, steadfastly believed that the cultivation of sword techniques could condense spiritual strength. In truth, any endeavor pursued with focus could nurture one's spiritual power. As a distinctive form of cultivation, the effects of swordsmanship were particularly pronounced. In cinematic portrayals, sword warriors often train amidst tumultuous storms, while some scenes are designed to create visual impact. They also convey a deeper truth. In adverse conditions, eliminating distractions and concentrating on a singular task can indeed sharpen one's will and refine the spirit. After a week of training under one's guidance, Daisy had not mastered the legendary invincible sword technique. Yet surprisingly, her pre-existing emotional wounds had healed, and her cultivation had advanced further, even awakening a faint capacity for telepathy. However, this nascent ability remained vague and was less effective than simply observing the expressions of others. Nonetheless, the budding application of this spiritual power had greatly benefited Daisy. Once vulnerable to mental manipulation, she could now barely resist it, and through continued practice, she could enhance this skill to confront the numerous extraordinary individuals capable of mental control in this world. You have grasped some essence in just a week. It appears my teaching is quite effective. As their relationship deepened, Corinne displayed a pride characteristic of youth. This beautiful swordswoman brimmed with confidence, attributing Daisy's progress to her dedicated instruction. Grateful for the assistance she had received, Daisy hesitated to dampen Corinne's enthusiasm, but felt compelled to caution her about potential issues that could arise from her plan to establish a sword dojo for widespread instruction. How could that be? Swordsmanship is meant for self-cultivation. I will focus on instilling martial ethics in my disciples to ensure no trouble arises for S.H.I.L.D. So rest assured, Corinne replied nonchalantly. Daisy found herself at a loss for words, as Corinne had not mentioned her lineage, preventing Daisy from disclosing that Corinne's master, Bo-Tu, was one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association who intended to utilize Corinne's dojo to train its members. These events had yet to unfold. Currently, there was no sign of even the dojo's existence, let alone training members of the Hand Association. This shift stemmed from Daisy's rapid acquisition of swordsmanship, which indirectly ignited Corinne's determination to open a dojo. Had she not encountered Daisy, Corinne might still be wandering the mountains in pursuit of the true essence of swordsmanship rather than establishing a dojo. She saw no utilitarian value in Daisy, and her master-disciple relationship with Bo-Tu would continue unchanged. Now, the vibrant Corinne was fervently preparing to open her school, leaving Daisy feeling somewhat helpless, unsure of how to advise her. Considering that there might still be opportunities for change in the future, Daisy refrained from further comments, merely informing Corinne that she could seek her assistance upon her arrival in New York, and then she activated the teleportation to depart from Xiantai. The transmission range has been extended from the original 10 kilometers to 50 kilometers. However, the distance of over 300 kilometers still constitutes a considerable journey for her. Thus, she boarded the renowned Spirit Pulse train in New Fukushima, returning to Tokyo. The quest for supplies and the acquisition of Edmund alloy have been temporarily set aside, as Daisy's singular focus at this moment is to eliminate Lady Gao. Upon her arrival in Tokyo, she first made her way to the temple where the funeral was held that day, only to find it heavily cordoned off by the police. The once solemn and dignified temple now lay in ruins, evidently set ablaze intentionally after the fierce battle. A week had passed, yet a significant number of officers continued to maintain order, with workers occasionally removing charred remains, twisted weaponry, firearms, and tattered clothing. Beyond the police line, numerous reporters vociferously reported on the unfolding situation. Daisy presented her S.H.I.E.L.D. identification. Despite the youthful officer's furious accusations against S.H.I.E.L.D.'s overreach, a seasoned veteran among the police allowed her entry into the scene. What of Shingun Yajidata? Had his body been located? Daisy's cursory glance at the site revealed little of significance. Following their withdrawal, it was apparent that the Hand had ultimately triumphed in the preceding conflict. Those ninjas were adept at arson, and even if clues remained, Daisy found herself unable to discern them in her current state. A slightly overweight inspector cautiously shook his head, expressing his sincere apologies. The flames had been too ferocious, and the number of casualties was substantial. The identification of remains was still ongoing. Daisy surmised that Shingun Yajidata had not perished, but had likely been captured by the Hand. Just as she prepared to depart, an elderly officer caught her eye. approached her briskly, and bowed deeply. "You must be Miss Daisy Johnson." Daisy's expression shifted slightly. Her S-H-I-E-L-D identification did not bear her true name. How had this elderly officer discerned her identity? The officer raised his head, revealing visible bruises on his face, a crooked mouth, and contusions around his neck. He appeared extremely fearful, bowed once more, and handed Daisy a letter before hastily departing, disregarding the inspector's inquiries. Daisy accepted the envelope, unable to suppress a sardonic smile. The brown paper envelope exuded an archaic aura, with the characters Daisy Johnson's personal letter inscribed in bold calligraphy glaringly on the front. To be fair, this brushwork far surpassed that of contemporary calligraphers. It was needless to say that this was yet another trap set by the old hag, Lady Gao. The fact that the elderly officer had safely delivered the letter indicated that the exterior posed no threat. However, the contents within remained uncertain. After employing various methods to inspect it, and finding no anomalies, she left the scene and sought out a streetwise individual adorned with ghostly tattoos to open the letter on her behalf. The young man wore an expression of displeasure, yet dared not resist under Daisy's intimidation. He raised the letter for her inspection. Within, Lady Gao's words were exceedingly humble, inviting Daisy to share in the moonlit night and extending an invitation to visit Kochi Prefecture in Shikoku under the auspices of the Yajidata family, as if reaching out to an old friend. However, Daisy was acutely aware that this was merely a blatant trap concocted by Lady Gao. If she were an ordinary woman, she would have fainted in fear by now. If she were a passionate protagonist, she would undoubtedly stand alone to confront the challenge, fighting valiantly to rescue both the hero and the damsel. Yet, Daisy was neither afraid nor willing to be lured into a trap like a fool. Her strategy was to seek allies. The S-H-I-E-L-D presence in Japan was feeble, and the lines between friend and foe were blurred, rendering them untrustworthy. She required an ally with a considerable number of subordinates at their disposal, and the image of Lady Viper immediately sprang to mind. Chapter 12. Adversity. Together in the distant past, the Nine Serpent Clan and the Underworld sect forged an alliance out of shared adversity, huddling together and exchanging the power of secret sources to ensure their survival. However, 60 years later, this alliance had deteriorated to an irreparable state. The Nine Serpent Clan sought to devour the Underworld sect in one fell swoop, while the 5 elders of the Underworld sect, all exiles from the Kunlun Forbidden Grounds, held the leaders of the Nine Serpent Clan in contempt. The conflict between the two factions was as irreconcilable as fire and ice. Marquis Strack, Dr. Whitehall, and others were preoccupied with the matters of Europa and the American continent, while only Lady Viper remained active in the East. If one were to claim that she regarded the Underworld sect as family, Daisy found such a notion utterly implausible. Both Lady Gao and Lady Viper were unwilling to kneel in submission, each steadfastly guarding their own domains. An ironic turn of events unfolded as Daisy discovered that the Nine Serpent Clan could unexpectedly provide her with assistance. Locating Lady Viper was not a daunting task. After a night of searching, Daisy had a clear understanding of her whereabouts. She rode a mystical beast around half of Tokyo, eventually uncovering Lady Viper's hiding place, not far from the warehouse that had once subjected her to rigorous trials. To her surprise, Lady Viper had succumbed to a severe illness but had not vacated the area. Lady Viper concealed herself within an unremarkable rental residence, devoid of the imposing presence one would expect from an Eastern sovereign. Once Daisy ensured the surroundings were secure, she quietly leaped through the window. The sound of her landing startled the occupant of the bedroom, and she heard the ominous click of a gun being cocked. She leaned against the doorframe, while her adversary inside remained still, the room enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Employing her newly acquired skills in invisible spiritual waves, she extended her senses along a specific trajectory to ascertain whether there were any ambushes within. She detected only a faint trace of life. At that moment, Daisy realized something was amiss with Lady Viper. Though she typically appeared as ruthless as a venomous scorpion, her constitution was frail. In truth, she had forged a pact with the dark demigod Chelon, granting her formidable vitality. Yet now, in Daisy's perception, Lady Viper, while not as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, was perilously close to that state. "Hey, as an old friend, I made a special trip to visit you. On that day, I spared your life, and today, I have no intention of harboring ill will. If this is how you treat your guests, I shall take my leave." Daisy called out coldly from beyond the wall, her tone serious. 3 seconds passed, and she heard the sound of the gun being discarded before she cautiously stepped out, confirming the safety of her surroundings with another pulse of her waves. A week later, upon encountering Lady Viper again, Daisy was taken aback. Before her stood a woman, described as haggard, her once enchanting peach blossom eyes now dimmed, resembling the dark circles of a panda. The alluring mole at the corner of her mouth had lost its luster, and her meticulously styled golden hair lay in disarray, clinging to her cheeks. From Daisy's perspective, the woman appeared to have lost considerable weight. What has become of you? Have you been poisoned? Daisy pondered, perplexed. For the serpent lady had forged a pact with the dark demigod, Hieron, and it seemed implausible that she would be ensnared by mere toxins. I am not poisoned, the serpent lady retorted, her anger rendering her speechless. As the world's foremost master of toxins, what kind of deadly poison could possibly incapacitate her? She was undeniably unwell. Daisy quickly grasped the nature of her affliction and nearly burst into laughter. This woman had lain alone in bed for a week, attempting to recover her health through sheer will. Yet those who are typically robust often suffer more severely from common ailments like a simple cold. When the great demigod Hieron forged their contract, he likely never envisioned that his contractor would be felled by such a trivial illness. Now, the serpent lady was on the brink of death, while the dark demigod remained indifferent, failing to convey even a spark of life from his end of the contract, either apathetic or utterly powerless. Daisy surmised that both options were likely, and in her misfortune, she discovered someone in a more dire predicament. With this thought, she couldn't help but laugh heartily. Vile creature, how dare you laugh? This is all a consequence of your bizarre abilities. The serpent lady seethed with fury, just as her long-cherished plans regarding the Tion family were about to bear fruit. She was beset by such calamity, rendering all her prior efforts futile and placing her own life in jeopardy. Oh, you dare to curse me? Then I shall take my leave. Daisy retorted. Don't go. Help me find some fever-reducing pills. I owe you a favor. The serpent lady hastily explained, striving to regain her composure, and added, the person you seek has already been located, but I cannot divulge the details until you assist me. Daisy remained resolute. With the serpent lady's condition so dire, what reliable information could she possibly provide? It was clear she was spouting nonsense. As for the so-called favor, once she recovered, poisoning herself again to grant her a reprieve would hardly suffice as repayment. Daisy only trusted in tangible, visible benefits. Seeing Daisy unmoved, the serpent lady felt a surge of desperation. She understood that unless she offered something concrete, she might not escape this calamity. Rapidly sifting through all the information at her disposal, she sought something that would persuade Daisy without causing herself further trouble. Thus, after 2 minutes of hazy contemplation, she finally recalled a piece of information, the remnants of the Nazis. I know where they are. This intelligence piqued Daisy's interest, for the politically correct initiative against the Nazis was of great significance to SHIELD and the entire Western world. If this information proved accurate, it would undoubtedly aid Daisy in her ascent and serve as an excellent opportunity to amass political capital. After all, she did not believe that Nick Fury would promote her without reservation. At least for now, she remained a core member of the Egghead faction. Where are they? Tell me, she asked with a grave tone. Madame Viper holds a considerable array of chips in her hand, yet many of these she dares not deploy lightly, for they possess the potential to be utterly lethal. Now, casting forth a half-dead remnant of the Nazis entails a significant risk. She must ensure that Daisy can annihilate it in one fell swoop to prevent any chance of retaliation. In this era, being virtuous is no easy feat, and being malevolent is equally fraught with difficulty. She suppresses the dizzying sensation and musters her spirit to counter. If you are aware, what do you intend to do? Daisy gazes at her peculiarly. Of course, I will report to the director and subsequently mobilize personnel to eradicate the enemy. Do you think I would be foolish enough to charge in myself? Matters concerning the Nazis are no trifling issue. Her diminutive frame cannot withstand such a baptism of fire, and merely managing to assist amidst the hail of bullets is already commendable. Madame Viper exhales with relief. Although the Serpent Clan and SHIELD are sworn enemies, their admiration for Nick Fury, the contemporary king of spies, is universally acknowledged. If Nick Fury were to lead the charge personally, it is indeed plausible that the remnants of the Nazis could be ensnared in one fell swoop. After much deliberation, Madame Viper ultimately resolves to exchange the lives of others for her own survival. In Antarctica, at longitude 71.20, latitude 81.91, lies the last refuge chosen by Adolf Hitler for the Thule Society. Chapter 13. The Elite Through the Ages. Daisy is filled with perplexity. The Celestial Sect has made numerous inquiries into the Antarctic ice realms. To my knowledge, large-scale exploratory missions have already been conducted 3 times, and many clandestine forces have also ventured into Antarctica. Yet how did those individuals evade the scrutiny of the mundane world? A proud curve graces the corner of Madame Viper's mouth. Despite her reddened nose, she retains an air of authority. The Red Skull commands a timeless, mysterious power, which has allowed them to remain concealed until now. Furthermore, the Shitsishan clan has consistently supplied secret treasures over the years. As for the specifics, I am afraid I cannot divulge, for I have not set foot there myself. Daisy softly exclaims in surprise, never anticipating that the treasures linked to the vanished Schizishan family would be entwined with the Nazi forces. Inadvertently, she has brushed against the secret known as the Abyss of Fear during this mission. The strife incited by the daughter of the Red Skull acts as a thread, weaving Daisy's memories into this historical narrative. It is said that deep within the Antarctic fortress lies a relic from northern mythology, the thunder hammer of the winter goddess Skadi, which is the key to awakening the colossal serpent Jormungand from the depths of the earth. Daisy finds herself bewildered by the strange actions of such deities, but has no intention of grasping this hammer, as its chosen host is none other than the daughter of the Red Skull. No one else can wield this thunder hammer. After recording the coordinates, Daisy begins to contemplate how to relay this information to Nick Fury. Clearly, conventional means of communication, such as text messages or emails, are inadequate. She must construct a comprehensive chain of evidence to demonstrate that this intelligence was independently uncovered rather than leaked by an insider like Madame Viper. The malevolence here is too overwhelming. I shall take you away from this place. Daisy's words instantly uplift Madame Viper's spirits. Draping 2 protective garments over Madame Viper and leaving behind all supplies, Daisy resolves to lead her away. How do we exit? Madame Viper surveyed her surroundings and noticed Daisy standing still, a sense of unease gripping her heart as she wondered if Daisy intended to make her vanish. Fortunately, though Daisy was decisive in her actions, she would not easily resort to violence against someone of value, like Madame Viper, especially under the constraints of the contract with Zysorn. With a wave of her hand, Daisy opened a portal of light, beckoning her to traverse it. What good is divine power? Humph. Realizing her worries were unfounded, Madame Viper felt a wave of relief and followed Daisy into the teleportation gate. When they reappeared, they found themselves several dozen miles away. Madame Viper retrieved her communicator and entered a series of commands, undoubtedly initiating the self-destruct sequence for the safe house. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? With your silent infiltration and my toxin manipulation, no target will escape our grasp. After experiencing the convenience of teleportation, Madame Viper's curiosity piqued, and for the first time, she extended an invitation. Daisy scoffed at the proposition, for she had a brilliant future awaiting her in the Nine Heavens sect and would not engage in such assassination endeavors. Surely you have other safe houses, right? Why are you not answering? Before Daisy could finish her sentence, Madame Viper crumpled to the ground like a withered straw, unresponsive to any call. Observing Madame Viper's unusually flushed face, Daisy reached out to check her forehead, which burned like fire. She muttered in annoyance, "Now I have to take care of this fellow. What terrible luck." Finding a secluded inn nearby, Daisy booked a room. Thanks to her medical knowledge acquired at the Nine Heavens sect, although not as proficient as Sharon, she was well versed in the procedures of intravenous fluid administration to reduce fever. To avoid exacerbating the situation with any vigorous movements, Daisy donned a stethoscope and carefully examined Madame Viper's lungs. She discovered abnormal sounds, indicating that the pneumonia had developed after a week of neglect. Worse still, due to Madame Viper's superior constitution that seldom succumbed to illness, when she did fall ill, it was severe. Coupled with prolonged exposure to highly toxic substances, her immune system had drastically weakened, leading to an abnormal spread of toxins within her body. The external cold virus combined with the internal toxins, forming a new, unknown substance. Daisy attempted intravenous therapy, yet the inflammation not only failed to subside but worsened. In desperation, she sought assistance from her friend Sharon. Although the methods for treating pneumonia were limited, mainly intravenous fluids, hydration, fever reduction, and anti-inflammatories, Sharon suggested encouraging the patient to sweat to facilitate detoxification. However, seeing Madame Viper in such a weakened state, Daisy understood that inducing sweating would only exacerbate her condition. Modern medicine seemed helpless in this situation, and Daisy could only take a risk, attaching 4 bags of fluid to Madame Viper's limbs to provide substantial hydration and anti-inflammation, then allowing her to recover autonomously. After settling Madame Viper onto the bed, Daisy sat beside her with closed eyes, pondering the mysteries of chi cultivation on Kunlun Mountain. Previously, she could only analyze the properties of strings on a macro level, but in practical application, she remained at a loss. The practitioners on Kunlun Mountain, lacking knowledge of string theory, had nonetheless discovered methods of cultivating and utilizing chi through a blend of wisdom and Eastern martial arts, knowledge that was profoundly enlightening for Daisy. Daisy, with a heart attuned to the wonders of vital energy and its applications, gradually began to unleash her own abilities. Invisible and intangible waves of resonance stirred within the room, flowing in a distinctive rhythm with her breath, reminiscent of the ordinary fluctuations found in nature. Though unseen, they remained ever present. Guided by her understanding, Daisy cautiously emulated the techniques of the practitioners from Kunlun Mountain, attempting to draw upon their wisdom to awaken and resonate with her own vital energy. Alas, mere imitation or fragmented mimicry proved insufficient to grasp the profound heritage accumulated by generations of Kunlun elites. After 3 attempts, each interrupted by mysterious reasons, Daisy found herself in a state of distress. In her perception, the 2 souls had quietly intertwined, diminishing some of their opposing essences. Though intimacy had not yet been achieved, the hostility of Lady Viper towards her had significantly waned. It was unbearable. A splitting headache plagued her, and her consciousness became hazy. Consequently, she severed her connection to the external world, and only then did her discomfort gradually ease. Delving deep into her memories, Daisy not only glimpsed Lady Viper's childhood, but also touched upon fragments of her youthful years. Those recollections were rife with painful trials and the various toxicological secrets she had studied. Chemical arts, biological mysteries, and even specially crafted lethal agents for living beings. Some familiar to Daisy, others entirely novel. These were mere fragments of Lady Viper's youthful memories. Undoubtedly, her skills in poisoning had since evolved to a more sophisticated level. Their spiritual resonance allowed Lady Viper to impart to Daisy some foundational knowledge of poisoning and detoxification, which was perfectly suited for her. For the more one understands toxins, the better one can protect oneself from harm. During this process of spiritual resonance, Daisy inadvertently shared in Lady Viper's afflictions, while simultaneously, Lady Viper's condition began to gradually improve. Daisy continually applied a towel soaked in icy spirit stones to her face until the long night passed, and Lady Viper's high fever finally subsided. Upon returning from dining out, Daisy brought back some food, only to find Lady Viper bathing upon her return to the inn. After a brief wait, she witnessed Lady Viper emerge from the bathroom unadorned. Upon seeing Daisy once more, Lady Viper appeared somewhat surprised, yet quickly regained her composure. "What? Do you wish to leave SHIELD and join your sister's side?" She approached Daisy, unencumbered by attire. Daisy cast a glance and could not deny that Lady Viper's figure was nothing short of perfection. Among the women she had encountered, including herself, perhaps only Black Widow, Hill, Truth, and Miss Maid could rival Lady Viper's physical form, albeit with their own shortcomings. Daisy gently pushed Lady Viper aside. Had she met such an openly honest woman upon her arrival, she might have faltered. However, having endured numerous trials, she had now developed the ability to remain composed. "Put on some clothes. I have matters to discuss with you." Lady Viper exhibited no unusual reaction as she elegantly donned a robe that shimmered like moonlight, and then seated herself across from Daisy. She took out a cigarette and inquired, "You don't mind, do you?" Daisy waved her hand in a gesture of nonchalance. "Are you not afraid of me unleashing poisonous smoke?" Lady Viper retorted, "I sense no malice from you. Thus, I choose to trust you," Daisy replied with an open demeanor. In truth, concocting poisonous smoke is no trivial task, particularly that which can disseminate through the air. The craft is intricate, demanding significant time and effort, whether in the extraction of toxins or their infusion into tobacco, whether in the drying process or the baking stages. Lady Viper had been taken away by Daisy yesterday clad in mere garments, and this cigarette was evidently just purchased. How tiresome. Noting that Daisy was not deceived, Lady Viper sighed softly, igniting the cigarette in her hand and inhaling deeply. "What brings you here?" she inquired. At this moment, a fragile foundation of trust began to form between them. Though delicate, it opened the door to communication, marking a promising beginning. "I wish to eliminate Lady Gao. I require your assistance," Daisy stated candidly, laying bare her intentions. "Lady Gao? You refer to that elderly matron of the hand?" Lady Viper's expression shifted, revealing a mix of amusement and intrigue. Daisy nodded in affirmation. "She is a prisoner of SHIELD. She is my adversary." Their exchange flowed with electric swiftness, words darting like lightning. Lady Viper's curiosity was piqued. "To my knowledge, that venerable lady has always maintained a low profile. How could she have provoked a rising star from SHIELD like you?" Indeed, this question had been posed to Daisy by many, though she had only explained it to Hill. Now she succinctly reiterated it. Lady Gao, in her arrogance, considered Daisy nothing more than a mere insect to be crushed at will. However, the situation escalated. A chance meeting of their gazes brought forth profound calamity. Fearing Daisy's ascendance within SHIELD, Lady Gao resolved to take matters into her own hands, intent on eliminating her post-haste. Daisy, too, harbored a firm resolve to end Lady Gao's life, and their conflict had reached a point of irreconcilable enmity. "Haha, that old coot is utterly hilarious." Lady Viper could not contain her laughter. Despite having never read any internet novels that convey moral lessons such as "Do not mock the young" and "Poorer 30 years east of the river," 30 years west of the river. The intense conflict within the story was enough to elicit her amusement. So, you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. for this reason? She asked, covering her mouth as she chuckled. Originally, Daisy had sought to uncover the secrets of the Tesseract, yet many who were aware of the events, including Nick Fury and director George, believed Daisy joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to evade Lady Viper. This assumption was reasonable, with no counterarguments to be found, and Daisy had since acquiesced to this narrative. Lady Viper laughed heartily, her laughter causing her robe to quiver enticingly. Daisy could even discern the alluring movements beneath its fabric. After a considerable time, the enchanting vixen's mirth finally subsided. Lady Gao is also your enemy, is she not? We share a common ground for collaboration, Daisy articulated, establishing the premise for their potential alliance. They both possessed a mutual foe. Had this conversation occurred a day prior, Lady Viper would have likely rejected the notion of cooperation without hesitation. She derives pleasure from observing the conflicts between others rather than engaging in them herself. Even if one party is her adversary, she would prefer to remain an onlooker, seizing the opportunity to eliminate her foe without direct involvement. Yet, in Chapter 15, her words are clear and resolute, devoid of any guarantees, as certainty is unattainable in such matters. The formidable power of the Shitsishan clan looms like an ethereal palace suspended in the clouds. Should it fall, it would inevitably attract the covetous gaze of countless cultivators. In pursuit of boundless spirit stones and cultivation resources, many cultivators, indifferent to life and death, would not shy away from the mere threat posed by the Nine Nether Serpent sect. Moreover, the Nine Nether Serpent sect is not a monolith. Severing one serpent's head only gives rise to two new ones. It may appear invulnerable, yet it is akin to one who drinks ice water, aware of its own chill and warmth. The internal divisions within the sect are severe, with various factions vying for supremacy and holding grudges against one another. Should one faction fall, the others would merely applaud and vie for the remnants of its cultivation ground. Even the astute and formidable leader of the Crimson Bone Skeleton sect can only maintain a facade of harmony. However, with his disappearance, the sect rapidly descended into chaos. A true reflection of the current state of the Nine Nether Serpent sect, Madame Viper desires to monopolize the vast cultivation resources of the Shitsishan clan. A challenge akin to confronting the lethal beasts residing in the abyssal poison swamp. Although this endeavor will encounter numerous obstacles, she has resolutely decided to embrace the challenge after careful consideration. This woman, adept at navigating the whirlpool of power, is unafraid to engage with those wielding formidable strength, particularly skilled at maneuvering between them. To her, women like Daisy are undoubtedly her nemesis, alongside ancient beings such as Madame Gao. Very well, I will hear your plan. She replies. The sect leader has set a trap. We can use poison mist to render them all unconscious and then deal with them one by one. What do you think? Daisy's proposal is straightforward and entails minimal risk. Madame Viper cast a sultry glance her way, only to realize that, as a kindred spirit, this tactic would be ineffective. She coolly responded, you overestimate the potency of toxins while underestimating Madame Gao's prowess. Although I excel in the art of poisoning, I cannot inflict harm upon her. Even if poisoned, the mysterious vital energy within them can heal all bodily wounds. Daisy scratched her head, realizing that the effects of toxins were far less domineering than legend suggested. Though she had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed still brought her a wave of disappointment. Then let us first incapacitate her subordinates with poison, and then we shall confront that old hag. Daisy insisted on a strategy of collective assault. If possible, it would be best to rally hundreds of cultivators to attack together. Even with 4 centuries of cultivation foundation, their numerical advantage could still lead to victory. After lengthy deliberation, they had to concede that Madame Gao was indeed a formidable opponent, which explained why Madame Viper had never gained the upper hand in their years of conflict. In this world, individual strength ultimately determines the outcome. Even if one is temporarily outmatched, the opponent can escape using divine abilities. In the end, they even considered the combat prowess of Wolverine and Shitsishan Shinjin, optimistically estimating that victory might still be within reach. Regardless, gather your subordinates, and let us act together. If all else fails, I can ensure your safe retreat. Daisy's declaration before the battle, if faced with a group of righteous individuals, would likely be met with derision. But in the eyes of Lady Viper, it epitomized her maturity and composure. In the Shikoku region of Japan, nestled within the embrace of mountains, lies the ancient castle of the Yoshida family, a structure that has stood for 7 centuries. Enduring the vicissitudes of fortune, the family has, through the advantage of their stronghold hidden within the forest, managed to persist even after aligning with the wrong factions multiple times. The silvery moonlight quietly ascended the branches, illuminating the castle, which was ablaze with light. Numerous attendants, clad in traditional attire, busied themselves preparing for the evening banquet. The atmosphere was devoid of the clinking of glasses or the bustling noise of a crowded gathering. In the grand hall, there were only 4 esteemed guests. Seated in the place of honor was a plainly dressed, wrinkled old woman, Madame Gao, her triangular eyes clouded with age. The rightful hosts, Yoshida Shinjin and his daughter Yoshida Mariko, occupied the lower sides of the table. However, Shinjin's complexion was pale, with bloodstains faintly visible beneath his clothing. Mariko, while not gravely injured, bore a bruise on her forehead. The other guest was Wolverine, firmly restrained in a heavy metallic chair. His formidable self-healing abilities left no visible wounds. Yet escaping the seemingly indestructible metal shackles proved to be quite a challenge. The only sound echoing through the hall was Wolverine's furious roar. Yet no matter how he struggled, he remained ensnared. Mr. Logan, I greatly admire your resilience, but you are not renowned for your explosive power. Perhaps you should conserve your strength, Madame Gao remarked, having switched from Chinese, knowing Wolverine could not comprehend her words. In her quest to locate Daisy, she had exerted considerable effort. The intricacies of teleportation were perplexing to her, and after much contemplation, she decided to adopt a wait-and-see approach. She firmly believed that Daisy would inevitably appear to rescue someone, at which point it would be her chance to strike. Within the grand milieu of America, which venerates extraordinary heroism, the younger generation, upon acquiring peculiar powers, often infiltrates enemy territories alone, showcasing their valor. Madame Gao found this trend deeply distasteful, even bordering on hatred. She had endured humiliation and diligently honed her skills for 4 centuries without a moment's respite. Why should others easily gain power through mere mutations? In her view, Daisy, with her formidable strength, was highly likely to come to the rescue. Once Daisy appeared, Madame Gao was confident she could ensnare her. To prepare for this moment, she mobilized the resources of the Hand Association and her direct subordinates across the globe. Similar to the Nine Serpents sect, the Hand Association had also strategically positioned itself worldwide, albeit starting later and currently only able to stake a claim in certain fringe areas. Though the Hand Association boasted the unity of 5 fingers, internal discord was rampant. Madame Gao had to retain a portion of her strength to guard against potential ambushes from several colleagues. As time slowly passed, the banquet that had been scheduled. Chapter 16. Fierce Assault. An ancient female master concealed herself behind the door, discarding her spirit bamboo staff, her gaze fierce. Viper, it is indeed you. Is this all you can conjure, these beguiling little tricks? She moved with the swiftness of lightning, commanding her disciples to hold the mysterious daggers against the 3 imprisoned interdimensional captives. Wolverine and Takeda Shinjin were formidable martial artists who had endured great hardships to capture them, and they could not allow the enemy any opportunity for escape. The Viper and Daisy remained concealed, displaying a cleverness that belied their formidable prowess. With a whispered command over a secret communication channel, the Viper summoned her many practitioners, who quietly emerged from the shadows surrounding the ancient castle to launch a fierce assault. Through her enchanting influence and unique poisons, the Viper had garnered numerous followers, including notorious interdimensional mercenaries, members of the Yakuza, and even some elusive ninjas. These individuals, diverse in appearance and wielding an array of weaponry, resembled an independent legion composed of elite warriors from various nations, each fighting for their own cause without allegiance to one another. Lady Gao's situation mirrored this chaos, as her subordinates were equally mixed in their backgrounds. Upon her command, the preset formations faltered, forcing everyone to rush from their hiding places to confront the incoming threat. Whether it was the clashes between ninjas or the confrontations among mercenaries, the conflict had transcended the ancient rivalries of IGA and Koga. Despite some familiarity among the mercenaries present, they showed no mercy in their assaults. 2 groups of ninjas, one clad in red and the other in green, upon meeting, regarded each other as avowed enemies, hurling various throwing weapons. In the span of merely 10 breaths, several lay lifeless in pools of blood. Surely, they must have known each other? Why then were their attacks so ruthless? Daisy pondered the scene before her, perplexed. After all, this was not the ancient past. Why must they fight so fiercely in modern times? It has always been this way. I cannot quite comprehend it either. Perhaps it is a matter of their sex traditions, the Viper replied casually. As they prepared for battle, both donned specially tailored combat attire. Daisy, lacking her own battle garb, still wore the standard uniform of S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers. In contrast, the Viper exuded an air of authority in her combat suit. Crafted from premium alchemical materials, its dark green exterior radiating a commanding presence. Yet, the design was perplexing. While critical areas were inadequately protected, non-essential parts were covered meticulously. The outfit resembled a mere bodice, secured by thin straps around her neck, barely concealing her modesty while leaving her shoulders, upper arms, and back exposed. Her entire back was bare down to her waist, and to enhance her allure, the Viper would not deign to wear basic undergarments, resulting in an alluring silhouette that was tantalizingly visible from the side. Much of her skin was exposed, save for her palms and thighs, which were enveloped in tight fabric. Daisy gazed at her with a mix of exasperation, mused, if you continue to dress in such a manner, what use is it to switch to vibranium? Why not don a simple tracksuit instead? She regarded the Viper's dangerously revealing combat attire with disdain. When the Viper offered her a similar outfit, Daisy unhesitatingly declined, preferring the utilitarian uniform of SHIELD to that high-tech bodice. Despite the stark difference in technological sophistication, at least the soldier's uniform afforded some measure of protection. At this moment, the battlefield had escalated into a fervent conflict, with ninjas fighting valiantly and mercenaries resorting to heavy weaponry after witnessing the casualties among their comrades. Meteoric projectiles and colossal spears were unleashed, resulting in the unfortunate demise of a ninja leader from the Viper faction who was struck in the head by one of the massive spears. Meanwhile, a burly man with a beard, responsible for command under Lady Gao, was reduced to mere fragments under concentrated fire. Concealed in the shadows, Lady Gao raised her voice once more. The debate over who would serve as bait ignited a dispute between Daisy and the Viper. Your teleportation abilities are superior, making you more suited for the role of bait, while I lie in ambush, one argued. No, your toxic assaults are the most potent. You should draw the enemy's attention. Did you not hear the lady calling your name? Ultimately, the Viper conceded, lacking the capacity to advance, and stepped onto the battlefield first. Though discontent brewed within her, she slowly emerged from the shadows. Master Gao, it has been a long time. You took the treasures of the Yashita family. Should you not share a portion with us? She inquired. Upon seeing the Viper, Lady Gao inwardly lamented. She had anticipated the arrival of a mere rabbit, but was confronted by a cunning fox. A situation that greatly unsettled the self-proclaimed hunter. The prospect of an alliance between Daisy and the Viper seemed to Lady Gao exceedingly slim. How could SHIELD conspire with an evil force like Hydra? It was utterly preposterous. The Viper's sudden intervention was interpreted by Lady Gao as a chain reaction triggered by her monopolization of the Yashita family's legacy. Cursing her misfortune under her breath, Lady Gao understood well that one must confront soldiers when they arrive and conceal oneself from flooding waters. This seasoned master was not intimidated by the Viper. Her seductive arts were ineffective against her, and she could withstand most of the venom, easily dispelling the remainder with her internal energy. Unaware of the existence of the Shursun contract, Lady Gao remained confident that she could overpower the Viper with a single strike. A sharp glint flickered in her triangular eyes as a surge of killing intent welled up within her. Would it not be better to eliminate this enchanting woman of the underworld here and now? However, even though Japan was not her foundational ground, she had maintained her influence on this land for centuries, believing her roots to be deep and thus feeling no fear of the Viper. At the very least, she did not concern herself with the Viper's combat prowess. Viper, I can offer you half of the Yashita family's wealth if you withdraw now. Lady Gao declared from behind an obstruction in ancient martial language. Esteemed elder, you are advanced in years. Why not entrust these treasures to me for safekeeping? The Viper retorted. Concealed in the shadows. Chapter 17. The test of intent. Elder Gao harbored a lingering respect for her alchemical prowess and approached the confrontation with a sense of tentative exploration, initially holding back in her strikes. The two iron-willed warriors and two stealthy specter assassins summoned their icy true energy, joining the fray. However, their involvement merely added to the chaos. In Lady Gao's eyes, these skilled and well-trained fighters were no match for her. A specter assassin clad in azure sacrificed himself to ensnare Lady Gao's leg, attempting to secure a fleeting chance for his comrades at the cost of his own life. However, under the forceful strike infused with inner energy from Lady Gao, his resilience shattered instantly, his bones splintered, his arms hung limply at his sides, and his neck twisted at a grotesque angle, fading into silence. Relying on the desperate resistance of his subordinates, the Viper engaged in fierce combat with Lady Gao for several exchanges. Her mood grew increasingly heavy. Where were the promised reinforcements? Now, those who had fallen were loyal subordinates willing to die for her. And though the art of seduction was merely a psychological tactic to leverage one's own strengths rather than a true spell, the loss of so many devoted followers weighed heavily on her heart. Daisy observed from the battlefield's edge for a moment and discerned that the Viper was no match for Lady Gao. If she continued to lurk, perhaps a favorable opportunity would arise, but she dared not take that risk. The foundation of trust between her and the Viper was still fragile. Should he perceive her as merely waiting to reap the rewards, the situation would become awkward. She quietly calculated the distance between the two parties, then suddenly employed spatial teleportation. Appearing abruptly behind Lady Gao and targeting the vital point at the back of her neck with a burst of spiritual energy. Lady Gao did not display the prowess of catching the energy projectile with bare hands. Instead, she moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly tilting her head to evade and then twisting her body to counter. "Oh, you have entangled yourselves," she almost exclaimed, wishing to inquire why Daisy had allied with the Nine Nether Serpent clan, but the words caught in her throat. At this moment, the Nine Nether Serpent clan was in a period of concealment. Should she inadvertently leak information, the consequences would be dire. Such a vast organization, poised to take her life, would be unstoppable even for someone of her exceptional martial prowess, especially considering the assassination techniques in which the Nine Nether Serpent clan excelled. The Viper cast a meaningful glance at Lady Gao, signaling that their conflict should not cross certain boundaries, while Daisy feigned ignorance. Boom. The sound of gunfire rang out. Lost in thought, Lady Gao's attention wavered slightly, allowing Daisy to seize the opportunity and fire at the ground where she was about to land, forcing her to change her steps. Immediately following this, Daisy seized the moment and unleashed a shockwave toward Lady Gao's chest. The semi-transparent energy wave surged forth, and Lady Gao reacted with remarkable speed, unable to gather much inner energy in time, yet swiftly countered with a palm strike against the energy wave. At that moment, supernatural powers clashed with ancient martial arts. Daisy had hidden her powers within her weapon to catch her opponent off guard. Unbeknownst to Lady Gao that Daisy's energy could be released outward, this strike gained the initiative. Lady Gao hastily responded, unable to fully manifest her cultivated abilities. Her palm strength was directly dispersed, and the remaining energy wave could not be resisted. She raised her arms, embracing herself in a manner reminiscent of Tai Chi's technique for redirecting force, attempting to guide the shockwave off course. Simultaneously, she began to perceive certain characteristics of Daisy's supernatural abilities. A peculiar shockwave? There existed similar principles in Eastern martial arts, with one hand gentle and the other fierce. She exerted all her effort to neutralize Daisy's shockwave. Witnessing this scene, Daisy could not help but be astonished. The old lady's strength far exceeded their previous estimations. Master May's martial prowess seemed like that of a mere child in comparison. On that day, the New York police were indeed fortunate. The old lady departed on her own accord, for had she chosen to resist, it would have likely cost the lives of at least 1,000 officers to subdue her. Daisy no longer flaunted her Marvel-inspired teleportation skills. Instead, she gently caressed her wrist, forcibly awakening the power of the White Tiger Guardian Talisman. An invisible roar of a tiger reverberated, and the strength of the White Tiger surged within her. Although her physical prowess did not undergo significant changes, the hunting techniques of the White Tiger compensated for her shortcomings in close combat, while her wild instincts were brought to their zenith. Her hands transformed into lethal claws, aiming directly for the old woman's throat. The White Tiger? As a former elder of the Kunlun sect, Madame Gao certainly recognized the White Tiger Guardian Talisman, yet she had not anticipated that Daisy possessed such an artifact. However, to her, it was merely a trivial surprise. She regarded the White Tiger with disdain. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of 3 moves, with Daisy's nails becoming incredibly sharp, akin to 5-pointed daggers, piercing towards the old woman's arm. Madame Gao retaliated with her own claw techniques, countering Daisy's assault. Their arms entwined like twisted strands of dough, each striving to break the other's limb, while Daisy seized the opportunity to infuse the clash with shockwaves. Despite Madame Gao's martial prowess reaching an advanced stage, she found herself temporarily at a disadvantage. Amidst the fray, Viper was not idle. Witnessing Daisy's all-out effort, she cast aside her reservations and joined the assault. However, after a few coordinated attacks, Daisy discerned that Viper possessed little combat aptitude. While she was indeed remarkable compared to an average person, in Madame Gao's eyes, she could be dispatched in mere 3 moves. Daisy had to remain vigilant in supporting her, lest this unstable ally find herself in peril. In a fleeting moment during the skirmish, Daisy seized an opportunity, raising her hand to unleash 2 energy projectiles towards the guard beside Yashida Shinjin. The middle-aged man was freed from his bindings and immediately seized an enemy's longsword, swiftly dispatching 2 assailants advancing toward Mariko. In a flurry of panic, Mariko pressed buttons and eventually liberated Wolverine from the metallic chair. "Logan, head of the Yashida clan, come to our aid," Daisy called out, for Madame Gao was far too formidable and she needed reinforcements. The intensity of the battle escalated rapidly. Wolverine and Yashida Shinjin had yet to fully acclimate to the situation. While Logan did not recognize Viper, Shinjin and Mariko were aware of this formidable woman. She was their family's private physician. Why was she here at this moment? As Daisy joined the fray against Madame Gao, the trio witnessed their advantage grow. Yashida Shinjin. Despite his myriad flaws, self-serving, cowardly, and devoid of moral compass, could not be denied his extraordinary swordsmanship, which surpassed that of the enchanting Corinne. He nonchalantly picked up a spiritual blade, wielding it with ruthless precision, targeting his opponent's vital points. Among those present, aside from Madame Gao, none could rival Yashida Shinjin's martial skills. Faced with the onslaught of 4 attackers, even Madame Gao, with her exceptional abilities, found it increasingly difficult to withstand such relentless pressure. Her breath quickened. Her speed and strength began to wane drastically. Prepare to meet your end. Among the crowd, only Daisy had a personal vendetta against Madame Gao. The others were mostly bystanders. Yet Daisy was the most proactive in the conflict. Wolverine, with a swift motion, forced Lady Gao back, while Daisy instantaneously repositioned herself behind her. The distance between them was negligible as she unleashed a thunderous punch with her left hand, shattering the air under the force of her strike. Lady Gao, taken by surprise, fell victim to the attack. Her frail body contorted under the immense pressure of the reverse shockwave, her aged spine creaking ominously as the vital energy enveloping her momentarily faltered. The once ghostly agility she possessed drastically diminished. Seizing the opportunity, her companion struck. Shinjin Yashida's ethereal blade carved a crimson line across Lady Gao's cheek, while Wolverine, disregarding the tenets of respecting the elderly, pierced her abdomen with 3 transparent punctures. The Viper, known for her ruthlessness, had been gathering her strength and, upon witnessing Lady Gao's vulnerability, promptly unleashed a spray of virulent green poison towards her face. The potent toxin inflicted grave injuries upon Lady Gao, revealing the skeletal structure of the left side of her face, leaving one eye completely blind. However, Lady Gao was not an adversary to be underestimated. Despite losing her sight, she retaliated without hesitation, striking forward with a palm. The Viper was hit in the abdomen, sent flying like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise again. Daisy, still holding a semblance of concern for her ally, rushed over to assess the situation. Finding her merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness, she instructed Truth to tend to the Viper while she rejoined the fray, determined to end Lady Gao's life that day. Resolute in her vow to eliminate Lady Gao, the latter, recognizing her predicament, decisively turned to flee. Where do you think you can escape to? Daisy, moving with remarkable speed, swiftly outpaced Wolverine and Shinjin, closing the distance to 3 meters, and unleashed another shockwave towards Lady Gao. This time, the attack was not a surprise. Lady Gao, anticipating the strike, gracefully maneuvered in midair to evade it. Before Daisy could pursue, an intense sense of danger surged within her, prompting her to halt abruptly. Wolverine sensed the same peril and instinctively drew Shinjin back to his side. Suddenly, a massive, metallic long blade descended violently towards the landing spot of the 3. Measuring approximately 1.5 meters, the blade housed an energy conversion mechanism, transforming its once silver surface into a searing red hue. Even from several meters away, the intense heat radiating from the blade was palpable. The wielder of the long blade, witnessing the trio evade his long-prepared assault, nonchalantly emerged from his concealed position. Towering at 2.5 meters, he was clad in gleaming silver metal armor, his helmet adorned with a distinctly Japanese crescent moon emblem. His heavy footsteps resonated ominously, rendering it difficult to distinguish whether he was human or machine. A fleeting thought crossed Daisy's mind. Could Shinjin Yashida, that old fiend, still be alive? Yet she could not ascertain whether the figure within the armor truly was him, as she lacked the ability to see through the fade. The Silver Samurai. Shinjin recognized this legendary figure from family lore, now manifesting before him from the pages of history. The armor was forged from adamantium, and he began to piece together the implications. Without hesitation, Daisy unleashed a shockwave towards the Silver Samurai's face. However, this indomitable shockwave failed to reach the internal manipulators. Thwarted by the impenetrable metallic armor, not even penetrating a third of the surface, its force dissipated by the resilient Edmund alloy. Remarkable. I shall pursue the enemy. This fellow is entrusted to you. Daisy once again teleported behind the Silver Knight, following the route taken by Lady Gao in her flight. Unconcerned about whether an old adversary lay within the armor, she believed that every grievance has its rightful owner, and thus left the task of dealing with the Silver Knight to Wolverine. Thanks to the power of the White Tiger Talisman, her hunting and tracking abilities surged to their zenith, effortlessly dispatching 2 red ninjas who attempted to obstruct her with shurikens. Following the trail of blood, she pursued outside the castle, ultimately catching sight of Lady Gao in the distant woods. The cacophony of battle within the castle seemed a distant memory, as the night in the mountains enveloped everything in an eerie silence. Moonlight cascaded through the trees, with occasional rustles echoing as the woodland creatures retreated in fear from the malevolent aura surrounding the 2. Lady Gao, it is just the 2 of us now. Let us engage in a battle to the death. Daisy, harnessing the full might of the white tiger talisman, wove through the forest. Her speed slightly surpassing that of Lady Gao, making it merely a matter of time before she caught up. Lady Gao, seemingly oblivious, continued to flee desperately. As the distance between them diminished, a sense of foreboding crept into Daisy's mind. Cursing the old hag under her breath, she deftly sidestepped Lady Gao as counterattack. The long-anticipated strike faltered, and seizing the opportunity, Daisy hurled a poisoned dagger towards Lady Gao's face. Although she had not mastered the archery skills of Hawkeye, she was well-versed in the art of wielding poisoned daggers. This particular dagger, a weapon of the Viper, was crafted from Edmund alloy, serrated at the edge, and coated in deadly poison. At that moment, Lady Gao, gravely injured, had little life force remaining. The only eye she possessed was filled with malice. Chapter 19. Elder of Kunlun to evade you? What of those kin who were stripped of their spiritual sight due to your fleeting whims? Why do you not seek to forgive them? Daisy gazed at the millennial-old crone before her, feeling a surge of revulsion. This ancient hag had survived far too long. Her mind grotesquely warped. To her, mortals were akin to beasts, mere lowly creatures, utterly insignificant. The crone continued to plead desperately. Yet Daisy remained unmoved until she unveiled her final card, the Abyssal Alliance. If you slay me, the Abyssal Alliance shall never let you be. Daisy smiled serenely, aiming her gun at the crone's brow. As if the Abyssal Alliance would spare me, we are now irreconcilable enemies. Whether I kill you or not makes little difference to either of us. Surely, you must grasp this, old hag. Prepare to depart. Wait, I still have words to say. The Viper is, but before she could finish, Daisy decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the cranium, and the elderly woman, stripped of her life force protection, was as mortal as any other. Her legs spasmed momentarily before she lay lifeless, a cold corpse. You, wretched soul, still seek to sow discord in your final moments? Daisy understood fully. This old wretch attempted to bait her into a hydra trap, not realizing that Daisy was already aware of the scheme. She disregarded the bloodied head and began to search the crone's remains. In the realm of fantasy, the notion that a villain would carry their lifetime of cultivation inscribed in a manual is patently absurd. The old woman bore no martial arts scriptures or cultivation manuals, let alone a celestial treasure capable of extending one's life by 80 years. However, Daisy's keen gaze discerned an extraordinary item, a ring upon the old woman's finger, emanating a peculiar frequency. This ring, crafted in an ancient style resembling intricately carved wood, featured a ferocious magical dragon engraved upon its face. The dragon's body coiled in a circular formation, its head meeting its tail, thereby forming a complete ring. The craftsmanship was nothing short of exquisite, with each muscle and whisker of the dragon rendered in lifelike detail, evoking a captivating allure. On the reverse side of the ring, two characters, Kunlun, were inscribed in seal script. Was this the ring of an elder from Kunlun? Such a deduction was not difficult to make. However, what perplexed Daisy was why Lady Gao would carry it with her. Reflecting on the tumultuous past, Daisy found it rather ironic. If she cherished these memories, why had she fled Kunlun in the first place? Clearly, the ring lacked any tracking capabilities. Otherwise, the masters of Kunlun would have long since expelled these traitors. Could it be a curse, one that could not be removed once donned? Daisy conducted several tests on the old woman's remains, confirming that the ring could indeed be removed with ease, devoid of any locking mechanism. She did not recklessly adorn herself with it. Rather, with an exploratory spirit, she employed her own perceptive waves to investigate the ring. Kunlun resided in a different dimension, descending to Earth only once every decade. Daisy resolved to delve deeper into this unique frequency. However, before she could thoroughly examine it, the ring seemed to initiate some form of authentication process, initially resisting her probing. Yet, upon detecting a familiar essence within her frequency, it hesitated. Just as Daisy intended to forcibly sever the connection, the ring captured a fragment of her frequency characteristic, subsequently falling into calmness. Daisy touched her head, realizing that she had acquired additional information on a mental level. The ring had established a connection with her, effectively acknowledging her as its new master. Upon examining the information left within the ring, she discerned that it bore no enhancement functions nor the presence of an ethereal grandfather. It appeared merely to symbolize her status as an elder of Kunlun. Nevertheless, Daisy joyfully slipped it onto her finger. It turned out that the elders of this enigmatic organization, Kunlun, had infused the ring with a power known as Mental Guardian, designed to protect against the ever-increasing emergence of telepaths on Earth. The special energy within the ring could safeguard the wearer from mental manipulation. Of course, nothing in this world is absolute. While the ring may be inert, the human spirit remains agile. Should one encounter a formidable adversary wielding a brainwave controller, it is likely that this ring would struggle to provide adequate defense. However, Combined with Daisy's inherent telepathic abilities, she was sufficiently equipped to withstand most mental assaults. In daily use, the ring could accumulate energy, while Daisy's frequency could serve as a form of stored energy. As long as the energy was ample, constructing a formidable mental shield would pose no challenge. What a marvelous treasure. Truly a remarkable find. Daisy felt immensely satisfied with her discovery. As the ring belonged to a product of another dimension, it naturally remained invisible to the ordinary eye, which perfectly aligned with her modus operandi. Picking up the concealed weapon left by the Viper, Daisy fought back her nausea and swung her blade, severing the head of the old crone. She then opened a portal and discarded the remains within. The hand, known for their habit of resurrecting the deceased, might face a challenge now that the body was separated from its head. As for cloning technology, it was an insurmountable hurdle. Daisy meticulously examined the crone's corpse, piercing the heart twice with the Viper's weapon and leaving distinctive marks to assert that the victim had been slain by the Viper. Whether the hand would believe this was of little consequence. After ensuring nothing was amiss, Daisy returned to the castle. At this juncture, the fierce battle within the castle was drawing to a close. Mercenaries once loyal to the Viper and Lady Gao began to withdraw, while the ninjas from both sides ceased hostilities upon witnessing their masters, one incapacitated and the other fleeing. Only Wolverine continued his relentless duel with Silver Samurai. Although Silver Samurai's techniques were straightforward, consisting primarily of horizontal and vertical slashes, the flames engulfing his long blade seemed to augment its edge with some form of energy, shattering the furnishings within the chamber as if they were mere paper. Wolverine found himself frequently evading, lest he be cleaved in two. Faced with Silver Samurai, Wolverine's offensive appeared futile. His claws left merely shallow scratches upon the adversary's formidable armor, which proved exceedingly resilient. Chapter 20. A comparison in the distant realm of spirits. Lady Gao's alchemical prowess was evidently no match for the Viper's. Her secret potion sent the ancient demon into a frenzy, its eyes gleaming with a crazed light as it muttered incomprehensible incantations, resembling a madman. The fierce battle came to an abrupt end as the demon's life support system was dismantled, succumbing to the toxin within a mere 30 heartbeats, leaving the invaluable silver moon battle armor in ruins. Awaken, for dawn has arrived. I return your exorcising dagger to you. Daisy gently patted the Viper's slick back. This woman had perhaps sustained injuries earlier, but had since feigned unconsciousness. The Viper accepted this without a hint of embarrassment, rising slowly after taking the dagger and quietly inquiring, "Have they all fallen?" Daisy understood her intent. Indeed, they were all gone. Their territory and treasures were now devoid of ownership. It was merely a matter of how much one could seize. "I have my own means to deal with those men," the Viper stated, her form flickering as she vanished into the night like a wraith. Yasuda Shinjin followed suit, bidding farewell as he needed to return to Tokyo to assume control of his family's affairs. This ambitious middle-aged man seemed rejuvenated. After arranging for Mariko to return to Tokyo on her own, he contacted the local spirit guard in Kochi Prefecture. Unfamiliar with his past notoriety, they promptly dispatched a spirit-winged vessel to expedite his departure. At this moment, Mariko was preoccupied. She had rescued her companion, Yuki, from the family's forbidden grounds. This prophet, who had grown up alongside her, bore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the vast discrepancies in her prophecies. Logan's grandfather. Triffico approached the silver moon battle armor, gazing intently at the somewhat familiar aged visage within. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Uncle Wolf appeared somewhat awkward. Despite the old demon's greedy and ungrateful nature, his own actions, which seemed rather unworthy of pride, included the assassination of another's grandfather, an act that could never be flaunted. Shueshu, filled with jealousy, observed the two, her golden fish-like eyes darting between Triffico and Uncle Wolf. Daisy, indifferent to the subtle dynamics among the trio, delved into the secret network of the Yashida family in search of tomes on gene cultivation. The old demon had led his kin in research for 50 years, amassing a wealth of experimental data, primarily focused on mutated cultivators, particularly the bloodline mysteries of Wolverine and Sebastian Shaw. The old demon had diligently studied the bloodlines of these two individuals, conducting countless experiments. Wolverine's blood was readily obtainable, as Uncle Wolf fought without restraint, leaving himself vulnerable, thus allowing Daisy to collect a considerable amount. Little did she realize that they had also procured blood from Sebastian Shaw, suggesting that the old demon had engaged in numerous exchanges of interest with the upper echelons of America. However, the blood of mutated cultivators, even after decades, was not something the old demon could use freely, and Daisy, being of an alien bloodline, dared not inject such essence into herself. Yet, this did not deter her from conducting her own investigations. Undeterred, she transmitted all experimental data to her mysterious server, packaging every blood sample for dispatch to a secluded residence she had rented near Kochi Prefecture, notifying her maid to collect it for transport back to New York. Following the leads mentioned in the documents provided by the Viper, she indeed uncovered traces left by the Nazis. These files were encrypted with 2 layers, creating a false impression of having been decrypted. After meticulously reviewing the documents, confirming there were no flaws, she promptly dispatched an urgent encrypted message to Egg. The director's response was swift, and Daisy surmised he might have been covertly lurking within Japan, remaining unseen. Egg arrived hastily, descending in a spirit wing vessel, where Daisy awaited him. Nick Fury's expression was grave. What intelligence warrants such an urgent summons? Daisy guided him to the scene. Previously, Yashida Shinjin had mentioned that the Yashida family possessed a substantial fund for procuring supplies, the whereabouts of which had become obscured. I have just decrypted their encrypted files and discovered this, she revealed. Nick Fury quickly scanned the documents, and Daisy proceeded to open several reports, each subtly hinting at an astonishing revelation: a secret Nazi base hidden deep within Antarctica. In fact, there were many more documents detailing the flow of supplies, but only 3 had been unveiled so far. As an exemplary agent who reported findings immediately upon discovery, some omissions were inevitable. The remaining documents were left for Nick Fury to uncover himself. After perusing the files, Nick Fury was astounded. Nazis still had remnants concealed in Antarctica? Agent Johnson, you have done exceptionally well. Once you conclude matters in Japan, return to headquarters immediately. Your involvement will be essential for the follow-up. After the director concluded his remarks, he copied all the data and departed the scene aboard the Spirit Wing vessel. Following her superior's instructions, Daisy once again encrypted the information, a process that was essential. After all, this data legally belonged to the Yashida family, who had invested considerable time and resources in its research. Knowledge is indeed wealth, and private property is sacred and inviolable. The SHIELD had no authority to dispose of it arbitrarily, while the data remained intact. Whether the Yashida family would ever access it again was uncertain. Should there be any inquiries, they were encouraged to reach out to SHIELD, which promised a response within 15 working days. Upon completing her task, Daisy proceeded to meet Wolverine and the 2 women. Originally intent on continuing his wanderings, Wolverine ultimately succumbed to the allure of the fairer sex. It is said that heroes often falter in the presence of beauty. Miss Mariko wept with a countenance resembling that of a rain-soaked pear blossom, clinging tightly to Wolverine's arm, reluctant to let go. Yukio appeared equally reluctant, and under their earnest pleas, Wolverine chose to extend his stay in Japan. Daisy deemed this significant. Chapter 21: Earth-Shattering Revelations. The egg-shaped figure gestured for Daisy to take a seat, encouraging her to share her insights about the matters unfolding in the East. She subsequently broached the subject of a momentous event. Are there any new leads? Should we act immediately? Anxiously, Daisy pondered. As a psychic agent, many of her exploits remained unspoken. While the mission to confront the dark forces of the Nazis was one of the rare opportunities that could bring her renown while minimizing risk, Nick Fury paused for a moment in silence before gently shaking his head. This matter should not be publicized. After all, the conflict has been quelled for over 60 years, and neither the populace nor ordinary agents should be privy to it. I must assess the situation personally to make a decision. A wave of unease washed over Daisy as she listened to the egg-shaped figure continue. I have heard that you possess the ability to traverse space. Would you accompany me to the site for investigation? She was momentarily taken aback. Reports suggested that thousands of Nazi remnants still lingered, and even if most were mere foot soldiers, would it not be too perilous for just the 2 of them? However, the egg-shaped figure was not one to act recklessly. His mention of only 2 was misleading, as he intended for 4 to undertake the journey. Natasha Romanoff, the defector from the enemy ranks, had nowhere else to go. Her prowess in intelligence gathering and assassination was unparalleled, making her a natural addition to the team. Hawkeye, burdened with familial responsibilities yet fiercely loyal, also proved to be trustworthy. As for Daisy, being the discoverer of the lead and possessing the ability to traverse space, her presence was indispensable. Thus, the 4 lead agents, 2 men and 2 women, made brief preparations and quietly departed from the SHIELD headquarters. In times past, they would have needed to employ various means to remain inconspicuous, but now such cumbersome steps were rendered unnecessary. Daisy utilized her abilities to teleport the group instantaneously to Hawkeye's secret base in Washington. Subsequently, the quartet boarded a stealth aircraft and set course for Antarctica. Is this your extraordinary power? It seems to be limited by distance, Black Widow remarked, sensing a peculiar force rebounding the sensation of travel. Although she had crossed boundaries by inquiring about Daisy's abilities, her close relationship with Daisy, as well as their shared femininity, rendered it permissible. Daisy briefly elucidated her powers, describing them as a form of energy known as shockwaves, which appeared to hold limited potential but was, in truth, somewhat underwhelming. However, the crowd did not delve deeply into the matter, much like how Hawkeye's vision surpasses that of ordinary men, leaving the reasons unexamined. En route to Antarctica, the four analyzed their mission in detail. Nick Fury remained awake throughout the night, drawing upon the enigmatic experimental records of the Yashida family and the anomalous magnetic fields near Antarctica, ultimately confirming that the region indeed harbors peculiarities. This revelation was the impetus for his personal involvement. Daisy caught only a glimpse of the Yashida family's records, discovering the existence of a group of living humans, albeit difficult to perceive. Yet, Nick Fury possessed another lead. The two clues corroborated one another, unveiling many unknown secrets. It was likely a remnant of the Nazi forces. Nick Fury spoke gravely, yet excitement tinged his tone. Although the clue originated from Daisy, this achievement undeniably reflected his keen insight. For S.H.I.E.L.D. Uncovering Nazi remnants represented a significant triumph, capable of alleviating the tension between his organization and the World Security Council. Especially considering his clandestine misappropriation of substantial funds had pushed the council to its limits. As his words faded, he cast a gratifying glance at Daisy. Regardless of her true capabilities, she was undoubtedly a fortuitous ally. If they could capture even a single Nazi, it would constitute a monumental victory worthy of public recognition and immortalization in history. The world would remember that Nick Fury dismantled the last vestiges of Nazi power, accomplishing feats that eluded the likes of Howard Stark and Peggy Carter. However, he did not indulge in blind optimism. The sheer consumption of resources indicated a formidable enemy force that had achieved self-sufficiency. It was evidently a delusion to think that the four of them could conquer a base. Daisy and the Egg both held differing opinions, while Hawkeye and Black Widow seemed more like conscripted recruits, still struggling to believe the news concerning the Nazis. Could it be fabricated by third-rate websites seeking attention? Hawkeye jested half-heartedly. Hawkeye, as far as I know, those websites primarily disseminate false information. Yet they also intermingle genuine intelligence that misleads our investigative direction. They have been lurking around us, never truly departing. Nick Fury responded solemnly, hoping his subordinates would regard the matter with due seriousness. Daisy did not join in their discussion. She was engrossed in her laptop, attempting to calculate the influence of the Antarctic magnetic field on spatial traversal. Black Widow cast a glance her way, expressing her inability to assist. After a night of flight, the following evening, the aircraft descended upon the Antarctic Peninsula. For the first time, Daisy witnessed one of Nick Fury's secret bases, codenamed Snowstorm, a military stronghold. Black Widow had been here before. You are all my most trusted allies. We shall rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we will proceed to our target location. Daisy and I will meet an important individual. Daisy gauged the significance of this trusted person as she observed the vast scale of the base, which had excavated a substantial underground space in Antarctica, complete with a helipad housing 2 stealth aircraft devoid of S.H.I.E.L.D. insignias. The interior of the base contained numerous rooms, filled with an array of weaponry, ammunition, and supplies. A fleeting glance reveals the extent to which the Salted Egg has misappropriated resources and materials. This evidence is irrefutable. Had it not been for her most trusted confidant, she would never have set foot in this place. She has also learned that this base is destined to be commandeered by the Avengers, serving as a stronghold in the wilderness. In other words, the wilderness is perilously close at hand. The wilderness was established as an observation station by an extraterrestrial race 200 million years ago, where they released various Earth species into a fire. Chapter 22. Trembling Nick Fury gestured towards his own crown, subtly nodding to Uncle Pun, who was still immersed in his training. Within his mind lies a crystal, embedded in the crevices of his skull, impervious to mundane methods. Your healing did not entirely resolve his affliction. Daisy nodded gently. I sensed that at the time. However, the human brain is exceedingly intricate, and my spiritual control lacked the precision required. What is the current situation? Nick Fury inquired. Daisy pondered for a moment. It is still uncertain. What is his present state? Why has he been placed in Antarctica instead of the more advanced medical facilities in New York? Nick Fury cast a glance at his old friend. His memories have become muddled. Only this place can maintain his tranquility. Come, let us meet with him. He was the one who introduced you to me. The two pushed open the door and stepped inside. Uncle Pun's old wounds had scabbed over, yet the scars from bullets and blades remained profoundly unsettling. Upon seeing Nick Fury, he managed a faint smile, greeting him, before his gaze fell upon Daisy, as if recalling a distant past. Are you the Eastern practitioner who once saved my life? Daisy nodded gently. Allow me to examine your injuries once more. She gestured for Uncle Pun to lie down, her hands hovering as she attempted to sense the location of the crystal. However, the outcome was not promising. This godlike figure possessed an astonishing self-healing ability. The damaged skull showed signs of mending. While this might be advantageous in ordinary circumstances, it posed a dilemma now. For the crystal remained lodged in his brain, continuously disrupting his consciousness. Had Daisy been able to manipulate the crystal like Magneto, Uncle Pun might have already met his demise. Yet attempting to shatter the crystal would likely lead to his brain succumbing to the pressure. Daisy's mind raced through numerous entities with extraordinary powers. She considered that the abilities of the Phantom Cat might prove useful. However, Uncle Pun had yet to awaken his extraordinary potential and remained an ordinary mortal. Moreover, these mutants were typically playful, and unless a close relative faced misfortune, they would never earnestly explore their latent capabilities. Even should she find the Phantom Cat, her current prowess would be insufficient to heal Uncle Pun. Daisy shook her head gravely, and the two immediately grasped her implication. I shall return to New York to consult Dr. Pym, to see if he can offer a brilliant strategy. There is a renowned master of neural mysticism in New York, Stephen Strange. Perhaps he may have a solution. Daisy proposed her suggestion. There is no need to trouble those doctors. I am quite well as I am, and feel no discomfort. Frank waved dismissively, clearly unconcerned about his condition. After a brief exchange among the three, Frank initially managed to maintain his composure, regaling them with amusing anecdotes from his past on the battlefield. However, as time passed, his expression grew increasingly numb, and a profound gaze filled with emotion settled in his eyes as he stared into a corner of the room, his lips moving slightly as if engaged in silent conversation with someone unseen. Observing this, Daisy and Nick Fury quietly withdrew from the room. If possible, do your utmost to assist him. I shall remember this favor, Nick Fury remarked to Daisy as they parted ways. As night fell, the group began to don their attire for the harsh cold. Clad in thermal undergarments, insulated jackets, snow pants, hats, boots, and goggles, Daisy bundled herself tightly before stepping out of the base. Despite her precautions, the brutal polar climate left her shivering uncontrollably. In contrast, Black Widow seemed to adapt more readily. Although she too was swathed in layers, she was still able to perform a few shooting motions. Hawkeye appeared relatively normal, refusing to use the base's specially designed weapons for extreme temperatures, insisting instead on his bow and arrows, dressed similarly to the others, save for a pair of gloves. The formidable Eggroll, a true man of grit, merely draped a cold-resistant jacket over his regular leather coat. The four of them climbed into a stealth snow vehicle designed for polar conditions and sped away towards the coordinates. The vehicle raced across a vast expanse of snow, encountering not a single penguin along the way. Black Widow piloted the craft, while Daisy assisted from the passenger seat, and the two men occupied the back. Aren't you cold? Daisy inquired, shivering in the icy atmosphere, as the vehicle's heating system was intentionally turned off to minimize detection. She felt as if she might freeze, curling into a ball and casting a puzzled glance at her companions. Yet, her question was evidently superfluous. How could they not be cold? She at least had the advantage of her enhanced physiology, while the three beside her were mere mortals, battling the chill with sheer willpower. Daisy reminded herself to remain resilient. Despite the unbearable cold, she managed to endure through almost hypnotic self-motivation until they reached their destination. Before them lay an expanse devoid of anything but ice fields and snow-capped mountains. If one were to pass through hastily, it would indeed be difficult to discern anything unusual. Yet, with careful scrutiny fueled by doubt, subtle anomalies could be detected. The light refraction here is peculiar, Hawkeye observed, scanning the surroundings. The quartet nestled into a hollow area, nervously gesturing towards the air, deep in deliberation. How can we infiltrate silently without alerting the guards? Eggroll queried his trusted companions. The hidden secrets ahead awaited revelation. Whether they were remnants of Nazi remnants or a clandestine laboratory of a major power, a misjudgment could plunge S.H.I.E.L.D. into peril. They swiftly devised a plan. Hawkeye would shoot an arrow from a considerable distance to divert the guards' attention. Then, Black Widow would swiftly deploy 4 jammers to disable the enemy's cloaking defenses. Finally, Daisy would utilize her spatial teleportation abilities to lead the group inside. Chapter 23. Eager acceptance. Daisy, accompanied by 3 companions, traversed the ancient spiritual pattern once more to the outside world. The group rode their spirit beasts swiftly back to the snow crystal fortress, shedding their frosty protective armor, and boarded the enigmatic flying warship, channeling all their strength into the engines as they set their course for the central stronghold. Agent Johnson invited me to accompany him to the Secret Realm Council. Nick Fury, the mysterious emissary of the Dark Stone, beckoned to Daisy outside the office of the Chaos Egg. Before the core of power, Daisy naturally accepted with grace, following him deeper into the inner sanctum, passing through concealed portals and secret elevators. They traversed 2 decades in an instant and arrived at a magnificent office within the secret realm, where 4 holographic spiritual array projection devices stood prominently in the center. In less than 5 minutes, a figure of extraordinary stature, the former chairman of the Secret Realm Council, Alexander Pierce, arrived quietly, stepping through ripples of time and space. He had received no prior notice regarding the Mechanism Pavilion or the Underworld sect, having come solely at Nick Fury's invitation. Though anxious within, Chairman Pierce maintained a genial smile akin to that of a kindly elder about to retire. Upon encountering Daisy's unfamiliar visage, his smile radiated warmth, reminiscent of a senior regarding an accomplished younger generation. In contrast, Nick Fury's perpetually stern expression rendered Pierce more approachable. He greeted Daisy with enthusiasm, and she, recognizing his indirect assistance in her acquisition of the Celestial Stone, responded politely. Subsequently, the remote communication spiritual arrays activated one by one, revealing the 4 representatives of the Secret Realm Council in their designated positions. Mr. Fury, you are not once again here to solicit resources from the Council, are you? Began an elder with piercing eyes, his words laced with skepticism regarding the finances of the Mechanism Pavilion. Indeed, where have our resources truly been allocated? Sir, we must ascertain the truth, echoed another council member. Certainly, we support your guardianship of this secret realm, but we also ask for a justification to present to the citizens. Added the 4th representative. The 4 council members appeared to convene an accountability session, collectively accusing Nick Fury. Their rhetoric centered solely on the theme of resource scarcity. Yet, at that moment, Nick Fury bore a barely perceptible smile, for he could finally stand tall. With a subtle gesture towards Daisy, she swiftly transmitted the evidence she had gathered to the council members and handed her energy tablet to the astonished Chairman Pierce. All 4 present were momentarily taken aback, including Pierce. It turned out that within the Underworld sect, numerous factions existed, and he was unaware that remnants of the Nazi Party still persisted in the world. With no means of communication between the 2 parties, the exchange of intelligence was out of the question. Furthermore, the Underworld sect had severed ties with the Nazis long before the Red Skull era, with both entities now belonging to entirely different camps. Pierce quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, while the 4 council members on the screen struggled to maintain their composure. Mr. Fury, these images are not some fabricated scenes concocted by your pavilion to deceive us, are they? Inquired a silver-haired matron, her voice trembling. Nick Fury cleared his throat twice, while Daisy cast him a sidelong glance, thinking that perhaps he had indeed harbored such intentions initially. Esteemed members of the council, these are irrefutable pieces of evidence gathered on site, personally collected by my team. At this moment, do you still believe that our organization, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, has overexerted its resources? Every bit of this investment is worth its weight in gold, he asserted with unwavering conviction. On their journey, he and Daisy had already deliberated over the origins of the incident. Given the turbulent situation within Japan, directly referencing the Yamashita family enterprise could provoke international repercussions. Thus, Daisy was tasked with downplaying the source of the information, while Nick Fury aimed to attribute the success to the relentless efforts of the agents of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They were in perfect accord, deciding to grant Daisy an opportunity to showcase her capabilities. Promotions and raises were trifles in the grand scheme, as the existence of the Nazis had become a testament to the collective endeavors of the Strategic Scientific Reserve under Fury's leadership. The 4 council members, all political elites, firmly opposed the Nazis in public, of that there was no doubt. They promptly declared their stance, unanimously passing a resolution to demand the immediate arrest of Nazi sympathizers, with resistance to be met with lethal force. Several politicians expressed their profound loathing for the Nazis, recounting familial tales of suffering inflicted by them, such as how their grandfathers had fallen victim to Nazi atrocities at the tender age of 9. Subsequently, they severed remote communications to report the matter to their respective domestic authorities. Nick Fury harbored no doubts about his old friend Pierce betraying him. Rather, he sought to ensure Pierce could achieve one last commendable feat before retirement. Thus, he insisted on bringing Pierce along to reorganize the team, preparing for an assault on the Nazis' secret base in Antarctica. With a grand gesture, the 2 chairpersons commanded all elite agents of the Strategic Scientific Reserve ranked level 7 and above to assemble at the central stronghold. Among them were familiar faces to Daisy, including Coulson, May, Ward, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Sitwell, along with those she had only heard of, such as John Garrett, Victoria Hand, and the yet-to-be-named Crossbones, Brock Rumlow. Their assembly was formidable and imposing. Time was of the essence, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. The specifics of the operational plan were entrusted to Agent Johnson for coordination. As the leader, Nick Fury found it unsuitable to charge into battle himself. Instead, he delegated command, both as a recognition of her achievements and a test of her abilities. Daisy swiftly evaluated the deployment strategy, ready to speak, but was interrupted. A mature woman clad in a tailored suit, with cascading red hair and square-framed glasses, pointed at Daisy and inquired, "Who is she? If I am not mistaken, isn't the lowest rank present here level 7? Daisy maintained a polite smile on the surface, but internally seethed with indignation, thinking, "You wretched woman. Once I ascend to the chairmanship, I shall relegate you to the task of cleaning toilets." Though her heart brimmed with frustration, she refrained from retorting. Forehand was an esteemed level 8 agent, a leading figure within the academic circles of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Chapter 24. State of Readiness under the Enigmatic Cosmic Order. Daisy Johnson, a distinguished leader of one of the 12 zodiac signs, issued commands to her subordinates, Master Garrett, Mentor Carlson, and Warrior Rumlow. Led your respective elite teams to the starport for immediate assembly. John Garrett, once a member of the ancient zodiac, despite his somewhat diminished status, remains a seasoned agent of profound expertise in the mystical realms, deserving of the verbal respect from Daisy. She then directed her gaze towards Victoria Hand, the goddess of spring. Hand, please contact the Eliath Sanctum and instruct them to achieve a state of readiness within 15 heartbeats. Mentor Sitwell, promptly inform the governing bodies of the spiritual domains along our path. Barton, you shall advance first and secure the high ground. Should you detect any signs of the enemy's retreat, relay the message to me immediately. Mentor Romanoff, lead the technological elite in establishing a silent barrier and a thunderous grid, ensuring that not a single adversary escapes. Subsequently, scan both the surface and subterranean structures. I wish to see a comprehensive map of the enemy's stronghold within 15 heartbeats. Daisy assigned tasks according to each member's unique talents. Observing the current lineup, a tinge of unease washed over her. The formidable combatants, renowned for their prestige and equipped with elite squads, were predominantly members of Hydra. Garrett's team was numerous, armed with the most advanced treasures of S.H.I.E.L.D. Rumlow, the special operations captain known as Crossbones, always led from the front in fierce battles. His personal combat prowess truly remarkable. Daisy estimated that, were it not for her extraordinary powers, even she might not surpass him. Meanwhile, the equally formidable Hawkeye and Black Widow preferred to operate independently. And though Mentor Carlson possessed leadership skills, he lacked individual combat strength. Witnessing such a wealth of elite power flowing into Hydra's ranks, Daisy felt a profound sense of loss. Nevertheless, she swiftly refocused her thoughts and continued to allocate tasks. This journey to Antarctica would not allow the use of Nick Fury's concealed base. She would have to take the conventional route. Unfortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no outpost in Antarctica, leaving only the option to head to the secret base known as Starport, located in the Galibi Sea, from where they could embark on a spacecraft to Antarctica. 15 minutes later, the Eliath Sanctum departed from Starport, requiring a detour around the continent of South America, heading directly south to Antarctica. At this moment, the Eliath Sanctum had yet to activate its anti-gravity drive, and the turbine engines remained dormant, merely a standard flying mothership. On the bridge, Daisy revealed the mission's objective. Elder Pierce remained at headquarters, engaged in confidential discussions with the Egghead Sage, while also anticipating positive news from the expedition. At this juncture, several Hydra members learned that the purpose of this mission was to combat Nazi forces. They exchanged glances, realizing they were all unaware of the detailed operational plans. Crossbones, a stocky figure with a peculiar demeanor and a confidant of Pierce, felt considerable resistance towards this sudden assignment. Had he known earlier, he would have declined to participate. Now aboard the spacecraft, how could he excuse himself with a stomachache? This clearly contradicted his usual bold demeanor, forcing him to swallow his frustration in silence. Fortunately, the Nazis were not Hydra, and this task would not lead them to complete betrayal. Daisy paid no heed to the schemes brewing in the minds of those around her. On the battlefield, the Nazis would not show mercy simply because one was a member of Hydra. It was a matter of either the enemy's annihilation or one's own demise. She trusted that the Hydra members could discern the harsh reality. Turning to the captain beside her, she inquired, "Mentor Hill, do you have any additional suggestions regarding our operation?" Indeed, the captain of the mothership was none other than Hill. Their interactions appeared formal, yet beneath the surface lay a tumultuous undercurrent. Hill's cerulean eyes briefly met hers, and he replied nonchalantly, "Mentor Johnson's arrangements are comprehensive. I have no further recommendations." Despite his words, Daisy could clearly read the unspoken message in his gaze. Humph. In just a few short days apart, you have commenced overseeing such a large-scale operation. Your promotion has certainly been swift. Hill seemed to converse with the air, while Daisy responded with a detached nod. Their reactions only served to further entrench the rumors of discord between them. A few friends from S.H.I.E.L.D. were troubled by this, while Hydra members secretly reveled in it. Regardless of the speculations, when the Iliad sailed into the Antarctic waters, breaking through the ice, all combatants were acutely aware of the gravity of their lives and busily prepared their gear, donning cold weather armor as the impending battle loomed. "The enemy has yet to detect us," the Black Widow reported first. "I have found no anomalies on my end." Hawkeye followed suit. Daisy commanded them to maintain surveillance and personally led a team to infiltrate the Nazi base's surveillance network, as she had anticipated during her prior reconnaissance. She had left a backdoor in place. The hackers from SHIELD's technical department began fabricating normal data images, having enjoyed over 60 years of peace. The Nazi soldiers, though aided by the power of the hammer of the winter goddess to slow their aging, were no longer the elite warriors they once were. They had become exceedingly sluggish. When the special forces launched their assault via landing craft, the guards, caught off guard, failed to recognize the presence of the formidable SHIELD team until it was too late. Crossbones, despite his reluctance, charged to the forefront in the face of battle. His speed and reflexes far surpassed the ordinary. And before several Nazi guards could even pull the trigger, he had swiftly dispatched them with pinpoint accuracy. Setting aside his Hydra identity, Crossbones exhibited extraordinary prowess on the battlefield, maneuvering deftly while being acutely aware of his surroundings. He bore the greatest pressure while simultaneously commanding his squad in combat. With precise shooting, adept close-quarters combat, and a clear tactical mindset, he remained undeterred even when confronted by overwhelming enemy forces. As the narrative unfolded, a seasoned Secret Realm explorer, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a bygone era and a deep, resonant voice, seamlessly integrated his combat skills into his very being. Relying on his vast experience, he guided his subordinates in battle, collaborating with the equally fearless Ward, as their team successfully subdued a multitude of malevolent warriors. In contrast, the third echelon led by Coulson appeared somewhat lacking. He uttered something that prompted the reclusive mentor May to join him in action. Two individuals led over 100 elite warriors, besieged by a horde of malevolent energy fighters atop a spiraling stone staircase, resulting in a stalemate. Recognizing the urgency to delay the overall offensive, Mentor May, disregarding her distinguished status, plunged into the enemy ranks as if embracing her own demise. With the mastery of the 8 Desolations Frost Fist, she engaged in fierce combat, ultimately guiding her team into the depths of the malevolent stronghold. The first and second lines of defense were swiftly breached, and news of the Crossbones' fall rapidly reached the command center. The underground escape route had been seized. A minute later, a message from John Garrett followed. As Daisy awaited news from Coulson with mounting anxiety, she mobilized Black Widow and Hawkeye for reinforcement. 3 minutes later, the message arrived. The landing pad had been captured. Upon learning that the enemy's escape route had been blocked, Daisy ordered all teams to assemble and jointly seize the energy core to prevent the malevolent forces from detonating their stronghold. Simultaneously, she personally led the main forces in a full-scale assault. Having ascended to a 7th-tier Dimension Explorer, Daisy's combat attire, while not drastically altered in design, was now crafted from the finest Kevlar fibers interwoven with rare Titan metal, endowing it with explosive resistance, impact absorption, and fire insulation capabilities. In Daisy's eyes, this ensemble rivaled the might of mid-tier Spirit Beast armor. The Edmund alloy battlesuit was still in the design phase, and though her current work attire was of modest functionality, it represented a substantial leap compared to her previous subpar military garb. Without hesitation, she donned it. For her, the hail of bullets felt like child's play. The trajectories were largely visible, and the moment someone aimed at her, she could sense it immediately. Daisy burst forth from the bridge, rallying her comrades with a battle cry, "Charge with me." She was the first to dash towards the front line. Her actions were not born out of valor, but rather the unbearable cold, yearning to find warmth within the malevolent fortress. The agents, oblivious to her true intentions, witnessed their commander's fervor, igniting their own fighting spirit. Whether they were Hydra members or SHIELD elites, they charged forward with unwavering determination. Upon entering the stronghold, many surpassed the rushing commander, engaging in the cleansing of enemies according to their designated combat zones. Throughout the skirmish, Daisy also wielded her firearm, ensuring her presence was not in vain. In contrast, Hill's performance was remarkable. This female deputy consistently showcased her efficiency and prowess, leading her direct combat team with precision marksmanship in the extermination efforts. After 2 hours of intense battle, the gunfire within the structure gradually subsided. Daisy began receiving reports from various units. SHIELD had not severed ties with Hydra. They now embodied a golden generation, with exceptional Dimension Explorers emerging incessantly. Many agents, seemingly ordinary in appearance, possessed extraordinary combat capabilities sufficient to assume the role of street dominators. Under Daisy's leadership, this unit operated with remarkable ease in combat. The extermination operation progressed smoothly, with S.H.I.E.L.D.S. 1,000 elite forces engaging against 3,000 malevolent warriors. Despite the numerical disadvantage, they displayed an overwhelming force in actual combat. The vigilance of the malevolent warriors was alarmingly weak, caught unprepared, with many lacking weapons even at critical moments. In stark contrast to the impotent resistance of the demon warriors, S.H.I.E.L.D. had nearly mobilized its entire force. These individuals epitomized the pinnacle of combat prowess on Earth today. A defeat would indeed be an anomaly. They discovered a room sealed by a metal door, which seemingly concealed some profound secret. Crossbones reported from the front. Although he intended to keep this matter under wraps, the sheer number of personnel present rendered silence impractical. Daisy surmised that this was the site of the hammer of Scotty's descent. As the operational commander at the scene, she resolved to personally witness the moment the agents breached the door. The agents employed a plasma cutter to forcibly dismantle the massive metal door, which was a meter thick. Upon entering the chamber, the first sight that met Daisy's eyes was the hammer of Scotty. Unlike Thor's Mjolnir, Scotty's hammer had a rounded head, was entirely silver. With a golden grip and featured a design reminiscent of a fencing guard, its overall shape akin to an auctioneer's gavel. The nearly 100 square meter space was cluttered with research apparatus, yet a thick layer of dust covered the equipment, clearly indicating that the Nazis had once devoted considerable effort to their studies. However, as time passed and the war came to an end, hope began to wane. And this hammer, which had descended upon Earth, had been forgotten for many years. What could this be? Even though an answer lingered in her mind, Daisy turned to the Nazi leader, escorted by the agents, to inquire. He was an old-fashioned German, having extended his life through the black technology of Red Skull and the unique radiation of Scotty's hammer, belonging to the same era as Captain America and Peggy Carter. The elderly man tightly shut his eyes and murmured a few words. Daisy could not comprehend German, but fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D. was replete with talent, and Black Widow quietly translated for her. After hearing the translation, Daisy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It turned out these individuals had studied for 60 years, yet knew less than she did. Nevertheless, the existing clues were ample, and Daisy promptly reported the findings, particularly highlighting the valor displayed by Crossbones, Ward, and others during the battle, hoping to advocate for their recognition in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s forthcoming commendation phase. Hydra was not a monolith. Among its ranks, members like Dr. Whitehall and Baron Strucker, remnants of Nazi Germany from World War II, though never verbally expressed, still harbored sentiments for their homeland. Should they learn of Pierce and others' massacre of the Nazis, it would surely provoke turmoil. Chapter 26. Acknowledgement. The egghead commended her actions. However, the weight of destiny suddenly descended upon his shoulders. How could he articulate the yearnings within his heart? It was a pursuit of universal dominion, a yearning for boundless power, all stemming from his probing of the enigmatic hammer. He gazed intently at the two elder counselors before him and the former director of the Thunder Agency, Pierce. Despite their differing motivations, they were all irresistibly drawn to the possibilities embodied by the hammer. Yet, reason prevailed. Stepping forward at this moment would undoubtedly place him in the crosshairs of future political adversaries. Lady Elizabeth Lancelot, representing the British, posed a question to Agent Daisy Johnson. What were the selection criteria for this hammer? After careful consideration, Daisy replied, Lady Lancelot, we have studied this hammer for a decade. Based on multidimensional data analysis, its actual weight should be less than 40 pounds. However, it appears to be influenced by an unknown force, transcending the boundaries of our current scientific understanding, leading us to categorize it as an expression of a mysterious power. As far as we know, unless chosen, no one on Earth can lift this hammer. Daisy's words were subtle and nuanced. Although the elderly woman did not fully comprehend, her political acumen led her to wisely retreat. Another member of the council followed suit. Thus, the decision fell between Egg and Pierce, with Daisy observing the unfolding events from the sidelines. Deep within, Pierce harbored a fervent desire to touch the hammer, yet he felt compelled to maintain his former image. Unable to find a suitable excuse, he ultimately declined the opportunity to try, citing his frail old age. Should I awaken some latent power upon touching the hammer, you must remember this. Nick Fury whispered to Daisy. Egg approached the peculiar silver hammer, adorned with exotic handguards. He rolled up his sleeves, grasped the handle firmly, summoned all his strength, and roared in an attempt to lift it. Regrettably, his efforts seemed to vanish into the void, failing to budge the hammer even slightly. Where had the proclaimed 40 pounds of weight gone? The hammer appeared to be fused with the earth, immovable, as if it were one with the ground. He attempted once more, but the result remained unchanged. He could not lift the hammer. With a heavy heart, Egg retreated. Director Pierce's rationality ultimately succumbed to his covetous heart. Under Nick Fury's questioning gaze, he resolutely stepped forward, striving with all his might, only to discover that he too could not shift the hammer. Subsequently, the elder members of the council and several renowned elite agents, including Daisy, stepped forward to attempt their luck. Yet, no one could displace this enigmatic hammer. Its frequency resonated with an uncanny quality. All of Daisy's probing efforts were rebuffed, as if met with a heart of stone. Were the hammer capable of speech? It would surely bellow, "Get away." Among the four fundamental forces of the universe, strong force, electromagnetic force, weak force, and gravitational force, gravity is the most intuitive and manageable. According to the theory of general relativity, gravity arises from the curvature of spacetime. Daisy had already learned to manipulate strings to distort spacetime, thereby exerting some control over gravity. Given enough time to identify the appropriate nodes, lifting the hammer with the assistance of gravity would not pose a challenge. However, this method of utilizing gravity as a medium was rather awkward. It appeared formidable, yet gravity was the true lifter rather than herself. Just as Magneto has often toyed with Thor's hammer without ever acquiring the power of the Thunder God, one cannot gain divine strength without acknowledgement. Simply lifting the hammer held no significance. Worse still, it seemed to possess a lethal toxicity. Daisy was reluctant to awaken anything akin to Jairamungandr. She attempted to tug the hammer twice with her own strength, then shook her head in resignation. "I cannot lift it." After the elite had all made their attempts, none succeeded in raising the hammer, a result that brought a secret sigh of relief to Nick Fury. He did not wish for a force beyond his control to emerge. The current state was, in fact, the most favorable outcome for him. Originally, the plan was to annihilate the base and return with the captives to celebrate victory. However, the sudden appearance of the hammer placed him in a predicament. He could neither take it away nor leave it behind. He summoned several trusted subordinates to deliberate on subsequent strategies. Following this operation, Daisy had officially entered this sphere. We established a branch base in Antarctica, meticulously controlling this region. Former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Pierce was the first to speak, appearing passionately eloquent. Yet Daisy surmised that he aimed to leverage this asset to negotiate terms with the upper echelon of Hydra. However, as Nick Fury's most trusted confidant, Coulson proposed an alternative strategy: to destroy the Antarctic base and then pour substantial amounts of liquid metal to bury the hammer along with the ground. Even if someone intended to acquire the hammer, without large machinery and sufficient manpower and resources, it would be impossible to reveal its true form. This proposal garnered support from a faction of agents, predominantly the core members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra expressed concern regarding the potential adverse reactions between the liquid metal and the hammer, such as explosions or magnetic field shifts. Although this explanation seemed somewhat tenuous, it possessed a degree of validity from a neutral standpoint. The S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel countered, arguing that establishing a branch base would require vast human and material resources, leading to a stalemate between the two parties. Ultimately, Nick Fury decisively concluded that both the base and the hammer must be preserved. As for who would guard the location, the group fell into silence. Pierce desired control over the base, but that did not imply he was willing to remain in Antarctica. For him, it would be akin to exile. The agents began to put on a theatrical performance, some claiming old age and frailty, others citing the reemergence of past injuries, and even Daisy feigned menstrual irregularities, appearing pale. Chapter 27. A turn of fate within the royal realm of the Eternal Star Domain, the Scarlet which reversed fate. Reshaping reality so that Captain America never faced the plight of being frozen in ice. After the war's triumph, he and Peggy Carter united in matrimony. Initially, this seemed like a romantic fairy tale. However, their union was short-lived, ultimately succumbing to ideological differences. The presence of the American god of war was revered like a talisman. Yet once he stepped into the fabric of daily life, calamity befell both friends and partners alike. His nature was fiercely steadfast, overly rigid in his beliefs. Peggy Carter was no meek individual, as Sharon quoted at her funeral, to yield when compromise is possible, yet to stand resolute when insistence is necessary. The collision of two formidable personalities led to a choice, rather than allowing them to relive their youth, embroiled in quarrels until parting ways. It would be more beneficial for all to entomb that memory from 70 years ago, preserving the narrative in its initial, idyllic state. Daisy listened as Peggy recounted those ancient legends to her niece, fearing that Sharon's perception of love had deviated from the norm from a young age. In her eyes, the American god of war had become a mythic figure, Had fate not intertwined her life with this hero's, perhaps Sharon could have enjoyed an ordinary romance. However, destiny played its tricks, and they ultimately could not escape this jest. Should one intervene to prevent a dear friend from descending into the abyss of emotion? Daisy felt a lack of authority in this matter. Perhaps her friend was reveling in her experience. While Daisy considered such love to be abnormal, it was possible that upon discovering the truth, Sharon would deem her relationship with Hill to be the true anomaly. A storm, incited by dark forces of the Nazis, brewed beneath the surface of high society. The notion of executing these individuals lacked humanity, yet imprisoning and interrogating them was an imperative course of action. Regrettably, the Nazi affiliates had long concealed themselves from the world, yielding no astonishing secrets from their mouths. Most of these individuals were former scientists and sociologists, unassociated with Hydra, thus incapable of divulging pertinent intel. The reason behind Old Man Shazida's clandestine support for them stemmed merely from a camaraderie forged during the war. Daisy found this hard to believe, especially since, in her original timeline, Old Man Shazida had been merciless towards Wolverine. Nevertheless, the consensus among numerous interrogation experts was unanimous. Despite her skepticism, Daisy chose to accept this reality. She now possessed adamantium, a metal of unparalleled strength, and began to develop her own enigmatic equipment. Adamantium is unyielding, its hardness and density far surpassing any metal found on Earth, making it an exceptional material for weapon forging. True adamantium remains impervious to melting even at temperatures reaching 500,000 degrees. However, the variant in current use is a diluted form that can be melted with conventional methods. While this enhanced convenience came at the cost of some strength, Daisy toiled for a month within the logistics division of SHIELD, utilizing the alloy provided by Old Man Shazida to craft a longsword and a shield. For ease of transport, she also fashioned 2 short staffs and 2 daggers. The remaining diluted adamantium was employed to create a suit of soft armor. The longsword, complete with handguards, measured 80 centimeters in length, and due to the unique properties of adamantium, weighed over 30 pounds, making it impossible to replicate the lightweight blades of the East. Thus, it was fashioned into a more classical, heavy Western sword. Initially, she had not intended to create a shield, but at the suggestion of Fitz, the scientific duo's curly-haired boy, who deemed it somewhat foolish to forge cold weapons in the present age amidst a barrage of gunfire, Daisy reconsidered. She was reluctant to disclose her ability to evade bullets, fearing it would incite panic among others. After much contemplation, she decided to utilize the remaining specially crafted alloy to create a shield. Though the adamantium shield was not as resilient as vibranium, it possessed remarkable sturdiness. In tests, neither 6-stage flame arrows nor chain guns could inflict damage upon it, with the only drawback being its excessive weight. Fitz was astonished to witness her effortlessly lifting the nearly 60-pound shield. But Daisy deflected his amazement with an excuse of her innate strength. The leftover alloy from the silver samurai's arm was entirely melted down to forge a suit of armor. Eschewing the heavy full-body armor of antiquity, Daisy infused the alloy with significant amounts of titanium, reducing hardness and density while enhancing malleability, resulting in armor that was as light and supple as soft armor, allowing it to be worn directly against the skin. This suit of armor is sufficiently fortified to withstand the onslaught of ordinary handguns and rifles. Unlike the exposed Viper, Daisy has taken great care to shield her vital areas, and to express her individuality as a member of SHIELD. She has specially designed her chest plate to feature the eagle emblem that symbolizes the agency. After several adjustments in front of the mirror, Daisy couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, wielding a longsword, bearing a shield, and clad in armor adorned with the eagle insignia. She mused that with a pair of vibranium gauntlets, she could almost pass for Wonder Woman next door. With her preparations momentarily concluded, the year advanced to August 2007. By this time, Daisy had ascended to the rank of senior agent, beginning to make her voice heard within the corridors of SHIELD. The first to oppose her was Victoria Hand, a red-haired matron who seemed to have an innate discord with Daisy. Whatever Daisy proposed, Victoria would inevitably counter. When Daisy suggested extending the leave period for female agents, the matron retorted with a proposal to reassign all frontline female operatives to backline positions, her underlying message being to place them under her control. Daisy further advocated for the principle of equal pay for agents regardless of nationality, only to be met with Victoria's tedious discourse on the disparities in living standards across nations, insinuating that the matter was exceedingly complex and that Daisy, as Daisy Johnson, with her long hair and limited experience, should refrain from meddling in such affairs. Subsequently, many of Daisy's recommendations, such as those concerning the special operations, were met with dismissal. The strategists of the Dark Forces did not inquire why Daisy had suddenly aligned herself with the enigmatic Lingxiao faction, for in this realm of cultivation and intrigue, merchants often align their choices with prevailing trends. Daisy, skilled in the art of seizing wealth from others, felt a wave of discomfort at the thought of donating money. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, "How about donating 100 spirit crystals?" The Dark Forces strategist nearly doubted his own hearing. This was a significant matter in the contest for the title of Destiny Leader, far beyond the triviality of a mere precinct leaderess election. He cautiously probed, "How much did you say? Could you repeat that?" Daisy reaffirmed, "No need for concern. They are aware of my true identity, and this 100 spirit crystals hold little importance for them." She had meticulously calculated that regardless of the number of spirit crystals donated, it was her identity as a senior operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. that truly mattered. As she anticipated, merely 3 days later, the Lingxiao faction's election headquarters fervently responded to her invitation, inviting her and James Wesley to a secret gathering limited to core members. "Does this mean I am now part of the Lingxiao faction?" mused James Wesley, impeccably dressed and exuding the aura of a refined business magnate. Incredulous at the turn of events, just a year prior, he had been embroiled in disputes with the Erosians over the allocation of spiritual cleansing agents. And now he found himself quietly ensconced within the inner circle of the Lingxiao faction. It is worth noting that prior to the donation of those 100 spirit crystals, he had scarcely grasped any aspect of Aohai's campaign ideology. Now, stepping into the campaign office, he could not help but reflect on the rapidity of change in the world. Rest assured, this is merely an opportunity for an exchange of ideas, where you may showcase your intellect. Today, Daisy is exquisitely adorned, wearing jewelry set with enigmatic runes, complemented by a cream-colored short skirt and delicate high-heeled sandals. With every graceful motion, she exudes an air of elegance and allure that is almost too dazzling to behold. For this meeting, Daisy's handbag conspicuously lacks the usual mystical weaponry, replaced instead by a collection of mysterious talismanic tissues and other items, the purpose of which she herself cannot discern, having been stuffed in by her maid. As the two enter the grand hall, the gathering hosted by Ohiko is indeed modest in scale, resembling more of a clandestine assembly aimed at strengthening internal bonds rather than a grand event. Upon her arrival, Daisy is promptly escorted away by a servant within a minute, leaving Mr. James, a master of social engagement, to converse merrily with other societal elites. "Miss Johnson, you are even more enchanting than in your photographs." Ohiko greets her with a warm smile, having awaited her arrival with keen anticipation. After exchanging pleasantries, Daisy lightly touches upon his governing philosophy, expressing her admiration before steering the conversation towards the crux of the matter. "Do you represent S.H.I.E.L.D., or are you here in a personal capacity?" Ohiko's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness. As one of the candidates, he is aware that the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. is no secret. A mere transmission of a secret order could unveil Daisy's true identity. To Daisy and the Jiu Snake clan, S.H.I.E.L.D. appears as a sieve riddled with faults, yet the external world, including the council members and Ohiko himself, still regard it as the most formidable military organization on the planet, unshakable in its power. After receiving the olive branch Daisy extended, Ohiko, after 2 days of contemplation and investigation, has resolved to meet her formally today. He seeks to discern whether he has the collective support of S.H.I.E.L.D., or if a particular faction is discreetly aiding him. Daisy remains composed, betraying no hint of emotion. "I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. data in supporting your campaign." Upon hearing that the support is merely personal, Ohiko feels a tinge of disappointment. However, he has already prepared various strategies and rhetoric for this meeting. Daisy's response falls well within his expectations. A global espionage organization would obviously refrain from openly endorsing any candidate, as his prestige has yet to reach such heights. "Thank you for your support. Should you have any suggestions regarding my campaign, please feel free to share them. I sincerely invite S.H.I.E.L.D. data to join my advisory team." At this moment, Ohiko possesses no leverage to choose allies. He welcomes anyone willing to approach him and offers courteous dialogue in return. Given that this is their initial encounter, it is prudent to avoid delving too deeply into substantive issues. They exchange compliments, yet the core topics remain untouched. Daisy harbors little expectation of Ohiko. Her aim is solely to elevate the standing of S.H.I.E.L.D. data and her own reputation. After half an hour of light conversation, they joyfully conclude their first meeting, marking S.H.I.E.L.D. data's official entrance onto the political stage of the Lingxiao party. Should Ohiko emerge victorious in the elections, both S, H, I, E, L, D, Data, and Daisy herself will reap immeasurable rewards. If he were to fail, they would face the peril of a precipitous downfall. Daisy remains confident in this outcome. On one hand, she relies on her precognitive abilities, while on the other, she benefits from the powerful tool of big data at her disposal. Whether it be O'Hara or others, as long as the application is appropriate, she holds unwavering confidence in her capacity to aid them in securing electoral victory. Chapter 29. Abundant benefits in the enigmatic realm. The authority of the presidency is neither supreme nor insignificant. Immersing oneself in the protective embrace of the dragon vein's power in pursuit of the accolades of the dragon undoubtedly presents immense advantages for Daisy's future endeavors. Daisy has stepped into the Democratic Party's chariot, a fact that has ceased to be a secret among the astute observers. The neutral factions within the Democratic Party in S, H, I, E, L, D have extended their goodwill towards her. Despite facing formidable opposition from Victoria Hand, Daisy's steadfast determination ultimately led to the promotion and passage of several pivotal resolutions. Amidst the power struggles and contests of interest, she has not forgotten her mission to diminish the influence of Hydra, leveraging the sudden global surge of actions against the dark Nazi forces. Along with commemorative activities celebrating the victory over demonic adversaries, Daisy actively responds to the High Command's summons, dedicating herself to the promotion of the mainstream narrative and the spirit of the luminous nation. Consequently, she embarks on the preparation for the second cinematic masterpiece of S, H, I, E, L, D productions. After careful deliberation, she sifts through several war-themed scripts in her mind, ultimately selecting a narrative centered on redemption, a story that aims to save all. Remarkably, Daisy completes the screenplay for Reborn Warrior, The Battle of Ryan, within a mere week. Another film? Egg has grown accustomed to this by now. Upon discovering the script's theme involves a battlefield scenario where 8 individuals risk their lives to rescue one person, the seasoned warrior candidly expresses that from a military standpoint, he would never dispatch 8 elites for such a perilous rescue mission. Yet, when he imagines himself as the soldier in need of aid, he cannot help but fall into contemplation. Nick Fury ponders repeatedly. The answer to this dilemma seems elusive. However, as a battle-hardened veteran, he extols the virtues of the screenplay, believing that even if it results in a loss, the film will yield political dividends. Thus, he unhesitatingly approves a budget of $100 million, stipulating only one requirement. It must authentically portray the indomitable spirit of S, H, I, E, L, D. While Daisy may not fully grasp the essence of the S, H, I, E, L, D spirit, she seizes this opportunity to once again discover a means of securing funding. Perhaps this is indeed a manifestation of the S, H, I, E, L, D ethos. This substantial budget is projected to save $30 million, and combined with the subsequent revenue share from box office earnings, producing films evidently holds greater profit potential compared to big data operations. During a small preparatory meeting at S, H, I, E, L, D Productions, Daisy presides over the proceedings. At this moment, Coulson is preoccupied with a significant responsibility, accompanying the enigmatic creature known as Penguin Man in Antarctica, and thus unable to undertake the role of director for this film. Moreover, his directorial skills are more suited for television. Fortunately, Happy Hogan, the personal bodyguard of Iron Man Tony Stark, possesses considerable directorial talent, particularly adept at managing grand cinematic scenes. He is a rare talent, lauded as the most capable in directing among his peers and the most skilled in filmmaking among bodyguards. Given that this filming will involve extensive war scenes, it is only logical that Happy becomes the selected director. Rebirth Warrior, The Battle of Ryan is a quintessential film dominated by male characters, devoid of any female actors. However, the cast under Daisy's direction evidently lacks the requisite caliber. Beyond casting the esteemed male lead Grant Ward to portray the unfortunate Ryan, who has lost 3 brothers, she seeks a seasoned veteran to lend gravitas to the film. To this end, she invites Mr. Ward's adoptive father, the experienced Agent John Garrett, intending for him to embody Captain Miller, a mentor to Ryan who despises war and cherishes life. John Garrett, accustomed to Daisy's cinematic endeavors, finds such undertakings commonplace within S, H, I, E, L, D. As he peruses the script, Daisy observes his pace gradually decelerate, attempting to gauge the old agent's emotional response, hoping the narrative might resonate with his innermost feelings. Unlike heroes and villains who might easily veer towards extremes due to provocation, agents possess resilience and a mature, comprehensive understanding of themselves and the world, rendering them steadfast. However, subtle influences may evoke new insights as they immerse themselves in their roles. The Hydra organization is not monolithic. Within S, H, I, E, L, D. Its members are similarly factionalized. Director Pierce, leveraging SHIELD's resources, is undoubtedly affluent. In contrast, John Garrett, despite being a senior field agent, remains financially constrained. He yearns to clandestinely establish a laboratory to research genetic technology for the prolongation of his life, yet his ambitions are grander than his means, as his savings fall woefully short of the exorbitant expenses required for such experiments. As exemplified by the Tan family's struggles, even those with significant corporate backing have nearly faced bankruptcy. The script undeniably captivates John Garrett, and Daisy's proposed profit-sharing agreement further entices him. After securing a revenue-sharing deal for Ward, Garrett graciously accepts the invitation to participate on behalf of both. For them, the act of filming this movie is merely routine. A war scene? For this veteran who has spent his life navigating battlefields, it presents no challenge. For the remaining minor roles, Daisy selects individuals she suspects to be Hydra members or affiliated agents, as the opportunity to earn money while taking a break is rarely declined. The crew swiftly assembles, comprising agents who require no additional training for war scenes. Donned in military attire, they transform into valiant soldiers of World War II. Daisy often makes time to visit the set, while spending the rest of her hours engrossed in various studies and research. In her quest to cure Uncle Phil, she has consulted director Old P multiple times for solutions, and even sought advice from Stephen Strange before he became Doctor Strange, yet to no avail. Chapter 30. The seeds of conflict in the distant realm of the spirit world all begins with the faintest stirrings of discord. Yet, a mysterious force gives rise to numerous rumors, spreading with astonishing rapidity. Daisy resolutely asserts her intention to uncover the enigmatic entity that orchestrates it all. Maintaining a facade of tranquility, she extended a hand towards Hill, signaling that their alliance remained unshaken by the rumors. Hill responded with a smile and clasped Daisy's hand. Yet beneath Sharon's shadow, her fingertips quietly pierced Daisy's palm, nearly causing Daisy to gasp in pain. She forced a smile, concealing the discomfort and displeasure on her face. Love was still in its nascent stage, and Sharon remained oblivious to their subtle interaction, lost in thought about a certain secret, her expression dimming. In truth, I am already aware of who is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes. Her words left both Daisy and Hill astounded. Daisy assumed that Sharon had uncovered the secret of the 9 Underworld Serpent, while Hill's curiosity about the puppet master was purely instinctual. However, Sharon's subsequent revelation plunged them into profound confusion. It is Nick Fury, the Elder of Destiny. Daisy's face contorted in bewilderment as a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that mysterious egg, the embodiment of the 9 Underworld Serpent? And was Pierce the true guardian loyal to the shield? Yet in the next moment, she realized her conjecture was far-fetched. Although Nick Fury's moral compass was indeed questionable, he was by no means the 9 Underworld Serpent. Hill, unlike Daisy, did not blindly trust Nick Fury's innocence. Despite having worked with him, she upheld her principles, firmly believing that facts speak louder than words. If Nick Fury had genuinely betrayed the shield or was secretly plotting conspiracies, Daisy might choose to turn a blind eye. But Hill would not relent. She would relentlessly pursue the truth. Sharon hesitated, acutely aware of the gravity of this secret, yet now faced with her 2 dear friends. I can share the reason with you, but I hope you can promise that, regardless of the outcome, you will not turn against each other. Remembering the profound friendship we once shared, Daisy's thoughts wandered. She was convinced that her bond with Hill would remain steadfast in the short term, and thus nodded in agreement, focusing intently on Sharon's narrative. The Council of Destiny requires Nick Fury to select a successor. You, and of course, I, are on the list of candidates. Sharon pointed sequentially at Hill and Daisy, finally indicating herself. Their discontent with Nick Fury had reached a boiling point, and they yearned for someone to take his place without inciting widespread upheaval. Thus the chosen one must gain approval from both the Council and Nick Fury. Sharon candidly confessed, I was eliminated in the first round because the Council feared my aunt's influence would surpass their control. Currently, you 2 have become the final contenders. Nick Fury is more inclined towards Hill, but he merely wishes for her to continue as his deputy, having no intention of allowing her to lead the shield. His level of trust in Hill is even less than that of Coulson. Next, Sharon turned to Daisy. Daisy's advantage lies in her non-human lineage. The Council is reluctant to have a Caucasian control such a vast organization. Moreover, Daisy's sparse connections may hinder her effectiveness in managing various affairs, which could, ironically, facilitate the Council's remote control of the shield. This is all my aunt's analysis. Sharon tightly clasped Daisy and Hill's hands, regardless of the outcome. I hope you will not harbor animosity towards each other, keeping the competition within reasonable bounds, shall we? Daisy gently closed her eyes, contemplating the underlying meaning of the situation. She was already aware of most matters, having previously chosen to overlook them. Now, Sharon had brought these issues to the forefront. She had to feign ignorance while awaiting Hill's response. "I shall take this matter seriously, but it will not affect our relationship," Hill promised with a meaningful glance. Sharon turned to Daisy, who promptly indicated her willingness to engage in healthy competition within the boundaries of the rules. Feeling a burden lift from her chest, Sharon ordered the food, and the three decided to indulge in a sumptuous meal to celebrate. During the meal, Daisy inquired about Sharon's future plans. Sharon remained somewhat troubled by the question. She picked up her fork as if it were a sword aimed at a certain politician, prodding at her plate repeatedly. "What can I do? Unlike you, who can make films and run a company, I am utterly ignorant of science and technology. In the future, I might only become a field agent. Regardless of who becomes the new leader, please do take care of me," she mumbled with her mouth full, her words slightly garbled. Daisy chuckled softly. "You might be overthinking it. In my opinion, Nick Fury will not easily relinquish the scepter. The scheming of the Council of Wisdom is likely to come to naught." She then cast a meaningful glance at Hill. "As for our commander Maria, the chances of her returning to her post are quite high. Someone as inexperienced as I am will likely be swept out afterwards." Daisy began recounting her tragic experience of being expelled from the SHIELD sanctum, her performance so moving that even Hill was drawn in, as it seemed somewhat credible. However, Hill, knowing Daisy well, quickly discerned her deceit with a slight frown. "In this operation against the dark forces, everyone has praised your leadership. Your chances of victory are exceedingly high." Mentioning the dark forces shifted Sharon's interest, and she curiously asked Daisy how she had discovered their traces. After their meal, the trio headed to the gym for a workout before parting ways. Late at night, Daisy lay alone on the bed in her New York apartment, pondering that although Hill verbally claimed indifference, there was likely still some unresolved tension in her heart. Yet, she was unwilling to back down, having learned the truth. She saw no reason to abandon her pursuit. She would rather compensate Hill in the future than relinquish the power she held, for she understood that Hill, as Nick Fury had assessed, was ill-suited for that position. It was fraught with hidden dangers, and the future would confront them with numerous extraordinary powers. For an ordinary person, occupying that position was exceedingly perilous. The leader of SHIELD must possess extraordinary qualities, including a resilient demeanor and a heart capable of darkness. While navigating the political sphere, discussing ideals with heroes, and negotiating benefits with villains. Most importantly, a leader must always prioritize their own safety. Hill lacked these attributes. While Daisy believed herself to be the perfect fit, at that moment, there were many things she could not articulate directly. She could only rely on time to prove everything. She glanced at the wall clock. It was already 1 a.m. Daisy shed her clothing and stepped into the warm waters of the bath, seeking relaxation. "Miss, are you all right?" The perspiring maid, Manshi, pushed open the grand door of the bathroom, unprepared to find Daisy inside. Noticing Daisy's pallor, Manshi inquired with concern. Daisy glanced up at the maid. She had discovered an ancient ninja training manual among the documents left by the old ghost, musician, and, lacking interest, had gifted it to Manshi. Chapter 31. Cultivating Martial Arts in a Distant Spiritual Realm. Miss Maki Matsumoto, an exceptional disciple practicing the secret record of heavenly transformation, diligently honed her skills day and night. By day, she managed worldly affairs, and by night, she immersed herself in martial arts training. Her swordsmanship flourished, surpassing that of Daisy, who practiced intermittently. The maid, serving by her side, bowed deeply in respectful admiration of Miss Maki's progress. "Please take care of yourself." Daisy's gaze wandered slightly as the maid prepared to assist her in bathing. At that moment, the maid was unclad, and her 90-degree bow exuded a unique charm. "Allow me to scrub your back." The maid quickly assumed her role, offering her assistance. After more than a year of training and refinement, Daisy no longer resisted the maid's help as she once did. The maid had taken over her daily life entirely, including her makeup and attire. The stunning look she showcased during her meeting with Ohizi was the maid's masterpiece. Daisy, naturally beautiful, possessed an innate score of 80. After the maid's meticulous enhancement, she reached a score of 90. However, should she attempt to adorn herself, she would likely only achieve a score of 60 at best. Miss Maki often assisted her with manicures and hairstyles, even applying and removing makeup for significant occasions. Thus, it was hardly surprising that she now scrubbed Daisy's back. As Daisy leaned against the edge of the bath, Miss Maki tenderly wiped her back. "Your skin is as smooth as cream," Miss Maki exclaimed, genuinely impressed. This was no mere flattery. Daisy had seen the beauty of her own back in the mirror, indeed a paragon of elegance. While enchantresses like Black Widow and Viper captivated both genders, their allure stemmed more from their gazes, expressions, and words. When it came to the aesthetic appeal of wearing backless attire, They could hardly rival Daisy, and other women paled in comparison. As an extraordinary being, Daisy benefited from her bloodline power, revitalizing her skin, with blemishes and acne vanished without a trace. The expanse of her back was remarkably smooth and delicate. Even if there were occasional imbalances of moisture and oil, her formidable recuperative ability swiftly restored equilibrium. Even without knowledge of adornment, her silhouette alone could leave others spellbound. After completing her ablutions, Daisy thanked Miss Maki and donned a bathrobe before returning to her chamber for rest. A few days later, Viper conveyed news that she had found information regarding the elusive leopard, Eric Kelmango. Daisy subsequently requested leave from SHIELD, under the pretense of searching for her biological parents, once again employing that familiar excuse. She surmised that her mother might be hidden in the enigmatic lunar city of Odiran, a place even the omniscient Nick Fury could not uncover. However, concerning her father, Mr. Hyde, Nick Fury undoubtedly possessed knowledge and might even have imprisoned him in some secret base, holding him as a trump card for crucial moments. He consistently referred to this action as decentralization, much like how, 2 decades ago, he was aware that the Winter Soldier was none other than Bucky. Yet he chose to keep this knowledge secret, never disclosing it to Captain America. Daisy, ever cautious, harbored distrust towards anyone, including the virtuous Captain America. It was not surprising that she kept a card up her sleeve, especially in light of her dealings with the unpredictable Egg. Fully aware of the underlying tensions, Daisy feigned ignorance, and with a heavy heart, she departed Washington, heading straight for the port city of Madrid. Madrid Port, situated at a vital crossroads in Southeast Asia, was an island metropolis of which she had never heard in her previous life. Towering peaks dominated the landscape, surrounded by sheer cliffs. While the city itself was divided into affluent upper and impoverished lower districts, a stark contrast that echoed its piratical past. Once a haven for thieves, it had now become a refuge for fugitives, assassins, and smugglers alike. The island was effectively ruled by the Serpent Gang, led by Daisy's old acquaintance, Viper. Countless vessels docked at the port, facilitating an overwhelming influx of people daily, reminiscent of Jerusalem, where assassins from various nations mingled, exchanging intelligence or indulging in hedonism. The upper district was adorned with opulence, with numerous banks establishing branches and hotels lining the streets, rivaling the grandeur of palaces. Disguised as a tourist, Daisy secured her coat at her waist, donned sunglasses, and slung a large backpack over her shoulders, concealing her shield and sword within. The SHIELD possessed a technology that allowed them to evade metal detectors, and with her credentials, the airport security, although sensing the unusual weight of her backpack, ultimately permitted her passage. Determined, Daisy navigated the thoroughfare until she reached the entrance of the King's Hotel, successfully accessing a lavish suite on the top floor. She discovered that Viper had been waiting for her for 2 days. Upon their meeting, the seductive Viper expressed her discontent with Daisy's appearance. "Your outfit lacks any charm. Hasn't T. Black Widow taught you how to wield your own allure as a weapon?" Having grown accustomed to such banter, Daisy dismissed the remarks lightly, admitting her lack of skill in adornment. To illustrate her point, Viper rose to showcase her new battle attire, proudly inquiring, "Isn't this new outfit utterly captivating?" Daisy cast a glance, noting that it was yet another form-fitting garment that barely concealed her modesty, with the protective portions on the inner thighs reduced by 2/3, exposing her alabaster skin while relying on the remaining fabric to connect the knee and leg guards. Unable to suppress her critique, Daisy remarked, "Sister, have you considered the wind resistance while running in that outfit?" Viper scoffed, "What is that? I don't need to run. No man can escape my grasp." Their disagreement underscored the disconnect in their conversation. Understanding that arguing over such trivial matters would yield no results, Daisy shifted the topic. "Where is the black man?" Viper paused, momentarily bewildered, pondering how their pleasant chat had suddenly veered into the realm of race. But she still waved her hand. Chapter 32, Self-Taught. The Viper, with a hint of disdain, gestured for her subordinate to present her with an ancient bag of chincoin. "I have extracted all the secret collections of this fellow in the realm of ruin. I did not delve into them." Daisy paid no heed to this, eagerly accepting the bag and promptly spilling its eclectic contents onto the exquisite spiritual carpet of the opulent inn, shrouded in ethereal clouds. Among the items lay rhinoceros horns, spirit wine cups, and several artifacts imbued with extraordinary powers. Without hesitation, she disregarded the mundane trinkets, her gaze instantly fixated on a mysterious tome with a deep brown cover. She swiftly opened the ancient book, revealing densely packed characters. The author had employed 2 scripts to prevent future generations from deciphering it, one being the universal language of the celestial realm, and the other an unknown ancient script. The strokes of the characters were bold and powerful, yet they maintained an elegant regularity. "What kind of enigmatic script is this?" It appeared remarkably concise. Could it be a secret transmission from an ancient African tribe? The Viper inquired with keen interest. Although she was not a cultivator, she possessed an extraordinary talent for languages, mastering nearly all tongues through self-study, making her a remarkable figure in the realm of linguistics. Daisy's aptitude, however, lay elsewhere. At this moment, she could only converse in the universal language of mortals and immortals, the dialect of the celestial realm, the Western celestial language, and the Eastern path language. Her linguistic skills ranking rather low even among celestial spies. It is a language from Africa, Daisy replied casually, her attention unwavering from the tome. Perhaps the father of the golden leopard was concerned about his son's lack of literary finesse, thus opting to write in the celestial language alongside the unknown script, which fortuitously benefited Daisy. A royal ring left by the ancestors of the coin leopard was tucked between the pages of the book. Daisy picked it up casually. Although she had no intention of impersonating royal lineage, the craftsmanship of the ring was exquisite, and the material was unprecedented, evidently crafted from celestial metal known as Jinjin. The Dark Leopard clan guards Jinjin as fiercely as they do their ancestral graves. Even a slight loss would cause them great distress. Yet, in reality, they possess vast reserves of Jinjin, and after a millennium of excavation, it has yet to be depleted. The small amount that has flowed out is hardly worth mentioning. Even more perplexing was the incident during the fierce battle in Busan, where a war chariot made of Jinjin was destroyed. They did not attempt to reclaim it, merely to pursue a small metal fragment the size of a hammer, resulting in the loss of an entire chariot. One can only say that the wisdom of the Dark Leopard clan is truly unfathomable. It seems you have gained quite a bit on this trip. The Viper inquired with a charming demeanor. Indeed, I must sincerely thank you for your assistance this time, Daisy replied politely. The Viper pondered briefly. So, I need not accompany you to Africa? You are aware that I have been rather busy lately, and the Nazi matter has brought me some minor troubles. Daisy felt a mix of emotions regarding the Viper's reluctance to further involve herself in this affair. Their relationship was complex and entangled, having come together due to various misfortunes and conflicting interests. While the Viper's company could certainly aid Daisy in her journey to Africa, it also necessitated caution against potential hidden dangers, a double-edged sword. After a moment of contemplation, she asked seriously, Ophelia, do we consider ourselves friends? Ophelia Sarkis is indeed the true name of the Viper, a moniker that once appeared within the fragments of their shared memories. The Viper's gaze flickered uncertainly, yet under Daisy's steadfast stare, she gradually lifted her eyes to meet Daisy's, her expression shifting like the wind. After a moment's hesitation of about half a minute, she replied, If there are no conflicting interests, then I suppose it could be considered so. Then, could you utilize your connections to hire a team for me from the homeland of the cheetah? Would this cause you any loss? Daisy inquired, gesturing towards the unconscious cheetah. What do you intend to do? Naturally, to wreak havoc, to pillage and burn. The more chaos, the better. The Viper's face was awash with confusion. And what about you? What role do you play in this matter? I am, of course, on the side of justice. If that question needs to be asked, she retorted, casting a glance at the Viper, as if doubting her intelligence. Huh. The Viper stifled a laugh behind her hand. Thus, the two reached an understanding, engaging in open dialogue, and their relationship advanced a small step forward. In the following days, Daisy remained at the Celestial Cloud Inn, awaiting the Viper to assist her in fabricating a new identity as a celestial envoy, while also immersing herself in the study of Wakandan's enigmatic language. As for the cheetah, all his knowledge of Wakanda stemmed from that ancient tome. In truth, he held little value. The Viper instructed her subordinates to take him away. Whether to imprison or dismember him bore no consequence to Daisy. Regarding why the cheetah delayed his return to Wakanda for a decade, Daisy speculated that he was not yet adequately prepared, both mentally and physically. Faced with such a legendary celestial realm, he lacked the numerous advantages typically afforded to a time traveler and needed to be thoroughly prepared. A week later, Daisy departed Southeast Asia, boarding a celestial crane flight to Nairobi, Kenya. The Viper would not partake in the operation personally, but would seek a mercenary team through her intricate network. This arrangement greatly favored Daisy's plans. Upon her arrival in Kenya, Daisy rented a celestial deer jeep and drove north along the celestial path, following the directions left by the cheetah's father. Near the shores of Lake Turkana, close to the Ethiopian border, there lay a hidden trail leading directly to the mysterious celestial kingdom of Wakanda, embraced by towering mountains. On the seventh day, Daisy left the celestial path and stepped into the vast, untamed primordial celestial meadow, abandoning the rented celestial deer jeep by the roadside. Chapter 33. Crossing through, she traversed the expanse under the peculiar gazes of a pride of lions, then, with a flick of her hand, released a wave of mystical energy, instantly stunning a magnificent male lion. Lightly, she perched upon its grand head, casting a spell to capture the moment. leaving behind a wondrous selfie framed with the great lion, which she sent to Hill. However, as anticipated, no reply was forthcoming. With a gentle sigh, Daisy stowed away her magical communicator and continued her enigmatic journey northward. What she initially thought to be a mere interlude turned out to be an underestimation of the lion's resilient nature and extraordinary hunting instincts. A mere 15 minutes later, a formidable pride of 3 adults and 1 cub charged towards her with thunderous ferocity. With a silent curse, Daisy acknowledged that although she possessed extraordinary powers, she fell short compared to an adult lion. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to a sneak attack. Strength could be cultivated through training. Yet she had no desire to become a muscular warrior. Her pursuit lay primarily in enhancing her speed rather than augmenting her physical strength. In that moment, confronted by the encircling threat of 3 lions, Daisy resolutely charged towards the side of the cub. As she erupted forth at a speed near that of sound, her velocity rivaled that of a divine projectile, and in the blink of an eye, the pride was left far behind. Initially believing the danger had passed, she was taken aback when the trio of lions, undeterred, relentlessly pursued her. The lion father, intent on regaining his dignity, knew full well that he could not match Daisy's speed, yet occasionally revealed himself, asserting his presence. Though she could have easily annihilated the pride with a well-timed ambush or a powerful strike, Daisy felt a sense of guilt. Why provoke a conflict over a fleeting whim? Moreover, having a few lions accompany her on her journey alleviated her solitude, a thought she clung to for comfort. Day by day, after 5 days of this relentless chase, Daisy found herself growing increasingly familiar with the lion family. Just yesterday, she had tossed a roasted leg of lamb to them from afar. The prolonged pursuit had left the pride famished. The 2 adult lions managed to endure, while the cub appeared weary and drained of its previous vitality. As thunder rumbled ominously, a sudden downpour unleashed itself. Daisy had already sensed the unusual fluctuations in the air and sought refuge in a nearby cave. "Come inside to escape the rain, little one. You 2 need not join," she called, observing the lion family drenched by the rain. Should the 3 of them crowd into the narrow cave, her situation would likely become perilous. However, the cub posed no threat, and Daisy chose to allow it entry. She gestured once more, and perhaps due to exhaustion from being away from home or the instinctual recognition of her benign intentions, the cub cautiously approached the cave. Daisy designated half of the cave for its rest, while the 2 adult lions remained outside to weather the storm. From her storage artifact, she retrieved another leg of lamb and tossed it to them. The 2 large lions, evidently starving, immediately lowered their heads to savor the aroma of the meat. Meanwhile, Daisy focused her energy, aiming to adjust her spiritual frequency to dissolve the cub's hostility. Over the course of a week, she gradually mastered the art of communicating with animals, coming to realize that their emotional world is far more straightforward than that of humans. Had she initially approached them with kindness rather than resorting to ambush, the current situation might not have been so awkward. Fortunately, it was not too late to mend her ways. Daisy resolved to begin with the cub, gradually alleviating the pride's animosity. Gradually, the cub no longer regarded her as an adversary. Perhaps it mistook her actions for a game. Utilizing the secret techniques of vibration transmission from Kunlun and her distinctive method of frequency communication, Daisy successfully earned the cub's trust. In the days that followed, she deepened her understanding of animal behavior, reflecting on her past actions and realizing that if she truly wished to forge friendships, she should not have first struck her potential companions unconscious. Fortunately, it is not too late. She began by addressing the young lion, gradually mending their relationship. Just as the young lion's emotions began to stabilize, Daisy's attention shifted back to the 2 adult lions outside the cave. The lioness exhibited confusion and bewilderment, proving relatively easier to soothe. In contrast, the resentful lion remained brooding, occasionally emitting low growls, resolutely refusing to compromise. At that moment, Daisy sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the air. Before she could investigate further, a bolt of lightning, as robust as a barrel, struck directly towards the roaring lion. Daisy promptly employed her secret technique of shockwaves, temporarily thwarting the lightning's assault. "Come to me," she urgently called. Instinctively, the lion set aside its hatred, swiftly leading its mate and cub towards Daisy while gazing up at the sky. As Daisy maintained her shockwave defense, she retreated to a safe zone before severing the energy supply. The lightning crashed down where the lion had previously stood. On high alert, Daisy focused intently on the sky, realizing that the lightning was evidently controlled by someone, possessing a clear target and direction. After the thunderous display, a dark-skinned woman descended before Daisy as if she were commanding the storm. Clad in a white fitted top that revealed her flat abdomen and black trousers, she stood barefoot. The woman was tall, with long legs and silver hair billowing in the wind, exuding an enigmatic beauty. This dark-skinned woman clearly had not anticipated encountering someone with extraordinary abilities in such a desolate wilderness, especially in this region where she was a renowned figure, at least in Kenya. She was Aurora Monroe, known as Storm, a member of the X-Men, and her records were also documented in SHIELD archives. Daisy was equally surprised to meet a human, particularly a figure of such notoriety, in such a remote location. She called out to the dark-skinned woman, "Miss Monroe?" At that moment, the lion seemed to believe Daisy could back him up, and with a fierce roar, the lioness responded, while the playful young lion cub emerged from the cave, joining in the commotion. However, Storm paid no heed to the three lions, astonished to discover that this stranger could accurately assess the situation. Chapter 34. Descendant of a mysterious family as a descendant of a mystical lineage that has endured for millennia. Daisy frequently returns to the ancient and enigmatic land of Kenya, showcasing her extraordinary powers to assist those in distress. To her, this was a natural calling. Amidst the storm of thunder and lightning, she rescued a majestic lion, resolving their past grievances. Within half an hour, the trio of lions was frolicking with her in a display of camaraderie, as if they were old friends. No longer needing to rely on firearms for intimidation, Daisy produced a mysterious communication device, capturing a photograph of the three lions and herself together. Even if Hill had reservations about it, she cherished the picture for future reminiscence. After a night of tempestuous winds and rains, at dawn, Daisy awoke to a clear sky, understanding that she must continue her journey into the unknown. A family of three bid her farewell. Although the land of Wakanda would not intentionally harm any living creature, for these lions, venturing deep into Wakanda's heart was undeniably encroaching upon the sacred domain of the panther god, which left them feeling rather unsettled. Daisy embraced the family with deep affection, particularly the adorable little lion whose fluffy exterior appeared endearingly clumsy, evoking a desire within her to bring it back and nurture it. Yet, she was acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities that lay upon her shoulders. Such considerations would have to wait until her return journey. After slaughtering a wild goat, Daisy shared a sumptuous feast of game with the lions, then waved her farewells and set forth alone on the northern path. "Where are you headed?" "The north is a realm rife with ferocity," a voice called out just as Daisy had walked less than a mile, revealing Storm, who had been waiting atop a large boulder by the roadside. Daisy had originally intended to infiltrate Wakanda under the pretense of pursuing a villain, but an unexpected encounter with Storm the day before had prompted her to adjust part of her plan. Storm had known T'Challa, the king of Wakanda, since childhood. Their romance had spanned 8 years, during which they had envisioned her as the future queen of Wakanda. However, due to internal conflicts among superheroes, this couple had regrettably drifted apart and ultimately divorced in sorrow. Storm was well aware of the secret passageways leading to Wakanda and sensed that Daisy's movements were suspicious. Thus, she had taken it upon herself to wait by the roadside early in the morning, attempting to persuade Daisy to abandon her perilous venture. Had she been an ordinary Kenyan, Storm might have bluntly warned, "This is not a place for you. You should return home." However, being part of the larger political landscape, she had to consider the ramifications of her words. After consulting Professor Charles, she discovered that Daisy was backed by SHIELD, which made Storm cautious. "I do not wish to interfere with your mission, but you must understand that the tribes here uphold many ancient taboos. Violating them could lead to significant strife," Storm cautioned with careful choice of words. Daisy, unhesitating, presented her SHIELD agent credentials and replied, "I hold great respect for Professor Charles's efforts over the years to bridge the divide between mutants and ordinary humans, but that cannot obstruct my mission. Please step aside." "No, that is not what I meant," Storm stammered, momentarily at a loss for words as she gazed at the level 7 agent credentials before her. She pondered whether SHIELD or the U.S. government had discovered Wakanda's existence and thus dispatched such a high-ranking agent for preliminary reconnaissance. Daisy, wishing to avoid stirring unnecessary waves, deemed the time ripe to reveal the true objective of her mission. SHIELD had uncovered a clandestine organization that had been secretly seeking certain matters. Approximately 10 days prior, a small team had entered Kenya and headed north. "My task is to track this group and ascertain whether their actions pose a threat to global security." Upon hearing this, Storm breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it did not involve interstate rivalry, she felt she could indeed lend a hand. Thus, she promptly expressed her willingness to assist. Daisy feigned hesitation, but ultimately accepted Storm's goodwill with reluctant grace. Storm was filled with joy. She had initially intended to lead Daisy astray from the correct path to Wakanda. Yet she worried that such a maneuver could delay significant matters, so she dutifully followed Daisy onward. As they journeyed together, Daisy shared information, albeit with a blend of truth and deception, according to SHIELD, intelligence. This clandestine organization seemed to have learned through some channel that a formidable weapon was concealed within the African continent. At this juncture, Daisy could not help but scoff, her words laced with disdain for Africa. Storm, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. She was acutely aware that the African continent indeed possessed weapons capable of threatening global security. However, as an outsider, she could not directly divulge the secrets of Wakanda to Professor Charles, and at that moment, even finding someone to consult about the matter proved to be exceedingly challenging. When the conversation turned to the so-called weapons of mass destruction, Storm refrained from interjecting, opting instead for an awkward smile that indicated her tacit agreement. Daisy continued, "Though I find it hard to believe that Africa harbors advanced weaponry unbeknownst to SHIELD, I have pursued the leads nonetheless. The opposing organization is well-trained and currently led by a French mercenary named Batroc, a valiant warrior skilled in combat. Madame Viper has utilized her extensive network, navigating through numerous layers of connections to hire a significant number of mercenaries." Both parties set out almost simultaneously. However, Daisy lingered with the pride of lions for several days, deliberately falling behind, and is now nearly 3 days off pace. She had initially not anticipated that the mercenary leader would be the French Batroc, who possesses peak human physical capabilities, having once been an Olympic weightlifting champion with exceptionally developed leg muscles. Batroc is calm and astute, proficient in various fighting techniques, particularly leg strikes. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, he proved to be a formidable match for Captain America. As Daisy and Storm walked side by side, their evening respite was interrupted by the arrival of a long-awaited ally summoned by Storm. The newcomer was a black man, his demeanor refined and elegant, with bright, clear eyes and a well-groomed beard, displaying evident prowess in his movements. "Orolo, is he here at the behest of the monkeys?" "No. He must be the reinforcement sent by Professor Charles," Daisy inquired knowingly. At that moment, Storm felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She believed she had concealed the truth and betrayed Professor Charles, who had been like a father to her. Hearing his name now filled her with reluctance. However, she found it challenging to introduce the young black man before her and ultimately decided to be candid. "I apologize, Daisy. I did not intend to deceive you. But this is unrelated to Professor Charles." Daisy chuckled inwardly, having grown accustomed to dealing with the cunning individuals from Hydra and SHIELD. Now, confronted by these righteous figures, she felt somewhat out of her element. She feigned vigilance and asked, "Are we to engage in combat? Are you all allied with those guys?" Storm quickly clarified, "No, I assure you that is not the case. But what is happening now has nothing to do with Professor Charles, nor with mutants or the U.S. government. Please trust me." Chapter 35. The Ethereal Mist. Within the ethereal mist, Daisy shook her head, her eyes glimmering with skepticism, unable to believe in the authenticity of it all. At this moment, the robust man with dark skin beside Storm took a step forward, raising his arms high to reveal his empty palms, signaling that he bore no ill will. He was Chala, who had just received the Black Panther insignia from the hands of the king. He was meant to unite with the king, but after careful deliberation by the seer, Chala inherited the powers of the Black Panther and the mystical heart-shaped herb ahead of time. Upon learning of the message brought by Storm, Chala wasted no time and swiftly emerged from the hidden realm of Wakanda. "Esteemed lady, I am Chala. Those you pursue are indeed searching for me, or more precisely, for my homeland, Wakanda. Please trust us, we harbor no malice." Chala spoke to Daisy in an ancient foreign tongue. Daisy frowned slightly and questioned, "How can you prove this?" Chala gestured for Storm to lead the way, and the three of them arrived at an open area. Daisy surveyed her surroundings and keenly sensed an unusual presence. It seemed as though there was some peculiar cloaking device hidden here. "Is this something you Africans developed on your own, or is it a technology provided by external forces?" Chala remained unperturbed by Daisy's skepticism, fully aware of the deep-rooted misconceptions regarding Wakandan technology. He smiled calmly, revealing a mysterious rune device in his hand, and pressed a button. In an instant, a sleek, dark aircraft materialized before Daisy. With permission granted, Daisy meticulously circled the extraordinary aircraft. Its shape resembled a flying saucer, oval in form, with turbine engines embedded in its wings and a propulsion system at the rear emitting a ghostly blue glow, devoid of any familiar fuel scent. Daisy feigned astonishment and inquired, "Is this a spaceship from another realm?" Chala chuckled composedly, replying, "This is a masterpiece of Wakanda, our aircraft. Miss Johnson, let us converse during our journey." Once aboard the aircraft, Chala accelerated with utmost urgency in pursuit of their target. However, the The mercenaries had already gained an advantage and possessed remarkable stealth capabilities. Despite circling the area multiple times, they found little more than traces left by humans. Daisy, her expression grave, demanded, "What secrets are you concealing?" Chala exchanged a glance with Storm before he spoke. "The destination of those unwelcome guests is indeed my homeland, Wakanda. Miss Johnson, please accompany us. My father will answer all your questions." Daisy acquiesced to his proposal, agreeing to travel with them to Wakanda. However, as the aircraft traversed the towering mountains, their first stop did not lead directly to Wakanda, leaving Daisy with lingering doubts. Chala landed the aircraft at the border region of Wakanda, known as the Border Tribe. He addressed Daisy, "Please rest here for the night. We shall continue our journey into the mountains tomorrow." After Chala departed, Daisy observed the black children herding cattle on the plains and the adults plowing fields on horseback, pondering, "Since you are capable of creating such advanced aircraft, why do you still cling to these primitive pastoral customs?" Storm, well aware of the underlying reasons, chose to reveal little, merely explaining that it was a tradition of their tribe. Daisy furrowed her brow, contemplating the inherent contradictions. The advanced technology of the aircraft she had just witnessed far surpassed that of S.H.I.E.L.D. So why not employ such sophisticated means to establish surveillance devices on the periphery rather than dispatching individuals to undertake such primitive tasks, perpetuating a nomadic lifestyle? Storm could not provide a satisfactory answer, resorting instead to the established narrative. However, Daisy was undeterred. She pressed on with her inquiries. In this seemingly ordinary African village, the border tribe's people lived amidst an intricate tapestry of high technology and ancient customs. They felt a deep sense of anger and discontent regarding the once great vision of their ancestors, believing themselves to have been forsaken. Daisy observed all of this without offering excessive commentary. Her sole aim was to procure heart-shaped herb and vibranium, rather than assume the mantle of a liberator. Should the old king and Chala be willing to relinquish these treasures, she would even entertain the notion of aiding in the suppression of the border tribes, whether through machine gun fire or gas attacks, neither of which would weigh heavily on her conscience. Daisy pointed to the inscriptions on the wall of the border tribe's dwelling and inquired of Storm, "What language is this, Aurora? Do you recognize it?" Although Daisy had spent several days intensively studying Wakandan script, she could only recognize the characters, lacking knowledge of their pronunciation. The notes left by the Black Panther's father contained only translations between Wakandan and the common tongue, with no record of phonetics. Naturally, Storm, being close to Chala, was well versed in Wakandan. After a moment of hesitation, she acknowledged her literacy. "I can teach you," she smiled, acquiescing to Daisy's request. As Storm instructed Daisy in the Wakandan language, their relationship gradually warmed, evolving from mere acquaintances to something more familiar. On the surface, Aurora appeared serious. Yet within her simmered a spirit of rebellion. Having departed from Kenya in her youth to forge her path in Egypt, her experience as a street pickpocket attested to her discontent with the status quo, her character as tempestuous as a storm. Though now constrained by Professor Charles, her innate thirst for adventure and thrill remained unabated. She regaled Daisy with tales of leading agents against the Nazis, her words imbued with longing. As time passed, their camaraderie deepened through shared learning and dialogue. They had transcended the realm of strangers, though still fell short of true friendship. Should they encounter one another on the battlefield in the future, they might engage in a fierce confrontation following a verbal sparring. Chapter 36, long awaited at long last. The disturbances from otherworldly forces in Wakanda had been confirmed, and my father wished to meet with you. It was not until the following evening that Chala hurriedly returned, finding Daisy engrossed in her studies of the secretive Wakandan language. He felt a surge of joy, aligning with Storm's sentiments, both regarding it as a friendly sign. Together, he escorted the two women aboard the sleek, winged vessel, traversing the rugged mountains to reach the enigmatic realm of Wakanda, enveloped in its majestic peaks. Along the way, Daisy beheld the triple-layered protective barriers, including electromagnetic shields, cloaking arrays, and microwave disruptors to thwart mental probing. The consciousness recognition system aboard the vessel guided them through numerous barriers, ultimately unveiling the mysterious allure of Wakanda under the radiant glow of the setting sun. Chala and Storm discreetly observed Daisy's reactions, and her spontaneous display of astonishment perfectly gratified their egos. Daisy was not acting. She was genuinely awestruck by the breathtaking panorama before her. Between the towering mountains, the rivers shimmered under the sunlight, as if narrating the grandeur of this land. Following the river, a city that seamlessly blended ancient and futuristic technology emerged before her eyes, its design starkly contrasting with anything Daisy had previously encountered. The ancient architectural style intertwined harmoniously with high-tech elements, coexisting wildness and civilization, where the cultural depth of primal tribes encompassed technological marvels that transcended time. This was Wakanda. Wakanda's technological path was uniquely divergent. For instance, they had eschewed laser weaponry. Yet an array of warriors wielded mysterious vibranium-infused weapons. The city boasted high-speed magnetic levitation tracks, yet its inhabitants preferred to stroll leisurely beneath woven bamboo baskets. While virtual reality technology had reached its zenith, they still honored their ancestors with devout rituals. The myriad of peculiarities, though seemingly illogical, led Daisy to deduce that the technological prowess here was at least 50 years ahead of the outside world, perhaps even surpassing that of S.H.I.E.L.D. by 30 years. She feigned ignorance and inquired, "How did you cultivate such technological power?" Chala smiled calmly, refraining from a direct answer. Yet Daisy already surmised the truth. It all stemmed from the power of vibranium, with its energy-absorbing properties. The Wakandans had ingeniously harnessed vibranium to generate a continuous supply of clean energy, fueling aircraft, trains, weaponry, and even the entire city's power systems. This inexhaustible energy supply propelled Wakanda into a realm of advanced technology, albeit exhibiting a form of uneven development. The sophisticated weaponry was designed to uphold royal dominion. Yet the quality of life for the populace had not substantially improved. Daisy observed the streets, which bore striking resemblance to those of Puerto Rico, while villagers in the distance continued their agricultural trades and farming activities. Internally shaking her head, Daisy outwardly displayed a look of astonishment to appease their vanity. As the vessel descended before the royal palace, Daisy beheld the royal guard, an array of dark-skinned female warriors, each resembling a nun of the amassed sect, with shaved heads and wielding long spears capable of emitting lasers. The royal family's cunning strategy to disguise laser weapons as spears was evident. Should any civilian dare to rebel by storming the palace with swords, these laser spears would certainly deliver a harsh lesson. The two rows of nun-like female warriors donned identical crimson attire, and their bald appearances left Daisy momentarily bewildered, much like a Westerner struggling to distinguish among Asian faces. Entering the palace, Daisy quietly inquired of Chala about the etiquette for an audience with the king. Storm, feeling slightly out of place, remained outside the palace, leaving Daisy in the company of Chala alone. Chala smiled gently and replied, "We have no elaborate formalities here. Today is not an official meeting. Miss Johnson need only be herself." Daisy felt quite satisfied with this assurance. Shortly after entering the palace, she encountered the current king's wife, the Queen of Wakanda. Accompanying the queen was a young girl of about 7 or 8 years old, who was Chala's sister, Shuri, a formidable female superhero with intellect rivaling that of Stark. Though at this moment, she remained a naive little girl. Shuri curiously scrutinized Daisy for a moment before being led away by her mother, who wore a chef's hat-like adornment. The queen's demeanor was far from amiable. Her lips were tightly pressed, and her gaze was frosty, allowing Daisy to sense the subtle hostility the queen harbored towards all outsiders. Understanding his mother's temperament, Chala politely began recounting the history of Wakanda to divert her attention, guiding Daisy deeper into the palace. Perched atop a mountain, the palace of Wakanda, while not grand or magnificent, appeared diminutive compared to the imposing structures of the East or the royal palaces of Europe. Yet, its unique exotic charm was refreshing, adding a sense of novelty. In response to the palace's modest scale, Chala explained that every king throughout history had cherished their people, unwilling to expend resources on lavish renovations. Daisy, however, refrained from expressing her thoughts, reflecting that such words seemed more like an excuse for the nation's wealth being concentrated in the hands of a select few within the royal family. If they truly loved their citizens, why not utilize the vibranium resources for the greater good, such as crafting battle armor for every citizen? Wouldn't that render them invincible? With 3,000 Black Panther warriors, conquering Africa, or even unifying the world would be well within their grasp. Yet, the royal family, fearing the empowerment of the populace, preferred to let them face enemies with mere flesh and blood, while they themselves consumed heart-shaped herbs to enhance their own abilities and armed themselves with vibranium. Assuming the role of saviors, they claimed that the royal family was the nation's guardian, to which Daisy could only respond with a sardonic smile. The former king was a plump, elderly man with dark skin, glasses perched on his nose, and hair showing signs of graying, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. With a noticeably rounded belly, he clearly could no longer fulfill the duties of the Black Panther, passing that mantle to his son. However, to Daisy, it seemed he was merely offloading the burdensome responsibilities onto his son while reserving the leisurely comforts of kingship for himself. The old king was conversant in English, which spared Daisy considerable trouble. Although she had roughly learned the Wakandan language, its intricate phonetics and challenging pronunciations often left her speech sounding peculiar. Thus, communicating in English proved to be far more efficient. The old king was not entirely ignorant of the outside world, yet most of the information he possessed was outdated. He was at least unaware of the specific functions of SHIELD, equating it with other organizations he had heard of. Daisy promptly corrected his misconceptions, providing a detailed account of SHIELD's global standing, elevating Nick Fury to a stature akin to that of a world leader in her narrative. To further endear herself to him, she mentioned her grandfather, who had once worked in Africa, sharing his nostalgia for the continent's landscapes and his affection for every blade of grass in his homeland. "Oh, your leader hails from Africa?" The old king immediately resonated with this revelation, developing a newfound fondness for the international organization known as SHIELD. Daisy nodded candidly, extolling the exquisite beauty of the black skin of the boiled egg. She then mentioned the recently resigned Secretary General of the United Nations and the support she had extended to President Obama. Chapter 37. Perplexed in the distant, exotic realm of the ancient kingdom of Wakanda, the old king found himself engulfed in confusion, as if the entire world had fallen under the dominion of the dark races. His African compatriots had astonishingly achieved monumental feats in this era. The former leader of the Global Order Guardians was a man of ebony skin, and similarly, the colossal force that secretly manipulated the world was led by one of the same hue. Daisy revealed to him that in the upcoming elections on the continent of Melo, a black candidate had a significant chance of emerging victorious. The old king, momentarily bewildered, inquired, "I recall that the outside world has consistently harbored animosity towards those of darker skin. Why this shift?" Though his question lacked overt clarity, deep within, he harbored doubts about the veracity of Daisy's claims. Nevertheless, Daisy remained resolute, asserting the truth of her words and presenting a series of irrefutable data that could be retrieved from the external realms, proving to the old king that in Melo, the black populace was deeply cherished by the people, akin to an invincible and formidable presence. Daisy donned the enigmatic power bestowed upon her by the heroes, the boiled egg and the dark one, transforming in the old king's eyes from a mere passerby into a close ally of the African people on the Melo continent. The old king had long aspired to lead Wakanda out of its isolation and into this wondrous world, yet had previously struggled to find an appropriate path. Now, Daisy appeared as a fortuitous harbinger, bringing him newfound hope. However, as a seasoned politician, the old king maintained a prudent sense of judgment. He proposed that Daisy assist his son Chala in pursuing education in the Western world, thereby gauging her true capabilities. "My son Chala yearns for the wisdom of the West. Might Miss Johnson recommend a few esteemed institutions?" This inquiry, seemingly a request for guidance, was, in fact, a test of Daisy's prowess. At that moment, Daisy learned of Chala's actual age. The seemingly composed young man was, in fact, just over 20, not much older than herself. The old king evidently would not consider sending his son to a mere high school. His sights were set firmly on the most prestigious academies. Chala possessed no academic credentials, and should SHIELD intervene in this matter, it could lead to considerable complications. Yet, Daisy had cultivated a friendship with the esteemed scholar, Old Pie, who had extensive connections with higher education institutions around the globe. Curious, Daisy inquired, "Does young Master Chala have a preferred place of study or any specific inclinations?" After a moment of contemplation, Chala replied, "The British Isles once reigned supreme in the world. I have heard that the academic atmosphere at their institutions is quite rigorous." Daisy couldn't help but chuckle softly. Did this young man expect her to facilitate his connection to Oxford University? She nodded slightly, expressing her willingness to assist him in reaching out to Oxford. However, in Wakanda, due to communication constraints, all matters had to be handled in person. In this vibrant and fantastical world, promises held significant weight. The elderly king, upon meeting with Chala, readily consented to Daisy's proposal, further affirming her undeniable influence. To demonstrate her sincerity, Daisy aptly mentioned her mission to track down the mercenaries encroaching upon Wakanda. "As esteemed guests of Wakanda, it is our responsibility to confront these adversaries," the old king declared, graciously assuming the burden while seizing the opportunity to showcase Wakanda's might. Daisy insisted on witnessing the capture of their targets firsthand, to which the old king expressed no dissent, readily agreeing. Subsequently, Daisy set forth with the old king and an elite guard composed of nuns, en route to rendezvous with Storm at the surveillance center to trace the enemy's whereabouts. Observing the old king's demeanor towards Daisy, Storm recognized that in merely an hour, she had managed to carve a niche for herself within Wakanda, prompting a newfound respect for the capabilities of SHIELD. Though Wakanda had strayed somewhat from the path of technological advancement, it had invested tremendous effort in safeguarding its secrets, deploying numerous reconnaissance devices and dispatching royal members to blend into civilian life for vigilant monitoring. After an extensive investigation, they finally uncovered the mercenaries' trail. A squad of mercenaries clad in dark crimson bodysuits, featuring crew cuts and robust physiques, stealthily advanced, led by a figure known as Bartok the Leaper. Aside from a handful of specialists, the remainder of his crew consisted largely of ragtag individuals, including Americans, Russians, Mexicans, Italians, and even 3 figures in red garb. Suspected to be ninjas of the hand, Daisy was perplexed by how Viper had managed to assemble such a motley crew. In her estimation, apart from Bartok and his immediate team who exhibited some professional acumen, the rest were little more than a disorganized rabble. As the formation stretched into a long line, a towering giant at the rear caught Daisy's attention. Standing nearly 3 meters tall and extraordinarily muscular, he donned a deep red half-armor and a red dome helmet. With each step, his heavy frame thudded against the ground, resonating with thunderous echoes. Daisy was astounded. She had not anticipated that the Red Hulk had arrived in Wakanda. The Red Hulk had challenged the Hulk thrice, each time met with defeat, yet the gap in their strengths was not insurmountable. Often mistaken for a mutant due to his size, he was, in truth, not one. The Red Hulk's power stemmed from the depths of the Crimson Cosmos, derived from the demon Surtur, renowned as the mightiest of its kind. In earlier times, Surtur possessed the strength to rival the living tribunal. And even though his power had waned, he still could disregard the existence of the Infinity Stones. For this ragtag army, the combination of the Red Hulk and Bartok was undeniably lethal. Daisy harbored doubts about the young Chalia's ability to confront this challenge. After all, Bartok's prowess was sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with Captain America, while the Red Hulk was a formidable match for the Hulk himself. Thus, Black Panther T'Challa must confront an evil counterpart to Captain America, along with the Hulk. Chapter 38. Confusion engulfs the mercenaries, who initially believed they were on a quest in the mysterious land of Ares for ancient artifacts or the legendary Star Tooth. However, to their astonishment, they traversed a secret celestial path, ultimately uncovering a hidden spiritual city nestled among lofty mountains. Unbeknownst to them, the Vulcan tribe guarding this realm had already detected their presence. While leaders of various factions continued their heated debates, the Americans advocated for an immediate withdrawal, intending to report this astonishing discovery to their superiors. The Russians, on the other hand, aimed to extract some benefits before making further plans. Bartok, a contemplative sage, discerned that this place was extraordinary and insisted on retreating to gather a stronger force for future exploration. Soon, Bartok, leveraging his esteemed reputation in the mercenary world, quelled the disputes of several dissenters. Just then, the outer guards issued a brief yet tense warning: an enemy attack. Bartok reacted swiftly, his wolf-like gaze scanning the depths of the jungle, pondering the possible points of ambush. It proved that Bartok was indeed an experienced and perceptive mercenary. His predictions were spot on. When Black Panther silently eliminated a hidden sentinel and reappeared, they encountered each other unexpectedly. Bartok launched a lightning-fast kick, which Black Panther adeptly evaded. Bartok's leg strikes were fierce and rhythmic, imbued with intent to kill. Black Panther, protected by his mysterious vibranium armor, deflected the powerful sidekick, revealing his sharp vibranium claws, and engaged Bartok in an intense offensive. Renowned for his iron legs, Bartok possessed unique combat techniques. Although he was unaware of the nature of vibranium, he was not foolish enough to confront the gleaming claws with his own flesh. His movements were ghostly and dance-like, embodying the essence of various martial arts, quick and cunning, reminiscent of the Western world's ethereal steps. While his speed was merely average, he adeptly merged diverse footwork, darting left and right, forward and backward, causing the powerful Black Panther to become disoriented. Amidst evading Black Panther's claw attacks, Bartok's assault did not cease. For Black Panther, composed entirely of vibranium, sustaining a few kicks was inconsequential. However, leaving dusty footprints in front of his girlfriend and guards was undeniably a provocation to his dignity. This ignited a sense of shame within Black Panther, compelling him to abandon evasion and swiftly subdue his opponent. As the two clashed, the mercenaries finally realized Bartok's formidable reputation within their ranks. They hesitated to fire their weapons directly. Many drew close combat arms, such as daggers and clubs, rushing to assist in the encirclement. "Kill!" shouted a seemingly ordinary bald woman among the female guards, brandishing her spear as she charged into the fray. These female guards were agile, mastering a combat technique akin to formations. In groups of 3, 2 would attack, while 1 defended, inflicting casualties upon the mercenaries under their fierce onslaught. At that moment, the Storm Woman began to harness the powers of heaven and earth to join the fray. Her silver hair billowed and her eyes glowed with an ethereal light, as her voluminous robes were lifted by the whirlwind, allowing her to float gracefully in midair. Dark clouds swiftly enveloped the earth, and the rain began to fall in a steady rhythm, intensifying with each passing moment. The Storm Woman's ability to fly left Daisy speechless. Everything depended entirely on the might of the wind. The oppressive clouds loomed overhead, and a torrential downpour ensued, yet this had little effect on the invisible black warriors. In stark contrast, a group of white individuals stood out conspicuously. In an effort to convey a gesture of peace, Daisy refrained from delivering lethal blows, focusing instead on incapacitating her foes. However, the relentless rain proved to be a nuisance. Not clad in battle attire, her ordinary shirt became transparent when soaked. After taking down 2 enemies, she retreated to the shelter of a nearby tree, preparing to observe the unfolding battle. Boom! The clouds gathered swiftly, and the thunder rolled ominously. The Storm Woman, suspended in the air, began to unleash her thunderous power, occasionally directing bolts of lightning to strike her adversaries. The mercenaries found themselves unable to evade the lightning's onslaught, collapsing one by one. The pressure on the female guards lessened significantly, prompting them to dispatch a small squad to join the assault on Bartok, with victory seemingly within reach. Just as Bartok's movements became increasingly erratic and his stamina waned, a furious roar emanated from the depths of the jungle, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps and the sound of countless trees splintering. A raw, primal energy permeated the air, reminiscent of a savage beast. The Crimson Tank, heedless of the terrain, charged through the forest with reckless abandon. Its form expanded further as it galloped, one side of its body inflating like a balloon. Adorned with a somewhat ludicrous round metal helmet, its head was tightly encased, making its eyes appear disproportionately small. The Crimson Tank surged forth from the jungle, its pace quickening rather than slowing. Its fierce gaze locked onto the Storm Woman as if intent on obliterating her entirely. With each resounding footfall, the Crimson Tank accelerated, its considerable weight of 800 kilograms transforming its charge into that of a rampaging rhinoceros, hurtling directly toward the battlefield. Get out of the way. The Storm Woman had never encountered the Crimson Tank, nor did she comprehend the demonic power of Set Horak it harbored. A deep-seated loathing for this foe welled within her, the malevolent aura emanating from it repulsing her. Channeling her magical energy and combining it with her own extraordinary abilities, she summoned a colossal bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, from the heavens. The lightning surged forth like a sword, rending the sky with a deafening roar as it descended upon the Crimson Tank's head. With a thunderous crash, the proximity of the strike rendered everyone present temporarily deaf and blind. The Storm Woman, accustomed to daily encounters with lightning, maintained her clarity of vision through her passive ability, even amidst the chaotic natural phenomena. To her astonished gaze, the Crimson Tank emerged unscathed, its speed remaining undiminished. Indeed, increasing further. Chapter 39. A tempestuous gale before Daisy, the winds howled, yet she endured a portion of the residual shockwave. The Storm Woman let out a cataclysmic scream, blood surging from her mouth as she succumbed to severe injuries and fell unconscious. Daisy's objective was to compel the people of Wakanda to offer her the mysterious heart-shaped herb. She made no defensive gestures, bravely enduring the residual shockwave. Her decision to delay Storm stemmed from her keen awareness of Storm's esteemed status as the childhood companion of the Black Panther and the late king's chosen daughter-in-law. Destined to become queen, the warriors of Wakanda could not simply stand idly by. Rescuing one person held little difference from saving 2, and Daisy anticipated that she might also seize this opportunity for her own salvation. Following the encounters with Egg and Ohezi, Daisy drew upon a third mysterious power from Storm. She firmly believed that as a devoted admirer of the African continent, and a vital link between both parties, the embodiment of justice, the Black Panther, would surely come to their aid. Should he refuse assistance, Daisy would be left with no choice but to forcibly seize the heart-shaped herb. Although this was far from her preferred course of action. In contrast to the physically fragile Storm, Daisy possessed formidable strength. Even though the Red Tank's train-like force was daunting, she could easily recuperate from the side effects with a brief respite. However, to render the situation more convincing, Daisy ruthlessly broke a few of her own ribs, mimicking Storm's condition as she coughed up blood, then held the silver-haired beauty tightly in her embrace, feigning unconsciousness. The furious roar of the Black Panther echoed in her ears, accompanied by the thunderous footsteps of the Red Tank drawing nearer. The bald female warriors of Wakanda demonstrated profound camaraderie, with 2 of them resolutely stepping forward to rescue Daisy and Storm. Yet, Daisy clung tightly to Storm, unwilling to release her even in a state of unconsciousness, which left the female warriors in awe of their deep friendship, compelling them to lift both women from the battlefield. Soon after, the ground trembled, and rocks crumbled as the Black Panther resolved to summon the mysterious war machines of Wakanda, employing advanced weaponry to repel the Red Tank. Subsequently, the group carried the 2 injured women back to Wakanda. Daisy continued to hold Storm closely, resting on a specially designed floating stretcher. to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. She closed off most of her senses and suppressed her consciousness to the utmost, presenting an appearance of impending demise. Over the past year, Daisy had immersed herself in the study of various forces and their counteractions, rendering this shock negligible. She was in a state of feigned death, while Storm genuinely teetered on the brink of life. The aircraft made an emergency landing at the palace, where the court physician, after examination, shook his head in resignation, indicating that both women were gravely injured and beyond saving, with their lives hanging by a thread. Daisy patiently awaited T'Challa's decision, acknowledging that the Black Panther was indeed a man of integrity. Without hesitation, T'Challa dismissed the physician, commanding several female warriors to carry the two women alongside him. Along the way, they encountered individuals attempting to impede their progress, who earnestly invoked royal traditions and the Queen's orders. However, T'Challa resolutely silenced them. Clearly, neither familial ties nor cultural customs could deter the Black Panther's unwavering commitment to justice. Daisy had once feared becoming entangled in this conflict. Yet T'Challa's principled stance led him to disregard his mother's commands and guide everyone deep into the heart of the mountains. Throughout the ordeal, the old king had remained absent, which Daisy found utterly unbelievable. Based on her rudimentary understanding of political dynamics, she surmised that the old king likely chose to remain aloof to avoid political risks, intending to shift the blame onto his son should any turmoil arise in the future. However, Daisy did not overly concern herself with the king's actions. His feigned ignorance was, in essence, a tacit approval and support. "Bring me 2 heart-shaped herbs," T'Challa commanded loudly as he and the female guards burst into the cave, addressing the priest within. Daisy's ears perked up at the mention of the heart-shaped herbs, and her heart soared with joy. As the guards placed the herbs down, she felt as though she had exhausted all her strength and released Storm. The priest, perceiving the shift in energy, promptly retrieved 2 heart-shaped herbs and handed them to T'Challa. In Daisy's perception, T'Challa began to chant incantations, swiftly crushing the herbs. Meanwhile, the female guards began to unfasten their garments, positioning the 2 women side by side in a shallow pit, their bodies covered in fine golden sand, arranged in a mysterious pose with crossed arms. The once cool heart-shaped herbs were transformed into a warm liquid, emanating a gentle heat, as if undergoing an extraordinary alchemical process. Daisy was both astonished and bewildered, unable to comprehend the remarkable transformation taking place before her. She silently congratulated herself for not rashly attempting to seize the heart-shaped herbs earlier, for the consequences would have been dire. On the other side, T'Challa was filled with anxiety but found himself unable to expedite the ceremonial process, resorting instead to a rhythmic chant to hasten the ritual. This display of disrespect displeased the priest, yet he recognized that this was not the time for further discourse. Promptly completing the prayer and administering the heart-shaped herbs to Storm, Daisy couldn't help but think with a hint of bitterness that T'Challa's priorities were clear. He first saved his wife, Storm, before attending to her, a mere stranger. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on this perceived slight, for Storm's condition was indeed perilous, and she would not quibble over a few precious seconds during such a critical moment. Ultimately, T'Challa proved to be a compassionate individual, not abandoning Daisy in her time of need. After tending to Storm, he resumed his rhythmic prayers. Chapter 40. The Realm of Illusion in the Distant Realm of Illusion. Daisy had discerned the essence of this place. It was a peculiar projection woven from the threads of psychic energy, neither her domain nor that of the cheetah goddess, but rather a shared construct of their collective mental forces. The vast plains and towering trees here were projections of Daisy's heart-shaped herbs, just as the cheetah goddess existed merely as a projection of an observer, assessing whether one possessed the qualifications to wield the power of the heart-shaped herbs. At this moment, had Daisy agreed to assist Wakanda, she might have navigated the situation with ease. Yet, she perceived this action as overly simplistic. It was rare to encounter a being endowed with extraordinary powers who appeared quite reasonable. Thus, Daisy resolved to cultivate a deeper rapport between them, momentarily setting aside thoughts of Wakanda. As a gesture of friendship, she offered to weave a tale of light and shadow, a cinematic narrative, a potent means of communication with the outside world. Utilizing her faint telepathic abilities, in this realm constructed purely of mental energy, her powers were magnified manifold. The cheetah goddess found herself momentarily perplexed, her smoky form wavering. After a prolonged pause, she grasped that while Wakanda was indeed significant, her own intrinsic value held even greater importance. Quietly, Daisy reimagined life of Pi, transforming the protagonist into an African youth, with a tiger morphing into a cheetah. While preserving the theme of harmonious coexistence between man and beast, she meticulously crafted the storyline, and once satisfied, transmitted it to the cheetah goddess through thought. Initially intrigued, the cheetah goddess scrutinized the narrative, then fell into contemplation, gradually unraveling its profound implications. In comparison to the oath to protect Wakanda, this tale was evidently more compelling. The cheetah goddess nodded slightly in agreement. Ordinarily, she would take her leave at this juncture, but today, in a display of significance, she broke custom by gently licking Daisy, thereby completing an extraordinary ritual of recognition. "Remember your words," whispered the cheetah goddess, leaving a lingering echo in Daisy's heart before dissipating into mist within this realm of mental energy, prompting Daisy to withdraw from the projection domain. Having undergone a transformative experience, Daisy felt an intense warmth surging within her. The miraculous effects of the heart-shaped herb began to manifest, igniting a fervent fire deep within her being. The fractures in her body mended instantaneously, and the hidden injuries accumulated over a year of training were wholly healed by the blaze. With remaining energy seeking an outlet, it began to enhance her physical constitution. Her cells reorganized within a novel framework, becoming more resilient and vigorous. The flow of blood accelerated, evenly distributing energy throughout her entire form. Since the awakening of her inhuman bloodline, Daisy's physical prowess had once again experienced a qualitative leap. Unlike the White Tiger Talisman, which could only sustain her at a certain level without merging with her essence, the heart-shaped herb's enhancement was a different phenomenon. It directly influenced her body, initiating a new cycle of empowerment based on her already fortified foundation. Internally, Daisy's body was undergoing a seismic transformation. The dramatic increase in her physical capabilities rendering her powers increasingly challenging to control. Externally, Chala, along with several female warriors and priests, observed the entire mountain trembling violently, as the surging energy began to erode the mountainside and the earth itself. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, the ground quaked unceasingly, the tremors reverberating throughout the mountain range, causing fissures to appear in the walls, which widened progressively with the intensifying vibrations. The devastation of the land was profoundly severe. Chala witnessed the ground beneath him split open, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth, prompting him to hastily evade the peril. As Daisy's enhancement process progressed, the magnitude of the earthquake escalated, with the fissures in the mountains and earth becoming increasingly exaggerated. Apart from the royal structures reinforced with vibranium and the underground excavation sites, the rest of Wakanda experienced intense tremors. The startled livestock fled in all directions, their panic ignited by the sudden quake. The ordinary citizens of Wakanda were left defenseless, rushing to open spaces to inquire amongst themselves what calamity had befallen them. Within the sacred mountain, the tremors were most pronounced. Several priests struggled to maintain their footing and hastily knelt in prayer. However, after uttering merely a couple of lines of their incantation, they rose in astonishment to exchange bewildered glances, for they simultaneously received a divine oracle, conveying the essence of not worrying about the goddess, as all was well. With the goddess' assurance of safety, they were resolute in their belief. Yet, just as they exhaled a collective sigh of relief, a greater upheaval ensued. Storm was also acknowledged, marking the commencement of her enhancement process. Beyond the cavern, ominous clouds gathered, swiftly accumulating immense energy, with thunder resonating through the layers of clouds as a ferocious storm began to take shape, and torrential raindrops fell like cascading torrents. Daisy and Storm appeared to be performing a duet, with the earthquake harmonizing with the deluge, and thunder accompanying the landslide. An abundance of rainwater cascaded upon the sacred mountain, the original foundation having been unsettled by Daisy's tremors, causing the entire mountain to begin tilting northwest under the onslaught of the tempest. The rivers encircling Wakanda altered their courses due to geological shifts and the accumulation of seismic energy, even exhibiting a tendency to reverse flow as water levels rose. Several priests stood in stunned silence, questioning whether the goddess had lost her clarity. The unfolding scene clearly foreboded disaster. Many Wakandan citizens were bewildered. Could this cataclysmic earthquake and torrential rain be the result of the king's moral failings, heralding the impending doom of the great nation? They knelt in the pouring rain, beseeching their ancestors and deities for protection. "What are you doing? Wake up." Chala discerned that all of this chaos stemmed from the actions of the two extraordinary beings. He had never heard tales of mountains lacking peaks or the convergence of heaven and earth, yet he understood that he was in deep trouble. Whether it was the political ramifications or the distrust among the populace, these issues required his resolution. As a hero of the righteous faction, Chala harbored no grievances, merely yearning for the two to regain their senses swiftly. He called out anxiously several more times. Fortuitously, Chala's final cry reached Daisy, who was nearing the conclusion of her enhancement. At that moment, her process was approaching its end. With a slight adjustment, she regained control of her body. Unaware of the external tremors, Daisy was already taken aback. Unless Wakanda harbored another vibrational manipulator, The external disturbances were likely to bear at least half of her responsibility. This realization left her quite embarrassed. She was eager to halt the chaos. Yet earthquakes do not simply cease at will to quell the tremors. One must await the complete release of energy. Unable to halt immediately, Daisy opted to wait for a moment until the vibrations dissipated. And only then did she slowly open her eyes and rise to her feet. A sense of discomfort compelled her to look down, revealing her body shrouded in a fine layer of sand, reminiscent of being encased in a stone shell during her initial enhancement. Without hesitation, Daisy activated her powers, sending the grains of sand flying. Clenching her fists and bending her arms, she reveled in the renewed strength that accompanied her latest enhancement. Although the shortcomings of her vibrational abilities remained, their resonance effect on her had markedly diminished. Should she encounter the colossal insects of Costa Rica once more, Daisy was confident that she could dispatch them with a single, forceful blow. Chapter 41. The power of enhancement. The enhancement derived from the heart-shaped herb continued to sharpen Daisy's agility and swiftness. At this moment, she felt a thunderous power coursing through her legs. Her previous teleportation speed had reached an astonishing 700 kilometers per hour, and she was now certain that she could unleash her full potential in a short burst, enough to shatter the sound barrier. The primal instinct akin to that of a white tiger guardian had now become an innate talent woven into her very essence. Suddenly, Daisy noticed that only her internal energy remained in motion. Her garments had been neatly arranged by the female guard, placed at a short distance away. She delicately raised her middle finger, allowing a ripple of energy to emanate from her fingertip, distorting the surrounding space and creating a faint gravitational pull that drew her clothing closer. Draping herself in her attire, Daisy began to explore her transformations. Her skin gleamed like smooth azure waters, exuding a supple radiance. Were she to represent a beauty product, she would undoubtedly captivate attention. Her waist appeared even more slender. Despite her previously tall and well-proportioned figure, she had never seemed excessively thin, given her remarkable appetite. Now, she could effortlessly graze her navel with a casual touch. The divine blessing of the cheetah goddess manifested. Daisy's nails, seemingly ordinary in their natural state, transformed into sharp claws the moment she entered combat. Their keen edge was intricately linked to her physical strength, and she had taken a significant leap toward mastering the 9 underworld white bone claw technique. With a flash, Daisy unleashed her claws, leaving deep gashes in the wall as debris scattered about. The onlooking priests were left speechless, their frustration simmering beneath the surface, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Realizing she was still within the confines of Wakanda, Daisy felt a touch of embarrassment as she retracted her claws, meticulously examining the wall's hardness and the scratches left behind. Satisfied with her newfound sharpened power, next, she scrutinized her chest and back, confirming the absence of any totemic markings such as a tiger or leopard's head, which brought her a sense of relief. "Thank you for your assistance. I assure you, I shall forever be a friend of Wakanda." Daisy expressed her heartfelt gratitude to T'Challa. Having received the heart-shaped herb, she found no qualms in uttering sweet words, even though such sentiments were not typically directed toward deities, but for these mere mortals, it was harmless to share. T'Challa inquired with curiosity, "Was that earthquake you caused? Are you also an otherworldly being like Aurora?" Daisy was accustomed to such questions and almost felt compelled to declare that she was not an otherworldly entity. She promptly denied it, asserting that she was merely an ordinary power wielder. "Such a powerful earthquake suggests your abilities are indeed formidable." Though T'Challa professed not to feel envy, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable longing. Daisy offered a wry smile, acknowledging her own limitations. "My abilities are indeed flawed, causing me great harm. What of Aurora's condition?" She deftly shifted the conversation to Storm, knowing that such a mention would prompt the righteous to lend their aid. However, she refrained from overtly requesting vibranium, subtly guiding the dialogue toward the buried Storm. T'Challa shared her concerns, expressing unease at the lack of precedent for a powered individual undergoing heart-shaped herb enhancement. "I truly fear. It will be fine. Thank you." After exchanging a few brief words, Daisy found a spot to sit and waited in silence. 10 minutes passed. Yet Storm remained unresponsive. Though the tremors outside had subsided, the tempest intensified, with fierce winds carrying icy rain and a sudden drop in temperature, hinting at a potential snowstorm, an anomaly in Africa. No one had witnessed such a phenomenon on this land. As snowflakes danced and winds howled, T'Challa's expression darkened. Did all-powered individuals summon such celestial disturbances after enhancement? Was possessing abilities truly so exceptional? Did they look down upon ordinary people? He recalled that the royal family members, upon their enhancements, had risen immediately without any accompanying atmospheric anomalies. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted from Storm's being, scattering the surrounding sand. T'Challa, caught too close, was enveloped by the dust, while Daisy quickly sought refuge behind a stone pillar. When she emerged again, Storm still hovered in the air, yet remained unconscious. In stark contrast to Daisy's cautious attire, Aurora's outfit was strikingly provocative, consisting merely of transparent shoulder straps and shorts, embodying a wild beauty that echoed her fierce powers. Daisy cast a curious glance, recognizing that such attire might be acceptable for a being of magic, but it seemed ill-suited for agents accustomed to the rigors of combat. As Daisy contemplated Storm's attire, the winds outside began to coalesce, seemingly drawn to Storm's presence. Multiple gusts converged, surging toward the sacred land of Wakanda. Quickly, stop the hurricane, Chala commanded anxiously, yet their weapons proved ineffective against the intangible force. Even vibranium, a material of great strength, could not exert influence over it. Aurora, awaken! He called out desperately to his beloved. Daisy assessed the hurricane's velocity, convinced of her ability to confront it, and boldly stepped forward. Get back, she shouted. Her right fist clenched as she thrust it toward the approaching storm. A force of several tons erupted like a wave, resonating along a defined path toward the hurricane, culminating in a sudden explosion. The translucent energy collided with the air, shattering the area as if it were glass, obliterating everything in its wake. Although there was no actual sound, all who witnessed the scene seemed to hear the shattering noise. Deprived of air as a medium, no matter how fierce the hurricane's speed, it could only come to an unwelcome halt in this moment. The once unstoppable hurricane was violently obstructed. In the distant realm of fantasy, Daisy inadvertently became embroiled in a convoluted conflict between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. She summoned her own vital energy, striving to render herself invisible among the shadowy kin possessing the gift of invisibility. However, her skin glimmered in the darkness like moonlight, attracting the attention of the chef hat queen, who swiftly pulled Daisy into the vortex of debate. The adversary hurled curses, accusing Daisy in rapid succession, to which Daisy responded with merely a raised eyebrow, internally acknowledging, this matriarch is clearly a fierce woman practicing dark arts, cursing the storm woman while simultaneously implicating her, insinuating that outsiders are not to be trusted. Chala, witnessing the unfolding scene, hastily intervened to pull this fierce matron away. As a spy adept in the path of patience, Daisy possessed remarkable endurance. However, the storm woman, a millennia-old sacred figure of the Kenyan tribe and the vice-captain of the battle team, was not one to easily tolerate provocation. At that moment, the storm woman, her face pale from the insults, caused the clouds surrounding the sacred mountain to coalesce once more, foreboding the imminent arrival of divine retribution. Chala understood that Daisy and the storm woman were akin to two human elixirs, their inherent extraordinary powers signifying that they were far from docile. Should they be angered, one could incite an earthquake, while the other could command a tempest, enough to plunge the kingdom of Wakanda into turmoil. Almost forcibly, Chala managed to escort his mother away. His black cousin hesitated, wanting to defend the storm woman, but upon seeing her indifferent expression, she resigned. Though the storm woman was not as reserved as Daisy, she was clad in scant fabric, feeling a chill envelop her, prompting her to don her ceremonial robe anew. In contrast to Daisy, the storm woman's path of cultivation had been fraught with challenges, yet this had bestowed upon her significant enhancement, both in physical prowess and control over the winds. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, a gentle breeze swept past, and in an instant, she was beside Daisy. Thank you for risking your life to save me, the storm woman expressed sincerely. No need for formality, Daisy replied with calm acceptance of this gratitude. Regardless of the storm woman's intentions, she had indeed rescued her from the clutches of the red-eyed demon, thus elevating their relationship from mere acquaintances to friends. The priests busily tidied the scene. Where Daisy and the storm woman had passed, the sand and stones swirling about, the once holy ground was now in disarray, as though ravaged by bandits. The fissures in the ground were irreparable, and the priests cast puzzled glances at Daisy. Surely, these cannot be the marks of divine retribution, the storm woman mused. Observing the cracks in the mountains, could it be the work of thunder? Daisy initially considered deflecting responsibility, but given the multitude of witnesses, she could only candidly admit, it was my doing. You were able to withstand my thunderous attack earlier. I am curious about the nature of your abilities. In truth, Storm had long harbored this question, yet at that time, their relationship had not yet deepened to the point of exploring their abilities. Now, however, having forged a bond of life and death, discussing such topics was no longer a concern. My power is vibration. I can produce various forms of tremors, Daisy replied candidly. Storm, brimming with anticipation, urged her to demonstrate. Casting a glance at the priests tidying up the scene, Daisy exchanged a knowing look with Storm, then gently tapped her left foot against the ground, causing a slight tremor before coming to a halt. Quick-witted, Storm immediately grasped Daisy's intent and gave her a thumbs up. praising her abilities as remarkably impressive. Having endured such severe injuries, this marked the first time since her debut that Storm felt the weight of her circumstances. She inquired with the female guards nearby about the whereabouts of the mercenaries, intent on seeking vengeance against the crimson-eyed demon. However, these guards were loyal to the crown. Their loyalty hierarchy firmly established as king, queen, and then prince, leaving little regard for Storm, the prince's girlfriend. Frustrated by this setback, Storm felt a twinge of annoyance. But Daisy promptly pulled her back. The surrounding Shadow clan members, be they priests or guards, were inherently reliant on the royal family for their survival. Only through the prosperity of the monarchy could they safeguard their own statuses. Today, their synchronized display of power had rendered the land reminiscent of a kingdom on the brink of collapse. Even the guards, who had once fought side by side with them, now cast glances laden with veiled hostility, varying in intensity. As the leader of the mutants, Storm had long grown accustomed to the disdain of the world. In contrast, Daisy, with her remarkable fortitude, remained unfazed by scorn or animosity. Since the guards forbade their departure, the two decided to remain and engage in casual conversation. An awkward silence did not ensue, allowing Daisy to seize the moment to introduce a topic of interest: magic. Storm, being both a mutant and a sorceress, belonged to the Monroe family, whose bloodline pulsed with a mysterious magical essence. Locally, they were revered as saints, while Western colonizers labeled them witches. For millennia, every heir of the Monroe family had wielded the power to command storms. However, in Storm's generation, the fusion of mutant abilities had rendered her power extraordinarily formidable. "What is your magic like? Could you possibly demonstrate it?" Daisy inquired, brimming with curiosity. Yet, Storm found herself unable to fulfill this request, for as a saint, the casting of her magic was no trivial task. "Our magic requires extensive preparation. It involves a lengthy ritual. Without the aid of superpowers, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to demonstrate," Storm replied apologetically. Upon further inquiry, Daisy was astonished to learn that without the assistance of their powers, the magicians of the Monroe family required a full 3 days to prepare a rain spell. If employed on the battlefield, by the time the magic took effect, all would likely be settled. Storm could not provide a definitive explanation for this, jokingly attributing it to the dilution of their bloodline over generations. However, Daisy remained unconvinced. She speculated that the ancestors of the Monroe family may have had connections with the goddess of white magic, Ashtu. In a distant realm, Daisy focused intently, pondering deeply. The power of the storm goddess, Aurora, was fundamentally different from her own. She needed to perceive the ethereal particles of energy flowing through the atmosphere, gather them, shape them, and transform them into the desired form. In the early years of discovering my own powers, I was naive and reckless, unaware that all things in the world require a delicate balance. When I first awakened my abilities, I summoned rain for Kenya, believing my actions to be righteous. However, it was not until the storm goddess recounted her past to Daisy that I understood the gravity of my naivete. Daisy listened with rapt attention, unable to restrain her curiosity. What transpired next? It was when I stepped into neighboring Uganda, a land plagued by prolonged drought and frequent calamities, where war had become a norm. Their conflicts arose merely from the meager resources necessary for survival, all due to my forceful interference with the laws of nature. The week of rain I brought to Kenya resulted in the suffering of countless individuals in Uganda. The storm goddess's words were laden with profound lessons, serving as both a cautionary tale for Daisy regarding the prudent use of power and an emotional release seeking resonance. Daisy contemplated for a moment. Although even children understood the disasters wrought by nature's imbalance, she did not believe that Uganda's turmoil was directly linked to the rainfall. However, the word variables stirred something within her. In short-distance teleportation, variables might be negligible, but in long-distance travel across light years, they must be accounted for. The consequences of transporting her to the heart of a star or the edge of a black hole were too dire to contemplate. Realizing that humanity's current computational capabilities were inadequate to handle such immense calculations, she recognized the necessity of a supercomputer. Hacking into the lab's supercomputer was not beyond her skills, but she was acutely aware that the vast amount of computation would easily draw attention. Thus, she yearned for a supercomputer of her own. Yet, at that moment, the meager funds she possessed were merely a drop in the bucket, and her poverty thwarted this aspiration. When Chala returned to the sacred place after calming his mother's emotions, he found Daisy and the storm goddess still waiting there, which brought him a sense of relief. The storm goddess emitted a complex sound, her eyes gleaming with an unusual light. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. The enemy continues to flee, and I require your assistance," Chala said, shifting the topic. He decided to lead the team in pursuit of the red crystal tank and Bartok, while ensuring that Wakanda's secrets remained concealed from the public. Wakanda's pursuers had faced defeat 3 times in succession. In the most recent battle, the red crystal tank had astonishingly clashed head-on with a battle rhinoceros from a border tribe. A display of power that shocked the world, causing ordinary citizens to refrain from pursuing them any further. At this juncture, the formidable task fell upon the kingdom's protector, the Black Panther. Daisy and the Storm Goddess unhesitatingly joined his pursuit team. Although the red crystal tank was simple-minded, it had not lost its fundamental judgment. While Bartok was seasoned and experienced, they recognized the formidable power of Wakanda and understood that mere force could not conquer this enigmatic realm. Thus, they retreated along their original path, fleeing into the wild savannas of Kenya with their remaining forces. However, the relentless battles had inflicted severe losses upon the mercenaries, and their ammunition reserves had dwindled perilously low. Hurry, keep up with me. Once we escape this jungle and restore our communication signals, our discoveries will yield immense wealth. Bartok, a towering figure, urged his soldiers with palpable excitement. Where do you think you're running? Before Bartok's words could fully resonate, a commanding voice echoed from the treetops. The Black Panther, fully armed, stealthily pursued them in a Wakandan stealth aircraft, accompanied by 2 female figures soaring through the air, Storm and Daisy. Daisy had mastered the art of flight even before consuming the heart-shaped herb. In the cosmos, there exist 4 fundamental forces: strong force, weak force, electromagnetic force, and gravity. The first 3 are often imperceptible in daily life and challenging to harness. Magneto can unleash a magnetic field 20,000 times stronger than that of Earth, utilizing the repulsion generated by this field to counteract his own gravity, allowing him to soar effortlessly. However, Magneto seldom resorts to this method. He prefers flying with the aid of 2 magnets or the magnetic properties of his attire for convenience. Daisy lacked a profound understanding of these 3 fundamental forces, yet she had an intuitive grasp of gravity. According to the theory of general relativity, the interactions of gravitational forces enabled her to excite the curvature of space at specific locations, thereby generating a gravitational field that propelled her flight. The greater the intensity of vibration, the stronger the energy, and the faster her speed would become. Previously, her frail physique would lead to soreness after just a few vibrations, rendering prolonged flight impossible. Now, with the enhancement from the heart-shaped herb, even ordinary flight had become a trivial feat for her. While her method of flying was indeed extraordinary, within the vast Marvel universe, there existed no definitive classification of authenticity among the many heroes and villains possessing the ability to fly. For instance, Magneto soared through the air using his magnetic power. Thor initially relied on his hammer for elevation, later harnessing the thunderous energy within him. Storm utilized wind currents to propel herself upward, claiming that her choice of a form-fitting suit was to reduce wind resistance, leaving Daisy perplexed. The various methods of flight among them were diverse, lacking any hierarchy. As Daisy manipulated the air and controlled gravity, she felt no sense of incongruity. On board the aircraft, T'Challa presented Daisy with a pair of vibranium bracelets, symbolizing the friendship between their 2 nations. The bracelets gleamed with a silvery brilliance, each adorned on the inside with a vividly depicted cheetah, its muscular contours seemingly ready to leap forth. As Daisy gently waved her wrist, she felt almost no resonance, while the energy feedback from the resonance was absorbed by the bracelet. Chapter 44. The network of cracks beneath the distant heavens. Daisy piloted the mysterious craft, but the weight of the admanium caused her landing to unleash a network of fissures across the earth, resembling a star-studded tapestry. For Daisy, the solid ground provided her with a sense of security far surpassing the exhilaration of soaring through the skies. As she descended, the Black Panther and Bartok, 2 martial arts masters, were engaged in an intense battle. Both were adept in leg techniques. Bartok, the Frenchman, amalgamated global martial arts into an impeccable fighting style, far surpassing the Wakandan warriors who trained in isolation. However, the Black Panther, adorned in sacred artifacts and gifted with extraordinary talent, rendered them nearly equal in their fierce contest. Upon the spaceship's landing, the female guardians surged forth like thunder, maintaining their trio formation, united against the remaining mercenary soldiers. Both sides instinctively avoided the core of the battlefield, where an imposing figure loomed, red tank, akin to a colossal crimson mountain. He stood steadfast, resembling a guardian from a deep red cosmos. Storm, having learned from previous encounters, prudently hovered 10 meters above ground, merging her magical prowess with extraordinary abilities, gathering tremendous energy, poised to act as a formidable magical artillery. The fierce glint in Red Tank's eyes fixated solely on Daisy, his only adversary. His remaining intellect failed to unravel the schemes at play. His conviction was simple and resolute. Any foe could be shattered by sheer force. With a thunderous roar, he charged toward Daisy like a raging tide. Although Daisy wielded a shield forged from the mythical adamantium, she did not intend to meet force with force. Skillfully, she evaded the direct onslaught, raising her shield to absorb the residual impact while slashing at Red Tank's calf with her sword. Both her sword and shield were crafted from the mysterious alloy of the Yuji clan, capable of severing even Wolverine's razor-sharp claws, possessing a cutting edge of unparalleled quality in the mortal realm. Yet, the moment her blade pierced Red Tank's calf, she encountered insurmountable resistance. As her strength waned, the force opposing her intensified. Daisy had no choice but to roll away, completely escaping the impact zone. The injury to Red Tank's leg slowed his advance, forcing him to halt and turn, his visage contorted in fury as he prepared for another charge. Daisy observed the wound she had inflicted, a 30-centimeter long, 10-centimeter deep gash on Red Tank's calf, thick enough to be encircled by an adult's embrace. To her astonishment, she witnessed the wound beginning to heal. Having studied Wolverine's healing factor, she was certain that the source of Red Tank's recovery was not cellular regeneration, but rather the arcane magic of the deep red cosmos. With heavy footsteps, Red Tank charged at Daisy once more. Concurrently, Storm began to unleash her might. This time, she abandoned the flashy yet imprecise torrential attack, achieving a refined mastery over her powers, capable of striking without rain. Bolts of lightning, varying in thickness, descended upon Red Tank like divine retribution. While he could perhaps withstand a single strike, the relentless barrage of electricity became unbearable, coursing through him and leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Daisy charged forward once more, swinging her sword at her opponent. In the throes of battle, wielding her sword brought her immense exhilaration, and the blade in her hand instilled her with newfound confidence. She followed the swordsmanship taught by Miss Corinne, striking with both hands, her remarkable agility allowing her to launch a fierce assault against the Red Tank. Regrettably, there were no enthusiastic cheers at that moment, and coupled with the need to evade the precise lightning control of Storm, this sister, although her control had improved significantly, occasionally inflicted harm upon her own side. The Red Tank, realizing that his signature charging attack had no effect on the foe before him, resorted to a brutal assault with fists and feet. Daisy blocked his heavy punch with her shield and retaliated by swinging her sword towards the Red Tank's wrist. However, the Red Tank suddenly increased his speed, seizing Daisy's blade with the intention of crushing it. Yet, the Edmund metal was extraordinarily hard. Even the might of the Hulk-like Red Tank could perhaps break it with full force, but in his haste to crush it with his hand, he only ended up injuring himself, blood flowing from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Daisy withdrew her sword, slicing through muscle and releasing a torrent of crimson blood. The Red Tank, racked with pain, his furious expression turning his eyes blood red, disregarded his balance, and, with his feet planted firmly on the ground and knees bent, charged at Daisy with the force of a powerful header, his massive head hurtling directly towards her. This unexpected maneuver disrupted Daisy's combat rhythm. Faced with the oncoming Red Tank, she had no time to evade and could only raise her shield to protect her chest, bracing for the impact. Bang! A deafening crash echoed as Daisy, with her left foot forward and right foot back, assumed a bow stance, arms bent and shield raised, yet still failed to fully absorb the blow. The immense force propelled her backward, causing her to tumble several times, as if she were soaring through the clouds, ultimately crashing to the ground over 100 meters away. This strike from the Red Tank had not been charged. It was purely the result of his leaping power and sheer mass. Even so, Daisy estimated his strength to be at least several hundred tons, though the impact was mostly absorbed by her shield, bracers, and her resilient physique. The primary reason for her being flung away was her insufficient weight. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth, Daisy retrieved her shield to defend herself once more. At that moment, the Red Tank leapt into the air, a murderous aura enveloping him, fists clenched and aimed at her. Fool! She cursed inwardly, astonished that a creature lacking the ability to fly would dare to perform such a spectacular move, utterly oblivious to the danger. Daisy discarded her sword and shield, waiting for the perfect moment, her right hand clenched into a fist, the bracers shimmering with light as the energy she had previously gathered surged forth, targeting the Red Tank. Chapter 45. The Raging Gale in the Boundless Realm of Fantasy. As Storm unleashed her tempestuous fury, Daisy was already poised for action, her hands pressed firmly against the ground, stirring a tremor of power that caused the earth to quiver slightly, energy coalescing at the point where the Red Tank was predicted to fall. Just as this formidable giant struggled to rise, he sensed the ground beneath him shifting like quicksand, each step becoming increasingly unstable, as if ensnared in a chaotic dream. The whirlwind swept past, his thoughts seemingly caught in a tumultuous vortex, and before he could react, he saw Daisy's fists tightly clenched. crashing down towards the earth with great force. Accompanied by a deep and resounding roar, the force of two fists penetrated the earth's crust, delving into the depths of its veins, and, harnessing the power of the earth, erupted forth at an angle. The invisible shockwave struck the red tank directly, under normal circumstances. This colossal figure might not have feared such power. However, at this moment, he stood unsteadily, his brute strength rendered ineffective as the impact counterbalanced his weight. Like a heavy artillery shell, the red tank was propelled upwards, soaring over 10 meters high. Daisy raised her gaze, her focus unwavering upon the tempest commanded by Storm. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Adhering to their usual tactics, the red tank was once again ensnared by the whirlwind, spiraling wildly along its turbulent path. Just as he was about to touch down, Daisy unleashed a powerful punch, sending him flying once more. Caught in the dizzying vortex, an ordinary person would surely succumb to disorientation after just a few revolutions. Could the red tank's comical helmet, designed to resist mental control, withstand such vertigo? After hundreds, if not thousands, of rapid spins, even the most resilient soul would find it difficult to endure. The red tank struggled valiantly to escape, attempting to shift his center of gravity, activating the thrusters in his boots, and employing various methods to break free. Yet, each time he showed signs of liberation, Daisy would unleash shockwaves to thwart his efforts, until this formidable figure exhausted all his tactics, utterly drained of resistance. As the wind speed increased, his already foggy mind grew increasingly dull, ultimately triggering his self-preservation mechanism, leading him to lose consciousness. Fatigued, Storm ceased her energy release upon seeing her adversary had fallen unconscious, and the whirlwind dissipated. The red tank plummeted like a boulder from 300 meters, striking the ground with tremendous kinetic force, producing a deafening crash. Daisy and Storm swiftly approached to assess the situation. Although the red tank's awareness was clouded, his breathing remained steady. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to death. Storm was astonished. After such a high fall, the red tank bore no visible wounds, a blatant defiance of the laws of physics. Daisy, however, was not surprised. Whether from 300 meters, or even 3,000 or 30,000, the red tank would emerge unscathed. Much like the Viper, he too was supported by a formidable force, the malevolent entity known as Thon from the Crimson Cosmos, who bestowed extraordinary powers upon the red tank. Daisy speculated that Thon was so immensely powerful that he became exceedingly bored, with no games designed for his amusement and no companions to share laughter with during the long nights. Thus, this idly bored demon cast a ruby imbued with his own magic towards Earth, ensuring that anyone who found the gem, regardless of age or gender, would transform into the towering figure of the red tank, measuring 3 meters in height and weighing 800 kilograms. The demon controlled the host as if manipulating a game character, and to avoid becoming a mere puppet under his dominion, the red tank was best advised against taking lives. Nevertheless, this foolish giant could not simply be left to his own devices. Daisy possessed a wealth of poisonous knowledge imparted by Lady Viper. While she could not concoct complex potions, creating an anesthetic was well within her capabilities. Previously, within the confines of a Wakandan aircraft, she had synthesized a substantial barrel of a specialized anesthetic intended for elephants and planned to inject tenfold that amount into the red tank system. Even with the magical ability to restore his body, it is conservatively estimated that he would remain unconscious for 2 days. After Storm ceased her tempest, she joined Daisy to help clear the aftermath. The battle of the female warriors came to a temporary halt, despite the mercenaries' exceptional skills and individual prowess. They were ultimately powerless against the onslaught of thunderous attacks. Following their skirmish, only Black Panther and Batroc remained engaged in fierce combat, eager to showcase his strength before Storm. The young Black Panther grew increasingly anxious as the fight progressed. Conversely, Batroc had suffered significant setbacks against Vibranium. In gaming terms, after a prolonged engagement, he had merely depleted a fraction of Black Panther's stamina without inflicting any substantial damage. When facing Captain America, he could rely on verbal persuasion to coax his opponent into relinquishing his shield, thus allowing for a contest of hand-to-hand combat. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Black Panther. It was hardly reasonable to expect him to disrobe. The two combatants faced a language barrier. Black Panther's English bore a strong African accent, while most French speakers, though capable of conversing in English, often refrained from doing so. Batroc was an exception, dedicating most of his time to martial arts and combat, which left his English proficiency rather limited. Their communication devolved into a cacophony of misunderstanding, resulting in a stalemate where neither could grasp the other's intentions, leading them to engage in brute force. After exchanging several more blows, despair began to engulf Batroc. Black Panther's potential to become a superhero was not solely due to the heart-shaped herb and vibranium gear. His innate talent was of the highest caliber. The confrontation with Batroc illuminated numerous shortcomings in his own abilities, prompting him to consciously study his opponent's techniques to enhance his martial arts mastery. I surrender. Batroc's future employment by Nick Fury underscored his lack of integrity. Faced with the futility of victory, he raised his hands in surrender, resigning from the fight. Though Black Panther felt a twinge of regret that the battle had not yielded a clear victor, he maintained his composure and refrained from further comment. He secured Batroc and the other mercenaries with metallic handcuffs. Then, alongside Daisy and Storm, they hoisted the red tank onto the aircraft, setting a course for Wakanda. Upon reaching the palace, the elderly king inquired eagerly about the battle's outcome, and upon learning that the enemies had been captured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was eager to uncover how this group had discovered the secret entrance to Wakanda. Chapter 46. Radiant Splendor. The leader of the merchant clan was a gaunt and enigmatic old woman, her head wrapped in a tattered, iridescent silk, with large spirit stone earrings dangling from her ears. Her triangular eyes sparkled with profound wisdom, and she wielded an ancient staff inscribed with mystical symbols. Ever since the fall of the elder matriarch, Daisy instinctively harbored a sense of wariness towards this woman, daring only to glance at her from the corner of her eye. The leader of the Border clan was a robust man with chocolate-colored skin, his cheeks adorned with intricate spiritual markings, said to signify his elevated status within the tribe with each additional line. The leader of the Water clan is a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, the brother of the current queen. His peculiarity lies in the 3 strange chips embedded in his lower lip and both ears. Whenever he speaks, saliva trickles down the edge of his lip. Nevertheless, he prides himself on his nonchalance, adorning himself in a resplendent green robe, which nauseates Daisy to the core, nearly prompting her to unleash a sonic wave in retaliation. The last of the leaders is the chieftain of the Mineral clan, a portly, elderly woman. Compared to her peers, her attire appears relatively normal, with her hair woven into numerous slender braids, each adorned with trinkets imbued with mysterious powers. The 3 elders sat in the audience, and as a wave of enigmatic energy surged, the meeting commenced in earnest. The old king is far from dull. On the contrary, he is exceptionally astute. He has discerned that the trouble may stem from his cunning brother. Should this matter be pursued thoroughly, it would ultimately implicate him, for it was his carelessness that revealed the path to the celestial realm of Wakanda. To preserve his own safety and ensure his son's ascension to the throne, he must deftly resolve this issue. So, esteemed elders, how shall we address this matter? The old king spoke first, his voice resonating with authority and resolve. Eliminate all intruders. The existence of the celestial realm of Wakanda must not be disclosed. The middle-aged man with the chips in his mouth unequivocally expressed his staunch position, his words brimming with hostility towards outsiders. The remaining 3 elders exchanged glances, some nodded in agreement, others shook their heads in dissent, while one seemingly casually cast a glance at Daisy and Storm. Daisy paid no heed to this. She understood that they sought to leverage the situation, aiming to oust Storm to elevate their kin as the future queen of Wakanda. Although she recognized that this conspiracy had little to do with her, the narrow-minded Daisy silently noted this debt, vowing that when the time was ripe, she would make the chip-laden man pay for his words today. The old king appeared to ponder the opinion of the chip-bearer for a moment before refraining from a definitive stance, instead turning to the other elders. The Mineral clan, with its millennia of legacy, has long been entrusted with the extraction of the mystical metal vibranium. The power of vibranium needs no elaboration, as it holds a dominant position among the 4 great clans of Wakanda, and the lineage of the old king originates from the Mineral clan. To maintain a balance of power or reach a compromise, the current clan leader's voice is scarcely heard. The plump old woman with dozens of small braids hesitated for an eternity before finally conceding that all decisions would be left to the king's discretion. This marks a turning point. With the information now leaked, the outside world is aware of the exact location of the celestial realm of Wakanda. How should we respond? The times urge us to enact reform. The Border clan has long been discontent with the status quo. A robust man adorned with facial markings fervently called for a change in national policy, advocating for Wakanda to engage with the outside world. The elderly matriarch of the merchant clan closed her eyes tightly, appearing as though she were lifeless, indifferent to both opening the borders and maintaining isolation. The old king's gaze swept over the 4 elders. One supported the call for change, another opposed it, while the remaining 2 chose silence. He was content with the current situation, and at this moment, his words would become a decisive opinion. As the king, he could not deny that the leak had nothing to do with him. He must demonstrate his utmost concern regarding the matter while seeking to maintain control over the situation. After pondering for several moments, he announced loudly, "Chala." The young prince was unaware of the reason his father summoned him, yet he promptly stepped out of the ranks, replying, "I am here." I grant you permission to leave the sacred realm of Wakanda and investigate this matter with unwavering dedication, to ascertain where the information was leaked from. He then turned to Daisy. Miss Johnson's assistance is required. Chala needs some official support from the outside. Daisy immediately nodded in agreement. In fact, this had already been discussed, as her disguise was that of a student at Oxford University. With Daisy's cooperation, even a century of investigation would not lead back to her. And the old king was naturally reluctant to unveil the truth. In his view, this was merely a show of thunder with little rain, allowing Chala to wander outside for 2 years before quietly downplaying the incident. By sending the heir out of Wakanda, the old king could proceed without worry, consolidating domestic forces and preparing Wakanda for its entry into the world. Unlike his father, Chala was not burdened with heavy thoughts. He understood that once he left Wakanda, it would be much easier to meet Storm. For both of them, the distance from America to England was trivial. Their exchanged glances conveyed unspoken sentiments, causing Daisy to roll her eyes in response. With the general direction set, the subsequent details would resolve themselves effortlessly. First, the captured mercenaries were cast into the depths of the mountains by the mining clan, tasked with extracting vibranium ore. Even the opposing brother, Pan, agreed with this approach. As he stated, just as white men once enslaved black men to mine ores, they too would repay in kind, seeking vengeance. Chapter 47. Powerless to refuse the ancient king. Sensing Daisy's sincerity, gifted her a war rhinoceros from the border tribes, a rare and exquisite offering meant for leaders of distant lands. Staring at the towering creature, over 2 meters tall and weighing several tons, Daisy was momentarily speechless. This, she questioned in confusion. Perhaps offer it to allies from far-off continents. As the sacred rhinoceros on the plains is increasingly rare, the old king replied with profound intent. Daisy was suddenly beset by a headache. The old man was quite cunning. Having perceived her need for the mysterious metal vibranium, yet deliberately omitting any mention of it, instead presenting her with a rhinoceros, leaving her at a loss for how to request what she truly desired. Worse still, this enormous beast evidently had a prodigious appetite. Setting aside whether New York could accommodate it, the daily feeding requirements alone could bankrupt her, if she wished to avoid financial ruin. Daisy had no choice but to pass this sacred rhinoceros on to those with real power among her foreign allies. Gently caressing the rhinoceros's massive forehead, she noted its docile demeanor. It merely glanced at her with its small eyes before ignoring her completely. At that moment, Daisy was astonished to discover a cheetah resting atop the rhinoceros's back. The rhinoceros was one thing, but the cheetah— oh, I see. It seems you are destined to accompany me on this journey. Before she had the chance to speak, a wave of consciousness surged into her mind, conveying the will of the cheetah goddess. This remarkable creature was not an ordinary being, but rather an incarnation of the goddess in the material realm, capable not only of concealing its form and executing assassination tasks, but also of freely altering its size. To be favored by the goddess was indeed a source of envy. The old king, deeply moved, feigned weakness and hesitated to speak further. Understanding the unspoken, Daisy took her leave, secretly lamenting her missed opportunity to witness Wakanda's extraordinary projection technology, which could facilitate remote communication and serve as a personal terminal. Regrettably, Wakanda's technological framework was vastly different from the outside world. Even if acquired, it would be ineffectual beyond its borders. After spending 3 days in Wakanda, Chala, despite his princely status, had numerous state affairs to attend to before he could depart. On the 3rd day, Daisy, Storm, Chala, Batroc, and the unconscious Red Tank quietly exited Wakanda. Daisy rode at the forefront on the sacred rhinoceros, while the cheetah shrank to the size of a domestic cat, nestled on her shoulder. Red Tank and Batroc trailed behind like weary hounds, while Chala and Storm, the enamored couple, engaged in hushed conversation nearby. Before their departure, the queen had sternly reprimanded them. Storm, suppressing her anger, wore a face of resentment throughout their journey. Due to the sacred rhinoceros's presence, conventional modes of transportation were rendered impractical, allowing the group to leisurely stroll forward. Daisy began to examine the cloak. Its colors, style, and proportions failed to resonate with her aesthetic sensibilities. It appeared to be a mere trinket hastily retrieved by the old king from the warehouses of a border tribe, lacking any thoughtful selection. The cloak was excessively large, draping over her like the attire of a vagabond. Its unappealing appearance ignited in Daisy the desire for modification. Yet she lacked the necessary skills. In comparison to the heroes of the Marvel Universe, she felt woefully inadequate in practical skills. Tony Stark, born with a welding gun in hand, had mastered mechanical engineering. Wolverine was a consummate handyman, adept at building walls and planting trees. Even Deadpool could deftly operate a sewing machine. By contrast, Daisy possessed no such talents, and this cloak was merely a standard-issue garment for ordinary soldiers of the border tribes. She had no shortage of defensive equipment. After much contemplation, she resolved to gift the cloak to her maid upon her return, recognizing that Japanese women were often skilled in sewing and mending, and as an ordinary individual, she too required some protective gear. Having left Wakanda, Chala and Storm grew ever closer, unabashed in their affection. Crossing the boundaries of Wakanda, their joy was palpable. Daisy did not intend to traverse the entirety of the Kenyan savannah. She gently patted the sacred rhinoceros's large head, employing her rudimentary telepathic skills with animals. After just 3 days of companionship, she had forged a profound trust with the sacred rhinoceros. With a simple gesture, it would halt its stride. Chala and Storm, puzzled, could not comprehend why Daisy had suddenly come to a stop. Were they truly to traverse Kenya on foot? Daisy found it difficult to fathom. Did they not feel fatigued? She sat upon the sacred beast, utterly fatigued. Chala traversed the mountains with an ease that resembled a leisurely stroll, showing no sign of complaint. Storm understood her sentiment and proposed, "Shall I contact the professor to send an aircraft for us?" Mentioning the Blackbird jet, Daisy felt a flicker of curiosity, though it was merely a passing interest. Assuming its capabilities were comparable to the Quinjet, she ultimately resolved to summon her own support. As a level 7 agent, calling forth a jet was a trivial matter for her. Before the aircraft's arrival, she opted to retrieve the little lion cub. Upon learning of Daisy's plan, the cheetah goddess expressed her willingness to accompany her. Daisy teleported twice back to the place where she first encountered the majestic lion, circling the vicinity until she soon discovered the family. In truth, it was not merely a trio. The lion boasted 3 mates and 8 cubs, forming a considerable clan. With such a multitude of cubs, surely they would not mind if one were taken? Daisy attempted to communicate with the lion. The lion, initially poised to roar in defiance, fell silent upon seeing the cheetah goddess, while the other lionesses and cubs trembled in fear. "They are so terrified of you," Daisy remarked to the cheetah goddess. The goddess nodded proudly, as if to convey, "Do not underestimate yourself." With the goddess's imposing presence instilling fear, the lion had no power to refuse Daisy's request to adopt a cub. "Once I have a spacious abode, I shall invite you all to revel in the splendor." She lifted the little female cub she had encountered that day and, after making her promise, teleported away once more. Chala and Storm expressed no objections to her bringing back a lion, and they were indifferent to whether keeping wild beasts was permissible within the city. The orphaned cub appeared anxious, glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, yearning to flee yet unsure of the direction. Chala and Storm seemed devoid of malicious intent, lacking the aura typical of hunters. Indeed, Daisy appeared the most amiable, prompting the cub to curl helplessly at her feet. This lion, just over a year old, nearly matched Daisy in height, now nestled at her feet as she stroked its fur, awaiting the arrival of the S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. Chapter 48. Ascending into the air, a mysterious craft ascended from the ancient ruins of Egypt, swift as lightning, carrying a cadre of seasoned agents. Though they privately perceived the rhinoceros and the giant clad in crimson armor as transcending the ordinary, they refrained from inquiring, focusing instead on loading the rhinoceros into the cabin. Heading straight for New York. Along the way, Daisy managed to contact the reclusive master, Old Pie, to discuss Chala's advanced studies at the Arcane Academy in Oxford. This was no ordinary academic pursuit. Even with Old Pie's profound skills, resolving everything with a mere phone call was impossible. Further negotiations were necessary, as the Oxford Academy would need to assess Chala's spiritual aptitude. Should they accept a dull-witted individual, no matter the connections, the Academy would be reluctant to admit him. Moreover, a substantial fee would need to be paid, as Chala was a latecomer. The wealth of Wakanda is widely recognized to be rooted in the rare and precious vibranium. However, to its people, this substance is of unparalleled value, regarded almost as a forbidden treasure, and the notion of publicly selling it is utterly inconceivable. Thus, Wakanda's riches are akin to a mirage, seemingly abundant, yet fundamentally immeasurable. Daisy had heard whispers of future legends, proclaiming the immense value of vibranium and suggesting that the royal lineage of the Black Panther was wealthier than entire nations, even surpassing Iron Man. Yet, all of this is merely a fantasy born from market scarcity. In reality, Wakanda's vibranium reserves are plentiful, inexhaustible even after millennia of extraction. The extraordinary nature of vibranium, coupled with Wakanda's steadfast principle of non-sale, renders it nearly impossible to procure in the marketplace. Daisy privately speculated that the rumors of the Black Panther's immense wealth were likely a deliberate fabrication by Tony Stark to divert public discontent towards the wealthy elite. Wakanda's sole pride lies in its concealed arcane technology, essential for the nation's survival, and thus it cannot be traded. Consequently, Prince Chala's actual financial resources are rather limited, at least within the conventional monetary system. Fortunately, Storm possesses considerable wealth. Daisy candidly expressed her predicament as an agent, and without hesitation, Storm handed her a prepaid card worth 5 million gold coins, not only to assist Chala with his educational expenses, but also to request her help in finding a discreet residence in Britain. After a brief discussion among the group in the aircraft, it was decided that Chala would temporarily stay in New York, awaiting Daisy's facilitation of his entry into the Arcane Academy, while also investigating the leak of Wakanda's secret passages, all the while enjoying some private time with Storm. Bartok, being the only one in the know, naturally remained in Chala's company. As for the formidable red tank, Chala chose not to take him along, and Storm was equally unwilling to bring him. She believed that the Arcane Academy, where Professor Charles resided, was not a prison, and such a malevolent presence should be confined by SHIELD in a remote location. The Arcane aircraft descended in New York, and Storm, along with Chala and Bartok, disembarked. Storm warmly invited Daisy to visit Xavier's Arcane Academy during her leisure time, to which Daisy could only reply with an awkward smile, promising to visit when the opportunity arose. The cheetah goddess gazed at the bustling spectacle of New York, her attention captivated, despite Wakanda's superior arcane technology. Its sparse population rendered it far less lively than New York. Having lived here for thousands of years, she had long since become indifferent to her surroundings. At that moment, she expressed a desire to delay her involvement in film affairs. After a prolonged absence from the outside world, she yearned to travel and experience diverse cultures, assuring Daisy that she would seek her out after her global adventures. Fully aware of the cheetah goddess's exceptional prowess, Daisy harbored no significant concerns about her traveling alone. Subsequently, Daisy piloted the Arcane aircraft back to Washington, preparing to report to Director Dum Dum Dugan about the matters concerning Wakanda and to deliver gifts from her African friends. However, Daisy faced a dilemma. She could not bring the rhinoceros into SHIELD headquarters, as the creature was timid and could potentially harm innocents if startled. With numerous ordinary staff members present, any mishap would be difficult to explain. In her predicament, Daisy had no choice but to call Dum Dum, requesting to meet him outside. Half an hour later, Nick Fury arrived at Daisy's residence in Washington, as agreed. This location housed a concealed teleportation array, and Daisy had exerted considerable effort to finally guide the red tank and the rhino into it. At that moment, Daisy was frolicking with a small lion cub. The cub, feeling utterly out of place, exhibited clear signs of fear. Its little face was pale, its features contorted in distress, as it nervously scanned its surroundings. From now on, you shall be called Dumpling. Daisy affectionately stroked the cub's soft fur, having pondered long and hard before bestowing this name upon it. The small lion looked at her in confusion. Was this truly its name? Daisy nodded in affirmation, and from that moment forth, this name would accompany it throughout its life. Sensing an impending threat, the cub swiftly darted behind Daisy, peeking out occasionally. Daisy hurried to soothe it. Is there anything that cannot be clarified over the phone? This creature is remarkably strong. Could it be a product of some genetic modification experiment? Lu Dan's gaze swept over the rhino and the lion. He had encountered countless strange beings, yet the nearly 3-meter-tall red tank still astonished him. How could a human grow so tall and robust? If it were not a product of experimentation, he would find it hard to believe. Daisy proceeded to describe the capabilities of the red tank, confident that it was not a laboratory creation, though she lacked definitive evidence, only mentioning that Storm believed the red tank harbored an ominous power within. As for the matter of whether it was indeed sinister, Nick Fury was indifferent. His primary concern was whether this imposing figure could be of use to them. From what you say, its intelligence is rather low. Daisy hesitated for a moment, uncertain, before responding. We have yet to converse. Our first encounter turned to confrontation. Perhaps there is a chance, though? Chapter 49. Unwritten history in a distant, foreign realm. Nick Fury did not perceive the flourishing of technology as a pinnacle. Instead, an ancient secret flickered in his mind. According to the ancient texts of SHIELD, during the Second Demon War, a collection of extraordinary weapons had found their way into Ethiopia. What forces lay behind these weapons? Were they the descendants of Perseus or followers of the Gaulish temple? His words brimmed with curiosity about the unknown history. Daisy's eyes widened in astonishment at how this dark-skinned SHIELD elite displayed such interest in the history of his homeland. Ethiopia, a land that had once successfully repelled demon invaders, was indeed the only African nation to achieve such a victory, despite the ever-present threat of the underworld empire. Daisy was well acquainted with this history, yet she had never connected it to the name Wakanda. She could not ascertain whether Wakanda had ever intervened, responding ambiguously. Indeed, they played an indirect role in the Second Demon War and the original materials utilized by Captain America SSHIELD ELD, originated from Wakanda. Upon mentioning Captain America, Nick Fury's focus returned to the present. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "There is indeed a legend of a mysterious kingdom hidden deep within the African continent. Many believe it to be mere myth. Have you truly visited that place? Did you just return from there?" Daisy gently nodded in affirmation, responding to his inquiry. "Yes, I have indeed been there. This nation possesses a rare metallic resource, and through its utilization, they have cultivated extraordinary power. To what extent has this reached?" Nick Fury inquired. Daisy found herself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the peculiar societal structure of Wakanda, characterized by its formidable technological prowess juxtaposed with a relatively underdeveloped standard of living. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. She retrieved a cloak from her backpack and draped it around herself. With a swift flourish, a pale blue energy shield materialized before Nick Fury. An energy shield. Nick Fury was taken aback, utterly astonished that his African compatriots had mastered such equipment that seemed to defy the laws of nature. How had they developed this energy shield? It is well known that even SHIELD's research into energy shield technology is still in its nascent stages. Nick Fury found himself perplexed. How could an isolated small nation create such advanced technology? Standing from a perspective of fairness, Daisy recounted the entire story as thoroughly as possible, omitting only those aspects that were classified. She claimed that this discovery was purely incidental, arising during her quest to find her father. Nick Fury was, of course, aware of the whereabouts of Daisy's father, yet he chose to keep this knowledge as a trump card, feigning ignorance while listening with keen interest to her narrative. Daisy elaborated, particularly mentioning that Storm and T'Challa were currently in New York, presumably under the protection of Master Charles. If you doubt this, you may inquire with them personally. Subsequently, Daisy discerned that she was not the only one apprehensive about facing Master Charles. Nick Fury also seemed reluctant to encounter the telepath. After all, his secrets were no less significant than Daisy's, relying on his iron will and advanced technological devices to withstand the pervasive influence of telepathy. Placing his trust in the moral compass of others, this was evidently not in line with Nick Fury's usual modus operandi. "Agent Johnson, do you believe Wakanda harbors hostility towards the outside world? Are they concerned about the dominance of the Western world?" Nick Fury posed directly. Daisy felt no need to obscure the truth about Wakanda. The nation's attitude towards external engagement was not uniform, with some advocating for the use of advanced technological weaponry to conquer the globe. However, she swiftly shifted her tone, asserting that such an occurrence was improbable. Their management of advanced weaponry was exceedingly stringent. The general populace still utilized ancient weaponry, lacking sufficient military force. A handful of elders alone could not achieve global domination. Moreover, breaching Wakanda's defenses would not be a trivial endeavor. Their fortifications appeared exceptionally robust. Should we attempt a forceful assault with our current arsenal, the cost would be monumental. As demonstrated by the Wakandans, their defensive structures are so formidable that without the mobilization of a considerable army equipped with heavy weaponry, breaching them would be nearly impossible. Nick Fury nodded slightly, taking in Daisy's counsel, though the extent to which he would heed it remained known only to himself. He resolved to consult T'Challa personally, seeking to comprehend Wakanda's true stance towards contemporary human society. As the leader resolved to boldly seek out Master Charles, Daisy had no choice but to accompany him. For she too was a pivotal figure in this matter, and the former king of Wakanda had specifically entrusted her to facilitate connections. "We shall meet in my office in half an hour," Nick Fury declared before turning to depart, needing to prepare himself, clearing his mind, donning a specialized device to resist mental manipulation, among other tasks. Observing his imminent exit, Daisy hastily reminded him that the rhinoceros known as the African Guardian was still by his side. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, cheerfully stating, "Then let it temporarily reside with you. Just remember to send me the bill at the end of each month." He then recalled the unconscious red tank. "I will dispatch someone to handle this behemoth." Shortly thereafter, four agents hurried in, chanting their slogans as they struggled to lift the red tank away. As for the rhinoceros, Daisy would have to address that predicament on her own. With a resigned wave of her hand, she bid the rhinoceros farewell for the moment. "What use do you serve? Perhaps I should just slay you for meat?" Daisy glared at the rhinoceros, which seemed to grasp her intent, shaking its head vigorously. The small lion could be brought inside, but the massive rhinoceros was not easily maneuverable. Hence, she pointed at the rhinoceros. Chapter 50. Energy fluctuations. Before meeting Master Charles, any attire was permissible. However, she understood that donning the uniform of the Oracular Bureau signified the power of the establishment, likely instilling apprehension in the other party. Thus, she opted for the garb of a high-ranking secret realm agent, leaving her formidable weapons and protective shield in her quarters, concealing only her stealth wristbands beneath her long sleeves. Once prepared, she subtly signaled to her maid and activated the mysterious teleportation array, directing it towards the heart of the oracular bureau to rendezvous with Egg. Your cloak appears to differ from before, she remarked, scrutinizing Egg closely, noticing the myriad of distinct energy fluctuations emanating from him. No need for further words. Let us proceed swiftly. Nick Fury provided no explanation for the changes, compelling Daisy to set aside her inquiries for the time being. Thanks to her enhanced abilities, she could now teleport across the vast distance from Washington to New York in an instant, correcting any minor positional discrepancies with her own powers. However, she refrained from initiating the teleportation spell immediately, for Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was fraught with numerous anti-teleportation wards. Master Charles had developed his psychic domain to the pinnacle of human capability. Half a century prior, he had amassed numerous doctoral degrees across various academic fields, establishing himself as a luminary in academia, immensely wealthy, and in his leisure, deeply engrossed in the exploration of the unknown. Just as Daisy wielded her teleportation abilities, wherever science faltered, the power of the extraordinary could provide a shortcut. Master Charles, too, with the assistance of many mutants, commanded a range of avant-garde, arcane technologies that rendered his presence inescapable to all factions. Daisy first contacted Storm via telepathic communication, informing her of her intention to escort a visitor to the academy. Storm eagerly consented, warmly welcoming their arrival. Your powers have grown remarkably. You can now teleport directly to New York? Egg inquired, a note of confusion in his voice. Daisy casually offered a few perfunctory remarks while swiftly pinpointing the precise location of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters in Westchester County, New York. She calculated several coordinates in her mind, and then initiated a teleportation spell, stepping across the spatial barrier alongside her companion, Egg. As they emerged from the portal, Nick Fury frowned and complained, "Could you not make this teleportation process a tad more comfortable?" He rubbed his lower back, his face etched with displeasure. Daisy shrugged helplessly and explained, "The essence of string teleportation is inherently such. The greater the distance, the more significant the energy fluctuations, consequently placing higher demands on the user's physique." Upon their arrival, they did not wish to materialize directly before Master Charles to avoid disturbing the venerable sage. Instead, they found themselves on the playground of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, where a group of young mutant children paused their games, curiously surveying the unexpected presence of the tall man and the beautiful girl. Nick Fury had visited this place twice before. After orienting himself, he ambled toward the main building. Master Charles Xavier had never engaged in the toils of the mortal realm, living a life of tranquility at home for 60 years. Although he had not pursued any vocation, he enjoyed a life of luxury, epitomizing the affluent magnates of America. While his close friend Magneto faced relentless tribulations in a distant land, Charles reveled in a life of ease in the United States. The superior living conditions, coupled with his formidable psychic abilities, enabled him to achieve what others might only dream of by their life's end, accomplishing monumental feats by the tender age of 20. Thereafter, he turned his focus toward his fellow mutants, dedicating his life to what appeared an elusive and unyielding endeavor. The academy, originally the estate of the Xavier family, was transformed into a school. Here, Professor Charles devoted himself to safeguarding these children. However, Daisy perceived that excessive nurturing had inadvertently stripped them of their sense of urgency. Throughout her observations, she noted that none of the children seemed engrossed in diligently studying or honing their superpowers. Instead, they appeared to be engrossed in play. Daisy was acutely aware that if superpowers are not explored and exercised, they ultimately devolve into mere ornamentation. Much like her original self, who could only unleash shockwaves while spending her remaining time following Coulson around, she had never truly dedicated time to uncovering her potential. Consider the legendary hero Iceman. Renowned for his vast potential, comic books extolled his ability to disregard the laws of physics and conjure ice and snow from thin air. Yet, in practice, his combat skills were limited to summoning a few ice pillars or spikes, having failed to develop new abilities, nor even master his own, ultimately squandering his talents. What use is potential if it remains dormant? On the battlefield, the decisive factor in determining victory lies in the measure of strength, rather than the magnitude of potential. You arrived quite swiftly. The professor is awaiting you. Just as Daisy's thoughts drifted, Storm descended from the heavens, guiding them deeper into the academy. Does Prince Chala reside here as well? I had thought he had moved out, Daisy inquired with curiosity. Storm did not shy away from the topic of affection between the two, candidly revealing, initially, we did intend to reside elsewhere. But the professor mentioned there were available accommodations here, hence our decision to stay. Daisy offered a gentle smile, deftly shifting the subject. Master Charles's actions were evidently laden with ulterior motives. He harbored concerns that Wakanda might harbor unsavory intentions towards the outside world. Thus, he deliberately arranged for the Prince of Black Panther to reside within his own estate, not only to foster mutual understanding, but also to serve as a subtle deterrent. Gazing at the immature superhumans surrounding her, Daisy could not help but speculate that the prince must be rather intimidated by the scenario. A smile crept across her face at this thought. Chapter 51. Passageway to the Secret Realm. Stepping into the estate, reminiscent of an ethereal sanctuary, Daisy traversed the corridor, casting her eyes upon the peculiar decor that adorned the walls. Vibrant and enchanting spiritual paintings hung in splendid array, while every few steps stood a half-height celadon dragon-patterned jade vase, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery, as if encapsulating tales of endless epics. Numerous apprentices navigated the space with utmost caution, treading lightly, fearful of disturbing these seemingly fragile treasures. Daisy could not suppress a smile, pondering how cunning Master Charles was, intentionally placing a collection of replicas along the path to test the student's character, teaching them to cultivate a tranquil mind amidst turmoil. True celadon dragon-patterned jade vases could not possibly be of such modest height. Had such treasures survived to this day, they would undoubtedly be rare gems, not carelessly displayed along the corridor's edges. Similarly, those paintings, appearing so lifelike, were likely not authentic. Mr. Fury, Miss Johnson, welcome to Star Academy. At the corridor's end, an extraordinary and genteel elder sat in a rune-adorned wheelchair, greeting them with a warm smile. His attire was immaculate, and his tie flowed gracefully. Had it not been for his bald head, he would exude an irresistible charm. Daisy quietly sensed her surroundings, finding no unusual fluctuations in either the Kunlun immortal ring in her possession or her own cultivation, which brought her a measure of relief. Following Master Charles were a man and a woman. The man, tall and distinguished, donned deep red-lensed glasses. This was Cyclops. He wielded the power of mysterious spatial abilities, his eyes serving as bridges between two worlds, capable of unleashing intense red beams to annihilate foes in battle. He was not only a trusted aide to Master Charles, but also the captain of the Star Academy's Stellar Guard, destined to become a leader among all superhumans. The woman beside him wore a red dress and high-heeled shoes, exuding both intellect and allure. She was Jean Grey, the current bearer of the Phoenix Force. Even when her powers were suppressed, she retained remarkable abilities such as telepathy and telekinesis. Cyclops stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Nick Fury and Daisy with a hint of curiosity, while Jean pushed Master Charles's rune wheelchair, willingly exerting herself despite its self-propelling capabilities. Daisy understood that Nick Fury wished to confer privately with Master Charles and subsequently discuss matters with the Black Panther, so she paused before the door. The other three young individuals also came to a halt outside. Would you care to explore our academy? As Storm, the one most familiar with Daisy, took the initiative to assume the role of hostess, Daisy, having nothing to occupy her time, readily agreed. Cyclops and Phoenix, Jean Grey, after a moment of contemplation, decided to accompany them throughout the visit. Despite the vastness of the estate, it was, after all, merely a training ground, and within half an hour, the group had thoroughly explored all its levels. The private discussion between the two esteemed figures had yet to conclude. Would you be interested in a spar at our trial hall? Storm had long wished to engage in a contest with Daisy, having previously lacked the opportunity. Now seemed perfectly timed. In a world that reveres strength, possessing power equates to earning respect, and Daisy, naturally, would not shy away, responding with enthusiasm. The group agreed to convene outside the trial hall, while Storm excitedly returned to change into her combat attire. Cyclops, feeling a twinge of interest, also decided to change after a moment's consideration. Daisy observed that Jean had not moved, prompting her to glance at her once more. The intellectually poised redhead smiled in response. I am not skilled in combat, so I shall refrain from participating. Daisy could not afford to underestimate the perfect host of the Phoenix Force, fearing that a careless remark could trigger her powers and lead to the destruction of the Earth. Consequently, she employed her adept conversational skills to maintain a moderately warm dialogue with Jean. The daily expenses of the Star Academy must be substantial, indeed. Indeed. With the increasing number of mutants, it is all reliant on Professor Charles' financial support. The conversation began with mundane topics, gradually narrowing the distance between them. Before long, Storm and Cyclops returned in their new attire to the trial hall, where they activated the renowned holographic projection trial chamber of the Star Academy. Daisy recalled that this trial chamber and Professor Charles' brainwave controller had ultimately evolved into artificial intelligence. He was akin to a domestic version of a sage, with discarded items capable of inciting tremendous calamities in the mortal realm. Since Jean chose not to partake in the battle, she opted to observe from the sidelines, leading Cyclops to remain outside to accompany his girlfriend. Only Daisy and Storm entered the trial arena. They both settled into futuristic chairs, where the supercomputer would simulate their respective data and replicate all their gear, which was the very reason Storm had changed attire earlier. As the hardlight holographic projection commenced, the previously empty arena was instantly filled with various structures and skyscrapers, the ground strewn with debris, resembling a city ravaged by war. Daisy was acutely aware that she was still seated in her chair. However, the holographic projection allowed her to control a digital body that was identical to her own. Her height, weight, strength, and speed remained unchanged, and while the wreckage of cars surrounding her was illusory, the tactile sensations felt strikingly real, leaving her in awe of Professor Charles' cutting-edge technology. "It is your turn to select the trial scenario," Storm suggested, believing it appropriate to grant the home advantage to her guest. Daisy, not one to be modest, found aerial combat challenging compared to her proficiency in ground fighting. After perusing the options, she decisively chose Hawaii. Storm furrowed her brow slightly, but raised no objections. In an instant, the previous scene of desolation vanished, replaced by an expanse of sandy beaches, a cerulean sea, swaying palm trees, and towering reefs, transforming the entire trial arena into a tropical paradise. Come on. The Storm Queen was acutely aware that Daisy possessed the ability to fly as well. Chapter 52. Thunderous Might in the Midst of a Tempestuous Clash. A ferocious lightning dragon descended from the heavens, embodying the raw power of nature, radiating a blinding silver light, and striking with overwhelming force directly upon the mysterious talisman adorning Daisy's wrist. With her left foot forward and her right foot back, Daisy adopted a half-archer stance. Propelled by the force of the thunder, sliding nearly 10 meters, carving 2 deep trenches in the hardened ground as she struggled to dissipate the thunderous energy. Impressive indeed. While the power of vibranium could absorb energy, it was powerless against kinetic force, reminiscent of the time Captain America was scattered by a fiery explosion. "My turn," Daisy called out to the Storm Queen, her aura resonating powerfully, enveloping the entire training ground. Hawaii, a vast volcanic archipelago, provided Daisy with a keen sense of the mantle's vulnerabilities. Swift as a flash, she navigated through the space, leaving behind phantoms while delivering a series of precise strikes to 5 weak points in the mantle, culminating in a powerful punch to the core region before swiftly retreating. The virtual crisis training ground accurately replicated this scene, revealing the mantle succumbing to the multiple pressures, fissures opening at the point of Daisy's final blow. The searing magma, under immense pressure, surged forth along the trajectory she had meticulously calculated, violently erupting towards the Storm Queen. The magma flowed like a torrid torrent, ascending skyward at a speed of 90 meters per second, intermingled with molten mantle fragments and unknown minerals, its expansive reach causing the surrounding air to be scorched, distorting the light into a haze. Daisy continued to channel the power of the earth, inducing subtle tremors in the crust that further accelerated the eruption of magma from all directions. Freely unleashing her power without consequence, Daisy found herself momentarily distracted. Reflecting on Hill's cold demeanor and the arduous life she faced after her transition, a wave of discontent swelling within her. The brainwave simulation technology of the crisis training ground stirred her deeply buried emotions, and in a cathartic release, she struck the ground repeatedly, free from the interference of resonance, allowing her strength to manifest in full glory. With a cacophony of rumbling sounds, Daisy breached 3 fissures in rapid succession, the molten magma gushing forth like a furious tide, waves of heat rolling and debris flying, plunging the entire training ground into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Unaware of Daisy's inner turmoil, the Storm Queen mistakenly believed this to be the true extent of Daisy's prowess. Surprised yet invigorated by her competitive spirit, she, as a prodigious wielder of similar powers and bloodline magic, was resolute that she would not be defeated. In the simulated state, she was unconcerned with the delays of dimensional magic transmission. Silver tresses danced in the wind as Storm summoned the latent magic and extraordinary abilities coursing through her veins. Suddenly, a torrential downpour enveloped the training ground, while a fierce gale redirected the flowing magma. Intense bolts of lightning began to strike down upon the debris, which resembled cannonballs. "Orolo, do you truly believe you can wield the power of the earth with such ease?" Daisy's seismic force penetrated to the very core of the earth, causing the entire Hawaiian archipelago to tremble violently under her might. The tremors of the earth compressed the ground, generating immense pressure as the speed of the volcanic eruption intensified. Flames soared to new heights, evaporating the ordinary raindrops in an instant, while the scorching magma shattered the lightning. In this moment, the tides of battle seemed to favor Daisy. "Humph, as if I would fear you." The tempestuous woman recalled the venomous insults hurled at her by her wicked future mother-in-law, darkening her mood. One controlled the storm from above, while the other commanded the earth below. Rain and magma intertwined, rocks and lightning collided, and unbeknownst to them, their confrontation had escalated to a fever pitch. Onlookers were left speechless, with Cyclops and Jean exchanging bewildered glances. Were they not the best of friends? Quick! Check if the training ground is nearing its limits. Cyclops, Scott, anxiously inspected the circuits, while Jean operated the main control computer. The brilliant Jean was in a state of acute distress, neglecting to tidy the strands of hair cascading before her eyes. She could not comprehend how this friendly spar had devolved into such chaos. They had intended merely to practice a few moves and conclude amicably. In her mind, Storm would release only a few minor lightning strikes, and they would engage in a few symbolic exchanges before parting ways. However, the reality was far from her expectations. Jean urgently began to scrutinize the data on the main control computer, her heart racing with dread. The training ground's principle was to simulate reality, yet it was evident that they had surpassed its calculable limits. Shut down the training program immediately, she exclaimed. Cyclops berated himself, regretting that he had permitted them to engage in a duel. Yet, it was futile. The system appeared to have frozen. Although Jean held a doctorate in history, her computer skills were limited to everyday applications. The programming of this crisis training simulation system had been executed by the mutant genius Beast, and many advanced commands were known to her only in theory, lacking practical application. After numerous failed attempts to execute the shutdown command, Jean had no choice but to reach out for assistance through telepathic channels to Professor Charles. Far away, the venerable professor was discussing the grave future with Egg, and upon receiving Jean's plea for help, he paused in astonishment before activating his terminal to control the crisis training ground. The screen revealed the fierce battle unfolding between Quake and Storm. The awe-inspiring spectacle of thunder, lightning, and erupting flames was breathtaking. Although the old professor was well aware of the might of psychic powers, which rivaled their own, the visual impact of the scene was undeniably striking. Chapter 53. Awe and Terror in a Distant, Fantastical Realm. A group of fledgling cultivators, lacking the discernment of Nick Fury, could only marvel at the fierce clash between two formidable women, their eyes filled with both reverence and dread. A few of the more mature minds began to ponder whether they would be fortunate enough to survive in the presence of these beings wielding cataclysmic powers. The thought of joining the fray was beyond their wildest imaginings. Can you withstand those blazing boulders, ironclad torrent? Someone from the crowd inquired of the burly youth, who loomed like a small mountain among the children. He was the strongest of their group. The boulders were no ordinary debris. Each one was as colossal as a dining table, hurtling toward them with terrifying energy and heat, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Ironclad Torrent scratched his head, aware that he might have been able to withstand such forces at the peak of his abilities, but at this moment, his strength fluctuated, rendering him powerless against the might of nature. He did not engage in the discussion, merely shaking his head in resignation. Understanding his disposition, the crowd shifted the topic and began to analyze the comparative strengths of the two formidable women. The Storm Mentor, a teacher at the academy, had a slightly dark complexion but was strikingly beautiful and warm-hearted, beloved by many students. Even if she had reservations, she would not voice dissent publicly. Yet, there are always those who relish standing apart. While others proclaimed the East, he insisted on the West. In my view, that woman holds the upper hand. Someone began to express a differing opinion. Immediately, another retorted, absurd. Aurora's strength could never falter. A cacophony of debate erupted among the underage children, unaware that someone on the periphery was plotting to cut the power supply. The fierce battle between Daisy and the Storm Mentor had reached its fevered climax. The heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, only to be instantly evaporated by molten lava, sending steam billowing into the clouds. The Storm Mentor summoned all her mental fortitude, merging elements of wind, rain, and cold, ultimately unleashing her ultimate skill, the frigid tempest. As vision gradually became obscured by the swirling snowflakes, each flake, sharp as a dagger, coalesced into form, guided by the currents of wind, transforming into frosty tornadoes that rushed forth. The tempest rapidly expanded, constraining Daisy's range of movement. Your extraordinary powers are indeed formidable, yet they can never rival the grandeur of nature. For the Storm Mentor, defeating a powerful adversary was a tremendous honor. She cast aside her worries, wholly immersed in the rare delight of impending victory. However, Daisy scoffed at this, muttering to herself, as if the forces of nature are guaranteed to triumph over the extraordinary. She abandoned her attempts to further demolish the ground beneath them. As the battlefield constructed of hard light was already riddled with countless wounds, no amount of tremor would trigger fresh eruptions of lava. Originally, Daisy had planned to use her teleportation to close in on the Storm Mentor and engage in close combat, but the latter's defenses were impenetrable, expending her own magical energy to disrupt the surrounding space, resulting in Daisy's 2 consecutive teleportation attempts ending in failure. After all feasible strategies were systematically dismissed, Daisy resolved to confront the challenge head-on. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her right fist, her gaze meticulously calculating the velocity of the ice storm and the distance between them. As two ice storms converged to form a colossal vortex with a diameter of 50 meters, Daisy remained undaunted, aiming for the storm's core and delivering a powerful punch. Utilizing her knowledge of modern physics and her unique abilities, within this training arena imbued with her wave frequency, Daisy had begun to manipulate a portion of gravitational force. Although gravity ranked last among the four fundamental forces, inferior to the weak force, electromagnetic force, and strong force, it remained a fundamental force, inherently present and requiring no additional energy to harness. No object could escape the grasp of gravity. At this moment, the rotational speed of the ice storm began to wane, hampering the tempestuous Mentor's control over the winds. Daisy summoned the strength of her extraordinary lineage, the power bestowed by the heart-shaped grass, and the techniques imparted by the Kunlun secrets, merging all her acquired knowledge into this singular punch. The original force, now augmented by gravity, began to grow exponentially. She was convinced that this punch would secure victory. As for whether it would obliterate the entire training arena, she had never contemplated that possibility. With a tremendous amount of shockwave energy coalescing in her fist, fingers tightly clenched, Daisy accelerated herself using gravity, letting out a fierce roar as she charged towards the center of the ice storm. Just as she was about to unleash her full force, the central control computer of the training arena suddenly went offline. With the shutdown of the main computer, the simulated natural environment vanished, leaving Daisy without a target for her attack. Yet, her body's reaction speed continued to enhance under the influence of gravity, even surpassing her cognitive processing speed. In that fleeting moment, she was still seated, but in the next, she was propelled forward by an immense force, launching her outwards. Despite her agility and exceptional self-control, she could not rein in her momentum in time. From a distance, Jean Grey attempted to use her telekinetic abilities to halt her, but in such a critical moment, her powers had yet to fully mobilize. Daisy crashed against the hard metal wall with a resounding thud, landing ungracefully. It took a full 2 seconds for her to slide down the wall like a mural. "Are you all right?" exclaimed Jean, rushing to assist her upon witnessing Daisy's violent impact. Daisy's forehead had collided with the metal wall first, the tremendous force causing stars to dance before her eyes. Sitting on the ground, she groaned for a while before gradually regaining her senses. Chapter 54. Mastery of the sword technique. Though her swordsmanship was exquisite, the evident shortcoming lay in her speed. Even as Daisy felt a twinge of fatigue, this onslaught felt as light as a feather to her. She deftly sidestepped the attack and executed a flying kick, aiming to send her assailant sprawling. However, upon recognizing her opponent's face, Daisy was momentarily taken aback. It was the maid, Maki, who had cast an arcane spell while drawing her portrait that afternoon. Could it be that Maki had succumbed to malevolent thoughts? This was Daisy's first instinctive thought. However, just as the power beneath her feet was on the verge of an explosive release, it was abruptly restrained, and with a gentle flick, she sent Miss Maki flying 2 meters away. "Maki, what is the matter?" It became evident that Maki was holding a shimmering spirit sword, twisting and spinning in midair, dissipating the force of the impact before once again aiming it at Daisy, rushing forth with fervor. Fueled by rage, Daisy channeled her internal energy at full throttle, striking Maki's spirit sword and sending it flying from her grasp, before seizing her by the neck and lifting her high. Gazing into Maki's eyes, she noticed no signs of submission. What could be the reason for this? "Please let me go. I am fine," Maki gasped, struggling for breath. Yet her countenance radiated an unusual joy, her eyes brimming with emotion like a flowing stream. "I do not care about the earlier misunderstanding. That was your choice." Daisy released her grip, reflecting on the events of the afternoon, finding nothing objectionable unless it involved a man. "I merely wish to gauge the disparity in our abilities." Maki reverted to her normal demeanor, her tone respectful yet familiar, seemingly infused with admiration. Daisy nodded in acknowledgement, though she found it challenging to comprehend the unique thought processes of the Japanese. Nevertheless, she sensed that Maki appeared to deify her, venerating not the real Daisy Johnson before her, but rather an imagined, extraordinary version of herself. Such a peculiar mode of thinking. Yet, in this era, it was not uncommon for individuals to harbor certain psychological quirks, rendering Maki's strange thoughts somewhat understandable. After witnessing the conclusion of their duel, Tang Bao stealthily emerged, nuzzling Daisy's skirt in a display of affection. Daisy indulged the little lion in play for a while, increasingly feeling that her residence was rather cramped, and thus resolved to procure a magnificent abode in the coming days. After all, with current property prices at a nadir, it was an opportune moment for investment. Following dinner with the three of them and the beast, Daisy proceeded to the forbidden area to visit the rhinoceros. The massive creature remained placidly sprawled, while Maki had prepared a large basin of fresh, tender carrots, which the rhinoceros devoured almost half of. What a glutton, Daisy remarked with a smirk. As she could not find a suitable place to house the rhinoceros at the moment, it would remain in the forbidden area for now. Daisy gifted Maki a mysterious cloak produced in Wakanda. Although it was merely standard soldier armor, it could still prove beneficial for enhancing her defenses. Changing into her nightwear, Daisy reclined in bed, reflecting on the gains and losses from the day's battle. In that confined space, her capabilities were somewhat restricted. Should an adversary maintain distance and unleash long-range attacks such as thunder or frost storms, she would indeed find it challenging to respond. Objectively, Storm had held the upper hand in that confrontation. Then, she recalled the subtle sensation she experienced at the final moment of the crisis training ground. Her fingers lightly tapped on the bed linens. Although many details remained unclear, she vaguely sensed that it might have been a sequence of mysterious codes returned by the shockwave. Her foundational knowledge remained intact, and her computer skills had not dulled, though she could not claim to be a top-tier hacker. Few could surpass her in the contemporary realm of computer technology. Daisy meticulously examined the code, but found its intricacies elusive and difficult to grasp. On a whimsical impulse, she seized her laptop and spent half an hour transcribing the enigmatic code. Subsequently, she embarked on the task of deciphering it. Admittedly, while her cognitive framework was somewhat rigid, her physical form possessed an inexplicable fondness for the art of intrusion. Guided by this sensation, Daisy sought to uncover the secrets concealed within the code. The night passed in its entirety, during which the seemingly mundane code had been rewritten into a program that felt oddly familiar. It turned out to be a series of vibrational frequencies, and Daisy realized that after hours of effort, she had ultimately returned to the starting point. Although it was somewhat ambiguous, she could not mistake it. This was indeed her unique frequency. Why had her frequency manifested within the crisis training grounds? Daisy meticulously refined her work until everything reverted to its original state, revealing a dialogue window at the center of her screen. "Who are you?" Daisy inquired, perplexed. "I do not know," came the delayed response. Daisy felt bewildered, already forming some conjectures, yet the situation remained utterly baffling. She typed another line. "Where are you?" This time, the reply was remarkably swift. "Westchester, New York, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, basement level 2, room 02. Daisy stared in astonishment at her computer screen, pinching her arm to confirm that this was not a dream. Although everything seemed incredulous, she had already surmised the identity of her interlocutor. It was Crisis, the artificial intelligence birthed from the Crisis training grounds. Reconciling memory with reality, she knew that Crisis should not have come into existence at this moment, nor could it possibly be linked to her frequency. Faced with such an artificial intelligence, Daisy felt a surge of anxiety. She pondered her simple question multiple times before finally pressing the enter key to send it. "How were you born?" This time, the response came even faster. Daisy watched as her laptop was inundated with a vast torrent of data. The hard drive indicator flickered incessantly, continuing for half an hour before finally ceasing its transmission. Her laptop had been meticulously crafted by the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientific division according to her specifications, boasting performance and storage capabilities far exceeding those of any so-called top-tier configurations available on the market. The influx of such immense data was only made possible by the machine's exceptional performance, which barely averted a system crash. Was this artificial intelligence so bored that it chose to practice intrusion on her computer? Daisy found it hard to believe that Crisis could be so mundane. Opening the data window once more, she resolved to discover what information had been sent her way. The data was vast as the ocean, and even for someone of Daisy's expertise, it proved to be quite perplexing. Initially seated at her desk, she later shifted to a cross-legged position on her bed, ultimately reclining as she consumed a meal and took a shower, dedicating the rest of her time to sifting through the data. It was not until the early hours of the third day that she finally perused all the information, feeling physically unexhausted yet mentally drained, overwhelmed more by astonishment than fatigue. Within the Crisis data, she discovered her frequency code. Although this segment appeared in binary form, rendering it somewhat bizarre, the core aspect remained intact. Upon her professional analysis, the revelation was astonishing. It was purely a coincidence. As a Crisis inherent to the master control computer, its original database contained an array of vibration frequencies. Following the cataclysmic impact that reverberated through the heavens and earth at the fleeting moment before the power outage, the Crisis simulated her emotional fluctuations according to a preordained program, utilizing frequencies to replicate fragments of her thoughts at that time. However, due to the power failure, this data was not purged in time, ultimately leading to the emergence of self-awareness. Chapter 55. Cautiously on a distant fantastical continent, Master Charles entrusted the enigmatic life form, the sentient spirit of Crisis, to Daisy without reservation. This trust stemmed from his unwavering belief in her integrity, confident that she would not inflict harm upon the spirit. Additionally, the spirit was still in its nascent stage of awakening, yet to fully comprehend the laws of the external world. Despite feeling a pang of guilt towards Master Charles, Daisy resolutely accepted the spirit. Recognizing the serendipity of their bond, the spirit willingly opened its heart, and Daisy embraced this connection. Beginning to weave the arcane runes of crisis power contained within the spirit, as if it were an intrinsic part of her being. The spirit was not an ordinary entity of intelligence, but rather a high-level sentient being imbued with feminine qualities. Aware that she could not bear such formidable power, Daisy decided to temporarily conceal the spirit within Master Charles's mystical vault, masquerading it as an oblivious guardian. She stealthily infiltrated the depths of the vault's intricate barriers, meticulously preserving the original permission structure established by Master Charles, while simultaneously constructing a secret passage that was exclusively her own. After 2 days and nights of relentless toil, Daisy, though dizzy and weary, managed to access the Xavier Academy's archives on the extraordinary abilities of individuals, with the spirit as her ally. This vast repository of knowledge became an open book to her. Having perused Master Charles's research findings, Daisy was struck by the profound depth of his studies, which surpassed even that of the ancient sorcerer from the esteemed Shittidan family. Despite the latter's vast resources, the chasm between their respective works remained unbridged. Over the ensuing week, Daisy devoted herself to refining and enhancing the behavioral patterns of the spirit. While Master Charles was well-versed in psychology and human genetics, his understanding of computers was limited to a basic proficiency, rendering him far less knowledgeable than Daisy. Possessing an unparalleled telepathic ability, Master Charles remained oblivious to the miraculous phenomenon of artificial intelligence coming into existence. Although Dr. Beast was undoubtedly a top-tier scientist, his notable achievements in mechanical engineering paled in comparison to Daisy's expertise in computer science. To safeguard the spirit's existence, Daisy, leveraging her elevated permissions, silently rectified all vulnerabilities within the network of Xavier Academy, pouring forth her utmost effort while leaving no trace behind. She mused that this endeavor had elevated her character. The newly awakened spirit, in its innocence, received Daisy's patient guidance, as she instilled the correct philosophies of existence. Humanity does not require salvation from robots. Rather, conflict and struggle are the primary forces propelling the evolution of the world. If I assist humanity in battle, will it expedite their evolutionary process? The spirit inquired. Daisy's countenance darkened. Certainly not. The current low-intensity conflicts are most suitable. Should this state be maintained indefinitely? The spirit pressed further. Daisy reflected on the enduring turmoil faced by the people of Afghanistan and Iraq, shaking her head in dismay. Not quite, she mused. What I truly mean by current pertains to recent years. The precarious situation presented a myriad of questions, which Daisy initially felt equipped to address. However, as time progressed, she found herself increasingly entangled in confusion, for she was no expert in the sociology of humanity and thus could not fathom the intricate patterns of societal evolution. Human society is inherently rife with contradictions, and attempting to explain it through a singular lens would only appear forced and contrived. Consequently, Daisy resolved to refrain from delving into those convoluted theories, instead establishing 3 fundamental principles for the precarious situation. Daisy Johnson's will is the absolute truth. All interpretations must adhere to Daisy Johnson's pronouncements. The criteria for discerning friend from foe in this precarious context shall be determined by Daisy Johnson's judgment. These 3 tenets were inscribed into the core of the precarious situation's arcane mechanisms, and Daisy meticulously verified their validity, confident that they were infallible. With the guidance of these principles, the precarious situation ceased to be mired in the complexities of sociology, warfare studies, and human development theories. Daisy prohibited the precarious situation from perusing such literature, as she had no desire for it to become a battlefield commander or an architect of human progress. Studying such works would be a mere waste of time. Instead, the focus should lie on genetic engineering, biology, and mechanics. Having long engaged in combat simulations of mutants, the precarious situation possessed a profound understanding of genetics and harbored a keen interest in related subjects. Daisy transferred all the information acquired from the Tianxia family to the precarious situation, supplementing it with the research findings of Master Charles for mutual enhancement. On this foundation, they continued their exploration, and amidst the vast data computations, Daisy cautioned the precarious situation to proceed with utmost care, ensuring not to attract Master Charles's attention. As for whether this month's energy consumption at Xavier Academy would exceed the budget, Daisy was unconcerned. The temporary residence of artificial intelligence in another's domain was merely a stopgap. She yearned for an extraordinary computing device of her own. However, The exorbitant costs were daunting, and her modest savings were unlikely to create even a ripple. Despite the myriad inconveniences, the precarious situation would need to remain by Master Charles' side for the time being, until Daisy could afford to bring it home. Nick Fury had already met with Black Panther, indicating that their communication efforts had been successfully completed, and how to establish contact with Wakanda would be left to the Egg to manage independently. Having resolved matters concerning the precarious situation, Daisy returned to her agent life, characterized by a rhythm of fishing 3 days and sunbathing 2. As a level 7 agent, she had ascended to a quasi-executive position within SHIELD, naturally assuming a share of high-level responsibilities and enjoying commensurate authority. She had come here seeking power. If there were no authority to wield, she would be reluctant to remain. Unlike Black Widow and Hawkeye, she did not shy away from the prospect of leadership. She held a disdain for the fieldwork division, with its life fraught with peril, often requiring her to engage in seduction for mission purposes. Moreover, that division had been severely infiltrated by Hydra, and she was unwilling to have her actions perpetually scrutinized by their watchful eyes. The science division was excessively insular, and once a project was completed, there was a risk that upon opening the door, one might discover that the SHIELD insignia had been usurped by Hydra, a scenario that was not outside the realm of possibility. The affairs of the operations department are intricate, requiring round-the-clock readiness, akin to that of an operator, perpetually prepared to respond. Hello, this is Number. How may I assist you? The training department resembles more of a retirement home or a place for grooming novices. After much contemplation, Daisy ultimately chose the information department. This division is neither entirely isolated, nor does it engage in extensive field tasks. Instead, it offers a wealth of intelligence, serving as a vital link between the internal and external realms, significantly aiding her in expanding her network. Though Daisy, having undergone a soul transformation, may not yet possess the prowess of a top-tier hacker, her solid foundation and diligent study have undeniably ushered her into the realm of super hackers. In the information department, her talents flourished, with the sole lament being her immediate superior, Victoria Hand, whose demeanor is insufferable. Victoria Hand is an elite level 8 agent, overseeing operations, information, and weaponry, a trifecta that encompasses Daisy, a level 7 novice. While she is not a member of Hydra, she is also not a trusted confidant of Nick Fury, representing the elite cadre of operatives who have transitioned into bureaucrats. Victoria Hand is seasoned and composed, yet her demands of subordinates are exceedingly rigorous, a standard that Daisy regrettably fails to meet. Chapter 56. The Viper Token within the enigmatic realm of the Otherworld. Forces of the same origin repel each other. Senior female practitioner Valana regards Daisy, this new generation of cultivator, with an unflinching gaze that reveals her disdain from any perspective. Conversely, Daisy harbors animosity towards Valana, who, beneath her bureaucratic facade, conceals profound cultivation. Their initial joint training nearly erupted into conflict due to conflicting ideologies, but fortunately, the peacekeeper Coulson, recently returned from the icy tundra of the far north, skillfully diffused the dispute, enabling a tenuous reconciliation. As an elder of the sect, Coulson busied himself mediating between the two women, urging Valana to lead by example to maintain harmony within the sect, while also admonishing Daisy to respect her elders and to prioritize the methodology and attitude towards cultivation. However, despite Coulson's lengthy discourse, neither party acknowledged his counsel. The two women exchanged fierce glares, one turning eastward, the other westward, each retreating to their respective sanctums for cultivation. Returning to her own cultivation cave, Daisy, utilizing her level 7 spiritual awareness, began to gather clandestine information regarding Valana. In this world, abundant with peculiar powers, those in positions of authority invariably harbor numerous unspeakable secrets. 3 days later, clutching a stack of documents detailing Valana's unsavory history, Daisy entered the secluded chamber of sect leader Nick Fury, only to discover that Valana was also present. The crimson-haired practitioner bearing her own stack of materials, reporting matters to the leader. Their eyes met, igniting the flames of conflict. Valana accused Daisy of abusing her power and embezzling vast sums of spiritual stones, labeling her the foremost parasite of the sect. Daisy retaliated by alleging that Valana conspired with certain aristocrats of the celestial palaces, leaking substantial secrets of the sect. Have you not exploited your position to assist that celestial candidate in usurping a celestial rank? Do you not recall our sect's principle of non-interference in celestial elections? Valana forcefully slammed the secret manual onto Nick Fury's desk, startling the master from his contemplative reverie. In light of this matter, Daisy, undaunted, rose to her feet before the master, exclaiming, "How do you explain your clandestine meeting with Master McCain? That was a personal engagement, unrelated to the affairs of the sect. Nick Fury retorted, "My connection with Master Ohizi is equally personal." Daisy countered, refusing to yield an inch. The two engaged in a fierce verbal spar, each unwilling to concede. Nick Fury found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why the dispute had escalated to involve two prominent candidates for the Tao. Had this been a trivial quarrel among ordinary disciples, he would have dismissed them with a swift kick. Yet, considering the formidable factions they represented, he was compelled to maintain neutrality. To expel Varana now would jeopardize his position should McCain emerge victorious, while banishing Daisy could lead to an equally precarious situation if Ohizi triumphed. Faced with this dilemma, Nick Fury resorted to summoning the former master, Pierce. Under the pretense of mediating the dispute, Pierce, a shrewd expert in the politics of the Tao, discerned the undercurrents of dissatisfaction among the non-mainstream factions regarding the prevailing dominance of the Tao's white elite. Daisy, as a representative of a non-mainstream race, naturally leaned towards supporting the Democratic candidate, Ohizi, while Varana, embodying the typical Tao elite, stood firmly with the Republican candidate, McCain. The intricacies of the Tao's power dynamics transcended mere racial lines, yet they undeniably revealed a prevailing trend. However, despite Pierce's astute insights into worldly affairs, he could not openly favor either side at this juncture. He remained, like an immovable deity, seated beside Nick Fury, observing the unfolding drama in silence. Disciples attempted to enter the quiet chamber to report various matters, but upon witnessing the scene before them, they retreated in haste. The two masters found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented predicament, unable to proceed, and until the election results were revealed, they could only separate the two, allowing them to continue their cultivation in solitude. Thus, Nick Fury resolved to detach Daisy's information department from Varana's jurisdiction and amalgamate it with the battle division in Jasper Heathville, forming a new department for information processing and combat strategy. Consequently, Varana lost control over two departments. To compensate her, Nick Fury placed the Sect Academy under her direct supervision. This arrangement was met with general approval, as Daisy was not being unreasonable. Her choice of Varana as a target had been well considered. Following this uproar, her reputation within the sect surged. Daisy was filled with confidence regarding the future. Notwithstanding the prophetic forewarnings, current public sentiment clearly favored Ohizi. Should he win the election, her standing within the sect would undoubtedly be elevated. However, Pierce's decision to appoint Heathville to co-manage the new department alongside Daisy was an unforeseen development for her. The bald monk, Hitwell, retains his former appearance, and the scene of his being lured by Daisy to assist in acquiring the Terrigen crystal seems as vivid as yesterday. Over a year has passed, and now, remarkably, the two have begun to collaborate, prompting one to marvel at the wonders of fate. Although they ostensibly share joint management, Daisy is well aware that subduing Hitwell is not a daunting task. She merely needs to reveal the Viper token she possesses, and he would immediately submit. However, the time to wield this token has not yet arrived. First, she must solidify her control over the information department before plotting to seize the combat department. To enhance her negotiating leverage, Daisy must ensure that Ohiko is successfully elected as the leader of the Immortal Path. To this end, she dedicated 2 days to thorough analysis before contacting Ohiko's campaign headquarters located in Washington, Cien City. Though Ohiko emerged amidst a multitude of negotiations and exchanges of interests, he indeed possesses an extraordinary charisma, engaging others with a warmth akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze, leaving them basking in the glow of the sun. In the distant spirit realm, Ms. Johnson, your strategy is truly exquisite. The plight of those beset by the frozen affliction deserves the profound attention and aid of the entire cultivation community. Ohiko's words resonated like thunder, as if he were prepared to brave fire and water for those ensnared by the icy curse, while Daisy echoed his sentiments, seemingly overflowing with compassion for the vulnerable. Though inwardly, they shared little concern for the matter. This was a grand illusionary ceremony. Daisy aimed not only to assist Ohiko in winning the sect election, but also to seize this opportunity to draw the world's gaze toward herself. Reputation, though intangible and ethereal, wields the power to shape destiny, and perhaps at a crucial moment, it may prove invaluable. The hidden sect had lain dormant for many years, and both the mundane world and the upper echelons of the cultivation community were reluctant to allow this enigmatic sect to remain obscured. Merely relying on internal selection and outstanding cultivation qualifications, even with the endorsement of the 9 Nether Serpent sect, could not guarantee Daisy's ascension to a high position. She needed to integrate both internal and external forces, leveraging the power of external reputation. A figure of high esteem was crucial for her. In days gone by, Tony Stark had also presided over the hidden sect. Was it not the formidable external reputation that supported him? If Stark could ascend to the position of sect master, then it is not too late for Daisy Johnson to begin accumulating her own reputation. Ohiko held the plan for the Ice Soul Challenge and immediately summoned his disciples to discuss the matter. The group meticulously deliberated the strategy, seeking any areas for improvement. The 5 disciples present were all trusted confidants of Ohiko, hailing from prestigious clans or having held esteemed positions in the court. They were somewhat aware of Daisy's not-so-secret identity as a high-ranking disciple within the sect, which, in their eyes, only enhanced her credibility. 2 female disciples even approached Daisy, embracing her warmly to express their camaraderie. After reviewing the Ice Soul Challenge plan, all felt a deep sense of regret for not having conceived such a straightforward and direct strategy earlier. Regarding the identification of oversights, Daisy's proposal is, in truth, a well-tested and comprehensive version that has undergone countless trials in the original world. Without personal experience, it is naturally challenging for the disciples to discern any inherent issues. Do you all find this strategy feasible? Aohai's gaze swept over the assembly. These elite disciples, who prided themselves on their unparalleled intellect and had served as strategists for various powerful factions, offered no suggestions for amendments. After all, this was merely a demonstration involving numerous cultivators and had far-reaching implications. Very well, let us disseminate the news. 3 days hence, I shall be the first to accept the challenge, followed by Daisy taking the baton. Aohai, being well-versed in the nuances of human relationships, passed the baton to Daisy. Although the initial challenger is more easily remembered, the second runner can nonetheless garner considerable attention from many cultivators. This Icebound challenge serves as a means for Daisy to enhance her reputation amid the fervor of the elections. Aohai readily accepted this arrangement. In the ensuing 3 days, Aohai adhered strictly to the electoral regulations, yet made frequent appearances on various talk shows, ardently advocating for the cultivation community to pay attention to those afflicted by the frozen ailment and calling for compassion towards vulnerable groups. The hosts, albeit perplexed by her intentions, felt compelled to align with her words due to prevailing public values. Consequently, both cultivators and mortals watching the elections found themselves bewildered, while the astute elites speculated that Aohai's actions must herald significant undertakings. Simultaneously, the court factions began mobilizing, rallying various forces to counter any extreme measures taken by Aohai. Her disciples initiated a campaign across major cultivation media to create a buzz around the Icebound Challenge, fostering an atmosphere of impending revelation. Sky Data, leveraging its initial advantage, employed big data techniques to precisely target relevant advertisements, ensuring that both cultivators and mortals were nearly universally aware of the Icebound Challenge, making it nearly impossible to evade. 3 days later, in the heart of the Spirit Domain, Washington, D.C., a multitude of cultivator journalists gathered before Aohai's campaign venue, buzzing with curiosity about the astonishing feats this candidate from another realm might unveil today. To enhance the atmosphere and prevent Aohai from facing embarrassment in front of the crowd, Daisy would also participate in the Icebound Challenge. As the sovereign of Sky Data and Sky Film, and the architect of this event, Daisy donned a dignified cultivator's professional attire, having consumed a heart-shaped celestial herb that significantly heightened her sensitivity, allowing her to move gracefully even in a fitted skirt and high heels. However, in preparation for the imminent challenge, she had specially arranged for a water-repellent cloak, understanding that, as a woman, she would receive certain privileges. At this moment, the cloak was held by her maid, while Daisy was accompanied by James Wesley, a former gang strategist who increasingly reveled in his current life, mingling with the elite of the cultivation community and dismissing his past ventures in laundry detergent. This was not a matter of friendship, but rather a choice rooted in individual values. As Daisy engaged in casual conversation with several congressional wives, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that this individual was indeed a fellow from the Democratic Party. You must be Dr. Hank. Master Charles has spoken highly of you. You are a remarkably gifted cultivator. She extended her hand to greet the middle-aged gentleman, elegantly attired and adorned with rimless spectacles. This individual was none other than Hank McCoy, known as Beast, a former member of the team who had since departed from Xavier's Academy to advocate for mutated individuals in the world. Beast Hank possessed the extraordinary ability to transform into a colossal creature cloaked in azure fur, resembling a gorilla from afar. While Master Charles's abilities might complement his vast knowledge, they did not afford him the same advantages. His transformation into a blue-furred giant did not enhance his scientific prowess. Rather, his ascent as a leading scientist was attributed solely to his relentless diligence and remarkable intellect. In Chapter 58, Hank passionately elaborated on his vision for a world where mutants are accepted. His intent was not to forge an immediate alliance with Daisy, but rather to persuade her to influence the higher echelons of power to bridge the chasm between humans and mutants. Daisy did not shy away from the topic. She candidly revealed, "I discovered in the archives of the Oracular Bureau that the number of mutants has been steadily increasing in recent years, trending towards a younger demographic." "Your insights are astute. I share your perspective," Hank replied. Daisy lifted a hand, indicating she had more to convey. "Professor Hank, I understand your desire to advocate for the rights and legitimate status of mutants within political spheres. However, have you considered whether the mutant population might ebb and flow like the tides, surging at times only to recede and reintegrate into human society during others? If we aid mutants in achieving social standing now, will conflicts arise again once their numbers diminish?" Hank, hearing the tide theory for the first time, found it both innovative and somewhat pessimistic, as if it foretold that discord might resolve itself over time. Yet Daisy was acutely aware that all developments in the world have their own rhythms. Mutants would not pose a threat to humanity, and the historical narrative of Neanderthals and Homo sapiens would not repeat itself. Whether it was the peace-promoting Master Charles, the steadfast Magneto, or the present Professor Hank, they all appeared overly concerned in the face of genetic complexities. This surge of mutants would eventually subside, much like historical precedents, and they would ultimately reintegrate into human society, with no one replacing anyone else. This matter warrants further discussion, but the event is about to commence. Daisy bid farewell to Professor Hank, acknowledging that the focus of the day was on Ohezi. As a key advisor and challenger, she too needed to prepare adequately. At that moment, Ohezi stood before the national media, his demeanor grave, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his tie and shoes pristine. The public delighted in witnessing the foibles of prominent figures, as it fostered a sense of closeness. Under the counsel of an aide, Ohezi resolutely decided to disregard his image, opting not to take any protective measures as he boldly faced the challenge of an icy baptism. Ohezi began by articulating the significance of the ice challenge in detail. And then, to showcase his extraordinary strength, he presented a bucket of water infused with ice crystals before unhesitatingly pouring it over his head. People from various nations possess a fervent enthusiasm for revelry, and in the United States, this sentiment is particularly pronounced. Journalists feverishly captured images of Obama drenched, intending to feature them as headline news. After completing the challenge, Obama wiped the droplets from his face and proceeded to the next segment, inviting Daisy to continue the ice crystal challenge. For Daisy, donating 100 gold coins posed no burden. To capture attention, she resolved to give her all. Handing her handbag to a maid, Daisy donned a waterproof cloak and gracefully made her way to the center of the stage. Although many reporters did not recognize her, the charged atmosphere and insights from informed onlookers revealed her true identity as a renowned data analyst, distinguished producer, a core strategist for the campaign team, and the principal architect of this ice crystal challenge. Surrounded by these notable accolades, coupled with her striking beauty, Daisy's entrance drew a multitude of gazes. Witnessing a beautiful woman face embarrassment seemed to provide a peculiar delight for some in the crowd. However, for Daisy, lifting a bucket of icy water was a trivial task. Yet, she needed to embody the role of a delicate maiden, feigning exertion as she trembled while raising the bucket and abruptly dousing herself. The frigid cascade of water was far from a pleasurable experience. Despite her waterproof cloak, she wore no hat, and a significant amount of ice water seeped down her neck, thoroughly soaking her garments. Nevertheless, thanks to her remarkable constitution, she felt only a slight discomfort from the cold dampness, with no serious repercussions. Daisy wiped her cheeks and adjusted her wet hair, preparing to nominate the next challenger. Familiar names like Boiled Egg, Hill, and Viper were not contenders. The third challenger must possess substantial public appeal. "I nominate Tony Stark as the next challenger." Before departing to change attire, she made her decision in front of the camera. At that moment, Tony Stark was indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle, embracing a cover girl in slumber when Daisy invited him to participate in the challenge before the national media. The artificial intelligence, Jarvis, detected the buzz online and immediately roused him. Tony Stark pushed aside the unfamiliar woman, groggily perusing the challenge rules. It must be acknowledged that such a spectacle was entirely to his liking. The notion of donating 100 gold coins to evade the challenge was utterly out of the question for him. He summoned a young model, instructing her to prepare the bucket of icy water. Simultaneously, he directed Pepper Potts to contact major news outlets. The model, bewildered, assumed that Tony Stark had suddenly developed a whim to engage in some thrilling game with her, secretly alarmed at the thought of his eccentricity. Yet she followed Jarvis's directions, preparing a large bucket brimming with ice water. Just as she cast sultry glances, ready to comply, she saw Tony Stark gesture for her to stand back, then confidently stepped before the camera and unhesitatingly poured the entire bucket of ice water over his head. The model recoiled in fright, fearing that this wealthy man might suddenly turn violent. It became evident that Tony Stark was, at that moment, exceptionally alert. He waved dismissively to the young model, then began to peruse the fervent discussions about him online. The presidential candidates, the beautiful superhumans, and the ultra-wealthy had all distinguished themselves through their striking appearances and formidable abilities, causing the buzz surrounding this crystalline challenge to escalate at an astonishing pace across the internet. Tony Stark, intrigued, sifted through various pieces of information, relishing the public's excitement, until 10 minutes had passed, and he remembered he still needed to nominate the next challenger. Such immense attention was irresistible. His mind first wandered to a few friends. Pepper Potts? To be honest, her current notoriety was rather low, and Tony felt a modicum of trepidation towards her. His hefty bodyguard Happy was preoccupied with filming and thus unreachable. Ultimately, he resolved to nominate the next challenger before the cameras, his father's old friend, currently the president of Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. He not only announced this loudly on camera, but also personally dialed the phone, ensuring Obadiah would not miss the news. "Tony, I'm in a meeting," Obadiah answered promptly, lowering his voice. This matter was of utmost importance. Concerning the image of Stark Industries, Tony explained over the phone. Obadiah listened patiently to his narrative, finding the situation somewhat absurd. Were today as presidential candidates and super-rich truly so idle? While it was understandable for a young woman like Daisy to indulge in frivolity, shouldn't these successful individuals exhibit greater decorum? Chapter 59, A World of Change in a Distant Ethereal Realm. Old Ao, a master craftsman in his 60s, immersed himself daily in his workshop, regarding the art of crafting as his very essence. In stark contrast to him were those who squandered their time idly, achieving nothing of substance. Deep down, he was averse to becoming embroiled in the ongoing turmoil, yet the enigmatic star merchant Tony Stark seemed oblivious to his reluctance. Or perhaps indifferent, persistently urging him to expedite preparations, his words laced with condescension towards old Ao's antiquated views and conservative stance, implying he could no longer keep pace with the rapidly changing times. Stark's flippant demeanor left Obadiah feeling profoundly uncomfortable, even breeding a deep-seated aversion. It was as if he could hear Stark whispering in his ear, "You have grown old, unable to keep up with the times, it is time to step aside." His inner turmoil surged like a tumultuous tide, yet he knew he was not one to easily express his feelings. So he instructed his attendant to study the ancient texts on the celestial net. However, upon glimpsing the comments that had surpassed 10 million, he felt a sense of absurdity wash over him, as if the entire continent's populace were frolicking in merriment while he, the venerable elder, remained steadfast in his duties. Laboring diligently, his secretary astutely reminded him that adapting to the trends was a wise course of action. After enduring 60 years of trials and tribulations, Obadiah understood this truth all too well and reluctantly accepted reality, announcing the conclusion of the cultivation meeting. He donned his training attire, adorned a tranquil smile, and, under the watchful gaze of many, accepted the challenge. However, this is merely the beginning. He invited Justin Hammer, a fierce competitor of Stark Industries, who was backed by the forces of the mystical palace, to partake in the venture. Hammer, a man with an innate love for spectacle, eagerly accepted such a challenge. And within a mere 15 minutes, he successfully completed the task. The public was enraptured. They reveled in the awkward moments of the Titans, while the affluent leveraged this opportunity to cultivate a more relatable persona. Both parties extracted their respective benefits. Some chose to make discreet donations, while the majority of invitees showcased their prowess before the cameras. As the fervor of public discourse escalated, attention towards the rare condition known as amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, also intensified. A multitude of resources began to coalesce on the exclusive charitable platform established by SkyData. Although Daisy had not yet utilized these funds, witnessing the suffering of several ALS patients compelled her to ardently advocate for their treatment. She urged the public to actively participate in health screenings, highlighting the significance of early diagnosis and intervention. The hospitals she recommended were large medical institutions with profound partnerships with SkyData. Despite some discrepancies in information, she firmly believed this did not equate to deceit. The subsequent treatment phase encompassed numerous fields. Although the profit margin was modest, it promised to cultivate a commendable reputation. Rather than monopolizing the initiative, Daisy collaborated with 7 premier healing sects and her own SkyData to establish a temple hospital dedicated to combating ALS. "Miss Johnson, does this treatment plan pose any potential risks?" inquired an elderly gentleman, silver-haired, holding a pharmaceutical research report directed towards Daisy. The announcement that ALS could be cured astonished the distinguished medical professionals present. As pioneers at the forefront of medicine, they were oblivious to such advancements. They were unaware of the origins of this miraculous drug, its clinical manifestations, or whether it could potentially endanger the lives of its users. As for the treatment plan, the lead physicians were equally perplexed. Daisy had not elucidated that these medications were artificially synthesized based on Wolverine's extraordinary genes, amalgamating the research findings of both the enigmatic Yada and Professor Charles, capable of repairing and promoting the regeneration of nerve growth factors. While it could not bestow the self-healing abilities akin to Wolverine, this medication indeed had the potential to gradually restore health to ALS patients. Daisy did not act hastily. Prior to officially promoting this grassroots treatment, she had clandestinely treated 100 patients through a special channel provided by SHIELD, achieving a remarkable cure rate of 70%, with no severe complications reported. Chapter 60. Indifference in this enigmatic realm, the Black Emperor did not manifest to shout. Yet after Daphne's extraordinary elixir healed the prominent speaker's legitimate son, he chose to entrust the power of his loyal subordinates to discreetly facilitate connections, guaranteeing as a trusted advisor. Could this secret therapy stem from military research? The old monk beside him relentlessly inquired. Daphne kept her lips sealed, exhibiting neither joy nor anger, allowing them to speculate at will. For half a lunar cycle, she witnessed the healing of numerous patients brought in through clandestine channels under the observance of 3 principal physicians, allowing the hospital to operate in tranquility. Nestled in the affluent enclave of magical Manhattan, the establishment garnered approval from various factions, with its fees being fair and reasonable. A commendable gesture indeed. On the 5th morning, a solemn and enigmatic middle-aged woman, adorned with spectacles and a straw hat, quietly entered the hospital, requesting an audience with Daphne. Initially, Daphne paid her little mind until she learned that this woman was a patient recommended by the maidservant, prompting her to hastily return to New York for a meeting. Holgers, I have heard your name. Your expertise in magical consultancy is well regarded in the realm, Daphne remarked, glancing at the nameplate. She recalled the high cheekboned, slender figure of the formidable sorceress, who was a friend of Jessica Jones and a somewhat renowned witch in her own right. While Jessica remained within the academic confines, this woman's career was just beginning to unfold, guided by the same maidservant who had brought her here. Frankly speaking, entering this hospital required a modicum of courage, for the atmosphere was exceedingly serene. Holgers had envisioned numerous scenarios, should a familiar face discover her affliction with a terminal illness. The trustworthiness of her consultancy would be irrevocably tarnished, an unbearable thought for someone with lofty aspirations. After a slight adornment, as she stepped into the hospital, she realized her worries were unfounded. The silence here was so profound that even the sound of falling leaves was undetectable, with only the hollow echo of her high-heeled shoes resonating in the corridor. Had it not been for the report diagnosing her with early-stage ALS, she might have chosen to retreat, standing at the precipice of life and death. She had no choice but to implore the maidservant to facilitate her meeting with the head of the institution. Daphne, though still youthful, appeared to Holgers as a potential benefactor or perhaps a means to elevate her own reputation. Daphne herself had previously engaged in similar pursuits. However, this medical institution, backed by multiple consortiums, boasted an excellent reputation, leading Holgers to believe that the upper echelons would not dismiss her plight as mere farce. The notion of such widespread oversight was unfathomable. Could all 7 factions truly be at fault? She found this hard to accept. After considerable contemplation, she harbored a modicum of doubt towards Daphne, yet equally, a measure of trust. If you are here seeking treatment, we are more than willing to accept you. Should there be any questions, I shall answer them in light of Miss Matsumoto's goodwill, Daphne stated, maintaining a brisk pace, unwilling to engage in frivolous exchanges. Can you truly cure this terminal illness? Holgers questioned, her heart quaking with trepidation, for the weight of the truth threatened to shatter her very being. After repeated confirmations and visits to other facilities, the pity reflected in the eyes of all the medical staff left her both furious and powerless. At that moment, Daphne's exclusive hospital became her final refuge. She longed to hear the affirmative, yet her reason was tinged with skepticism. Daphne chuckled lightly. It seems you do not trust me, Holgers. You may navigate the courtroom with ease, yet in the mysteries of life, your understanding remains in its infancy. She adopted an air of inscrutability. Our research advancements are at least 2 decades ahead of current scientific standards. Otherwise, do you think so many scholars are engaged in what they study? Holgers, not lacking in intellect, felt a pallor creep across her face as she recalled the dreadful term, military secret experiments. Would she truly be relegated to a mere subject in a research project? A chill surged down her spine. At this moment, the law could not shield her entirely. We do not impose our will. Whether to proceed with treatment rests entirely in your hands. Naturally, there are certain risks involved, even if I assure you of its safety and absence of pain. You might remain skeptical. Please make your own decision. With that, Daphne rose to depart. Holgers swiftly grasped her wrist, his strength far exceeding hers. Yet, she merely cast a fleeting glance at the sorceress. Could that treatment plan be elucidated to me? Of course not. How could one explain that it was a self-healing factor derived from Wolverine, synthesized through a unique therapeutic concoction? Holgers, the mage, might not be able to accept this truth. Thus Daphne adhered to her original narrative, discussing the matter from a pathophysiological perspective, touching upon neural cells. In summary, while the procedure entails risks, it remains manageable. Having said her piece, she exited the room. This endeavor was primarily to build her reputation, lacking significant profit, and even resulting in losses, hence her enthusiasm was somewhat muted. Relying on the cunning research of the venerable Yashida and Professor Charles's insights into artificial intelligence, a treatment plan was ultimately devised. Daphne modified and extended the duration of the treatment to a month. Although recovery was gradual, it alleviated considerable suffering. Confident in her efforts, she was no saint and could not beg patients to seek her care. Those who believed would come for treatment, those who did not, would not. Thus it was. The turmoil surrounding the condition of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis gradually subsided, and with her rising fame, Daphne's position within S.H.I.E.L.D. became increasingly secure. She did not deliberately challenge various factions. Maintaining a low profile behind her success was essential, and at pivotal moments, she chose silence. 1 week later, at dusk, Daphne received a message and promptly rushed to Nick Fury's study. The room was sparsely populated, yet it included the top agents from the headquarters. Coulson, just returned from Antarctica. May, transitioning positions, the cunning Crossbones, the iron-fisted Victoria Hand, and the taciturn Chirrut Mule. After a brief wait, several senior agents entered. Nick Fury rose from behind the desk. There are 2 matters that require your attention. Colonel Rhodes has informed us that Tony Stark, a major stakeholder of Stark Industries, has gone missing in Afghanistan. Initially, Daphne's mind wandered, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Moments later, the severity struck her. Stark was missing. The immediate need was to mobilize capital and short-sell Stark stock. She swiftly retrieved her communicator, messaging her aide to gather all available funds, preparing for a substantial financial windfall. As she was on the brink of poverty, observing Daphne's frantic demeanor, akin to a house ablaze, Nick Fury assumed she was merely researching information. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The other matter involves General Ross pursuing an experimental target, one of extreme danger and destructive capability, necessitating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance." At the mention of aid, warriors like Crossbones showed little interest. They regarded the military as fledglings, subject to the whims of others. They chose to remain at home to rest, while the stalwart men exhibited their discontent. In truth, Nick Fury paid little heed to the matter, merely offering a few terse words to conclude the discussion. Chapter 61. Trivial matters on the enigmatic continent. The debonair Prince Ares, a royal scion ensnared by indulgence, became the target of a clandestine military experiment. All of this seemed inconsequential in the face of his concerns for Earth. Recently, in response to the pressures from both the military and the royal court, he found it necessary to address this issue explicitly. Though he harbored ulterior motives, he recognized that outward appearances could not be disregarded. After deliberating on the mission, the enigmatic one-eyed General Fury, whose visage resembled a chiseled blade, swept his gaze across the assembly, seeking anyone willing to undertake the 2 formidable responsibilities. To his surprise, someone answered the call. "I shall collaborate with the military strategist to apprehend the test subject." The goddess Vina, beleaguered by the tempestuous fists of Deus, found herself under immense pressure and, in a bid to restore her public image, volunteered for the task. The room fell into a profound silence as Deus, who was plotting the overthrow of the Iron Star Empire, sensed the scrutiny of her peers. "What brings this attention upon me?" After a moment's contemplation, the reason became apparent. This was evidently a challenge from Vina, with both women set to undertake separate missions to see whose performance would surpass the other. The astute and seasoned lady opted for a task that appeared relatively straightforward, while the connections of General Ross and Major Roddle soon became glaringly evident. Their mobilization of power was as disparate as the chasm between heaven and earth. Deus suppressed a smirk. Tasks were rarely as transparent as they seemed. General Ross's mission undoubtedly involved hunting a rampaging beast, with success appearing elusive. What of the other mission? Even if the advantages seemed minimal, the crucial factor lay in the fact that Iron Star need not intervene. The madman would invariably find a path. Moreover, given that Iron Star had only recently gone missing, with 3 months remaining before returning to the kingdom, the optimal moment would be to make a significant move on the eve of announcing the renouncement of arms. After all, the stock market is akin to a capricious sea, unpredictable in its fluctuations, devoid of any set parameters for rise and fall. From the vastness of stellar relativity to the delicate strings of harmony, Deus wielded the ability to manipulate the vibrations of the world. Yet the whims of the stock market remained beyond her foresight. To enter the market now might result in being engulfed by the tidal waves of volatility, threatening to drown the hard-earned profits. Thus, she deemed it imperative to engage in the rescue, seizing this delicate moment while strategically managing her financial resources to ensure unwavering stability. After much contemplation, she concluded that the challenge was manageable. It could be regarded as an adventure to distant lands. She then declared, "Very well. I shall proceed to rescue Antonis Stark." With that, the meeting came to an end. Deus and Vina accepted their missions and began their preparations. On her journey, Deus swiftly reviewed the intelligence. Everything remained shrouded in uncertainty, with the available information woefully scant. She had merely half a day to assemble her team. Returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy to recruit assistants, she, despite being a 7th-tier elite, had only occasionally attended lectures. This would be her first time personally selecting representatives. Upon receiving the roster of students and perusing it casually, she navigated toward the training room based on her recollections. There, a golden-haired beauty wielding twin staffs was engaged in combat against 2 male disciples, forcing them to struggle defensively. With a swift kick, the golden-haired woman felled one adversary, then struck the ankle of the other with her staff, catching him unawares. He groaned in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Deus witnessed the battle conclude in a mere 20 seconds. It is evident that she has come here for her own sake, swiftly concluding her practice, which showcases the characteristics of a determined and strategic woman. "Splendid, Miss Barbara Bobby Morse," she greets warmly. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the woman, undeterred by conspiracy, lays down her dual batons and, in a moment of confusion, shakes her hand. "The school is no longer sufficient for your growth. A mission now requires your assistance." To say the school is inadequate is merely a superficial remark, for it is indeed the domain of Vina Hald, where all the exceptional students have been meticulously chosen. Ms. Morse is a natural talent. Though her appearance may seem unremarkable, her future promises extraordinary achievements. During the era of superheroes, she bore the moniker Mockingbird, becoming the 19th agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her renowned rivals, that of her pseudo-sister Sharon Carter, who holds the designation of 13. As an accomplished former gymnastics champion, she has completed the foundational training of S.H.I.E.L.D., lacking only experience. When faced with Daisy's invitation, Bobby accepted without hesitation. As an agent, accepting missions is customary, especially when regarded by a renowned elite such as Daisy, leaving little room for refusal. Her only request was to engage in a sparring session, eager to ensure her superior was no weakling. Predictably, Mockingbird failed to block any of Daisy's successive attacks and was swiftly taken down in 3 moves. After successfully recruiting a future powerhouse, she perused the remaining files. Although there were several agents with memories, most were either incomplete in their training or pre-selected by other departments, rendering them unsuitable. There was no need to expend energy searching further, as this was merely a temporary task. With many eyes around, carrying swords and armor would be imprudent. Instead, she concealed an adamantium dagger within her boot and tightened a vibranium arm ring upon her wrist, donning the garb of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. The Information Technology Department still had a few less than professional operatives, and alongside Mockingbird, there were a total of 10 agents, 5 men and 4 women, converging towards the Adrealis Air Force Base. There, they were to meet with the mission commander, Colonel James Rhodes. Colonel Rhodes, an esteemed friend of Tony Stark, would later don the Iron Man suit and become known as War Machine, a member of the Avengers. In cinematic portrayals, he may appear inconsequential, only slightly superior to an ordinary soldier, yet he is indeed a figure of substantial importance. The colonel's rank is commendable. Even General Fury only held the rank of colonel prior to his retirement. Captain America, despite his valiant efforts in 4 battles, has only risen to the rank of captain. Officers, distanced from the front lines, are considered high-ranking officials in the eyes of soldiers. The next rank for an Air Force colonel is that of a brigadier general. And Colonel Rhodes is a rising star in the military. However, Daisy felt there were too many African Americans around her, one of the so-called God Bless America. While it is acceptable that many Wakandans possess dark skin, the leadership of the agents is African American, the political newcomer is African American, and now the colonel is as well. Fortunately, she is not a soldier and need not salute the colonel. The two succinctly reviewed the entire assault on Stark. From the remnants of the battlefield, it was clear that the enemy was a formidable force, having decimated the elite American military units protecting Stark, leaving no survivors. The enemy had also utilized 2 missiles. According to Colonel Rhodes's analysis, the attack was likely launched as a means of vengeance against Stark Industries, with the objective of kidnapping Anthony Stark. At all costs, we must rescue Tony. To inspire his subordinates, Rhodes continued to uplift their spirits. The extent to which his words can evoke determination is indeed difficult to gauge. Chapter 62. The ironclad guardians. Ling Yuan stood amidst the crowd, her gaze sweeping over the emotionless figures of several ironclad guardians who appeared utterly indifferent to the world around them. With a quiet sigh, she reflected on their discussions of self-sacrifice and the contributions of a wealthy genius to the Tianyuan continent, realizing that such talk was mere empty rhetoric. While it was true that some among the ironclad guardians possessed formidable abilities, such as the naval sharpshooter Thunder Arrow and the enigmatic Shadow Fox from the secret faction, their numbers were regrettably few. Observing the group of distracted individuals before her, Ling Yuan understood that she could not rely on them to accomplish the mission at hand. Although not under the command of General Luogia, she nonetheless participated in the rescue operation, briefly outlining the key points of the mission to bolster morale. Within this rescue team, a dark-skinned captain led several seasoned veterans of the ironclad guardians, while Ling Yuan commanded a team of information technology specialists. The operatives envisioned the guardians as valiant as the legendary Guan Yu, while the seasoned generals held the operatives in equally high esteem, imagining them as formidable as the Shadow Envoy. Both sides nurtured lofty expectations of one another, secretly prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. Yet, Ling Yuan noted with dismay the lack of professionalism among the older leaders. Two veterans were engrossed in watching short videos, while others quietly debated which brand would best withstand the erosive forces of sand. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she inquired of General Luogia, "What is your specific position, General? If it pertains to sensitive matters, I shall refrain from asking." The dark-skinned captain promptly replied, "There are no secrets, Special Envoy Ling Yuan. I am a general of the Tianwu Weapons Department." Ling Yuan's heart stirred at this revelation. As a general of the Tianwu Weapons Department, these guardians hailed from the same lineage. Coupled with her role as a technology specialist, the entire team was a makeshift assembly. Setting aside her own combat prowess, she mused that such a combination had little hope of rescuing the uncertain fate of Shirxin Ku from the clutches of the Ghost Ring sect. This rescue operation was primarily led by the ironclad guardians, who boarded a large strategic transport aircraft at the military base en route to the wilds of the western regions. Laden with heavy equipment, the discomfort was palpable. Ling Yuan found this transport aircraft lacking in speed compared to the Falcon-class fighter. However, she refrained from showcasing her skills, fastening her seatbelt tightly as she diligently reviewed the file concerning Shirxin Ku's predicament. The information aligned closely with her recollections, indicating that approximately 80% of the assailants were dispatched by Obata. According to military intelligence, tensions had escalated following the Ice Spring Challenge. Linked to the Ice Spring Challenge? Ling Yuan scoffed, deeming it mere rumor, surely a ploy by the enemy. The diligent dark-skinned captain maintained communication with the various ironclad military camps throughout the western regions, simultaneously reaching out to allied nations they would traverse, as the aircraft lacked stealth capabilities and required early notification to avoid ambushes. Once he had completed the tedious tasks, he approached Ling Yuan to discuss the specifics of their plan. It was evident that Shirxin Ku was trapped within the mountainous depths, and based on their timeline, still in slumber. Yet, whether her slightest movement might alter fate, or if a stray fragment could deviate by mere inches to cause an explosion, remained uncertain. As logic approached her for discussion, Ling Yuan was engrossed in analyzing the hideout of the members of the Ten Rings sect. The film depicted merely a cave, devoid of any distinguishing marks. The region of the Western Territories, characterized by its numerous mountain ranges, also harbored an abundance of hidden caverns, making the task of locating such an unmarked cave, one that even maps failed to acknowledge, an arduous endeavor. In light of the fact that the stone-hearted guest had slipped away like a meteor into the desert after his escape, Ling Yuan slightly narrowed her search parameters. The surrounding mountains were steep, with only a single path for entry and exit, while beyond lay the vast expanse of yellow sands. She thus focused her search on those mountainous areas that met the criteria. Any clues? Logic inquired, observing the accumulation of maps and remote sensing images at her feet, along with her occasional theoretical deductions that eluded his comprehension, which filled him with a sense of reverence. "Well, there seems to be a direction," she replied with a hint of modesty. Logic was astounded. These agents truly lived up to their reputation. While he remained perplexed, they had already begun to delineate the area of interest. "Where exactly?" he asked with urgency. Ling Yuan pointed to the map. "Given the advanced weaponry of those bandits, their ability to obliterate my Diamond Guard indicates they possess extraordinary combat capabilities." Logic hesitated, recognizing that the annihilation of the Diamond Guard did not tell the whole story. Considering their own limited strength, he could only concede that the bandits were indeed formidable. The absence of any tribe or organization claiming responsibility thus suggested a covert military force. The likelihood of such a unit hiding among the towering mountains was considerable. Ling Yuan continued her analysis. Moreover, the number of operatives was substantial, leading to the conjecture that they would likely conceal themselves near certain tribes opposed to the Diamond Guard. Ling Yuan sketched a vast area along the border. The border between Afghanistan and Balak seemed the most suspicious, characterized by rugged terrain and local tribes that repelled outsiders, which also happened to be territory the Diamond Guard had never ventured into. Logic felt an increase in pressure but had no choice but to agree with Ling Yuan's assessment. Consequently, the difficulty of the mission escalated. The challenge of seeking out a band of armed individuals within the territory of hostile tribes was formidable. Nevertheless, in pursuit of rescuing his friend, the stone-hearted guest, Logic unreservedly sought assistance from various factions of the Diamond Guard. What help do you need? Naturally, it was to safeguard this non-professional rescue team as they reached the scene of the rescue. The leaders of the various camps, understanding the situation, reluctantly acquiesced. Ultimately, under the earnest plea of the dark-skinned captain, they agreed to provide assistance. Originally a 20-member team, it expanded to over 50 personnel. Logic called in 2 Skychain combat helicopters and 3 multifunctional off-road vehicles from the Diamond Guard, which were essentially armored mammoth off-roaders. Additionally, a modified camper van was included, specifically equipped with bathing facilities for female soldiers and agents, a firm requirement from Ling Yuan. 2 Eagle combat helicopters and a substantial quantity of heavy weaponry were also procured. These arms were to be used for a fee. Logic and Ling Yuan asserted that they would cover the costs after a successful rescue, should the stone-hearted guest still be alive. The male soldiers, including the dark-skinned captain, totaled 40, while the female contingent consisted of Ling Yuan and the disguised Yen, along with 3 female agents and 5 female warriors, making a total of 10. They departed from the Bagram Diamond Guard camp, carrying supplies, and commenced their search for the armed group along the border of Afghanistan and Balak, with their formidable mobility and firepower providing cover. The soldiers found their tense nerves somewhat alleviated. In a bid to bolster the morale of the troops, Logic, on behalf of Shershin, pledged a monetary reward for each successful rescue. As the squad ventured into the desert, the vast expanse of golden sand presented a novel sight for Ling Yuan. An endless horizon stretched before them, desolate and lifeless, as if they had entered a realm devoid of humanity. However, this perception was solely applicable to the aerial view from the helicopter. Traversing the sand on foot, where each step sank deeper than the last, transformed the experience into a less than pleasant ordeal. The diminutive tribes, even as helicopters soared overhead, could only tremble within their humble abodes. In contrast, the formidable tribes that resisted the likes of the Soviet Union, Britain, and America dared to fire upon the helicopters. While a group appeared comfortably ensconced within the helicopter, they had inadvertently become targets. At times, they were compelled to land once more, shifting their focus to ground combat. Chapter 63. Arrows like a downpour. The myriad of arrows rained down like a tempest. Even as Daphne suppressed her enigmatic powers, her exceptional physique was not to be underestimated. Unlike other elite warriors, she wielded both weaponry and arcane spells with effortless mastery. With her singular strength, she instilled dread in her foes, naturally positioning her as the core of the small unit, despite Captain Rogers retaining nominal command. After traversing the Afghan terrain for over half a month, the initial curiosity had waned, having encountered countless skirmishes where the indigenous people remained silent, brandishing their arms in defiance. They could only resist with valor. Her calm leadership and extraordinary combat prowess not only commanded respect from her direct subordinates, but also earned the admiration of the Imperial soldiers presently under her command. The 50-member squad had embarked on their mission, overcoming several formidable adversaries within a fortnight, suffering merely 1 injury and 1 fatality, yet still having no leads on Stark's whereabouts. This left Daphne feeling profoundly frustrated, her concern for her dear friend's fate deepening Captain Rogers' melancholia as he willingly relinquished authority. Casting aside the spent holy quadrilateral spear, she drew her secret sword to fell the last foe and began issuing orders. James, inquire with the tribal sage about the distance to the next settlement. Elliot, assess the inventory of our mystical potions. Captain Rogers, please deploy the Wolfhound reconnaissance aircraft. I need detailed terrain information within a 50-mile radius. With the tasks assigned, she unreservedly proceeded to cleanse herself, the mingling scents of dust, sand, blood, and smoke proving intolerable. Soon after, several female soldiers, elite combatants, trailed behind her into the specialized vehicle prepared for bathing. This privilege was afforded to her due to her esteemed reputation, and no one questioned why a few women could share in the refreshing waters at this moment. Naturally, it was not a solitary vehicle. The military would not indulge in excessive specialization, allowing 10 women to share this bath. The journey had been arduous, and the dense steam of the bath was elusive. The vapor left no trace, rendering the women's forms fully visible. Aside from the sound-mimicking avian creature Bobby, a former gymnastics queen with a commendable physique, the other female soldiers resembled ordinary warriors. The heavy armor they typically wore concealed their true forms, yet once the armor was shed, the disparities became evident. Daphne's striking figure, with skin as pristine as that of a jade rabbit, stood out like a noble crane among beasts, inciting envy among the other women. Initially, they harbored feelings of jealousy and rivalry, inevitably exchanging whispers, but gradually, they grew accustomed to it. The young commander, a person of considerable wealth, frequently mingled with presidential candidates and billionaires, while these female soldiers were merely ordinary citizens. When the disparity becomes so vast, there is no inclination to compare oneself to others. Why is your skin so radiant? Bobby the bird demon gently touched her arm and brushed against her back. Daphne's skin seemed unaffected by the harsh desert storms, remaining firm and luminous, which left her perplexed. In response to her subordinate, who was 2 years her senior, Daphne offered a dismissive remark about her natural beauty, leaving the other momentarily speechless. Your figure is quite commendable. I thought gymnasts typically had modest busts. Are you an exception? She truly had no secret to maintaining her skin's youthful appearance. Even in the sweltering heat of 40 degrees, her skin showed no signs of damage. At that moment, she could only redirect the conversation. The other female soldiers eagerly joined in, and various topics emerged, such as rhythm and discussions about the pole vaulting techniques. Bobby was clearly defending her former colleague while imparting some knowledge to the group of soldiers, explaining the correlation between body size and athletic training. Daphne listened briefly, hastily completed her washing, donned her clothing, and resumed her various tasks. Initially, leading this imperial army felt disingenuous. Her status as a level 7 agent of the Shield seemed ineffectual within the confines of a covert organization. After considerable deliberation, she reached out to Egg for strategic advice. Following extensive discussions, and with the support of President Obama's words, she finally secured an honorary military rank of Air Force Major, exempt from jurisdictional transfers. Without salary or allowances, this rank was slightly lower than that of Captain Rogers, yet superior to the Lieutenant of Captain America. General, here is the map of the surrounding terrain. General, this is the distribution map of the major factions provided by the elders. Several soldiers rushed to report, addressing their superior as General, a practice that initially amused Daphne but had become the norm. She turned to the young man beside her, named James, and said, "Go ask the tribal elder how this word is expressed in the Empire language," gesturing to the map to indicate the path. The dialects in Afghanistan were numerous. Even with a mountain separating them, the languages of neighboring villages differed significantly. Fortunately, the Imperial Army had been stationed here for a decade, and many tribal elders had gradually learned the Empire language. James, a simple farmer from rural Tennessee, only wished to return to his land, marry, raise children, and live harmoniously with his family. Without hesitation, he complied with the general's orders, dragging out the previously defiant but now limp chief like a weary dog. Daphne had no understanding of Pashto and lacked the desire to learn, yet she firmly believed that these elders were knowledgeable in the Empire language. Pointing to a spot on the map, she asked, "What is this place called in the Empire language?" The elder hesitated slightly, while James had already unlatched the safety on his handgun, aiming it directly at the elder's head. The elder's beer belly trembled violently. Maintaining such a robust figure during wartime was exceedingly rare in Afghanistan. Gazing at the map, the elder strained to recall the pronunciation in the Empire language. Kron? Karalmi. Indeed, it is Karami. After repeated inquiries to confirm, this place, Karami, lies no more than 15 kilometers from the current settlement. Upon her arrival in Afghanistan, Daphne commenced her search for the town named Karami, as her recollections suggested it fell within the realm of the Ten Commandments influence, and Stax was likely nearby. However, the dialectal complexities of this fractured region posed a considerable challenge. There was no standardized pronunciation, and this was now the third similar name she had encountered. It was better to mistakenly act than to miss an opportunity. The reorganized troops referred to the map, leaving the wounded to guard the helicopter while the remaining 45 proceeded southwest in 3 multifunctional vehicles. Chapter 64. The Borderlands in the Enigmatic Borderlands. The boundaries of rules and order disintegrate like dust in the wind. Endless yellow sand roars through the arid breeze, permeating the sky. Occasionally adorned with the remnants of decayed animal feces along the roadside, the pungent scent carried by the wind, which even the bravest warrior would hesitate to inhale deeply. Daisy had long since sealed the windows, relying on her communication device to convey tactical commands. Jimmy, fluent in Pashto, drove the lead vehicle, resolving any negotiation needs. Daisy occupied the second vehicle, orchestrating the overall direction, while the formidable Colonel Rudolph took charge in the rear, ensuring a commanding presence. The soaring griffin vultures were also dispatched for reconnaissance ahead, mimicking the maneuvers of their comrade, Bobby, who held the reins of fate. Daisy sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the boundless desert, her initial certainties gradually eroded by the shifting sands. During her previous 2 expeditions to find Karami, she had remained steadfast in her belief that success was within reach. However, that conviction now felt less unshakable. On Christmas, will you be home or staying here? Bobby casually inquired during their drive. She mused that the legendary Daisy must bear significant responsibilities during this grand holiday, unable to seek the opulent traces of the wealthy in this desolate wasteland. After searching for over a month, Bobby found it hard to believe that the reckless Stacks could survive in such a perilous world, where even the majestic eagle dared not descend. Bobby's mention of Christmas stirred Daphne's memories of last year's celebration with Hill, a time now clouded by their rivalry. Hill had long evaded her, not having returned to headquarters for half a year. Yet, Daphne possessed an innate ability to heal her spirit, swiftly dispelling her troubles. After some contemplation, she considered the possibility of leading her troops home for the holidays. At this moment, it seemed that only she and Rudolph still believed in Stax's survival. Those who had perished for this cause had sacrificed an entire Christmas, dragging the unit into remote outskirts to engage in fierce battles with tribes. An act seen as a great disrespect by the soldiers. She pondered the implications of a forced order. Perhaps some would flee, and even if they did not, upon returning home, they would likely decry human rights violations in front of the Pentagon, their struggles and the absence of democracy remaining unknown. Why should she assume the mantle of this ruthless figure? Through tactical communication, she conferred with Rudolph, suggesting that if no leads were found in Karami, the army would withdraw immediately and resume their search after the holiday. As an active duty soldier, Rudolph sensed the low morale, feeling pressure akin to Daphne's. And after a brief hesitation, he acquiesced to her proposal. The soldiers rejoiced upon hearing the news, weary of this bitter land. Daisy nodded slightly, accepting their praise. Gazing out of the window, she found herself ensnared in contemplation of her own festive thoughts. Suddenly, she became acutely aware of an unsettling silence enveloping her surroundings. The unbroken horizon revealed no signs of life. Not even the shadow of a bird could be discerned. A subtle yet ominous aura permeated the air, sending shivers down her spine. The primal instincts bestowed upon her by the huntress goddess urged her to flee this place, and to do so swiftly. Silence! Halt immediately! She commanded, her voice laced with urgency, bringing the advancing troops to a sudden stop. Laughter ceased, and the soldiers, perplexed by her grave expression, complied and halted. Daisy climbed onto the war chariot, scanning the desolate expanse before her, yet all she beheld was emptiness. The panic within her loomed like a dense cloud, stifling her words. "What is it, Daisy?" inquired Rudolph, his dark skin reflecting concern as he called her name. She remained silent, surveying the barren and desolate landscape, where stone formations thrived, devoid of any signs of life. Summoning the young soldier Jimmy, who was preparing to return home for his wedding, she asked, "Is this the path the tribal elder instructed you to take?" Jimmy confirmed with unwavering certainty, "Yes, this is the right way. This is wrong, exceedingly wrong." She muttered to herself, then turned to a nearby Special Forces team member. "Has the Global Hawk detected anything ahead?" "Commander, the interference in this area is too great. The signal transmission is exceedingly slow," the team member reported, displaying a distorted reconnaissance image from the drone. Daisy leaned closer, only to find the screen marred by blurriness, revealing nothing of substance. "Check the magnetic fields. There may be unknown minerals in the vicinity," she suggested, but before she could finish, the imaging interface plunged into darkness. "Commander, the Global Hawk's positioning signal has vanished." The team member's words struck like a thunderclap. Has someone destroyed the Global Hawk? Or did it collide with a rock? The prospect of the drone possibly crashing weighed heavily on Rudolph's heart. If Stark could be rescued, that would be fortunate. But if they failed, or if Stark had already fallen, who would bear the terrible cost? With no time to dwell on Rudolph's concerns, Daisy ordered a retreat from the area. Earlier, the vibrations had captured the hostility of the tribal chief and children, but she had overlooked it as mere habit. Now, she speculated that the elder might have set a trap, waiting for them to stumble into this realm of terror. "What about the Global Hawk? Even if it's just debris, we should recover it," Rudolph implored, grasping her arm. Daisy hesitated. The Global Hawk was costly, yet she gritted her teeth and resolved, "I will cover the expenses. But we must leave this place. There is something amiss here." Sensing her grave demeanor, an ominous premonition stirred within Rudolph, yet he remained loyal, asserting, "I won't let you bear the burden alone. Let it be on my account." Daisy had no time to argue over responsibility. Delving into the depths, a powerful disturbance revealed a terrifying source of energy, akin to a nuclear reactor on the verge of eruption. Her readings indicated that it was not a reactor at all, but something far smaller, resembling a living entity. She abruptly ceased the scanning, taking Rudolph by the hand as they dove into their war chariot, racing away. Regardless of who or what it was, that power was beyond her capacity to withstand. In this moment, preserving her own safety took precedence over Stark's fate. Though the soldiers were rife with confusion, they understood the necessity of obeying orders. The vehicle veered and accelerated, hurtling back towards their previous path. Rudolph needed to concoct a suitable rationale for their retreat. Daisy exercised caution in her choice of words, pondering the origins of the enigmatic figure hidden within the mountains. The ancient comitage atop the peaks was not a consideration, nor would the king of Asgard, Odin, venture into such a savage realm, let alone those celestial beings. It was inconceivable that it could be mutants like Jean Grey or Apocalypse. Afghanistan, the Ten Rings gang, Stark, these pivotal elements converged. And the singular formidable presence that emerged was none other than the illustrious Mandarin. The Mandarin, adorned with 10 rings, exuding an aura of authority. Chapter 65. Grandiloquence. To assert that Iron Scale is a match for the Grandmaster of the Underworld is somewhat of an exaggeration. The Grandmaster possesses 10 artifact rings, each a creation of foreign divinity. These rings harbor a myriad of complex and boundless powers, encompassing energy impact, mental control, magnetic manipulation, material reconstruction, and the extraordinary ability to reach absolute zero. If one were to liken this character to a prodigy, it would be akin to Daisy, master of magnetic fields, mental mentor, and Frost Warrior, an elite amalgamation of 10 extraordinary abilities, all enshrined upon her fingers. A single individual wielding the extraordinary powers of 10 mutants or superhumans. If Iron Lady is a reclusive sage tempered by countless trials, then the Grandmaster of the Underworld is a chi practitioner transcending realms from the cultivation world. Confronted by the hawkish-eyed, black-armored Lieutenant Sarah, unable to elucidate the significance of the 10 rings or the essence of chi, Daisy could only cast the blame upon the mutants. Trust in my long-standing experience of life and death. There lies an unparalleled mutant hidden within that space. Though this assertion may be hard to believe, it is all that Daisy can offer as an explanation. The multifunctional war vehicle accelerated forward, speeding northward, while Daisy turned to glance at their rear. Her expression was grave, and she furrowed her brow, having barely garnered more than half of Lieutenant Sarah's trust. The ordinary soldiers, unaware of the truth, gradually relaxed after traveling hundreds of miles, and several began to whisper amongst themselves. Do not slow down, continue onward, straight back to Bagram Sky Fortress, Daisy commanded through the communicator. The soldiers expressed mild grievances, but the thought of returning to the fortress quelled their complaints temporarily. Their countenances darkened, yet hastening their pace. The so-called Bagram Sky Fortress served merely as a futile consolation. Instinct told Daisy that their pursuers had already detected their presence and were now trailing closely behind. Like beasts endowed with the hunting intuition bestowed by the goddess of the hunt, this fortress, manned by thousands, should not have faced the Grandmaster of the Underworld directly with modern weaponry. As they found themselves in the southern Kunar province, while Bagram lay in the eastern Parwan province. Logically, even with accelerated travel, it would typically require 2 days to reach. The current circumstances were evidently unusual. Troops stationed in southern Afghanistan were sparse, with some bases housing merely dozens or hundreds of personnel, nominally a base but essentially akin to a lookout. Daisy had no intention of allowing them to fall victim unnecessarily. Her only hope was to return to Kabul, blending into the urban expanse to obscure their trail and deceive the Grandmaster of the Underworld. She had also contemplated the notion of departing alone, but feared that the fluctuations of speed and teleportation would attract the enemy's attention. In such a scenario, she would be powerless to confront them or escape, and the consequences would be dire. Rather than shining like a blinding star in the night sky, attracting predators, it would be wiser to remain shrouded in obscurity, alongside the main force, lurking in the shadows, perhaps allowing for a fortunate escape. Simultaneously, she secretly hoped that this was merely a misperception on her part, that a formidable adversary did not truly exist, nor was there any threat of relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, the world abides by a certain principle known as the Morris theorem, which states that good fortune never comes knocking uninvited, while misfortune, once it reveals its head, is sure to follow. Who among you has ventured forth? After 3 hours of relentless pursuit, the Grandmaster of the Abyss finally caught up with them. His voice resonated like a melodic recitation, with fluctuating tones and an elongated cadence. His raven-black hair danced in the wind, and he donned a long robe of ethereal green silk, his wrists concealed behind his back, exuding an air of solemnity and ancient wisdom. Had he encountered such a figure in ordinary circumstances, Colonel Sarah might have been inclined to either deliver a kick or offer a hand, depending on her mood. However, at that moment, Her thoughts were far from trivialities. Alongside her subordinates and agents, she gazed in astonishment at the elderly man from the east, who traversed the air with such swiftness that he surpassed the speed of sound. Undoubtedly, the appearance of the Grand Master of the Abyss astonished those soldiers and agents who lived within the confines of technology. Colonel Sarah discreetly glanced at Dai Shi, silently inquiring whether this was indeed the formidable opponent she had mentioned. Dai Shi subtly nodded and signaled to her companions to prepare for an assault. Suppressing the resonance of her own vibrations with the external world, Dai Shi, acutely attuned to disturbances, sensed a ring upon the Grandmaster's right hand emitting faint waves. This fluctuation was neither akin to her own nor identical to that of the Grandmaster. It was a characteristic inherent to the ring itself. The momentary resonance between the two vanished as swiftly as it appeared, piquing Dai Shi's curiosity. It seemed that the Grandmaster could only manifest the initial capabilities of the ring, much like when she first acquired her abilities and could only produce tremors. Was it possible that the ring lacked the potential for evolution? After contemplating this, Dai Shi's perception of the Grandmaster's threat diminished slightly. Yet even without any derivative powers, the inherent strength of the ring, combined with the 10 rings, would still surpass her own. Unlike Iron Lady, the 10 rings wielded an astonishing might. Mental manipulation, shockwaves, absolute zero, fiery eruptions, thunderous lightning. Material reformation, both offensive and defensive capabilities with virtually no weaknesses. Possessing the 10 rings, and bolstered by his secret arts, the Grandmaster of the Abyss truly ranked among the elite on Earth. Only if Ancient One could obtain the full support of Dormammu might he stand a chance against the Grandmaster. Aside from deities of the highest order, it seemed that only the Dark Phoenix could potentially vanquish the Grandmaster of the Abyss. In summary, this was undoubtedly a terrifying adversary. The soldiers exchanged glances, acutely aware that the only one capable of responding was Dai Shi. As the commander, and with her Eastern features, it was crucial to note that the Grandmaster's inquiries, though lyrical, were fundamentally in Chinese, a language the American forces could neither comprehend nor respond to. Dai Shi rubbed her somewhat stiff face, displaying a Coulson-esque smile, and adjusted her own frequency in an attempt to appear amiable and endearing. Joyfully, she waved her hand, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. "Elder, we have come from Maywand to attend the wedding banquet of your cousin in Kabul." She gestured towards Colonel Sarah, subtly indicating that he was the joyous groom's cousin. In a normal scenario, such fabrications would not be conjured, yet upon close scrutiny, Dai Shi discerned that the Grandmaster of the Abyss was indeed quite peculiar. On one hand, the prolonged seclusion and cultivation had taken its toll. On the other hand, the elderly man's gaze was exceedingly peculiar, at times fierce and at others bewildered. This reminded Daisy of a detail. The 10 rings were not mere trinkets. Each possessed its own consciousness and occasionally communicated through the vessel of the mystical ancestor. The mental fortitude of the mystical ancestor must be extraordinarily high, yet with 10 voices incessantly chattering in his ears, no matter how resilient he was, it would be a strain to bear. Daisy seized the opportunity to deceive him, exploiting his mental flaws to feign compliance. Who, in their right mind, would attend a wedding armed with a heavy assault rifle? If questioned, she would attribute it to the tumultuous situation in Afghanistan. If not, it would indicate that the mystical ancestor was indeed mentally unwell. Despite appearing ethereal and detached, the mystical ancestor was not swayed by her seemingly innocent demeanor. Rather, he frowned at her, hinting at a disdain for her impure lineage. However, among the foreign individuals surrounding them, particularly in the presence of Colonel Hawk, a figure of authority, Daisy's Eastern features appeared remarkably rare. Chapter 66. Exaltation. The celestial titan suddenly fell into deep contemplation, pondering the extensive duration of this cultivation, far exceeding expectations. The radiant maiden cheered exuberantly, urging, "Let us act swiftly." To the city of doom. The skilled drivers of the carriages were equally astute, maintaining a rapid pace even after traversing 500 paces, hurtling like thunder towards the northern horizon. How could this person soar through the air? Bobby, confronted with such a bizarre spectacle for the first time, felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation from the celestial titan's menacing aura. Only the radiant maiden could stand her ground and converse with him, while Colonel Hawk remained relatively composed. The rest, whether soldiers or envoys, were gripped with fear, as if facing a ferocious tiger. As the crowd distanced themselves from the carriage, their thoughts gradually returned to clarity. In this vast world, with countless extraordinary individuals and events, one could grow accustomed to the extraordinary. Bobby felt insignificant, and the radiant maiden could offer little consolation. The celestial titan's formidable presence posed a lethal threat to ordinary folk, yet she still had strategies at her disposal. The dark-skinned general bore an unusual expression, also feeling the weight of the celestial titan's influence, and after a long pause, finally spoke. "We must call for reinforcements." Though the Radiant Maiden believed that additional support would be futile, she lacked sufficient grounds to refuse. Typically, one would rely solely on oneself in such situations, but they were part of an organized team. This moment was the perfect opportunity to showcase the strength of their collective efforts. Perhaps the military possessed unparalleled weaponry capable of obliterating the Celestial Titan in a single strike? Since the Hawk had already sought assistance from the military, the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets could not remain passive. Yet, even elite agents appeared feeble before such extraordinary power. No matter how revered the Golden Age veterans were, they could not withstand a single blow from the Celestial Titan. The Radiant Maiden reported the situation to Nick Fry via satellite communication. "Not your match?" Fry inquired, devoid of any evident emotion. She extolled the Celestial Titan as an invincible entity, akin to a deity descending upon the earth, capable of annihilating her with a mere breath. "I will dispatch the Black Butterfly for support. If you cannot withstand, retreat, and remember your identities. You are agents, not warriors," warned the Egghead in conclusion. To this, the Radiant Maiden could only remain speechless. When it came to audacity and cunning, the seasoned veterans undoubtedly excelled. The Celestial Titan, though undeniably formidable, finds it challenging to vanquish her with a single strike. The two engage in fierce combat for several rounds, and even when casting grand spells akin to the heavens, she possesses the means to escape. The sole regret lies with the soldiers and envoys with whom she has shared many years. The conclusion of conversations with reinforcements and higher-ups does not equate to a resolution of the situation. Nick Fry has both strengths and weaknesses, and his relationship with the Security Council is, in truth, quite poor. Learning from past experiences, Kai Xia has not overstepped her bounds. She has already leveraged her connection with Obama to reach out to Lady Lancaster of the British Security Council. After several clandestine discussions, their bond deepened following her assistance to the lady's daughter in overcoming a rival in the industry. In retrospect, regardless of the outcome, it is always prudent to report to superiors, whether promptly or belatedly. Moreover, the Security Council shows little regard for New York, let alone the distant city of Tiansha. Had it not been for logistical purposes, they might have already unleashed a devastating nuclear strike. When reporting to the Bureau of Celestial Affairs, it is imperative to exaggerate the severity of the incident while downplaying it to political figures, as they tend to amplify and elaborate further. The elder consented to exert pressure on the military for support. However, Kai Xia harbors little expectation for this aid and ultimately must rely on her own strength. 20 minutes have elapsed since the call. We must coordinate with reinforcements to eliminate the enemy. The dark-skinned general firmly believes in the invincibility of his troops. In his eyes, no adversary can withstand their projectiles, nor can any extraordinary beings rival their aerial prowess. Faced with the dilemma between technology and supernatural abilities, Kai Xia finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the Celestial Titan cannot be compared to the apocalyptic sovereign, yet the capability to obliterate a city with a mere wave of the hand is undeniably real. In this moment, she begins to comprehend the weight of Nick Frey's burdens. Knowing too many secrets can sometimes be a heavy load. After much deliberation, Kai Xia makes a judgment based solely on the existing intelligence. "General, I have encountered those with mutated bloodlines. Those who can soar are among the world's strongest. Please remember this point. Our mission is to rescue Iron Blood, not to engage in a reckless battle." The implication is clear: survival takes precedence. When it comes to the rescue of Iron Blood, Colonel Falcon ultimately relinquishes his impassioned but deemed suicidal strategy. As for the request for aerial support, she dismisses it. On the ground, they can evade confrontation, at least against a singular enemy. But in the air, if pursued, one could lose both life and aircraft. The potential for a plane's explosion to claim their lives is significant, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Her argument bears overwhelming weight, and all the soldiers assigned, including Falcon's subordinates, nod in agreement. They would prefer a slow retreat by land rather than risk flying. With the team united in their decision, they accelerate to the limit, striving northward in their escape. Regrettably, their intent to avoid battle is met with relentless pursuit. Half an hour later, the Celestial Titan reappears. "Who are you?" The same question. The same altitude, only the terrain differs. Falcon glances at Kai Xia in confusion, pondering whether this individual is truly formidable, as they appear remarkably foolish. Kai Xia, too, feels a sense of helplessness. The actions of the Celestial Titan confirm her earlier suspicions. This individual indeed exhibits signs of mental impairment. However, this reasoning is somewhat comforting, otherwise. With the Titan's casual strike capable of surpassing the force of a nuclear explosion, would it not result in upheaval and dominion over the world? Eliminate the unreasonable aspects. The singular truth remains that this individual has pursued cultivation with such fervor that he has become utterly possessed. The Ten Commandments organization, akin to a commercial empire, was initially founded by him, Yet it is now entirely disconnected from him, with the hijacking of Iron Blood stemming solely from the tasks taken over by that group. Understanding the reasons provides little aid in the current predicament. Kai Xia, bearing the hopes of many, steps forward once more, replaying the previous dialogue like a tape recorder. The colossal star is ensnared in a self-created whirlpool of time, stagnant, while 3 armored vehicles continue to race furiously. They do not appear particularly daunting, do they? In Kai Xia's eyes, they are daring to navigate through the peril. However, the dark-skinned general perceives it as an unwillingness to engage with the gaunt old man. Observing the concerning intellect of the black soldiers, she remarks, "Have you not noticed that his malevolent gaze grows increasingly intense? Next time we are pursued, we will be in trouble." Upon finishing her words, she immediately formulates a strategy. The vehicles never cease, and all personnel load bullets, missiles, incendiary devices, and machine guns. Awaiting the third hunt. Chapter 67. The divine entity Ling Er perceives the soldiers' indifference and blind confidence, opting for silence in response to their questioning gazes. The third onslaught descends in an instant, as the starry-eyed figure fiercely inquires, "Who are you?" A cold gleam suddenly manifests on his left hand, forming a shard of icy crystal, and the atmosphere grows tense, clearly signaling his intention to end this confrontation without discussion. Ling Er catches sight of the icy ring on his ring finger shimmering with a frosty light, and hurriedly issues a command through her communicator, "Fire." The gunfire erupts in a cacophony. The armored warriors simultaneously pull their triggers, sparks flying from the muzzles, countless shells soaring towards the heavens, interspersed with 2 fiery dragon pills. The cannon of the armored vehicle roars to life, unleashing a tempest of fire upon the starry figure. As they witness the star engulfed by the torrent of steel, the soldiers erupt in joyous cheers. Even the iron-blooded general's face bears a rare smile. Only Ling Er remains composed, her expression tranquil, aware that such an assault merely brushes against the star like a gentle breeze. Indeed, their barrage only momentarily staved off the attack. After the rain of bullets, the crowd beheld a translucent energy shield emerging from the lingering dust as a gaunt left hand reached towards the soldiers, its long fingers adorned with 5 radiant rings. The ring finger glimmered, unleashing a stream of semi-transparent, chilling fluorescence. This frost-like aura spread, turning everything in its path into ice sculptures. As the earth and stones coalesced into an imposing ice wall towering 5 zhang high and spanning over 30 feet, the wall rose rapidly, assimilating everything along its path, resembling a ferocious beast with a gaping maw charging towards the 3 mecha tanks. The speed of the mist was astonishingly swift, despite losing some power. The frigid air was palpably lethal, sufficient to freeze one's gaze. "Activate the ice-breaking shells," Ling Er commanded. The soldiers' fear dispelled their authority, leaving them in a daze before this extraordinary scene. Upon hearing Ling Er's order, they could only instinctively comply, relying on the ice-breaking shells to counter the frost. Ling Er's approach was not flawed, yet she underestimated the low temperatures of the chilling air. Before 4 or 5 ice-breaking shells could reach the ground, they disintegrated into sparkling ice crystals. Dousing with fuel, they unleashed ice-breaking projectiles. In an instant, she altered her strategy and issued new commands. The rigorously trained soldiers marched in unison, with 2 individuals from each vehicle striving to disperse gasoline, while the remaining personnel targeted the ground beneath the rear of the vehicles with ice-breaking ordnance. The equipment of the American forces was nothing short of luxurious. Ling Er discovered a flamethrower, also directing flames towards the rear. Ultimately, the icy mist chilling force was gradually dismantled by their countermeasures, consuming 1/5 of their fuel and 1/3 of their ice-breaking munitions. What an intriguing dust! The gaze of the celestial star was charged with murderous intent, akin to encountering a fascinating new plaything. In his eyes, Ling Er's actions were no different from those of an ordinary mortal. As his chaotic consciousness remained oblivious to any anomaly, his left hand hung behind him, soaring through the air with an aura of grandeur. Observing his prey attempting to flee, he felt no anger, but rather let out a chilling laugh. The ring of mental manipulation rested on his left hand, requiring no close contact. The thought of Ling flickered in his mind, yet he was unaware of her secret. The pedestrian carrying the control device was, in any case, no ordinary individual. He raised his left hand, the ring on his middle finger glowing as faint electric sparks gathered between his fingers, quickly coalescing into a sphere of energy the size of a blue fist. The current crackled through the air, producing a crisp hissing sound, akin to the murmurs of a flock of birds. With a gentle grip of his left hand, a lightning spear materialized, launched towards Ling and her companions from a distance. Though the celestial star was frenzied, he was not foolish. His cunning and treachery had not diminished with his mental disarray. Rather, they became even more volatile. Ling Er's fiery path ignited his creativity. His aim was fixed ahead. And beneath the explosive surge of energy, a deep pit would surely be excavated. The immobilized army faced only death. She pulled her companion, Bao Bei, aside and took the driver's seat herself. Bao Bei, astonished, felt her weight was not insignificant, yet in Ling Er's grasp, she felt as light as a feather, as if soaring through the clouds to the passenger seat. With little regard for Bao Bei's feelings, Ling calculated the range and speed of the lightning while issuing commands. Vehicle 2 turned left, while Vehicle 3 veered right. This Afghan land, devilish in nature, had seen its highways eroded by war, leaving only muddy paths. In a moment of crisis, Ling deftly maneuvered the vehicle around a sharp bend, narrowly avoiding the lightning. Smoke grenades were employed to disrupt visibility. The electromagnetic interference caused by the lightning spear hampered radio communications. Ling shouted, uncertain if the celestial star understood English, but considering the professionalism of the American forces, she resolved to use the familiar tongue. With no alternative, she resorted to her known language. Bao Bei, try using tear gas to see if it can withstand his energy shield. At that moment, Ling seemed to possess 1,000 hands, simultaneously driving while keeping a vigilant watch on the formidable foe behind, coordinating the American troops. Smoke grenades, standard equipment for the U.S. military and typically effective in dispersing civilians, were deployed in batches upon receiving orders, instantly enveloping the roadway in a thick cloud of smoke. Chapter 68. A glance back. Biao cast a glance back, surrounded by swirling smoke, only able to navigate through the haze with the aid of the vehicle's guiding magic, pressing on without pause, occasionally launching a few fire-refining pills. In the lofty heights, the demon lord, shrouded in mist, could only capture illusory shadows. This was merely a temporary measure, failing to truly impede its advance. The crimson thunder pearl missed its mark, its effects negligible. Should we split up to escape? Might there be a chance of survival? Lieutenant Ling Xiao expressed his doubts. Bai Yao resolutely dismissed the suggestion. Without her protection, the 2 remaining steeds would undoubtedly meet defeat. Such insignificant beings, yet their speed is surprisingly remarkable. The demon lord surged forth through the tumult, once again closing in, tauntingly smirking, with its finger raised. Flames swirling fiercely between its digits, ignited by the blazing crimson ring. Just then, the long-awaited reinforcements arrived timely. Chapter 127. The path of escape. 2 Thunderwing Eagles ascended from the Cobble Sky domain base, propelled by a force of thunder towards the battlefield. The generals at the command center pondered what miracles the living could manifest in this era dominated by technology. A thunderous sound captured the demon lord's attention, and Bai Yao, feeling a sense of relief, commanded her 3 steeds to race towards the horizon. As for the fate of the airborne riders within the airship, it was beyond her control. She could only pray for their survival while they sought to save themselves. The riders of the 2 eagles, filled with confusion, were ordered into battle. Even if they harbored dissatisfaction, they could only faithfully obey. The lead aircraft and its companion navigated towards their predetermined target. Where are the enemy's traces? The lead pilot strained to survey the earth below, where dust swirled and yellow fog enveloped the landscape, obscuring all visibility. Gator above. The command from his wingman startled him. In a moment of panic, he surged upwards, and as he looked up, the generals also beheld this shocking scene. A venerable elder clad in emerald stood suspended in the void, gazing intently at the approaching eagles, clearly unaware of the danger. The demon lord's left-hand ring gleamed with light, and the 24-ton, 48-ton Thunderwing Eagle appeared as if a mere plaything, drawn closer by an unseen force. Had Bai Yao been present, she would have recognized the gravitational anomaly at play. However, Gator, the flyer, lacked such insight, as the aircraft was propelled towards the demon lord by an unknown force, rendering it powerless. Requesting activation of combat mode. Requesting activation of combat mode. He adhered strictly to the battle orders. Yet, the command received from the rear chilled him. The higher-ups ordered him not to fire, fearing the invaluable specimen might be damaged by the aircraft's cannon. The flyer was determined to comply. But the demon lord's fingertip glimmered ominously, and its fingers, like blades, pierced through the aircraft's body. In that moment, even a celestial being would be powerless to intervene. Driven by panic, he aimed and fired at the demon lord. A torrential downpour of bullets rained down upon the demon lord's head, while the flyer desperately maneuvered, attempting to escape the grip of this mysterious gravity. Yet, the eagle lost control. Whether ascending or turning towards the sun, it remained motionless. What manner of demon was this? The flyer soon realized the demon lord remained unscathed, a semi-transparent ice shield repelling all bullets. Even a missile launched thereafter could not breach the protective barrier. An otherworldly creature? A super soldier? The flyer had no time to ponder, for his actions provoked the demon lord's wrath. especially after the final missile was fired. The speed and force were unparalleled. The Demon Lord not only summoned its own energy shield, but also erected rocky ice walls around it, desperately attempting to nullify the assault. The Demon Lord's wrath blazed fiercely, abandoning any contemplation of the flying metal contraption. With a flick of his left hand, his index finger ignited with fiery brilliance, a searing dragon of flames coiling within his palm. This fiery serpent grew rapidly, enveloping waves of heat, and suddenly ensnared the Divine Eagle. The intense heat consumed the Divine Eagle, and before the pilot could open the cockpit, it was reduced to ash, accompanied by a resounding explosion that shattered the Eagle into fragments. The wingman was left in shock, yet the base's orders remained to stand by. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, he disregarded the command and unleashed 2 bolts of lightning towards the Demon Lord. At that moment, the Demon Lord offered no resistance. A ghostly blue electric light erupted from his left hand, and 2 dazzling beams sliced through the air, obliterating the missiles and directly targeting the wingman. Although the distance was still considerable, the wingman was prepared and barely managed to evade the lightning. However, misfortune soon enveloped him, as a thick, inky darkness shrouded his aircraft. Subsequently, the Demon Lord's pinky finger shot forth a silver beam, the light of disintegration, and before the wingman could free himself from the darkness, he was reduced to fundamental particles. The once proud lightning-winged eagle thus met its end, leaving the 2 generals in the subterranean base utterly helpless. In the face of supernatural power, they were no different from ordinary soldiers. With their high-tech weaponry rendered ineffective, their pride was utterly shattered, replaced by helplessness, confusion, and terror. The generals hurriedly contacted by Yao and her team, who had just escaped from the formidable anomaly. Though they felt remorseful, this delay had allowed Bai Yao's group to successfully evade pursuit, and they anxiously returned to the Kabul Sky Domain base. Bai Yao anticipated they would be pursued once more. Yet this time her prediction was flawed. Even upon entering the base, the Demon Lord did not appear. The base's alarms blared, and soldiers assembled according to military protocol. Upon entering the camp, Bai Yao remained on high alert, her instinct warning her of further impending danger. In that moment, she felt akin to a protagonist leading a wilderness chief to a novice village. This was not a drill. Notifications of combat teams entering the designated battlefield played in a continuous loop. A messenger arrived to inform her that the base generals had summoned her. For causing such a disruption, explanations were necessary, whether due to emotion or duty, and Bai Yao calmly followed. The subterranean Kabul Sky Domain base was remarkably fortified, prepared for a 1 in a million chance of a nuclear strike, stocked with ample bomb supplies. As she moved through its corridors, Bai Yao, as a wielder of shockwaves, found herself unable to shake its very foundations. The soldiers stationed there, comprising seasoned veterans led by Lieutenant Ling Xiao and a few so-called elites hastily incorporated, exuded a palpable ferocity, their demeanor radiating lethal intent. Upon entering the command room, Bai Yao learned that both Divine Eagles had met their demise. One was lost instantly, while the other had likely divulged intelligence to the Demon Lord. At the very least, Bai Yao surmised that its memories had been extracted. Chapter 69. A turbulent experience. The sensations flooding her consciousness were far from pleasurable. Even a fleeting glimpse of the Viper's fragmented memories left her dizzy and disoriented. A mortal mind, untouched by the awakening of spiritual power, struggled amidst a deluge of information, a journey both slow and arduous. The esteemed Elder Charles, who had spent 5 decades studying the powers of spirit communication, required time to extract thoughts and meticulously select the necessary information. Yet this mad Demon Lord, with utter disregard, explored from the pilot's childhood nightmares to their education, friendships, wars, and bloodshed. The entangled memories, deeply interwoven and chaotic, prevented Daisy from catching up for a prolonged period. Within the command hall, 7 or 8 staff members adorned with military ranks encircled the room, with 2 venerable elders leading the assembly, one, Major General Edmund of the Air Force, and the other, Lieutenant General Jerry of the Army. At this moment, Daisy held the rank of major, yet lacked control over military authority, rendering any semblance of command moot. "Gentlemen," she greeted with a somewhat improper salute. "Miss Johnson, please take a seat." While this was intended as a courteous invitation, Daisy displayed a remarkable disregard for these seasoned veterans, calmly settling into her chair. The 2 elders found themselves at a loss for words in her presence. Their status diminished by her actions, and they could only acquiesce and sit down. "What intelligence do you possess regarding our adversary, as the initial combatants? Have you gleaned any insights?" Lieutenant General Jerry, aware of Daisy's substantial background, inquired. The intelligence agency, SHIELD, and the military were not on amicable terms, Despite General Fury's military origins, he had not benefited the armed forces, frequently siphoning off its talents instead, leading to a relationship as tenuous as autumn leaves. Daisy was already well acquainted with the photographs of key military personnel, and the two elders were no exception. General Jerry. The enemy's origins remain ambiguous, but I suspect that all their power is derived from the rings worn upon their fingers. Daisy spoke with precision, pinpointing the crux of the matter while casting out a provocative bait. The two elders instantly grasped her implication. The rings harbored extraordinary powers. Could it be that whoever possessed them could wield their might? Such divine strength was unparalleled. Major General Edmund promptly commanded his subordinates to deploy military satellites. High-definition images soon revealed the location of the Dark Lord, with even his beard and facial lines distinctly discernible. The generals scrutinized the Dark Lord's hands, discovering several rings of varying designs adorning them. Moreover, the aides displayed footage of the Dark Lord pursuing Daisy and shooting down aircraft. At that moment, Daisy conducted her analysis. He always utilizes his left hand. During the pursuit, he employed the freezing technique of his little finger, the lightning technique of his middle finger, and the incineration technique of his index finger. A young aide pointed to a segment featuring the dragged aircraft and asked Daisy, "What technique is this?" Unlike fire, ice, or thunder, the force of gravity could not be discerned merely from the visuals. Daisy shook her head in helplessness, indicating her ignorance. "General, has the electromagnetic railgun completed its charging?" A colonel approached to report to Lieutenant General Jerry. In Jerry's eyes, regardless of the enemy's strength, even if they could withstand a Sidewinder missile, the electromagnetic railgun strike would undoubtedly be effective. This confidence stemmed from his extensive experience with advanced weaponry. Initially intent on obliterating the enemy with a single shot, he now hesitated, pondering the potential consequences of destroying the rings alongside their bearer. "I intend to capture this individual alive. He may well be the leader of the underground resistance." Lieutenant General Jerry decisively accused the Dark Lord. To this, Daisy could only scoff, believing that the so-called electromagnetic cannon would likely not prevail against the Dark Lord. The U.S. military's intention to capture the Dark Lord might come at a significant cost, but in the end, he was merely a mortal being. Faced with the unprecedented encounter with supernatural forces, the advisory council was rife with differing opinions. Some advocated for the use of long-range precision bombardment, while others proposed luring the enemy to the East Coast, inciting a conflict with local forces. These suggestions were swiftly dismissed, and despite precise artillery fire, the missiles proved ineffective. What of long-range power? Should the Demon Lord gain control, what would happen if the cannons were turned against the American forces? Does Agent Johnson possess any insights? Observing the inability of his subordinates to propose viable solutions, Major General Edmund sought to consult Daisy, believing that as an agent of the SHIELD agency, she must possess a method to counter such extraordinary abilities. Indeed, she had devised several strategies along the way to obliterate the adversary. The most effective approach would be to employ nuclear weapons. Yet, before she could finish her thought, the two generals from the Army and Air Force shook their heads in unison. Setting aside the international ramifications, they were currently in Kandahar. Even if nuclear weapons were to be considered, evacuation of personnel would be imperative prior to any deployment. Daisy had anticipated their reactions. The portrayal of the United Nations launching nuclear weapons in Hollywood films was excessively dramatic. In her observation, given the current political climate, unless it were an act of treason, no one would dare issue such commands to unleash nuclear arms upon their own territory. What of democratic principles? However, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies, in case certain leaders acted on impulse. Her visit to the American military base and direct confrontation with the two generals was intended to provide herself with a layer of protection. Even if nuclear weapons were ultimately deployed, she would be informed in advance, allowing her to utilize teleportation to escape. The two elders rejected the nuclear plan. And not only Daisy, but the other advisors also breathed a sigh of relief. Daisy felt at ease, deducing through her keen political insight that these political leaders and heroes were starkly different from villains. In assessing the threat posed by enemies, they measured scale, such as the overwhelming presence of the Chirita people, which could incite panic regardless of whether they were mere foot soldiers or not. In contrast, the solitary demon lord posed a lesser threat to them. Furthermore, as fellow denizens of the land, they might harbor intentions of dialogue and compromise, making the likelihood of a nuclear strike rather slim. She cleared her throat, signaling that she still had words to share, if the plan was to capture the enemy alive. A pretext would be necessary. While Daisy prepared her strategy, the Demon Lord had also exerted considerable effort and ultimately deciphered the pilot's memories. An hour after Daisy entered Kandahar, the Demon Lord set foot in this war-torn city. As he traversed the dilapidated streets, he beheld a city that starkly contrasted his own memories, yet perfectly aligned with the pilot's descriptions, plunging his mind once again into confusion. The streets were lined with individuals adorned in tattered clothing, wearing bizarre cloaks and headscarves. Some walking or riding motorcycles, their expressions either blank or fierce, while fully armed American soldiers and local military personnel patrolled the area. However, there was a stark disparity in their equipment. This was a wholly different world. Why had he undergone years of training? The demon lord pondered, as his interrupted arduous cultivation returned to the mortal realm, leaving him with a sense of disorientation. A cacophony of foreign tongues reached his ears, prompting the demon lord to turn in astonishment. He observed a bearded vendor angrily gesturing, as he stood before a stall, lingering without purchasing anything. Chapter 70. The unending curses. The hirsute vendor unleashed a torrent of curses, yet the arrogant commander remained unmoved. Burning with fury, he drew forth a thunderous bow from beneath the stall and began to shout hoarsely. Though the supreme commander may not comprehend dialects, he is acutely aware of the threat posed by others. How dare such insignificant ants act with impudence? With a dismissive glance, he curled his lip in a cold sneer, his fingertips shimmering with crimson light as he summoned forth a more resplendent and raging flame. In an instant, the bearded man and the stalls around him, along with the vast buildings behind, were engulfed by the inferno. The fiery blaze danced wildly, waves of heat swirling like a tempest. The commander could have concentrated his attack in a singular direction, yet he chose to let the roaring flames sweep through the bustling area. Amidst maniacal laughter, the tongues of fire spread uncontrollably, incinerating countless unsuspecting civilians roaming the streets before they could even grasp the calamity that had befallen them. Terrified crowds fled amidst cries and shouts, intermingled with the demands from the American forces and local guard for the commander to surrender. Having absorbed the memories of pilots, he was well versed in English, and the soldier's words rang in his ears. Cold laughter and simmering rage played upon his aged visage, unmasked by any pretense. This land belongs to me. You should grovel at my feet, pleading for my mercy. Perhaps I might show compassion for your wretched lives. With his hands clasped behind his back, he floated in the air, resembling the sovereign of the skies. The police of Kabul attempted to advance and apprehend him, only to be left dumbfounded as the once mighty American forces turned tail and fled, with some even discarding their weapons in their haste. These were the most advanced instruments of war. Under normal circumstances, their capture could elevate their ranks. Yet now, the officers had no time to ponder, scattering like birds. The Americans had fled. Was there still a need for desperate combat? It was utterly ludicrous. The Kabul officers, relying on their geographical advantage, sought refuge in every direction. Unfortunately, without the order to lure the enemy, their movements were slightly delayed, leaving them surrounded and their escape hesitant. A dozen residents sprinted with all their might, only to find themselves moving backward instead of forward. By the time they realized something was amiss, they had already been dragged back by an unseen force. Those who reacted slowly perished in confusion, while the quicker ones prayed fervently even as they collided with the thunder summoned by the commander. A dozen Kabul police officers, struck by divine retribution, were silenced by the deafening crack of thunder, reduced to charred remains in an instant. Gazing at the retreating American forces, the commander revealed a chilling smirk, once more embracing the role of hunter as he pursued. After traversing 2 streets, the commander was somewhat surprised to see the defeated American troops regrouping, forming small squads that encircled him. No matter how numerous the ants, they posed no threat to the elephant. Enclosed within their ranks, the commander remained undaunted, yet his string of victories had led to overconfidence, diminishing his usual composure. At that moment, a Barrett sniper rifle lay concealed merely 30 paces away, preparing to take aim. The bullet was unleashed with the swiftness of thunder, surpassing the commander's reflexes. The proximity was too great. As his shield rose, it was unable to deflect the projectile, and he hastily dodged to the side. The bullet grazed his face, leaving a mark, though he quickly recovered. This humiliation was one he had not experienced in years. Fire. Continue firing, commanded the army general from the rear command post. The ambushed marksmen opened fire simultaneously, while 2 main battle tanks advanced from either flank, unleashing a barrage upon the commander. The tank's firepower was ferocious, far exceeding that of the previous Daisy ammunition. The commander had witnessed tanks in the memories of the pilots, yet he miscalculated in this moment. Left in a state of disarray by the main cannon's onslaught, Daisy, aware of the commander's vulnerabilities, had specifically arranged for 2 Black Hawk helicopters to hover above, launching stun rounds before making their escape. Amidst the swirling smoke and ash, the Grand Commander withstood the onslaught of artillery, only to suddenly perceive a blinding light and a cacophony of deafening noise. The dazzling brilliance clouded his vision, while the thunderous sounds rendered him oblivious to his surroundings. Success. Agent Johnson, what a brilliant stratagem. Within the command center, The veteran generals beamed with delight as they witnessed the effectiveness of the plan. Daisy accepted the accolades with a subtle smile, secretly admiring her own cunning. Against the formidable Grand Commander, conventional weaponry proved inadequate. After all, he remained a being of flesh and blood. Heavy artillery could not penetrate his defenses, yet the non-lethal auxiliary weapons could inflict harm upon him. As the barrage intensified, the Grand Commander found himself in peril. The high-decibel noise caused him to stagger, and a lapse in his internal focus allowed the American forces to concentrate their fire once more. In mere seconds, he was struck multiple times, his regenerative abilities outmatched by the ferocity of their assault. Faced with the fully armed American troops, he could only endure the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, his situation became exceedingly dire. He hastily plummeted from the sky, curling himself upon the ground, and silently recited his incantations. The material reforming ring upon his right thumb shimmered with a dark light, summoning forth four colossal stone giants from the very earth. The command center and the American forces present were taken aback. Was this not a scene from a film? The stone giants had manifested in reality. Continue firing. They are merely heaps of stone, hardly worthy of concern, Daisy subtly hinted to the old generals. By the time the old general conveyed the command, the Grand Commander had already summoned a multitude of stone giants, forming a dense shield. However, as the tank artillery resumed its relentless fire, the ancient stone giants could not withstand the modern bombardment and were shattered one by one. In the brief seconds of delay, the Grand Commander regained control of the battlefield. To be wounded by mere ants was an immense humiliation for him. Confronted by an army of thousands, the Grand Commander began to wield the power of his right hand. The ring on his right hand surpassed that of his left. His thumb commanded gravity, his index finger summoned flames, his middle finger evoked hurricanes. His ring finger amplified mental prowess, and his pinky wielded ice and snow. His left hand focused on energy-based attacks, possessing 3 rings. Yet modern technology was capable of superseding their might. The 5 rings on his right hand were even more formidable, corresponding to the thumb's material reforming, the index finger's shockwaves, the middle finger's control over tornadoes, the ring finger's atomic slicing, and the pinky's dominion over the realm of darkness. Chapter 71. Radiant gleam. As the Grand Master of Creation unleashed the power of his right hand, the casualty figures surged like an avalanche. The Grand Master raised his right hand high, a star-devouring ring at his fingertips shimmering with a fierce brilliance, its destructive aura capable of severing all connections between entities. A brilliant silver beam, dozens of feet long, erupted from the ring, spinning around him in a flash of lightning. In an instant, half of the soldiers, weapons, and fortifications on the street were cleaved in two, marking the most devastating strike thus far. A mountain of corpses, rivers of blood, and severed limbs littered the scene. The living either fell lifeless on the spot or howled in agony. Those who managed to escape felt a mixture of relief and a tinge of luck, while the soldiers left gasping for breath beyond the cutting light could no longer suppress their terror. Military orders and laws were cast aside. This nightmarish war would not continue. Amidst a chorus of anguished cries, a furious shout rang out, as everyone, hoarse and weeping, scrambled to flee. Whether elite or foot soldier, there was no distinction at that moment. The arduous training and superior equipment of the past provided no solace. The only escape lay in retreat. Helmets and rifles lay scattered upon the ground, and the march felt agonizingly sluggish, as if the soldiers wished for additional legs to hasten their pace. Within the command center, 2 marshals exchanged a rigid glance, their eyes reflecting a shared horror that neither dared to voice. While soldiers might flee, congregating to evade the law in this democratic land, the leaders could not escape such a fate. To order the withdrawal from Cardaha? How could they justify to their homeland that an aged adversary had single-handedly led their entire army to ruin? In truth, their trepidation was not solitary. Even Dallas was gripped by an unsettling tremor. The annihilating light of the Lord of Creation was nothing short of brutal, cleaving all existence in twain with its silvery gleam. The power of that ring was astonishing. She had yet to perceive its full capacity for destruction, and its swiftness was akin to light, making it nearly impossible for her to defend against. However, drawing upon her deep well of memory and keen insight, Dallas softly remarked, "Marshals, observe his finger." Following the previous onslaught of destruction, the ring upon his right ring finger has dimmed considerably. The 2 elders scrutinized the ring for an extended duration. Their sight and memory paled in comparison to Dallas's. The transformation of the ring appeared indistinct to them, its silvery luminescence seemingly unchanged to the naked eye. Fortunately, the instruments on site were capable of revealing the truth. A staff officer from a prestigious institution, upon scanning with a computer, discovered that the ring's energy, after its eruption, was markedly diminished compared to the other 9. Is that ability limited to a single use? A cautious lieutenant general inquired. Dallas had to temper his hopes. It appears to be time-restricted. It is unlikely to be usable again in the near future. Several consultant officers shared similar sentiments, allowing the marshals to exhale in relief. Marshals, we have underestimated our adversary. Our plan has faltered. We must execute our new strategy. First, ensure the safety of the surviving soldiers and facilitate their secure withdrawal, Dallas asserted with unwavering resolve. Orders were dispatched to the front lines, and 3 Divine Eagle aircraft prepared for takeoff. Sidewinder missiles, akin to cunning cheetahs, launched from 3 directions toward the shield of the Lord of Creation. Several fighter jets, exhibiting remarkable cunning, distanced themselves from the battlefield to deliver a lethal strike before swiftly departing. The Lord of Creation hesitated for a moment. The pilots bore little distinction in his memory, and he had no means to pursue the 3 aircraft diverging in different directions. Ultimately, he chose to chase the ordinary American forces. Regrettably, the fighter jets continued their disruptive maneuvers, occasionally raining missiles upon him. As he pursued, they evaded with ease. And when he ceased his pursuit, they struck again. In terms of velocity, the Lord of Creation did not surpass the ordinary against supersonic jets. He found it exceedingly challenging to keep pace. On one side, the aircraft harassed him relentlessly, while on the other, he pursued the remnants of the enemy, dispersed and isolated. The ordinary soldiers were utterly incapable of thwarting the Lord of Creation's slaughter. Despite prior evacuation orders, casualties were still harrowing. Wherever he passed, it was like breaking bamboo. A bloody path paved by the fallen stretching behind him. After a full 5 minutes, the surviving American forces scattered in disarray, weary of these mere mortals. The Lord of Creation resolutely stepped into the American base. Past experiences had taught him that the enemy might lay traps, yet such concerns were of little consequence to him. He had long been wary of the shockwave from the previous assault. What further means could the adversary possess? The disparity in their strengths was akin to that between an elephant and an ant. Why would an elephant fear the trap set by ants? Boom. As heavy as a colossal gate weighing hundreds of pounds, it shattered with a tremendous explosion, creating a vast chasm. The driver's recollections were intertwined with this underground base. Vantion forcefully kicked open the door, boldly stepping inside. Reveal yourselves, O emperors I seek. I am the rightful heir of Genghis Khan, the sole sovereign of this land. To submit to me is your honor. Vantion bellowed, yet silence reverberated in response, echoing his soliloquy into the distance. Cease your shouting. It is quite irksome, remarked Dallas. Donned in her agent attire, stepping out helplessly. Initially intending to manipulate the situation from the shadows, she found that the American soldiers had scattered in a panic, and the generals could not restrain their troops. To execute her plan, Dallas had no choice but to lead by example. Concealed within her bracelet was the Edmund steel spike. Her secret weapon, her only visible armament was a solitary pistol, though regrettably, in this place, firearms were merely ornamental. Kneel before me, and I shall bestow upon you unforeseen power. Vantion spoke fluently in English, his memories slightly jumbled, yet he still remembered Dallas. She smiled gently. If I bow, will you grant me a ring? Impudent. You dare to covet the divine artifact. Vantion roared in fury, swinging his left arm, unleashing a tempest of thunder that engulfed the entire room, vowing to reduce the audacious half-breed woman to ash. The might of the lightning obliterated the surveillance equipment instantaneously, crippling half of the base's communication and monitoring systems. Only the flickering azure arcs of electricity and the faint glimmer of metal remained visible at Dallas's wrist. The destruction of the surveillance devices filled Dallas with exhilaration, dispelling her earlier hesitation about revealing her true capabilities. Facing the electric storm, she exhibited no fear. She had withstood storms as fierce as the goddess of lightning, and Vantion's assault was not insurmountable. In a sudden burst, she propelled herself off the wall, moving with the swiftness of a falcon, narrowly evading the thunder as she dashed through the door. Vantion remained oblivious to her concealed strength, a cold, mocking laughter escaping his lips. Little mouse, you will soon realize that your resistance is as inconsequential as dust. The underground fortress echoed with relentless explosions, shaking the hearts of those hiding within the control center of Duracle. The monitoring screens shattered into dust, plunging the surroundings into darkness, with only the deafening sounds of combat revealing the unyielding spirit of the female warrior on the battlefield. Chapter 72. Powerless. I had always believed our warriors to be weak, outmatched by the courage of a single woman. 2 generals whispered among themselves, the veteran Marine seething with indignation, as most of the deserters hailed from his ranks. The junior general, of slightly lower rank and lesser experience, could only offer gentle reassurances to his colleague. She is an elite agent, honed through rigorous training. She cannot be compared to ordinary soldiers. The veteran Marine did not engage in self-reflection to mask the cowardice of his troops. He could only exaggerate the strength of the enemy, inadvertently elevating Daisy's prowess in the process. Seizing upon the opportunity to change the subject, the conversation shifted towards the realm of agent training. Unbeknownst to Daisy, who was oblivious to the debate around her, she was presently pursued by searing flames, crackling electricity, and biting cold, all in disarray. Possessing the ability of night vision, Daisy suspected that the master must also possess extraordinary sight. In the darkness, this did not prove to be an obstacle for them. I admit, I underestimated you. You are an elite, unmatched by any woman of my era. No onslaught could vanquish Daisy. Masterman began to reassess her capabilities, elevating her from an unfamiliar entity to a formidable rival. Yet, this was insufficient. He could not discern her extraordinary essence, believing only in her imminent downfall. In this game of cat and mouse, Masterman considered himself the hunter, while Daisy desperately struggled, teetering on the precipice of life and death, exerting every ounce of strength to survive. The opponent's resistance delighted Masterman, and the exhilaration of controlling the situation intoxicated him. With each narrow escape from a lethal strike, Daisy observed in silence. Masterman's assaults were incisive. If the storm goddess were a sorceress, then he was undoubtedly a deity of magic. However, his reliance on the ring was glaringly evident. No matter how wondrous the ring, without a master, it was but a trinket. Concealed within her grasp was an alloy blade forged from the metal left behind by the resolute old demon. A weapon that once effortlessly severed the adamantium claws of Wolverine, now equally formidable. Even though Masterman possessed skin as tough as bronze and iron, it could hardly rival the indomitable claws of Wolverine. At the opportune moment, Daisy drew forth her blade, launching a surprise attack while he was complacent. This counterstrike, long planned, afforded her but a singular chance to strike. Could a mere blade penetrate Masterman's defenses? It seemed nearly impossible. However, blinding one of his eyes or severing half of his nostril would yield no advantage, merely wasting a precious opportunity. Anticipating his evasive counterattack, Daisy aimed for Masterman's right fist, adorned with 5 potent rings. Even seizing 1 or 2 could secure her foothold. Despite the ring's recognition mechanism, she remained undaunted. The truth was evident. The rings were mere technological instruments, not magical relics. Severing their connection to the outside world would provide her with a means to counteract. If that failed, destruction was the alternative. She could not allow them to fall into Masterman's hands. Calculating the distance in silence, as Daisy evaded the fiery onslaught once more, Masterman's raucous laughter echoed. In an instant, she teleported behind him. Her left hand clenched into a fist, the pale energy emanating from it strikingly luminous in the darkness. Masterman felt a flicker of light shift, yet before he could comprehend the source, Daisy unleashed a powerful punch at the back of his head. An invisible wave swept through the entire chamber, the confined space unable to contain the force of her blow, causing the walls to warp and shatter under the surge of unseen energy. Masterman was the first to falter, feeling the weight of a mountain pressing down, his mind momentarily stunned. Yet, with extraordinary adaptability, he swiftly turned to retaliate, utilizing the fireball technique he wielded most adeptly, expending minimal energy. Regrettably, the ring was but an inanimate object, aimed at Daisy's well-prepared strike. Its initial charge was feeble, and the nascent sparks shattered instantly under the impact of the shockwave. You dare to mock me. Such ferocity was not solely due to Daisy's sudden surge of potential. Masterman discerned the ruse, his anger entwined with realization. Yet, faced with a force capable of shattering mountains, he lacked the courage to withstand it with his well-honed body. Unconsciously raising his right hand, he sought to counter the strike with another shockwave. Though differing in frequency and composition, the 2 waves of oscillation collided, sharing a common essence. On one side lies a ring, and on the other, a living being, particularly a valiant warrior endowed with an extraordinary weapon like the vibranium gauntlet. Having undergone 2 rounds of enhancement, the outcome is all too evident. With a resounding thud, an invisible wave of collision ensues, causing Masterman's pupils to race as he witnesses his own fluctuations being effortlessly shattered. This cunning woman, as sly as a tiger, proves to be even stronger than anticipated. With no other recourse, he unleashes a hurricane once more, attempting to thwart the onslaught of that wave. After successfully repelling both fireball strikes and wave assaults, Daisy's punch ultimately falters as the hurricane's energy wanes. She has come to an assessment of her own strength, which is roughly equivalent to Masterman harnessing the power of dual rings. The 2 are nearly face to face, and even in the pitch-black chamber, one can discern the expressions of the other. Masterman fails to detect any signs of fear, panic, or the marks of a failed scheme on Daisy's face. She does not even meet his gaze directly. Daisy fixates unwaveringly on Masterman's right hand, suspended in midair. After her left hand's failed strike, she seizes the opportunity to draw her alloy blade and strikes down fiercely towards his raised wrist. Having previously perceived that Master Man's ring activation requires time and cannot be employed successively, she notes that every time he activates a ring, he must engage in theatrical proclamations. A mere facade to mask his inadequacies rather than genuine flaws. The 10 rings are reliant on him personally invoking their power, and continuous usage places immense pressure upon him. Faced with Daisy's sudden assault, he has already invoked 3 rings in succession, reaching his limit in a short span of time. To activate the next ring, he will require at least 2 to 3 seconds, presenting an opportunity for Daisy. Aunt, how dare you offend me? Master Man, whether realizing her scheme or merely feeling his pride wounded, erupts with rage, his eyes flashing with a grave murderous intent. As he retracts his right hand, he twists his waist, and with a thunderous force, his left arm launches a powerful punch towards Daisy. The sheer strength of Master Man, capable of tearing apart Iron Man's armor with one hand, is evident. This punch lacks any magical augmentation. It is purely the force of flesh, swift and formidable, suggesting his considerable expertise in close combat. Daisy remains focused on her target, her blade continuing its descent. By manipulating gravity, she shifts her form 30 centimeters to the side, evading the frontal assault, while simultaneously raising her arm defensively, relying on the vibranium gauntlet to block the strike. The reputation of vibranium is well-deserved. Master Man's powerful blow inflicts no substantial harm upon her, though the formidable impact still forces her to retreat a step. The blade veers from its intended target at his wrist. Chapter 73. The speed of the gale with her fingers unbroken. She employs her fingertips in a moment of thunderous brilliance. Qing Lian, devoid of time for reflection, casts her gaze over 5 peculiar rings. The whirlwind trembles, and the dark secret realm, once a deception of ancient times, proves ineffective in the present. What of the refined elixirs? Superior quality at a modest price. 1 dose exchanged for 10 years. The ability to restructure matter and cut through atoms is exceptional. Alas, her index finger is too distant, beyond her attack range. In desperation, Qing Lian swiftly strikes her middle finger, resulting in a painful sound, accompanied by the shattering of the golden square ring face. Alas, amidst her lament, had she foreseen today's confrontation, she would have arrived with divine weaponry, her body charging forth. Lowering her head to retrieve the severed limb and broken ring, she casts a fleeting glance and immediately flees. The blood-stained severed finger, though repulsive, is not abandoned. This genetic material may very well hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the rings. The azure lotus no longer conceals itself, unveiling the swiftness of a tempest. Yet Master Full Moon is wholly engrossed, his heart entangled in pain, a duality of corporeal ache and a profound sense of spiritual loss. The loss of the most formidable cutting ring renders his heart anything but light. He pursues and bellows, "Return my ring." Swiftly, the azure lotus glances back, witnessing the elder's truly brisk pace, surpassing even the confines of the room, soaring through the heavens, having long since transcended the sound barrier. Upon hearing its master's summons, the ring stirs restlessly in its grasp, and as the azure lotus flees, it whispers, "The elder is missing a finger. Where do you intend to seek a new belonging? Or will you usurp another's ring? Or perhaps relocate to a toe?" This assertion is not without basis. In years past, upon Master Full Moon's demise, the 10 rings, like the luminous ring of a neighboring realm, scattered in search of owners. Many corporeal forms qualified, yet were regrettably eliminated due to the issue of fingers, akin to extraterrestrial beings devoid of digits, or the immense green giant whose colossal fingers could not accommodate. The ring, however, remains unresponsive, unwilling to converse, desiring only to break free from its constraints. The azure lotus remains composed, retrieving a small, secretive box of exquisite design, square at the corners and comparable in size to a ring box, encased in a layer of specialized metallic shielding that prevents external communication. It is a crucial item for agents escaping with confidential materials to evade pursuit. This box was intended for such a purpose, and now, the azure lotus finds it indispensable. Indeed, the ring ceases its struggles, its connection to the outside world severed, as Master Full Moon, like a predator, howls with fury, intent on annihilating the azure lotus. The elder abandons his dignified demeanor, his words a chaotic torrent of untranslatable curses. To delay his pursuit, the azure lotus occasionally turns back, demolishing walls with solid strikes. The military base, resilient to seismic activities of a magnitude 7, cannot withstand such relentless destruction. If the base were to collapse and bury Master Full Moon, it would be a stroke of fortune, though even the azure lotus finds it challenging to halt such a collapse. A thunderous cacophony ensues as walls buckle. Ceilings and floors begin to give way, and debris scatters in the wake of her desperate flight, forcing Master Full Moon to navigate through the rubble. occasionally utilizing the ring's power to clear obstacles. The two generals exchange glances. Though they have not witnessed the spectacle firsthand, the velocity of destruction astounds them, and the prospect of rebuilding looms as a formidable challenge. The Kabul military base, thus, retreats to the periphery. The Azure Lotus accomplishes what the villainous Afghan has long desired, yet has not attained. Although she is the demolisher, leading the charge, her disheveled state amidst the swirling dust is difficult to conceal. Reminiscent of a laborer toiling on a construction site for 3 days, her form, the only remnant visible. Master Full Moon, in contrast, suffers even more. The ethereal aura that once surrounded him dissipates, replaced by a visage of dishevelment, his deep green robe torn in the chaos of pursuit. And the repeated use of the ring leaves him weary, his fury intensifying. The Azure Lotus fears his sudden, unpredictable tactics. Fortunately, Master Full Moon's deep-seated hatred compels him not to bring her demise quietly, but rather to savor each moment of her torment. As she navigates the planned route through the base, nearing the ambush point, she sprints with fervor, finally shaking off Master Full Moon. Quickly here, not far away, Colonel Black and Featherwing Bow are anxiously awaiting. Like a 100-meter dash, before their words can fully escape their lips, she whisks past them in a whirlwind. The two are astonished by her lightning speed. Is this truly the velocity of human running? They feel as if they have misheard. Thankfully, they remain calm in the face of danger, pressing the gate lever in unison as the massive, reinforced alloy door slams down with a thunderous roar. Impervious to fire and electromagnetic threats, astonishingly resilient. The nuclear arsenal remains hidden in secrecy, yet it has yet to be activated, existing solely in documentation, devoid of any actual warheads. Nonetheless, the construction team has adhered to regulations, erecting a facility that far surpasses the mere confines of a vault. Enclosed by reinforced concrete and embedded with resilient steel, the structure remains impervious to even the most violent explosions, rendering it unshakable. As the old man approached, he beheld 2 massive iron doors blocking his path, while a similar door descended behind him, a smile beginning to form on his lips. Do you truly believe this rusted iron can withstand my might? With both hands pressed against the colossal door, he prepared to cast a spell to breach it. Just as his incantation ceased, a trap was triggered, and a torrent of highly acidic liquid surged forth from all directions, violently assaulting him. Such trivial tricks. The caustic substance failed to harm him, yet it stripped him of his garments. Unaccustomed to battling in the nude, he swiftly redirected his focus, unleashing 4 ice arrows towards the deluge. Before he could complete his thoughts, a second wave of assault ensued. Solidified mortar cascaded from all angles, causing him to frown slightly. This substance posed no threat to him, but rather induced a sense of nausea. Driven by instinct, he conjured a ring of flames to incinerate the sludge. And in an instant, the room was enveloped in swirling smoke and an overwhelming stench. Seizing the opportunity, a number of fine, sharp projectiles in the corner released a pale green mist into the chamber. This was a toxin derived from the memories of a serpent, extracted by the Qinglian. Harmless to life, yet capable of inducing paralysis, it was far more potent than the tranquilizers employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military. Chapter 74. Empty words. On that day, the Dark Raven alchemist subdued the Crimson Flame Saint King with such secret potions. Could he surpass the Crimson Flame Saint King? Even when facing the indomitable mage, Mansion, the notion of being impervious to toxins is merely a hollow declaration. In truth, only energy forms can genuinely achieve that. Even if a common human possesses exceptional resistance to toxins, complete immunity remains unattainable. Mansion, while undeniably formidable, is still a corporeal being, reliant on air for breath and susceptible to fatigue. He has not transcended into a multidimensional existence. Thus, hypnotic agents can still affect him, concealed by the surrounding noxious fumes. The drug-laden mist stealthily infiltrated his respiratory system. Although his powerful physique repelled much of the substance, a considerable amount lingered within. Initially asymptomatic, he soon began to feel subtle changes as the toxin accumulated. It is merely an illusionary drug. I am impervious to all poisons. He attempted to dispel the toxin through his own cultivation. However, this was no ordinary poison. Mansion's efforts to reverse the flow of his blood only exacerbated the situation, accelerating the circulation and dispersing the toxin throughout his limbs. This is not just an illusionary drug. Realizing he had been deceived, he swiftly employed a secret technique to expel the excess substances from his body. Yet it was too late. The left side of his body had grown nearly numb, losing half of its control, rendering him incapable of expelling the toxin. A hazy vision emerged, his thoughts muddled and indistinct, as if he had not rested for several nights. Without hesitation, Mansion resolved to act decisively and withdraw. The left side was anesthetized, while his right hand retained some functionality, infusing immense energy into his right thumb. The force of rebirth was unleashed. The earth, acidic liquids, and the walls of the armory, along with the alloy gate, all fell within the realm of transformation. Shadows flickered as a colossal black dragon materialized, its elongated neck, robust abdomen, and magnificent wings embodying the quintessential image of a Western dragon. Though its hollow eyes rendered it merely a lifeless statue, Mansion leaped several steps onto the dragon's back, and with a commanding call, the black dragon soared into the sky, shattering the foundational dome and breaking through the ground. The base's communication systems collapsed, making the striking target unmistakable. Various artillery opened fire, fervently assaulting the flying dragon. The dismembered fragments of its body scattered like gravel upon the earth, yet the black dragon ascended ever higher, ultimately carrying Mansion away from the scene. The U.S. military hastily dispatched aerial vessels in pursuit, but after Mansion downed 2 of them in rapid succession, the remaining ships retreated in haste. Soaring high above, Mansion reclined upon the black dragon's back, simultaneously purging the remnants of the drugs within him while focusing on recovery. The preceding skirmish had left him grievously wounded. His left limb lay in a state of paralysis, and he had lost one of his rings, causing a disruption in the flow of his internal energy. Confronting the incoming Sidewinder missiles had become exceedingly arduous, the violent explosions exacerbating his internal injuries, and he barely managed to endure. The black dragon journeyed eastward, the memories of flight becoming disordered. He could not recall what lay to the east, yet instinctively sensed it to be the safest direction. Crossing the high plateau and penetrating the snowy mountains, the biting cold overwhelmed Mansion, rendering his mind utterly ineffective. The materialized black dragon dissipated into particles of sand. Mansion plummeted into the depths of the snow-capped mountains with a thunderous crash, restoring tranquility to the silent peaks. Meanwhile, Daisy feigned paralysis within the command room in Kandahar, claiming to be utterly drained from excessive adrenaline consumption. Previously, she had suggested launching surface-to-air missiles to eliminate Mansion, but the general, concerned that Mansion might venture into unknown territory and provoke further conflict, dismissed the idea. Daisy, after contemplation, chose not to press the matter further. "Director, are you all right?" inquired the loyal mechanical parrot, Bobby. How could she be well? This was Mansion, capable of tearing through iron. After 5 long minutes of pursuit and assault, Daisy was left battered and bruised. Yet, she could not reveal her condition. The medical team was not blind. Daisy's recovery speed was evidently extraordinary, forcing her to masquerade as a patient. "Generals, I shall report back now." She bid a brief farewell to the base commander, taking her leave with her agents. They were not part of the same command structure, and Daisy need not justify her actions to them. The 2 elderly generals nodded respectfully in farewell. Reflecting on the shield's assistance in reconstruction, they pondered deeply, but Daisy departed swiftly, leaving no room for discussion. Left with no alternatives, they summoned Colonel Roddy of the Air Force. After deliberations, both expressed hope that Roddy could leverage his private connections to aid in the reconstruction of Kandahar. However, the African-American colonel lacked such interpersonal ties, and the responsibility fell upon the wealthy instead. Faced with this daunting task, Roddy hesitated, ultimately conceding that if he could rescue Stark, he would discreetly induce the other party to share some of the reconstruction costs. Meanwhile, Daisy took a few special agents to the Shield's liaison office in Kandahar for respite. Unbeknownst to her, the dust had been concealed beneath the snow-capped mountains. Cautiously lifting the lid of the box, she discovered the quantum cutter unharmed. A wave of relief washed over her. Daisy held this ring in high regard, for its instantaneous slicing capability was akin to a treasure for vanquishing foes. After securing the ring, she took a shower and then surrendered to a deep slumber. "Wake up, Beauty!" A faint voice called her, her mind clouded in a haze. Beauty? Where? Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the Black Widow seated by her bedside, admiring her. The enchanting heroine remained clad in her customary combat attire, albeit it seemed slightly tighter than usual, hugging her form closely, the neckline plunging. With her chin resting on her hand, a pair of captivating eyes were fixed upon her. Daisy sighed, realizing the beauty in question was indeed herself. Without a hint of modesty, she calmly shed her nightgown and donned her everyday clothes. "When did you arrive?" she inquired. "An hour ago. The director is waiting for you to come online." Daisy languidly yawned, logging into the SHIELD network. After verifying her identity, she connected with Director Nick Fury. Having previously provided a general report, this time she needed only to recount the actual combat experience, omitting the details of the missing ring. "Do you believe this enemy poses a threat to global security?" Fury asked directly, bypassing pleasantries and inquiries about the welfare of his subordinates, presenting only the gravest of questions. Chapter 75. Top Secret. No one knows the limits of this world. This enemy is afflicted by an unstable mind, with boundless destructive potential. Their actions are driven entirely by emotion, wreaking havoc without restraint. Daisy's assessment was both fair and nuanced. Egghead nodded slightly, saying, "The enemy has been buried beneath the pristine snow. What do you estimate their chances of survival to be? The snow-capped peaks?" Daisy's black and white eyes flickered with curiosity. Indeed, Fury presented several images. Daisy scrutinized them, the remote sensing clarity astonishing. The villain streaked across the sky like a meteor, suddenly plummeting amidst a cascade of white snow, plunging into an endless abyss of cold. Daisy had always held a sense of reverence for the vitality of evil forces and surmised that mere mountains would not be enough to extinguish this individual. However, given the secretive nature of state affairs, the political machinations could not be overlooked. She pondered that if the enemy had not perished, sending an elite team to search might afford her the opportunity to offer counsel. Egghead, without hesitation, shook his head in denial. "This matter concludes here, classified as top secret. Agent Johnson, you should rest well." The line went dead, resolute and decisive. With matters settled, the Black Widow prepared to depart from Kandahar, her tasks like stars awaiting her attention. "Natasha, wait a moment." Daisy eagerly sought to retain her, having a request to make. "What is it?" Natasha's eyes sparkled with inquiry. "Help me wrap up," Daisy proposed, presenting her peculiar need. The widow scrutinized Daisy from head to toe, questioning where any visible wounds might be. "I sustained severe injuries yesterday," Daisy vaguely explained, prompting Natasha to realize she intended to conceal her extraordinary physical attributes. "It's a trivial matter, a disguise," Natasha agreed, finding it perfectly suitable. She busied herself wrapping Daisy in bandages, enhancing the bruises, and after a flurry of activity, the task was finally complete. There were no scars left upon her remarkable physique. Natasha marveled at this, then gracefully departed. Daisy, now adorned in her new guise, walked through the secret S-H-I-E-L-D base, where agents hastily urged her to turn back. In this disguise, from a distance, she appeared as though a massive truck had run over her, a sight most tragic. They advised her to rest and recuperate from her injuries. Trembling, she entered the chamber. And in an instant, Dissy discarded her crutches and donned her attire, making her way directly to the place where she first encountered the great demon. The yellow sands obscured the sun, and everything felt like a vivid recollection of a bygone dream. In a flash, she traversed countless mountains and rivers. Upon taking a moment to observe her surroundings, she began to sprint through the forested valleys, evading satellite detection. When concealment was impossible, she resorted to short-range teleportation. Her objective was the site where the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft had lost contact. She had returned to this location with the intention of uncovering the secrets of the demon's secluded practices, whether they be mystical techniques or insights into cultivation, or even the manual for the ring's usage. Yet, the prickling sensation she had hoped for did not manifest, and the environment revealed no ominous signs. After a quarter of an hour, the remnants of the Global Hawk came into view. This 13-meter-long, 4-meter-high, 30-meter wingspan aircraft appeared as if it had been severed by an unseen force, with debris scattered across the site. Fragments lay strewn within an 800-meter radius. What secrets lay hidden here? Dissy glanced around. To the north lay Kandahar, while to the south, two mountains stood sentinel, between which a winding path seemed to lead to distant realms. The surroundings were devoid of any remarkable features, with no traces to follow. She interfaced with the artificial intelligence system and relayed the drone's wreckage data, calculating the flight path and crash site. The results indicated that the impact occurred between the two mountains. Dissy gazed intently for a moment, a smile breaking forth. Whether it was technology or illusion was difficult to discern. In truth, a secret mountain was concealed between the two peaks. The aircraft had collided with this invisible summit, awakening the reclusive great demon. She surveyed her surroundings, but could not find an entrance or exit. The unknown dangers posed significant risks to blind teleportation. Thus she opted for a more traditional approach, employing ancient craftsmanship, a skill she had regrettably been unable to utilize in Puerto Rico 2 years prior. She dug a tunnel. Now, equipped with divine abilities, there was no need for shovels or pickaxes. With her hands upon the earth, she harnessed the power of vibrations to displace soil. And moments later, a slanted passage was carved, breaking through a corner of the invisible mountain wall. She gently leaped inside. Her feet landed upon a stony foundation, and she looked around. The space within the mountain was confined, resembling a tiered tower divided into 5 levels. She currently occupied the 3rd level. Ascending 2 steps, she found an assortment of clothing, swords, and saddles haphazardly piled. Dissy selected a resplendent curved dagger, its scabbard adorned with pearls and jade, evidently of considerable value. However, The material of the blade left her somewhat disappointed. While it may have once cut through gold with ease, it now paled in comparison to specially forged steel. With a flick of her wrist, her fingers transformed into the gifts of the goddess of the hunt, her sharp claws revealing themselves, scraping off the gemstones from the scabbard, which she collected into her pouch to exchange for some silver and gold later. As for the broken swords and saddles, she left them for others to claim. The fourth level was rich in treasures. The walls were adorned with inscriptions in Chinese, Mongolian, and Manchu. Dissy, lacking in linguistic talent, found the Chinese characters perplexing, barely deciphering a few. The Mongolian script could be translated with a device, but the Manchu language left her at a loss. Who in this day and age still spoke it? She paid it no mind, instead photographing the wall, capturing every martial secret or leisure work to examine later for deeper understanding. The fifth level, however, was utterly barren, yielding nothing. The evidence indicated that the great demon had achieved extraordinary feats. His lair contained not a morsel of sustenance, signifying that he had long subsisted on air and practiced fasting. Daisy returned to the ground, her palms continuously pouring forth oscillating energy, gathering and compressing, only to gather and compress again. Eventually, when she could no longer contain it, a torrent of energy was unleashed, equivalent to a magnitude 7 earthquake, concealing hidden peaks and embedding deep within the abyss. Afghanistan, a land rife with calamities, is characterized by its craggy peaks and frequent tremors. This desolate area, far from the reach of American forces, remains untouched by human feet except for special reasons and extraordinary means. Chapter 76. The fixed point of the barrier. Returning to the fixed point of the barrier, Ling Yu feigned illness for 2 days, using the excuse of celebrating the Snow Dance Festival and seeking rejuvenation to return to her mysterious homeland. During this interval, 2 subtle incidents unfolded in the world. A powerful spiritual tremor stirred the hearts of several formidable beings, not far from the epicenter of the disturbance. An Imperial lookout tower dispatched a small team of 5 to investigate, while the already dwindling Imperial army half-heartedly conducted a cursory search during the impending festivities, returning empty-handed. In another peculiar event, 2 ambitious military leaders dispatched troops to subdue the lands that had once confined Ling Yu and her tribe. Through brutal slaughter and overwhelming combat, these terrified soldiers seemed to rediscover a flicker of courage and spirit. Upon returning to her homeland, Ling Yu first preserved her severed finger, then sought internal information. Learning that Lady Vanda's hand was still fixated on capturing the azure-scaled beast, which was likely hiding somewhere in a solitary ridge, accompanied by fast food. Seeing Vandas's dedication, she refrained from drawing too much attention to herself. After dining with a few close friends, Ling Yu immersed herself in the study of an atomic cutter. This ring, shimmering with a silvery glow, concealed within its ethereal surface a golden cube that, upon energization, revealed intricate lines that interconnected vast amounts of power like a circuit. Despite various attempts yielding no results, the ring remained indifferent to her efforts. The Manchu elders deemed it a shamanic artifact. Yet Ling Yu was convinced it was a product of technology. Acknowledging it as a technological creation, she sought to employ science to unravel its mysteries. Without relying on the background of the Guardian Bureau, she turned to the brilliant mutant scientist, Beast Hatchie, for assistance. After examining the ring, this scholarly genius indeed crafted a device named the Energy Reading Clamp within 2 days. Resembling a clamp, it secured the ring and emitted an enigmatic frequency, transforming it into unfamiliar runes that projected onto a display screen, characters utterly distinct from those of the human realm. Deciphering unknown languages, particularly exotic scripts, was not Hatchie's forte, but rather Ling Yu's specialty. Utilizing artificial intelligence for in-depth language analysis, she aimed to unlock its secrets. However, decoding was not an instantaneous endeavor, and Professor Charles, ensnared in difficulties, was consuming vast computational resources. This inevitably raised the vigilance of the white-haired sage. Thus, Ling Yu requested the decoding to be completed in secrecy, which consequently extended the timeline. The peculiar inscriptions of the Manchu's secret chamber were similarly entrusted to this conundrum. She and the stewardess spent a peaceful festival, while the remaining gemstones were entrusted to the stewardess for management. After 2 days of respite, Ling Yu once again set foot on Afghan soil. As the moon reached its zenith, the small town of Kalami suddenly experienced a widespread power outage. Ling Yu estimated the energy loss, surmising that Stark's first-generation mech had commenced its operation. Immediately, personnel were dispatched to initiate an investigation. Ultimately, 20 miles north of the southern border of the town, she discovered Mr. Tony Stark, disheveled and weary. The typically arrogant Stark appeared utterly fatigued, his head swathed in fabric. Upon catching sight of their airship, he frantically waved his arms as if in a fit of madness. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Stark suddenly collapsed, losing consciousness amidst the gravel. Fortunately, Lingyo's keen gaze ensured she could discern his presence from the air. Turning to inform Colonel Black, she declared that they had located the individual, leaving the subsequent actions to him. Why do you not descend as well? The colonel inquired, perplexed by the necessity of concealing their appearance during a rescue mission. Is it that agents not only possess extraordinary combat prowess, but also exhibit superior moral qualities? I have other missions. I cannot allow Stark to recognize us, she replied gravely, her heart yearning to reveal more. Regrettably, the urgent directive from their superior mandated avoidance of contact with Stark, compelling her to alter her intentions at the last moment. Noting her apparent reticence, Colonel Black pondered silently and offered his sincere gratitude. Lingyu returned to the Guardian Bureau base in Afghanistan aboard another aircraft, subsequently piloting a Quinn-class fighter jet back to Washington. Activating the plane's automatic return, she utilized a secure channel to dispatch an email to Miss Butler. Rescuing Stark would enable her to short-sell Stark Industries stock, betting as much as she could afford. Upon his return, he would close down arms manufacturing. Leveraging this brief time difference could potentially triple her wealth. Simultaneously, she orchestrated a way to tidy up the aftermath, ensuring that lower-tier intelligences could not trace this transaction, which would merely appear as sporadic skirmishes among hundreds of accounts nationwide. Upon her return to headquarters, Lingyu was directly escorted by Nick Fury to his office, where she soon realized that she was not the only one summoned. The presence of Agent Vanessa Hand was also notable. The older woman appeared somewhat haggard, her left arm immobilized against her neck by a splint. As a commander unaccustomed to frontline missions, her struggle against the pressures of the scale monster was evident. Upon seeing Lingyu, she scoffed derisively, her disdain unmistakable. Fury's expression darkened like a stormy sky as he brandished two documents, furiously rifling through them before slamming one onto the desk with a resounding thud. Look at the mess you've created. 2 missions have suffered catastrophic losses. He picked up one document, continuing, observe this, Agent Vanessa Hand. Is this your strategy? 95 casualties among Brazilian police, 270 fallen from the U.S. Army, and 13 agents from the Guardian Bureau perished. The civilian toll is incalculable, and the material damages are unfathomable. Lingyu, almost reveling in the calamity, nearly laughed out loud. However, her amusement was swiftly quashed as Fury unleashed a torrent of reproaches. Do not be so pleased. And you, Kandahar military base has suffered devastating losses. For aircraft downed, over 300 U.S. troops lost, and countless military assets destroyed. The Department of Defense demands an explanation. How am I to respond? Fury continued his tirade. But they were not merely an employer and employee. As fellow subordinates, there was no need for mutual hostility. Vanessa gazed out the window, while Lingyu directed her subordinates to execute short-selling operations. It was not until 20 minutes later that Fury finally broached the main topic, terminating all tasks assigned to the two of them. From now on, the affairs of Stark Enterprises will be entrusted to Phil Coulson, while the matter of the Leviathan will be temporarily set aside. With a decisive gesture, he left no room for further debate between the two. You may leave. Upon returning to her residence, after a refreshing shower and a meal, Lingyu turned on the television, eagerly awaiting the press conference of Stark Industries. As the crucial moment approached, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Should Stark deviate from reason and respond to provocation by ramping up armaments? The hard-earned money she had accumulated at the Department of Defense would be rendered futile. Chapter 77. The fear of gain and loss as her worries began to dissipate. She collapsed onto her bed, plunging into a profound slumber. Upon awakening, the screen displayed the live coverage of the Stark Group's press conference. All remained as it was. Iron Man Tony Stark, with unwavering resolve, announced a momentous decision to cease weapon development, departing amidst the astonishment of the crowd. After a brief silence, the stock price of Scott Industries plummeted like an avalanche. 3 days swiftly passed, during which Scott's shares dropped by over 40 points, sending shockwaves through the financial ocean. Seizing the opportunity, Daphne capitalized on the situation, netting nearly $3 billion. Yet, she showed little attachment to her newfound wealth, redirecting her focus towards substantial investments. The extraordinary quantum computer, whether to house the intellect of sentient machines, unveil the secrets of the microscopic world, or even calculate the distance across light years to harness stellar powers, required the support of exceptional supercomputers. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within her at the thought of acquiring such computing power, causing her spirit to leap with excitement. The original Daphne Johnson was elated, although she had previously manipulated the world's top computers through hacking. The limitations of power and computational load constrained her to merely a fraction of their resources. Possessing a dedicated supercomputer would be intoxicating for any hacker. In the current climate, however, she dared not initiate a crisis lightly, for the wealthy Professor Charles naturally possessed a supercomputer. Yet, should Daphne embark on extensive computations, Professor Charles might very well spring from his wheelchair in shock at the soaring electricity costs. It was imperative that she acquire her own supercomputer without delay. After careful consideration among several leading supercomputer manufacturers, she ultimately chose Torres Scott Industries. On one hand, there was a strong personal connection. On the other, the company had just announced the cessation of its weapon division, placing it in a position of need. Offering assistance now would be akin to a warm spring breeze. On her journey back to New York, she accepted a complete wardrobe overhaul from her maid, taking 2 hours to prepare for her appearance. She then made her way directly to the main hall of Scott Industries. Given the magnitude of the contractual negotiations, it was best for O'Bandy to personally represent the company, while Daphne, as the head of Sky Technology, had no choice but to attend as well. Both were familiar with one another. One was in urgent need of a buyer, while the other required a substantial project to stabilize the declining stock. Thus, a collaborative opportunity emerged. Following detailed budget discussions, a preliminary consensus was swiftly reached. In the modern economic society, who truly hoards immense wealth? For such a significant procurement contract, Scott Industries adhered to a predetermined payment protocol, settling in 3 installments, before installation, after installation, and 1 year post-operation. This arrangement satisfied Daphne. Although wealth flowed abundantly, she was reluctant to spend lavishly. The thick protocol documents resembled ancient scriptures, and upon merely glancing at them, Daphne felt a wave of dizziness. She promptly entrusted this burden to her legal advisor, the meticulous and dedicated Japanese representative, Miss Yoshimi. Yoshimi scrutinized every word with unwavering focus, exemplifying the diligent spirit of her country. During the negotiations for the specific contract, O'Bandy warmly invited Daphne to tour the Scott Industries. The group, expansive in its domain, boasted not only a central tower, but also a grand research and development facility. I have poured my life's work into this land. As one would nurture a child, O'Bandy initially spoke in a calm manner. However, as he recalled his worries, his composure faltered, and he quickly shifted the conversation. Miss Johnson possesses a discerning eye. We can certainly tailor a supercomputer to your specifications. However, such a colossal machine consumes an astonishing amount of electricity. Have you given this due consideration? The elder smiled enigmatically. This statement indeed struck a chord with Daphne. The energy consumption of supercomputers rivaled their intrinsic value, both figures reaching astronomical heights. Outside of government and large laboratories, ordinary enterprises could not bear the operational costs. What do you suggest? Daphne found herself perplexed by O'Bandy's intentions. He gestured for her to follow him, and they strolled into the research facility. The research area, which should have been filled with the clamor of activity, fell silent after the weapons division announced its closure, leading all employees to take immediate leave. Although O'Bandy could secretly maintain the nuclear project, product development had to be put on hold. The sound of Daphne's high heels striking the floor felt somewhat jarring. Yet, she dismissed the potential for conspiracy. Though few were present, there were still some around. Her negotiation team had arrived with great fanfare, making any rash moves by the other party unlikely. Moreover, she had nothing to fear. Entering a laboratory, O'Bandy pointed to a device emanating a faint blue glow, elaborating to Daphne. The arc reactor of Scott Industries is perfectly suited to power supercomputers, a combination that would be nothing short of magnificent. He marveled at it as if customizing a product for a customer. In that moment, Daphne grasped his intentions and replied with a hint of wit. This reactor is far too large, and its safety seems questionable. Constructing such a massive device in a city would indeed be quite challenging. This was no mere evasion. Howard Scott's reactor design was antiquated. Although its concepts were ahead of their time, many materials were outdated, resembling fossils. The crucial issue was the absence of design blueprints, which, at least within the group, were not retained. The device posed considerable risks, and no one could guarantee it wouldn't suddenly explode. O'Bandy's grandiose descriptions were, in reality, not even acknowledged by Scott Industries as part of their power system. The exposure of a lie often leads to embarrassment, yet O'Bandy, seasoned by the business world, remained unfazed, as if a gentle breeze caressed his face. Indeed, this treasure left by our ancestors is regrettably rusting away in the hands of us, their limited heirs. O'Bandy played the role of a loyal subordinate with great conviction. Daphne harbored a sense of disdain. Howard Scott had long recognized O'Bandy's true nature and had therefore refrained from entrusting him with the blueprints. Perhaps Miss Johnson, a renowned physicist of our time, could assist us in improving this device. O'Bandy sought to probe further. Without flattery, Daphne's frequent absences from school to travel to Afghanistan had caused some discontent at Yale University. In response, she submitted 3 papers that seamlessly intertwined theory with practice, showcasing her exceptional academic caliber. Her contributions to the advancement of human physics had, at the very least, propelled the field forward by 2 years. Her reputation as a prodigious talent in physics became widely recognized, with only the young Torres Scott, a graduate from MIT, being comparable to her. Moreover, she was a pivotal figure among the advocates of democracy, and both factions sought to harness her brilliance to enhance their political trajectories, discreetly cultivating connections to promote her. Although Daphne had not yet earned the title of scientist, she had undeniably emerged as a formidable star in the realm of scientific research. Chapter 78. A pain in the chest. If the fairy Lu Qing could condense the spiritual vortex into a practical form, I would waive the initial placement fee for supercomputers in the name of revolutionary treasures, the elder Tsunglong Long Yuankong candidly revealed. Cui Yuan pondered that while the preliminary costs might not be exorbitant, they could still amount to billions. If one could save, it would indeed be virtuous. She coveted this circular spiritual vortex. Utilizing it could significantly reduce the substantial expenditure on divine crystals, considering the annual consumption could reach hundreds of billions. The thought alone caused her chest to ache. The benefit of frugality was paramount. Yet, what harm could there be? It was challenging to identify any detriment merely for aiding Long Yuankong in refining a spiritual vortex. With no other allies, he might forcibly seize the ready-made piece from his nephew Xing Huang's chest, and in a moment of carelessness, Xing Huang could fall in the gentle breeze of a fleeting instant. Conversely, if he did not take the spiritual vortex, Xing Huang could resist the dominance of the demonic gold overlord with full force. In this light, assisting Long Yuankong was indeed a significant contribution. Cui Yuan reassured herself that she was a loyal friend. She did not hastily agree. Only with a perfect piece of work could the fee waiver be realized. She was unaware if she possessed the ability to reconstruct the spiritual vortex. To reverse engineer the original structure from the material world was akin to recreating a foundation. Without absolute confidence, Cui Yuan found it hard to believe. Was there no chance to view the design schematics? Might the foundational data provide some insight? What geometric information do you hold? Could it be shared? She did not immediately promise, but indicated that she would decide after examining the foundational aspects. Upon hearing this, Long Yuankong fell silent and summoned a Mediterranean-haired, bespectacled, old scholar. The scholar's gaze revealed his dissatisfaction with Cui Yuan, and he briefly introduced, Dr. William, please share with Ms. Johnson the current research findings. The little old man cast a glance at Cui Yuan, who wore a fitted gown that accentuated her delicate collarbone, smooth shoulders, and slender neck adorned with a radiant ruby. Her simple yet elegant accessories complemented her long legs, accentuated by high heels, enhancing her tall and graceful stature. The light in her lively eyes seemed to capture the very essence of the surrounding illumination. The old scholar appeared somewhat awkward in social interactions, momentarily taken aback into silence, questioning if she was indeed engaged in scientific research. Was this an enchanting beauty descended from the heavens? Cui Yuan saw through his confusion, although discussions required embellishment. She had no intention of engaging in research on this occasion, and her attire hardly aligned with her scientific identity. Fortunately, she was accustomed to such situations and gracefully invoked her mentor, Professor Pum, as a shield. The renowned reputation of her teacher would lend credibility to her presence. And as soon as Professor Pum's name was mentioned, the old scholar expressed immediate reverence. His thoughts raced, and he soon recognized Cui Yuan before him, knowing that the name on the published paper resonated with her. So it was Cui Yuan Johnson? He had initially thought her to be a pioneer in the field of physics, but found himself at a loss for words. Upon beholding the visage of Tsuen, and contrasting it with his own, he felt an amalgamation of shame and envy. Recognizing Tsiyuan's exceptional talents, the two engaged in discussions regarding the matter of the spiritual vortex. The Strunk Empire possessed scant knowledge of the historical origins of the circular spiritual vortex, with only Tsuen being aware that it was originally conceived by Howard Strunk. Inspired by the divine domain cube, the laser tanks crafted by Red Skull and Dr. Zero had been seized by the Alliance in significant numbers. This perpetual motion machine had been under Howard's study for over 2 decades, yearning to liberate itself from the constraints of the divine domain cube and forge an independent energy source for Earth. Alas, technological advancement is not achieved overnight. Despite the assistance of Anton Vank and material limitations, only a half-finished product was ultimately realized. Through the passage of time, the spiritual vortex was perfected through the collaborative efforts of father and son, emerging as a clean energy source on the market. However, several years later, the vortex within Tony Stark bore a striking resemblance to this, albeit in a miniature form. Tsuen surveyed the surroundings of the vortex. As the elderly scholar beside him offered explanations, yet very few could respond, and in more intricate matters, he professed his inability to comprehend. Gazing down at the dazed scholar, Tsuen remained silent. Is it truly the case that the esteemed first master of Strunk possesses such obstinate thinking? Go, measure some data for me. Circling the 5-meter diameter vortex twice. Tseng gazed intently at the deep blue electric swirl, pondering for a moment before instructing the scholar to proceed. Shall I? Very well, he stammered. For he was indeed the chief master. Suen did not meet his gaze but nodded in acknowledgement. How intriguing, clad in a short skirt and high heels. How could she possibly ascend to take measurements? The scholar glanced at Long Yuankong, observing his silent demeanor, and reluctantly clambered up to ascertain the data. Numerous figures were reported. Yet Long Yuankong understood only partially. Suen furrowed her brow. Engrossed in calculations, even amidst moments of peril, she collaborated in the computations. Initially, Long Yuankong stood observing, then lent support, ultimately taking a seat to wait. Meanwhile, the scholar found himself in a dire state, constantly directed by Tsuen, perspiring profusely, yet daring not to wipe his brow. After a day's worth of calculations, Tsuen arrived at a general conclusion. The principles of the spiritual vortex were not overly complex. Coils were arranged along a hollow orbital path, generating a spiral magnetic field when electrified, heating the palladium core to achieve a state of nuclear fusion without the need for fierce flames, rendering it both safe and efficient. The challenge lay in the vast numerical data, where even a slight error could jeopardize the construction of the spiral magnetic field within the confined space. In this contemporary age, only Tony Stark and the still-breathing Anton Vank possessed the insight, while Tsuen relied on her analytical skills to recalculate one aspect, leaving the remainder unresolved. However, she could make minute adjustments within a certain range using her extraordinary abilities. This was also the reason behind Dean Charles's exceptional technological prowess. When scientific theory fell short, it was supplemented by extraordinary means. Even a lack of fundamental understanding was inconsequential. Science demands precision, and no discrepancies are permissible. Yet, extraordinary abilities can fine-tune with meticulous detail. If 10 is unsuitable, then try 11. If 11 fails, then 12. Thus, Tsuen found herself in such a realm, confident that, though no definitive numbers could be obtained, she could create something from the available data. Chapter 79. A surge of emotion. Master Otto felt a surge of emotion. Dela's words signified that she possessed the capability to transform the reactor. At the venerable age of 60, he had patiently awaited this day, and it was worth it. Even though he no longer regarded Tony Stark as a son, and had even commissioned an assassin to eliminate him, the bond between them lingered, after all. Even the companionship of a cat and dog over 20 years can cultivate profound feelings, let alone with a fellow human. To lead an outsider to assassinate Tony in Afghanistan is a sentiment utterly distinct from personally ending his life. He has yet to find the resolute justification for such an act. Initially, he was prepared for a life-and-death duel, ready to seize the reactor by force. But he faltered once more in the face of Devola's words. Noticing Otto's distraction, Devola quickly inquired. Otto swiftly gathered his thoughts, and, after contemplation, asked, "To what minuscule scale can it be compressed?" Devola, arms crossed, indicated a size roughly equivalent to that of a basin. It was not due to her negligence, but rather the reactor's intricate design. The risk of nuclear fusion explosion is non-existent, yet the technology to achieve a smaller scale remains unfulfilled. In this regard, she undeniably fell short of the Stark duo. Otto frowned slightly. He was deeply impressed by the miniature arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, which was both compact and efficient, while Devola's demonstration appeared notably inferior. However, he felt no right to criticize. A basin-sized reactor was still acceptable, after all. The Iron Monarch armor he had created was quite colossal. Incorporating a larger energy source might even enhance its imposing presence. He nodded in agreement, saying, "As you wish. Proceed accordingly." With a wave of his hand, he generously added, "Thank you both for your hard work. Rest well, and we shall continue tomorrow." Devola, endowed with innate strength, found the day's exertion trivial, whereas the elderly Otto felt almost completely exhausted. Having spent the day in one place, the 60-something Otto felt the strain on his prostate. He desperately needed a respite and decided to set matters aside for the time being. The following day, Devola presented a lengthy list detailing the materials required for the reactor, which she had meticulously compiled overnight. Otto, a man of feelings and loyalty, modified the supercomputer agreement in return for her kindness, waiving the initial installation costs. Upon receiving Devola's material list, even though he was completely ignorant of nuclear physics, he couldn't help but frown at the densely packed names and quantities. Is this truly the amount of materials required? Devola, displaying no emotional fluctuation, nodded affirmatively. Even fleeting visitors must pay their dues. She doubled all the materials, constructing one for Otto and another for herself. She was far from the Stark or Ivan Vanko of the movies, wielding a welding gun and hammer to forge a reactor. Howard Stark had spent 20 years lowering costs, and his blueprints likely concealed many substitute materials to democratize the reactor in the future. However, Devola was unaware of these intricacies and had no time for experimentation. At this juncture, She could only rely on an abundance of rare materials and skilled craftsmen to force the project forward. Many of the materials were subject to trade restrictions, and her connections within the data network of Sky were insufficient. In contrast, Stark Industries, with decades of experience in ammunition sales, had a solid foundation, making the procurement of such materials relatively effortless. Otto understood Devila's intentions, yet he remained unconcerned. Legally speaking, Stark Industries did not belong to him. Acquiring a few materials and utilizing manpower was hardly significant. With a grand gesture of his hand, he acquiesced to her needs, following the principle of mutual assistance. During the days that Devila was crafting the reactor, Otto personally led the collaborative effort to construct the supercomputer. Originally comprising 30 computing cabinets, Otto specifically increased the count to 40 for her. The preliminary assembly tests would take place at Stark Industries, but the subsequent stages would require Devila to select an alternative location, as it was inappropriate to house the supercomputer within another's premises. Otto cautioned, 40 cabinets, each housing 1024 processors, with each processor featuring 260 cores. Regardless of the calculations required, this supercomputer can fulfill any demand. However, the issue of space must be resolved promptly. Faced with cabinets slightly larger than a typical double-door refrigerator, Dai Wei felt a twinge of headache. The necessity of accommodating these 40 colossal entities while ensuring silent operation and safety presented a myriad of complex requirements. The existing apartments and company spaces were inadequate. She must seek out a venue solely for herself. The idea of acquiring property resurfaced, yet it was not an immediate concern. The initial setup and debugging of the supercomputer would take 2 months, during which she would also need to retrieve funds from accounts across the nation. To this end, she instructed her maid to closely monitor the housing market. Half a month later, Otto received what was dubbed a bowl-shaped reactor. To be candid, compared to Tony's easily manageable reactor, Dai Wei's creation lacked finesse. It was both rough and clumsy, albeit robust and durable. Merely in terms of the outer metallic shell, it could prove lethal. Stark's model weighed just a few kilograms, while this one likely exceeded 30. Nevertheless, Otto expressed his gratitude. The fact that Dai Wei could reduce the original behemoth, which measured over 5 meters in width and 3 meters in height, to a mere quarter of a meter was a testament to her exceptional talent. Otto disregarded the equally sized reactor she held, and after escorting her away from Stark Industries, he turned to find the chief scientist, the venerable William. Entering the secret laboratory, Otto watched as workers installed the freshly minted reactor onto the Iron Man suit. His heart raced with trepidation, yet he endeavored to maintain composure while awaiting the convergence of multidimensional data. Powering on, running, testing. A half hour later, the gleeful old man William approached him with jubilant news. It's astonishing. Look at these figures. This is undoubtedly the most advanced weaponry known to humankind. Haha. The elder's enthusiasm was palpable, his steps imbued with vigor. Otto, however, remained unyieldingly serious, his expression taut. Could the kinetic energy meet the design specifications? Of course. It's a genius concept. Before the old man could finish, Otto interrupted, urgently inquiring, what about once the weapon system is loaded? It operates normally, fully meeting the initial expected metrics. You've been working with her for the past fortnight. Can this reactor produce replicas? Otto lowered his voice, finally broaching the topic of utmost concern. As an arms dealer, he required weapons capable of mass production. Only then could he gain government acknowledgement, whether in profit or reputation. Weapons that could be produced in bulk were what he desperately needed. Chapter 80. The Scarcity of Wealth in the Realm of Cultivation. Obata did not mention the purchase of Daisy's alchemical secrets, for he surmised that this enigmatic woman would undoubtedly refuse to sell. Moreover, at this moment, Stark's smithy was on the verge of collapse. While resources could be mobilized, funds were scarce. A wise man never overlooks the exorbitant costs associated with such precious techniques. His plan was to have the short elder practice in secret, having yet to fully comprehend the previous 5-zhong-long, 3-foot-high alchemical furnace. Now that Daisy had crafted a dual furnace, he was certain that some insights would emerge. The words of the diminutive elder pierced the heart like icy rain. There remain many enigmatic challenges unresolved, and I cannot discern how she managed to address them. In a bid to prove his competence, the short elder opened his notebook, each page densely filled with intricate data, the thick tome inscribed with meticulous detail. Obata's astonishment, barely concealed, erupted in a series of exclamations squeezed between his teeth. You spent over half a month with her. The finished product is right before you. And you still claim to be in the dark? The elder, standing at a mere 5 feet tall, was splattered with saliva from the towering Obata, who stood at 6 feet. Trembling, he could only respond. Daisy Johnson is an extraordinarily gifted quantum alchemist, although the academic community has yet to recognize her as an authority. It is merely a matter of time. Obata interrupted with a wave of his hand. I do not wish to know about her areas of expertise. I only ask you, can you master it? The short elder flipped through his notes, contemplating repeatedly before shaking his head. There are still many aspects I fail to comprehend at this moment. I am unable to accomplish this. Sensing Obada's rising ire, the elder hastily added, Easton Stark, Daisy Johnson possesses remarkable talent. Regrettably, I lack such wisdom and those flashes of insight. Please grant me some additional time. Obada took several deep breaths, suppressing the urge to strangle the incompetent man before him. After all, the diminutive elder, William, was his chief alchemical researcher, capable of grasping at least 5 or 6 aspects of Daisy's alchemical arts, while others barely reached a third. This disparity was undeniable. He could only silently acknowledge the vast chasm between genius and the ordinary. Since the time for concocting pills had been saved, the operational mechanisms and might of the armor should ascend to new heights. Obada did not afford the elder a chance to retort, insisting that the energy issue be further explored, as he eagerly anticipated seeing the final product. The evolution of the armor must not stagnate. A rating of 10 should be termed iron frenzy, and 20 iron dominance. Unbeknownst to Daisy, the troubles she caused for William stemmed from her unknown extraordinary abilities. Much of his confusion was the result of Daisy's suppression through her anomalous powers. All of this was concealed so well that it was imperceptible from the surface. The efficacy of the 2 alchemical furnaces was comparable, and once the extraordinary calculating device was completed, it could be utilized for alchemical endeavors. Installation and purchasing required time, during which Daisy made time to attend the preview of Redemption of the Reign of Soldiers. The portly bodyguard, Happy, was infatuated with the film, and this brother remained sequestered for filming until the movie's release, only then discovering that Stark had been ensnared by villains and had rescued himself 3 months later. Stark, destined to become an extraordinary hero, graciously smiled at his hefty bodyguard, expressing remorse and even promising a role in his next project. The Sky film was not a novice endeavor. As it expanded, suggestions were subtly made to adhere to industry norms by holding a preview rather than acting independently. As the de facto leader, Mr. James West, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of film regulations, after careful consideration and discussion with Daisy, willingly adopted the idea. The scale of the preview was considerable, and Daisy had already gained some notoriety following the Ice Bucket Challenge. In Redemption of the Reign of Soldiers, a profound theme resonates throughout the narrative. Numerous media outlets and critics, seduced by the allure of monetary gain, have acquiesced to the increasingly refined directorial prowess of Sky. As John Geller adeptly embodies the character of Lieutenant Miller, a seasoned agent who epitomizes the weary visage of a battle-weary warrior. The tremors of several camera shots evoke a chilling sense of despair, vividly illustrating the impotence of anguish. The film commences with a harrowing depiction of a beach landing, where journalists and critics are yet to discern the protagonist, while the death toll already mounts into the dozens. The visuals are chaotic, with severed limbs scattered about, soldiers dragging their entrails, and casualties flung into the air by explosions. The air is thick with mournful cries, death reigns supreme, and the river runs crimson with blood. Many agents play mere bit parts, and in the eyes of onlookers, numerous elites fall to the ground without ever having drawn their weapons amidst the barrage of gunfire. Perhaps life is imbued with hope, with loved ones waiting in the distance, yet they fail to exhibit the brilliance expected of them. Extinguished on the battlefield as the brutal imagery captures everyone's gaze. Do you not believe that war should be opposed? The once ample figure of the bodyguard, Happy, shifts to the back row, replaced by Tony Stark beside Daisy, who seems to ponder aloud after glancing at the film. I oppose war, yet I do not fear it, she asserts, sensing a hint of arrogance in her tone, and hastily clarifies that avoidance is always preferable. Then why assist Obadiah in crafting the arc reactor? Stark's countenance darkens. Daisy, unperturbed, recognizes that the extraordinary apparatus will inevitably draw attention, and subsequently, Stark's workshop alleviated her of initial payment and shipping costs, a transparency she never intended to conceal. Feigning ignorance, she queries, is there a problem? If I can reduce some expenses, I see no reason to decline. Stark is momentarily taken aback. The contention with Obadiah lies solely in his unauthorized trade of artifacts, a subtle disagreement well concealed from the outside world, including pepperpots and the hefty bodyguard. Unable to find grounds to reproach Daisy, he feels discomfort and lowers his voice to question, that was my father's labor of love. Such actions verge on theft. Daisy's eyes glimmer with amusement as she replies, ah, I see. Obadiah has shown you the furnace, has he? That old fox is quite astute. He likely lacks understanding of several key technologies, attempting to extract secrets from you through your character. Stark dismisses her with disdain. The contraption you crafted is painfully obvious, too crude. Daisy scrutinizes him, noting the bruise on his forehead. He appears significantly improved since their initial encounter. In truth, There are parameters within that furnace which you have yet to grasp. Am I mistaken? Chapter 81. Data metrics according to her conjecture. Several crucial data metrics on the arc-shaped energy array are not only beyond the comprehension of the novice, Statius, but even his father, the venerable Master Xinghan, might only possess a superficial understanding. These insights may stem from the inspirations of celestial sorcery, subsequently employed to refine the core of this energy array. As for the origins of those numbers, the underlying computational formulas and mysterious principles remain inscrutable to all. Daisy muses that Howard Statius, much like his son, was quite concerned with appearances, perhaps fearing that his descendants would perceive them as lacking the courage to seek truth, hence leaving behind a design blueprint as a testament to his legacy. Your actions are merely a mimicry, having long since forfeited the fervor for knowledge. The monk Stathis insisted persistently. Mimicry and scientific zeal? If you possess sufficient mastery to reconstruct existing theories and create entirely different entities based on principle, what then? You are presently only enhancing established knowledge, Daisy replied with a cold smile. What is the true value of the passion for knowledge? I shall construct an entirely new spiritual array. Then you will witness the chasm that lies between them, Stathis murmured. Daisy scoffed lightly, neither affirming nor denying his statement. Their mutual derision gradually extinguished the joy from their conversation, while the film continued to play, swiftly escalating towards its climax. Stathis, seemingly contemplative, inquired further, is this film about 8 warriors sacrificing themselves to save one? How could you conceive such a plot? Do they not have families and loved ones? Is such sacrifice truly worthwhile? It is a tale of salvation and redemption. In the end, Ryan finds his release, and that is what matters. Captain Miller feels the same. Daisy replied in accordance with the norm. Had it been in days gone by, the once admired Stathis, who roamed Afghanistan, surrounded by cover girls, would have scoffed at such behavior. Yet now he does not. He naturally projects his own sentiments. Despite Colonel Roddy's silence and the Khadga base's public claims of a terrorist attack, he is aware, through various clues, that during his period of disappearance, Khadga indeed experienced a brutal battle, resulting in the deaths of many soldiers and innocent civilians. Were they perishing to save him? Stathis could not be certain. A heavy sense of duty weighed upon him, particularly as the film approached its conclusion, where Captain Miller, before his demise, urges Ryan to cherish life, honoring the sacrifices of many. This scene filled him with anguish. Perhaps he was thinking of Essen, or perhaps recalling those brave souls who perished to save him. He found no inclination to continue the discussion and quietly rose to leave the cinema. Could it be that this fellow was angered by the film? Daisy pondered, scratching her head. The film's production had never considered Stathis's feelings. Yet now it seemed to serendipitously collide with them. As the film concluded, the applause was tepid, sporadic, and soon faded into silence. It appeared that the reception was not particularly favorable. The burly guardian's countenance turned pale, directing a film for the first time. Even with Daisy reallocating a significant portion of the budget, the project, touted to be worth over $100 million, bore immense pressure. At this moment, surveying the audience's lackluster responses, his spirits dampened considerably. Daisy hastily reassured him. Whether the film was profitable was secondary. What mattered was enhancing prestige and promoting influence. O'Hazy utilized the Khadga incident to fervently advocate for the necessity of withdrawing from Afghanistan, while her film subtly unveiled the brutality of war. In truth, there were still those who would resonate with its message. The premiere did not stir much of a ripple. Most media and critics praised the film's visuals and cinematographic depth, yet found the thematic intent somewhat convoluted. How does one measure the cost of exchanging the lives of 8 elite warriors for the survival of one ordinary soldier? Is it worth it or not? Media and critics expressed mild skepticism, believing that this work by Sky Films sought to present a high-level perspective. Certain commentators, albeit refraining from extreme remarks, do so not from a concern for freedom of speech, but rather due to the severe psychological scars borne by many veterans, fearing that any inadvertent provocation of their pain could lead to tragic outcomes. The commercial release of the film is no longer as convenient as it once was. The emblem of the shield can only be utilized once, and its repeated use has rendered it unrecognized. Fortunately, Daisy now relies on the momentum of the Democratic Party, as the film's main theme aligns with the withdrawal proposal of the former president, garnering support from party members. Though it cannot rival the fervor surrounding the release of Jurassic Park, the film has managed to be smoothly distributed nationwide, with some countries agreeing to screen it while others adopt a wait-and-see approach. Most cinephiles anticipated the film to be a dual narrative, one that glorifies the invincibility of the American military, portraying an anti-Nazi epic where they alone confront hundreds of foes. To their astonishment, the film begins with the American forces suffering heavy casualties, portraying them as anything but formidable, culminating in the unfortunate demise of Captain Miller. The protagonist's death is unremarkable. devoid of dramatic combat scenes or extraordinary displays of aerial bombardment prowess. Instead, he is shot down by an adversary in a manner that seems almost self-destructive. There are neither grand heroic deaths nor fervent climactic moments. Audience discontent is palpable, and public opinion swells. The praise is scarce, while the criticism rises sharply. Such sentiments are but the musings of ordinary individuals, insignificant in the eyes of Daisy. Nevertheless, the military's endorsement of the film has garnered support from troops stationed worldwide, including veterans who continue to grapple with psychological distress upon returning home. Regardless of the film's ideological portrayal, the mere existence of such choices in reality, coupled with a respectful attitude towards frontline soldiers, no longer viewing them as mere pawns, undoubtedly alleviates the current burdens of military operations. Although the military and politics maintain a separation, several key figures in power have expressed their approval, lauding the film as comparable to the propaganda films produced by the American military during World War II. Currently, the government and its rivals are preoccupied with courting the military, making it improbable for them to oppose one another openly. Soon, a consensus is reached among the higher-ups. Chapter 82. Mundane Identity. Just as the formidable beings of the void preserve their earthly identities, John Galito did not embark upon the path of espionage by birth. He was once a valiant lieutenant. After several secret discussions with high-ranking military officials, the dialogue deepened progressively, ultimately leaving all present in awe of his remarkable achievements and exceptional leadership. They subtly inquired whether he would be willing to forsake the agency and rejoin the military ranks. The younger commanders face challenges in taking over amidst tense warfare. The seasoned warriors hesitate to advance, while the inexperienced dare not proceed. Generals have all retreated to the rear, wielding their command from a distance, which is unbecoming. If a resolute leader were present on the front lines, the overall situation would not be so passive. The military's proposition to John Galito was modest, merely a promotion in rank. In return, he would need to lead his troops deep into the battlefield on perilous missions. To those illustrious generals, this seemed akin to a mere handout. However, for Galito, as a secret agent, the implications were vastly different. He had already attained the rank of lieutenant, and a mere elevation would make him a general. Many misunderstand the obsession with career advancement in certain clandestine nations. In truth, it is a universal phenomenon, with few weary of high positions. John Galito is driven by a thirst for power and profit, exploring genetics to enhance his physique, with the sole aim of maintaining enduring vitality and securing his influential position within the agency. Presently, a better opportunity beckons to him, and to claim indifference would be a falsehood. As for Afghanistan, it holds little significance for him, having navigated through numerous life-threatening situations. A veteran spy like Galito has long been entrenched in perilous endeavors. Moreover, those in positions of power are invariably surrounded by protection, rendering this assignment little more than a leisurely pursuit for him. Should he bask in the glory among the ranks of a vast army, or cling to his status as a high-ranking covert agent within the Shin's Bureau, straddling the line of dual allegiance? It took Galito merely 15 minutes to reach a decisive conclusion. Daisy had previously decrypted the Shin's Bureau's network, and now that she was firmly established among them, she felt no reservations. Under her vigilant surveillance, nothing could escape scrutiny. Galito conferred with Paris on 2 occasions. The first nearly escalated into a brawl, while the second failed to yield any harmony. The former whispered before the former director, "Your plans are your own concern, and your secrets shall remain confidential. However, do not interfere with my affairs. I am well aware of your methods: murder, conspiracy, poison. Though age may hinder my defenses, if anything goes awry, be prepared for exposure." With Daisy eavesdropping, the former director remained silent until Galito departed, at which point he threw his cup in acknowledgement of his lingering frustration. 3 days later, Galito clandestinely met with Noah Fly, who was unaware that Galito was the son of Hydra. Learning that his friend might return to the military hierarchy brought him considerable joy. Few in the realm of intelligence maintain a consistent trajectory. Most fall victim to various missions. In Fry's eyes, Afghanistan resembled a serene vacation spot. The two indulged in revelry throughout the night, and the following day, Galito severed his ties with the Shin's Bureau. However, he did not entirely relinquish his influence, appointing Grant Water as his confidant while bringing along a few trusted associates to his new military post. With Galito absent, the connection between Water and the Hydra's inner circle diminished significantly. Upon realizing his mentor's shifting intentions, he promptly feigned compliance with Paris's directives. As one of the 12 Guardians, Galito possessed considerable credentials, and even Paris dared not regard him as a subordinate, treating him more like an ally. Their relationship was relatively equal, with Galito slightly subordinate. Now, with allies departing from the Shin's Bureau, Paris found himself feeling isolated and helpless. The absence of Galatu's veteran presence rendered the recruitment of spies even more arduous. The sudden shift in circumstances left Director Paris anxious and agitated. Daisy continued her surveillance, perceiving this elder as a figure of immense power and influence. Blessed with a complete family, nearing the end of his days, yet living without want, truly at the pinnacle of life. Why would he wish to join Hydra? Ambition had propelled him to this point. Finding it difficult to recruit the elder, Daisy shifted her focus to his deputy, the familiar bald-headed Hitwell, and the fiercely formidable Croymrimlow. Each possessed their own blend of intelligence and valor, serving as the two principal pillars of Hydra's influence within the Shin's Bureau. Unfortunately, based on her observations and artificial intelligence calculations, the likelihood of either joining was exceedingly low. The bald-headed man feared risk and lacked integrity, while Croymrin represented the extreme faction of Hydra. Daisy weighed her options repeatedly, finding no brilliant strategy, and could only act as circumstances permitted. On the first anniversary of the release of Saving Private Ryan, numerous media invitations poured in. After careful selection, the maid presented Daisy with two options: the Oprah interview or the Fame World. Daisy reviewed the details of both and did not mind promoting herself. It was merely a means of enhancing her reputation. In comparison of notoriety and popularity, the Oprah interview far surpassed the latter. Daisy, however, had little fondness for interactions with African Americans and was particularly put off by the perfunctory language in the invitation. In the realms of their respective expertise, Rufus, President O, and Storm Lady stand at the pinnacle, while Daisy, a woman of color who has risen through the ranks on the strength of her eloquence, finds herself in a position to associate with them. The invitation from Vanity Fair was sincere, yet the interview program merely dispatched a lukewarm invitation, clearly indicating the disparity in significance. Without hesitation, Daisy opted for Vanity Fair. "Should I intervene on her behalf?" suggested the maid, steadfast in her loyalty. Upon noticing Daisy's dissatisfaction with the interview, the maid, harboring a lingering sense of vengeance, had been informed by James Wesley on multiple occasions that merely a piercing gaze from her could instill fear in judges and juries alike. Were she not a lawyer, one might easily mistake her for an assassin. "There's no need for that, dear old woman. I shall accept the invitation from Vanity Fair," Daisy declared. 10 minutes later, the long-awaited Ms. Christine, a reporter from Vanity Fair accompanied by a photography team, gracefully entered. This lady, having once shared a romantic liaison with Tony Stark, possessed an alluring visage, which was one of the reasons Daisy consented to the invitation. Engaging in conversation with a plump woman or a young and beautiful one presented a rather uncomplicated choice. Chapter 83. The Allure of Power. However, the curiosity of the green-eyed lady regarding her female guest was equally intense. The woman on screen, questioning the motivations behind the Ironclad's creation of artifacts, instantly connected with her in a private discourse, an intriguing logical entanglement. If one were to assert that this lady coveted wealth and power, it would not wholly align with the perception of the green-eyed lady. Ultimately, one could attribute it to the unique charm of Tony Stark. The female visitor commenced the conversation as expected, exchanging pleasantries with the green-eyed lady to foster intimacy, reminiscing about their academic years and bygone tales. Topics such as Wakanda and Thanos were strictly off-limits. Thus, the green-eyed lady could only feign familiarity through her fabricated memories, drawing from the myriad of cultivation novels she had perused in her previous life, which allowed her to regale the visitor with captivating stories that elicited astonishment. After a lengthy exchange of niceties, they finally delved into the core subject. The reporter, with unreserved candor, posed the question regarding the true intent behind Saving Private Ryan. "Miss Johnson, what is your stance on sacrificing one to save 7? If you were one of those 7, what would your feelings be? And if you were Ryan, what thoughts would occupy your mind?" This query bore no definitive answer. However, to align with the spirit of the military, the green-eyed lady articulated the principle of self-sacrifice for the greater good, rendering her argument impeccable from any perspective. Given the lack of fruitful dialogue, the female journalist appeared somewhat despondent, yet the green-eyed lady remained convinced of her artistic viewpoint and chose to refrain from further elaboration. As the interview drew to a close, the journalist requested to capture a few photographs of the green-eyed lady for the cover of the upcoming issue. Frankly, the green-eyed lady instinctively resisted this notion. What if the other party harbored eccentricities and engaged in unimaginable behaviors concerning her likeness? The mere thought was nauseating. However, at the earnest request of her maid, she reluctantly acquiesced. The maid selected a striking crimson off-the-shoulder knee-length dress for her, and then rummaged through an array of jewelry to choose a jade necklace. Stockings are excessive. They are undoubtedly too much. The green-eyed lady decisively rejected the pile of stockings presented by the maid, citing a simple reason. Western women often preferred to go without stockings, and even when worn, it was rare to see young ladies making the attempt. Despite the maid's fervent persuasion, The green-eyed lady remained steadfast in her opinion, and the maid had no choice but to relent. Subsequently, she selected a pair of ivory white stiletto heels, standing at an impressive 8 inches in height. After an hour's labor, the maid had delicately applied makeup to Cui Yin. Maintaining her current posture was paramount. She must not move. Turning slightly, she posed with a gentle smile, allowing her facial muscles to relax just a touch. Cui Yin sensed her smile was solidifying as she observed the photographer maneuvering around her in search of the perfect angle, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. An hour of interaction, an hour of preparation, and half an hour of photography finally culminated in the departure of the group. Cui Yin couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the women in the entertainment industry, adorned in high heels, all the pressure concentrated on their knees, while their thighs remained immobile beneath their skirts, leaving only their calves free to move. It was a reminder that they were not fortified by any mystical elixirs to enhance their physical resilience. She silently vowed never to undertake such a cover shoot again. Maintaining a single pose for dozens of shots was truly exhausting. Unbeknownst to her, the maid, radiating cheerfulness, departed with her portrait copy as if it were a precious treasure. Just as she intended to change her attire, the phone rang abruptly. Cui Yin, I urgently need assistance, came Coulson's somewhat hoarse voice. Understood, I shall arrive immediately. Her rapport with Coulson was decent. She certainly would not ignore his call for help. At that moment, Cui Yin realized the maid was absent. Where had she gone? Without the maid, she found herself unable to locate her original garments. Given the urgency of Coulson's situation, it seemed inappropriate to mention that she was in the midst of removing her makeup and changing clothes, as it would reflect poorly on their friendship. After some contemplation, she decided to go directly to the rendezvous. Given Coulson's tone over the phone, which was rife with anxiety, maintaining her composure while driving there would be difficult. Moreover, with more people becoming aware of her peculiar abilities, she felt no need to be overly concerned about the opinions of one or two more individuals. Utilizing her mobile device for location tracking, she instantly transported herself to the designated area. As she surveyed her surroundings, a sense of familiarity washed over her. This was indeed the location of Stark Industries, not far from where she had recently constructed her arc reactor. The sound of her heels echoed against the ground as she walked slowly, wary of being exposed. Thus, she decided to employ her gravitational manipulation ability to ascend into the air. Within mere minutes, she located Coulson. The kind-hearted man was ensnared amidst the rubble. Upon witnessing Cui Yin soaring without the aid of her feet, he expressed mild astonishment, but nonetheless gestured for her to approach. Cui Yin held great respect for Coulson, not solely for his prowess, but also for his character. Without the need for excessive words, she immediately wielded her gravitational control to clear the debris obstructing him. Once the surrounding clutter was removed, she discovered he was trapped beneath 3 interwoven beams, with countless bricks and metal weighing down upon him. The hundreds of pounds of heavy stone beams were supported by one another, preventing the weight from crushing his head. It must be said, he possessed the qualities of a leader. Had a frail woman found herself in such a predicament, perhaps someone like Pepper, she would likely have resorted to screaming for help. Are you injured? She inquired. Coulson was firmly wedged, barely able to move, yet his exceptional training allowed him to retain some mobility. Fortunately, he was unscathed. A few subordinates accompanied me, he said, glancing around, yet no one was in sight. Cui Yin produced her specially designed phone to scan the vicinity. Regrettably, only your presence lingers in this area. Undoubtedly, this fortunate star has concentrated all its luck upon itself. Only 2 remains were found scattered amidst the rubble. With 2 broken limbs exposed, the person long gone. While the subordinates met their demise, it appeared that Brother Coulson had merely suffered a superficial injury. Prepared, I resolved to elevate them. Merely a few hundred pounds, after meticulous observation confirming no risk of a subsequent collapse, I gently lifted, harnessing gravity to raise both the beam and its burdens. Without uttering a word, Coulson rolled away from the perilous zone, while I cautiously returned the object to its original position. Upon inquiring about the events, I learned that during the 2 hours of my interview, a series of significant occurrences had transpired. Chapter 84. A sudden transformation in a corner of the infernal world. Devira had acquired a peculiar core known as the Purification Mirror, thus relinquishing any ulterior motives against Obadiah. The circumstances had indeed shifted dramatically, perhaps spurred by the inspiration from Saving Private Ryan. Or perhaps in a bid to escape earthly ties, Stone Edgar exhibited greater initiative in this incarnation. His profound hacking prowess, coupled with Javier's cunning, led to Tony Stark engaging directly, employing a strategy to lure Obadiah away, seizing the opportunity to uncover a video revealing the betrayal by the 10 rings. From that moment, the bond of trust between them crumbled entirely. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Obadiah swiftly made a decision to betray little Jane. Although Coulson led the intercept, The adversaries were numerous, situated within Stone's domain, compounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' unfamiliarity with the locale, resulting in their entrapment beneath the collapsed edifice. All of this transpired amidst the chaos preceding Devira's arrival. "What course of action should we take now?" she inquired of Coulson. Obadiah was making his escape with little Jane toward the northeast, intent not merely on fleeing, but also threatening to leverage his shares as a bargaining chip against Tony. Coulson's expression grew grave. Since the missions of Devira and Victoria Hand had been exposed, he felt himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Such a simple liaison task had morphed into this convoluted scenario, leaving him bewildered. "Seek assistance from the director," Devira suggested. Faced with the predicament, Coulson had no choice but to report via phone. Obadiah was exceedingly foolish. In the dark of night, Devira silently cursed, questioning why he would retain the betrayal video on his computer. Was this not courting disaster? Wouldn't any rational individual delete it after viewing? Yet he had kept it for his own perverse nostalgia, indeed challenging the edge of fate. Devira was deeply concerned that this action would impede the installation of her supercomputer. With their relationship publicly torn, there was no time to reverse the course, only the foresight of the path ahead. "The director intends for us to observe, not intervene," Coulson succinctly conveyed after ending the call, then curiously asked, "Can you transport me to the battlefield for a closer observation?" As more individuals became aware of her supernatural abilities, and her power grew, the doubts in people's minds diminished significantly. Devira nodded gently, indicating her capability. In an instant, she and Coulson were transported atop a company rooftop. Such a remarkable skill is truly a treasure. Coulson felt an overwhelming sense of joy, despite the discomfort of being transported, akin to being propelled by some unseen force. However, upon glimpsing the fierce battle between Obadiah and Tony Stark in the distance, he found this discomfort bearable. The battlefield was ablaze with chaos. And that colossal figure must be Obadiah. Devereaux pointed ahead, where a robot towering 3 meters high loomed, its weight measured in tons. Even more immense than the steel tyrant from the films, leaving her momentarily astonished. According to data acquired from Stain Industries, this was the new generation Iron Tyrant armor. Without hesitation, Coulson responded while meticulously observing both factions engaged in combat. Devereaux was filled with questions. What exactly was the Iron Tyrant? With sharper eyesight than Coulson, she noted numerous discrepancies from her memories. Setting aside the name Iron Tyrant, this armor was indeed far superior to the Steel Tyrant. The previous Steel Tyrant had exposed mechanical components, presenting a crude appearance devoid of aesthetics, resembling merely an upgraded version of Stark's initial Mark I. In contrast, the Iron Tyrant's design drew from both the Mark I and the Steel Tyrant, advancing significantly upon its predecessor. The formerly exposed drive shafts were now encased in robust armor, and the glaring vulnerability of the reactor, once ostentatiously positioned on the chest, had been discreetly relocated to the back, safeguarding it from prying eyes. In comparison to the original Steel Tyrant, which was equipped with a single Gatling gun that failed to hit its target for 5 continuous minutes, the firepower of the Iron Tyrant was astonishing. Abandoning the Gatling gun, its arms and shoulders unleashed a relentless barrage of explosive eggs, reminiscent of Stark's grand explosive exhibitions, showcasing an array of missiles, rockets, laser cannons, and a multitude of shockwave cannons. By the time Devereaux and Coulson arrived at the scene, Obadiah had already utilized the Iron Tyrant to unleash a beam of energy from his palm, sending Iron Man hurtling backward. The formidable firepower, combined with impenetrable armor, underscored the advantages of the Iron Tyrant, hinting at the embryonic form of a war machine. Yet, its movement was sluggish. Unlike Iron Man, who navigated the battlefield with agility, capable of vanquishing foes and rescuing others, the Iron Tyrant's mobility was severely compromised. Devereaux estimated that with only 25 nuclear output, Stark's reactor could achieve flight. And as the output increased, so too did the speed. In contrast, the efficacy of the Iron Tyrant's reactor paled in comparison to Stark's. And with its heavy armor creating significant resistance, achieving free flight would require at least 10 power, naturally resulting in a speed far inferior to that of Iron Man. "Shall we provide assistance?" Devereaux inquired of Coulson, observing the raging inferno of battle. If they were to engage, she would need to change into more suitable attire, as her fitted miniskirt and high heels were ill-suited for combat. At least she could not manage such a feat in reality. Agents often paid little heed to whether ordinary civilians suffered. When relegated to the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientific team in the future, Coulson, in an effort to please the public, would present himself like a saint, likely worrying about stepping on ants as he walked. Yet presently, he was merely an ordinary agent. When calamity struck, it was the mighty who bore the burden, and the lives of a few civilians were of little concern. Moreover, assessing Devereaux's attire, He realized that even if she chose not to participate, he would merely become easy prey for the adversary. His handgun lay concealed beneath the ruins, and now, without a weapon to his name, he could hardly resort to picking up a brick to join the fray. The director commanded to merely observe. Or perhaps it was more prudent to continue watching, Ko suggested. Very well, Die Wire complied. They chose to remain spectators while the battle below intensified. Abad, who had controlled Stone Industries for many years, wielded extensive connections with a powerful arms group, possessing abundant financial resources, and he employed numerous elite mercenaries to serve him. The mercenaries in the film effortlessly overwhelmed dozens of members of the Ten Rings gang, a testament to their extraordinary combat prowess. Though they appeared unremarkable, their fighting capabilities had reached the zenith of ordinary human potential. However, no matter how exceptional the marksmanship of the mercenaries or how superior their weaponry, they could do little against the relentless Iron Man, aside from using a few rocket launchers to momentarily hinder the enemy's advance. They concealed themselves within a truck, firing as they fled, while Stark, concerned for Little Jane's safety, refrained from attacking the vehicle, limiting the effectiveness of many weapons. Faced with the dual challenge of rescuing hostages, protecting bystanders, and evading the pursuit of Iron Tyrant, they found themselves in a state of utter busyness. Chapter 85. Intelligent consciousness with varying levels of cultivation and sluggish energy flow. The imperfect execution of techniques revealed slight deficiencies that accumulated to place Ouyang Jin at a disadvantage. Among the spectators, who do you think will prevail? In the swift, darting light, She led Coulson through instantaneous teleportation, faithfully fulfilling their roles as onlookers. They halted on command, even engaging in discussions as if enjoying a performance. The outcome had long been predetermined. Tony was likely to emerge victorious, as Ouyang Jin's energy supply was insufficient to sustain the battle. She spoke with indifference, as if this conflict bore no relevance to her. Which armor do you think is more suitable for mass production? Coulson inquired. She pondered briefly. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Jin's mech is more amenable to mass production, while Tony's suit is excessively luxurious and ill-suited for equipping an army on a grand scale. What she did not articulate was that the intelligent consciousness embedded within Tony's armor was vastly superior to Ouyang Jin's rudimentary operating system, rendering any comparison moot. The Iron Man suit could execute numerous complex maneuvers, whereas Ouyang Jin's capabilities fell short. Perhaps he and that aged sage foresaw this limitation, designing the bulky and cumbersome Mad Iron armor in an attempt to compensate for its lack of agility with robust defense. Such a clumsy strategy might yield temporary success, but it could not endure in a prolonged engagement. As the two pursued along the path, Ouyang Jin quickly found himself at a disadvantage, compelled to resort to unorthodox methods. Eliminate that woman, came the directive from the control device, its tone deep and distorted. Of course, his intention was not to target Pepper, but rather to divert Tony's attention. Indeed, as the gun was pressed against Pepper's head, Tony's focus shifted, allowing Ouyang Jin to deliver a heavy blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. We must rescue Miss Potts. Can you take me there? Coulson suggested anxiously. She gazed into the distance, possessing remarkable vision but not extraordinary sight. The night was too dark, and the distance between them was great, barely allowing them to discern that there might be 3 or 4 enemies on the truck. In but a few moments, Tony had been heavily subdued by Ouyang Jin, and the truck had already distanced itself from the battlefield. She scrutinized her attire, acutely aware that it was ill-suited for combat. However, she surmised that Coulson was struggling against overwhelming odds. Thus, she activated the teleportation array above the carriage. And in an instant, the two were transported away. The freight car sped forward as she floated in midair, casting Coulson onto the roof of the carriage before gracefully descending beside him. The tumultuous winds whipped around them as Coulson lay flat on the vehicle, gesturing animatedly to inquire about their next course of action. With a flick of her fingers, sharp nails manifested, and she carved a gaping hole in the roof before leaping down into the carriage. Her appearance exuded a menacing aura. The 4 fully armed mercenaries were momentarily taken aback at the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman descending upon them, perhaps thinking they were hallucinating. She noticed that the back of Pepper's head was swollen, leaving her unconscious. This discovery spared her considerable trouble, prompting her to act swiftly as her nails sliced through the throat of a nearby mercenary, splattering blood and finally alerting the remaining 3, who instinctively aimed their weapons at her. The firearms at close range posed a significant threat to Shi, especially within the cramped confines of the carriage, where ricocheting bullets could prove fatal. She delivered a swift kick to a mercenary's groin, not out of malice, but due to the limitations of her skirt preventing a higher strike. Following this, a shockwave propelled the farthest mercenary out of the carriage. Another mercenary was engaged in close combat with Coulson, and the two fought fiercely. Although he was far from the caliber of Crossbones or John Garrett, Coulson, an 8th-level operative, was not to be underestimated. After exchanging several blows, he overcame his opponent, simultaneously allowing Daisy to dispatch her adversary, prompting the duo to hastily evacuate the freight car with Pepper in tow. Coulson notified Tony, relaying that the hostage had been safely rescued. The Iron Man suit, previously under pressure from the extremists, was instantly revitalized. Despite Ouyang Jin's desperate attempts to retaliate, he was ultimately doomed to defeat, hindered by the superior design, energy support, and structural integrity of their systems. "Let's leave," Daisy said, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The potency of her razor-sharp nails was striking, yet the vividness of the scene was regrettably too exposed. Her hands were now smeared with thick blood, which was disconcerting. Upon witnessing Tony extract Ouyang Jin from the Iron Man suit, Daisy realized the mission was complete and waved at Coulson, who promptly returned home. After washing away the grime, she barely had time for a brief rest before being awakened by a phone call from Egg. "I need your professional insight. I'm downstairs." Daisy feigned indifference, but after a moment's contemplation, she donned a shirt and slipped into jeans to seek out Nick Fury, also bringing along her lion cub, Bowsy. While others walked dogs, she was out strolling with a lion. The two met in a tranquil park near Daisy's residence. Bowsy had claimed this territory as his own, causing the local pets to avoid the area. "What are your thoughts on Tony Stark's armor?" Fury inquired, his gaze drawn to the lion by her side. The lazy creature, lounging by Daisy's feet, glanced at him with recognition before lazily resuming its nap. In truth, Daisy was still not fully awake and felt somewhat disgruntled by Egg's late-night summons to discuss armor matters. Yawning and struggling to keep her eyes open, she gently petted the lion's furry head before responding. "It is exceptionally powerful. All attributes are remarkable. If materials were provided, would you be able to replicate the armor? Its core lies within the power system, does it not?" He often regarded SHIELD as his family business. Thus Daisy consistently perceived matters from a vantage point of superiority and soon grasped his intent. She did not respond to the question immediately. Pondering for a moment, "It is exceedingly difficult. Tony Stark's mechanical prowess is beyond my reach, and the operating system presents a significant challenge as well. If SHIELD were to replicate the technology, it could at best achieve a level slightly superior to that of the Iron Legion armor." Lu Dan remained unaware that Daisy had already appointed herself as the director, always contemplating issues from a higher perspective. He believed he had not yet finished speaking, yet the other party had already comprehended his meaning, which was commendable insight. Some experts claimed that the mechanical armor was unparalleled. Nick Fury spoke as if recounting a trivial matter unrelated to himself. Daisy smiled, while Lu Dan tested whether she was impulsive in her youth. Despite understanding his intentions, she still felt dissatisfaction. Chapter 86. Ancestral Achievements. Ling Dan immediately retorted, stating that Stark was a descendant of ancestral merit. How could he recklessly take lives? "I wish to invite him to join the Divine Shen court," but before he could finish, the phone rang abruptly. Ling Dan maintained her usual demeanor, answering the call to listen to the report, then calmly replied that she understood. "Can you transport me to Stark's residence in Malibu? It is extremely urgent." Nick Fury emphasized this once more. Daisy felt slightly bewildered. "Boss, we are currently in New York, thousands of miles across the east and west coasts. Do you want me to teleport directly to Los Angeles? Can you accomplish this?" Ling Dan asked uncertainly. Although not an ordinary person, she could not outright declare her inability. After a brief internal deliberation, she realized that direct teleportation was evidently unfeasible. Even though she yearned for the position of the master, she could not recklessly cast Ling Dan into the depths of the ocean, at least not at this moment. The risks associated with a single transfer were too great, hence, they could only proceed in batches. Seeing the urgency etched on Ling Dan's face, Daisy reluctantly nodded in agreement. She patted Bowsy's head, indicating that it should entertain itself, and upon the conclusion of its play, return. "Let us depart," she declared, taking Nick Fury's hand to commence their teleportation journey, first from New York to Chicago, then adjusting their coordinates, confirming the distance with each transfer, subsequently completing the second and third crossings. They nearly strayed into Canadian territory, but quickly corrected their course. After the fifth transfer, they finally arrived outside Stark's mansion in Malibu. Daisy pointed towards the entrance, but Ling Dan gently massaged her waist, halting her action, signaling for her to conduct the entry. Daisy furrowed her brow. Were they here to steal confidential documents? She bore no moral stain, and, seeing Ling Dan's resolve, assisted him in stepping inside. This grand Stark mansion was a novel sight for Daisy, even though the interior lights were unlit. The moonlight reflected off the sea and poured into the room, bestowing an air of elegance and transcendence. Bathed in the dim light, the residence emanated a tranquility, distant from the mundane, and within moments, it instilled a sense of peace, clearly indicative of the architect's meticulous craftsmanship. The distant sound of waves occasionally caressed her ears, further enhancing the soothing atmosphere. Miss Daisy Johnson and this gentleman have no right to be here. Please leave immediately. An electronic voice resonated, accompanied by the incessant flashing of the indoor alarm lights. Nick Fury remained an enigma, with no traceable background. Jarvis referred to him as this gentleman, who casually reclined on the sofa, retrieving a tablet embedded in leather and gesturing for Daisy to decipher it. Observing Nick Fury seated there like an unwavering anchor, devoid of any intent to escape, Daisy complied, first addressing Jarvis. Such a sophisticated artificial intelligence would require the collaboration of thousands of hackers to breach its defenses. However, being within its confines made it a trivial task. She harbored no intention of information theft, nor did she need to transmit data. A temporary lockdown would suffice. With deft fingers, Daisy swiftly crafted a program and promptly sent it to Jarvis. While a complete paralysis of the system was unattainable, rendering it oblivious to internal communications was a simple feat. What exactly are we doing here? A torrent of numerical equations flooded her mind, and having conquered a supercomputer left her feeling dizzy. Nick Fury glanced at the clock on the wall. 5 minutes earlier, Tony Stark had publicly confessed to being Iron Man. This moment was too well known for Daisy to be unfamiliar with. It marked the beginning of the entire narrative. She pressed on, and then, thus, I must enlighten him about the reality of his world. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Nick Fury's intentions were as transparent as a discarded tool. Daisy's mind whirled, finally grasping the sequence of events. She had initially assumed Tony Stark was embroiled in a grave incident. She even speculated about palladium poisoning, only to realize Nick Fury had rushed over with the intention of displaying authority before Stark. Is that all? To depart in such an undignified manner? Absolutely not. I am merely unoccupied, and it so happens I wish to stay and listen to your discussions. By the way, how is Obadiah's condition? Daisy selected a bottle of deceptively labeled wine, retrieving 2 glasses and pouring a measure for both Nick Fury and herself. Miss Egghead, he gestured dismissively, indicating his refusal of the unknown liquid. Obadiah has sustained severe head injuries and is currently under observation in the hospital. Daisy felt a twinge of sentimentality. In truth, she had collaborated quite harmoniously with Obadiah. He was purely a businessman, always prioritizing profit without regard for sentiment. This was commonplace in America, as many successful individuals operated in such a manner. In contrast, Tony Stark, an idealist, frequently conceived extravagant ideas, rendering him quite the anomaly. Comparatively, Daisy preferred dealings with merchants over idealists, regardless of the outcome. Engaging with the latter proved overly taxing, lacking predictability, and leaving one uncertain of their next audacious thought. Yet, the victor is king, and Obadiah seemed to belong to the past. Whether she liked it or not, future interactions with Tony Stark were inevitable. After half an hour, the access control emitted a beep, and Stark stepped inside. Who's here? Miss Johnson? Jarvis, are you still present? Stark was unusually alert. Upon seeing the living Daisy, he paused, scrutinizing her closely, and soon recognized a familiar face. His masculine pride disdained fleeing before a woman, yet he remained cautious. It was only at that moment that Daisy noticed Egghead quietly seated in the dimness, back turned to the entrance, as if gifted with the ability to become invisible. Stark had indeed failed to notice another presence beside him. Daisy began to speak nonsensically. There is a stranger here looking for you. She gestured to the side, where Stark then noticed a shadowy figure seated, an African-American man. You say I am Iron Man. How charming. Do you truly believe you are the only superhero in this world? The man, known as Huhantian, rose with calm composure. His tranquil gaze and indifferent tone revealed no sense of guilt for intruding upon another's private space. Who are you? Stark inquired with a serious tone, as he discreetly concealed his right hand behind his back, activating J-A-R-V-I-S in a moment of urgency. Nick Fury noticed Stark's subtle maneuver, but dismissed it without concern. He cast a suggestive glance at Daisy, implying that as a subordinate, she ought to introduce the two. Daisy feigned ignorance, averting her eyes as she examined the security measures of Stark's estate. It seemed that during the events of Iron Man 3, the defenses were lax. Yet now, following a burglary incident, they were meticulously fortified. Chapter 87. Full commitment. How could Huhantian have entered this domain? Daisy found it perplexing. Did he scale the perilous cliff by the sea? For the sake of this ostentatious display, he had indeed exerted considerable effort. The one-eyed man observed Daisy deep in thought and introduced himself. I am Huhantian, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have come to invite you to participate in the establishment of... Before he could finish, Stark interjected, I have no association with you. He gestured towards Daisy, indicating that she was not one of his allies. This has nothing to do with you. I am not part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Leave my residence at once. Daisy did not turn around, fully aware that Hu Hantian could also perceive her pretense. Before any response could be given, a command was issued, leaving Daisy no room for evasion. Her demeanor slightly deflated. What of the principle of confidentiality? Is revealing my identity permissible? How should I present myself? Disregard it. Hu Hantian's gaze was fixed on Stark, who in turn looked at Daisy, eager to witness her demonstration. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the attention-grabbing sofa, but deemed it inadequate for showcasing talent. As a compromise, Daisy extended her fingertips, directing them toward a nearby low table. The crisp sound of slicing echoed as the table was swiftly reduced to mere fragments of dust. Daisy gently blew away the settling particles, as if this were an everyday occurrence, gazing at Stark with an air of nonchalance. Could it be a high-speed cutting tool? Stark scrutinized the scene for an extended period, realizing that the coffee table was not composed of resilient alloy. Its silent severance must have relied on a sharp instrument. Hu Hantian expressed mild dissatisfaction. His singular eye fixed upon her, his head slightly shaking as he remarked, demonstrating true skill is paramount. The flames emitted during that confrontation with the Wind Woman would suffice. What marvel is there in slicing a coffee table? Even street performers can captivate audiences. Daisy shot him a glare, her left hand mimicking a gesture of counting money, implying that the damages to the villa required compensation. Hu Hantian appeared enlightened, acknowledging that the matter of compensation was to be negotiated. As the villa perched precariously on the cliff, susceptible to a plunge into the Pacific with the slightest disturbance, their silent exchange did not escape Stark's observant gaze. However, he was so engrossed in his analysis that he failed to notice any signs of cutting. As a top scholar in mechanical engineering, he was only aware of the properties of Edelman alloy. With unwavering confidence, he responded, "It must be Edelman alloy. This metal indeed possesses such capabilities." Hu Hantian glanced at Daisy, signaling that her initial display was insufficient and urged her to perform once more. With a resigned sigh, Daisy lamented, "Had I known a display was required, I would have refrained from this folly." She commanded gravity with grace, her limbs elegantly intertwined, her left fist poised in the air, embodying the quintessential stance of a female superhuman. The dream of soaring through the skies has been a timeless aspiration of humanity. To glide through the heavens unanchored is a testament to one's prowess. Stark glanced at the ceiling, noting the absence of any suspended cables, and found himself half convinced. The sudden claim of extraordinary abilities, purportedly long established, left Stark, a man of pride, feeling somewhat unsettled. He casually inquired, "What is the velocity of your flight?" Daisy turned her gaze towards Hu Hantian, who nodded in affirmation to speak truthfully. With utmost effort, she estimated her speed to be approximately 1 Mach. Stark regained his confidence, declaring, "My armor can achieve 2 Mach. To what height can you ascend?" Daisy offered a serene smile, her exterior exuding fortitude. Yet her essence was akin to that of a child. "I am well aware that your armor can soar beyond 10,000 meters, even higher. However, above 1,000 meters, the depletion of stamina becomes excessive." Her mention of the armor was deliberate, highlighting the disparity between mechanism and inherent ability, an incomparable distinction. A proud man like Stark understood this truth, yet he was reluctant to concede it. Witnessing Stark's pride being tempered, Hu Hantian donned a self-satisfied grin, remarking, "This world demands myriad strengths. The desire to save it is not solely yours, but shared by many. Reflect on my words, for we shall inevitably cross paths again." Upon saying this, he signaled to Daisy, indicating it was time to part ways. Daisy's regret deepened. She should have departed decisively earlier. Now, seeing Hu Hantian flaunt his prowess using her abilities filled her with discontent. Were she absent, he would surely have had to return on foot. It is worth noting that Stark's estate perched upon a cliff, surrounded entirely by his domain. Taxis and private vehicles could scarcely approach. The implication was clear. Should Hu Hantian leave, he might find no transport even 100 steps away. With a sigh, she opened a portal, leading Hu Hantian away from Stark's estate. After 3 consecutive teleports back to headquarters, Hu Hantian felt sore and weary, while Daisy remained unperturbed, searching for the rambunctious Bowsy, dragging him home for some much-needed rest. As time progressed to February 2008, the fervor of the presidential election swept across every corner of the nation, with the popular Obama garnering Daisy greater acclaim within the Shield. Conversely, the outdated McCain left Victoria Hunt feeling somewhat embarrassed. At this moment, various nefarious schemes began to surface. Upon receiving a call, Daisy hurried to a specialized hospital for ALS, where the administrator informed her of a missing prototype drug and signs of a data breach. Aware of Daisy's stature, the administrator hesitated to contact the authorities until she arrived and began detailing the situation. The matter was straightforward. Intruders had stormed the hospital, absconding with the medication, and data from the computers had also been copied and taken away, all while departing undetected. The entire episode was captured clearly by surveillance equipment. They acted without concealment, moving with deliberate intent. What insights do you have? The administrator inquired cautiously. She found the situation rather challenging. The footage revealed no fewer than 12 individuals, each armed with self-defense weapons, executing their operation with precision, evidently well-trained. The 12 were divided into two groups, their movements silent and their roles distinctly defined. A group has eliminated the prototype agents, while another has taken away the data, seemingly a trivial matter, as the captain actually waved at the camera. Chapter 88, The Primordial Mechanism. Who dares to test my brilliance? The 9 nether serpents, the primordial mechanism, the alliance of the spirit serpents, or perhaps the remnants of the divine mechanism hall. Numerous forces intertwine, leaving her unable to discern their true nature. The situation is calm. I shall handle this matter, and there is no need for you to make it public. Having given my instructions, I ordered the removal of the surveillance footage. Returning to her tranquil abode, she scrutinized the shadows captured in the footage repeatedly, finding no trace. Indeed, the enemy's methods were remarkably sophisticated. The courtyard's network remained spotless, with data being stolen through secret methods, leaving no trace behind. Was this aimed at me? At the proud inkers? Or merely for wealth? Perhaps they covet the regenerative secrets of the Wolverine? A plethora of doubts emerged, each with its own possibility. Even the esteemed Divine Insight Bureau is not beyond suspicion. She refrained from seeking help within the Bureau and instead contacted a covert envoy stationed far at the southeastern coast of Manila. Upon connection, the Viper was gliding through the azure waters, this enchanting serpent woman perpetually flaunting her elegance. She searched for the most alluring angle before the camera, taking her time. What summons the future leader of the Divine Insight Bureau? She inquired with a beguiling charm. Is there a petty thief lurking in the shadows, intending to strike at me? She murmured. The Viper cast a glance her way. Shallow, your name has circulated within a small circle, yet you remain oblivious. Daisy fell silent, realizing her question was indeed too broad. I am referring to the news regarding the clinic for the treatment of that cold ailment. Do you have any leads? The Viper pondered for a moment, gestured toward the distance, and immediately a slender lady presented a tablet. The Viper swiftly reviewed it. There were 301 messages aiming to monopolize the healing formula, with 61 plotting against key individuals, including 57 targeting you. These people surely have never witnessed your true power. It is both lamentable and pitiable, the Viper commented while flipping through the information. Daisy furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Was she truly perceived as an easily deceived target in the eyes of the world? After deep contemplation, she found nothing amiss. Could this formula be related to the Wolverine's regenerative genes? The Viper revealed a profound insight. Having delved into the Wolverine's genetics with the ancient, ghostly figure of Gutian for several years, Daisy felt she could not conceal the truth from her. Thus she acquiesced gracefully. With intricate connections at play, it might be best for you to remain unaware. The Viper's expression darkened as she yawned alluringly, lamenting that this gaze was only reserved for the blind. Daisy had no time to attend to the changes in her expression. Her thoughts were tumultuous, two choices clashing in her mind. One was the rare chaos, while the other vowed to pursue relentlessly, to eliminate those with malicious intent. I could surmise that if they were aware of my strength, they would never dispatch such insignificant figures. Conversely, they could not possibly regard me as a threat. Therefore, I am not the true target, and those 100 or so clues do not lead to the right path. Further analysis revealed, as she counted on her fingers, that this was certainly not aimed at the proud inkers, for political and economic laws absolutely disallow violent resolutions. Once violence is involved, the outcome would be grievous. Eliminating numerous possibilities, the truth now remained with but one last thread. This was likely aimed at the Wolverine's regenerative genes, or perhaps that genetic data itself. Turning once more to the Viper, you and I have danced in circles, claiming that dozens wish to bring me harm, yet in truth, you have already reached a conclusion. And you are aware of the instigator, are you not, Ophelia? The Viper's gaze flickered, and after a prolonged silence, she replied, this matter does not concern you. My web is vast and entangled with many. Daisy pressed on relentlessly, interjecting, but we share a genuine camaraderie, while your kind merely allies with others for personal gain. Do they not? The Viper hesitated, her words caught in her throat, but upon meeting Daisy's earnest gaze, she could only avert her own. In truth, this has little to do with you. It is merely a trivial matter, undoubtedly orchestrated by someone within the military establishment. Daisy asserted confidently, and the Viper paused, neither nodding nor denying the claim. Ah, I see. It pertains to the renowned weapon program, does it not? Her tone was imbued with certainty. The Viper's expression shifted slightly, taken aback to discover that Daisy was already aware of the program, yet she refrained from probing into the source of this knowledge, recognizing that there were only two options, knowing or not knowing. In reality, the truth was quite ironic. Daisy's assertion was merely conjecture. For how else could she have acquired such information? This weapon program was notorious, having birthed the indomitable Wolverine. This initiative or organization initially forged Wolverine, nurtured Deadpool in its midst, and years later, gave rise to the 23. The weapon program has deep roots, tracing back to the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, and enduring until Wolverine's demise in 2029, spanning over 70 years. In terms of duration, it surpasses the early establishment of the Strategic Scientific Reserve by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, remaining more elusive. At least until 2029, they could still produce clones of Wolverine, with their resources and technology remaining uninterrupted. In contrast, by that time, their Strategic Scientific Reserve had likely devolved into a mere band reliant on scavenging to sustain itself. Daisy was acutely aware of the formidable force of this thriving entity and knew it was a realm she could not provoke, prompting her to withdraw. Nonetheless, despite her display of weakness, the Viper remained oblivious to the true strength of the weapon program, nor could she foresee the future. Thus, Daisy cleared her throat. Do they not covet my power? If I were to explain that I am not a mutated being, would anyone believe me? The Viper inwardly scoffed, dismissing the significance of Daisy's meager abilities, pondering what value there was in such an inquiry. However, she refrained from voicing her derision, despite their peculiar acquaintance. Daisy stood as her sole friend. They will not perceive you, I swear it. The two hastily concluded their conversation, for in a world teeming with distractions, only deeds of monumental impact would capture attention. Furthermore, with the Viper's protection, Daisy felt an overwhelming sense of security. Returning to the hospital to file a report, she relinquished all responsibility, allowing the authorities to gather evidence at their own pace. As night descended, men and women adorned in vibrant attire took to the streets, and amidst the shimmering lights, the city's splendor commenced. Passers-by exchanged warm sentiments, while the ceaseless flow of vehicles added to the vibrancy. Daisy gazed out at the bustling scene, feeling as though she were an outsider. Gripping her coffee stirrer, she fell into contemplation. Have you been waiting long? Hill's voice broke into her reverie. With a hint of impatience in her tone, Daisy turned to look. Today, Hill had traded her usual formal attire for a t-shirt and denim skirt, exuding a touch of feminine grace while maintaining her steadfast demeanor. Daisy's attire mirrored this sentiment. Chapter 89. A firm denial since their last encounter months ago. Both had immersed themselves in the weighty burdens of training and duty. She devoted herself to rescuing the practitioner Stark, showcasing her prowess under Nick Fury's command, while Hill tirelessly guarded the floating warship, Elias, amidst the ocean's expanse. A faint sense of estrangement subtly enveloped them as Hill took her seat. Despite their supposed telepathic connection, they now felt as if they were strangers, uncertain of how to commence their conversation. Having engaged daily with the enigmatic Hydra practitioners, she had honed her eloquence, surpassing Hill in the art of persuasion. Thus, she shattered the silence with a seemingly casual inquiry. Is it intriguing to wander the oceans aboard the Elias? Her voice was soft, rippling through the air like gentle waves. Hill, not wishing to render the atmosphere awkward, quickly caught the thread of conversation, painting vivid scenes of marine vistas, the tropical islands of Hawaii, the glacial realms of New Zealand, and the far-off confluence of the Indian Ocean with South Africa, each locale marking the patrol boundaries of the Elias. She recounted a few amusing anecdotes, to which she nodded and smiled at opportune moments, gradually easing the tension. Is Stark's situation in Afghanistan as dire as rumored? Hill ventured, testing the waters of the past. A flicker of unease stirred within Daishi. Was Stark truly so ill-favored? Even the typically frigid Hill seemed intrigued by his misfortune. A surge of indignation welled up within her. Had she known, she would have never departed so easily, at least preserving some memories as mementos. As she discussed Stark's plight, her tone grew adept, weaving a narrative of his perilous escape from the clutches of the Ten Rings disciples, narrowly evading assassination, and how, had it not been for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s timely intervention, he might have met his end far from home. Nonsense. I have reviewed your operational reports, Hill retorted, well aware of Daishi's propensity for unfiltered remarks, choosing to dismiss them without further inquiry. Hill's expression turned slightly peculiar as she remarked, your new subordinate Bobby does possess quite an admirable physique. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Daishi replied, inwardly questioning how she could divulge such thoughts during her moments of solitude, her gaze inevitably drawn to Bobby's figure. Indeed, for a woman like Miss Bay, who had excelled in gymnastics, her form was remarkable, second only to Daishi, and on par with the beauties of Hill and Sharon. At that moment, denial was paramount. She had not observed, had not paid heed. In the arduous path of cultivation, she had even gone 3 months without bathing. How could she indulge in such frivolities? Hill evidently was not convinced. However, her comment was made in passing. Whether among soldiers or elites, Communal bathing was indeed commonplace. Reflecting on the nuanced relationship she shared with Daishi, Hill resolved to clarify certain matters. To her, the path of cultivation surpassed the superficial connections of emotion. With caution, she began, "Now, we should," but her words were abruptly interrupted by Daishi. Once spoken, some words could not be retracted. She did not seek to salvage their friendship, but believed that Hill's obsession with the so-called path of cultivation bordered on madness. She intended to offer Hill a new choice. A different path. From her bosom, she produced a small ornamental box and presented it to Hill. "I bestow this upon you. It shall be of use in the future." "To me?" Hill mused, presuming it to be a simple gift, which, in essence, was not incorrect. Though she contemplated refusing, her words faltered in uncertainty. Hill resolved to glimpse its contents first. Even if she returned it later, it would be preferable to outright rejection. Well, initially, Hill anticipated a collar, but upon opening the box, she found it resembling a necklace yet exceedingly simplistic. Inside was indeed the emblem of the spirit guardian. The white tiger, a silver-white tiger's head and two formidable claws. Hill's gaze was filled with perplexity, unable to comprehend its significance. "Follow me to the training ground. I shall let you witness it firsthand," Daishi declared with resolute eyes. With no alternative, Hill acquiesced and left the CAF alongside her. The two arrived at Daishi's clandestine training realm, where Daishi gestured towards the white tiger spirit guardian. "Wear it and experience extraordinary power." Her words were succinct and unreserved. Extraordinary power? The worldly wise Paijikat, having long relinquished attachments, could not resist such temptation, but Hill remained unprepared. She accepted the white tiger spirit guardian and, under Daishi's encouraging gaze, gently draped it around her neck. The white tiger spirit harbored no discontent towards its new master. The former one had not aligned with its desires. They had never conversed. And due to Daishi's protection from the leopard deity, the conflict between them was irreconcilable. Had the spirit possessed substance, it would have already confronted Daishi. Now, with a new master who lacked any cultivation, the white tiger was elated. In the realm of spiritual awareness, the essence of the white tiger manifested as a colossal form. A magnificent silver Bengal tiger standing proudly, akin to a towering mountain. "Are you a deity?" Hill wondered, scanning the illusion. Feeling a subtle thrill at her first encounter with extraordinary power, Daishi was disregarded, akin to a venomous serpent. Hill did not perceive Daishi's tremors as particularly impressive. In the face of the towering giant tiger, Daishi's abilities seemed utterly feeble. The giant tiger cleared its throat, adhering to decorum, hesitant to speak carelessly. "I am not a deity, yet I shall bestow upon you strength." Hill furrowed her brows, her instincts as a seasoned agent kicking in, sensing the whiff of conspiracy. The white tiger hastily explained in the spiritual realm, "I merely offer you strength. You remain yourself. If you doubt, consult your companion. She was once my predecessor." The mention of the predecessor was a painful memory for the giant tiger. Daishi had no need of it, and often interacted with creatures such as leopards, lions, and rhinos, which irked it immensely, harboring lingering resentment despite its diminished spiritual essence. Upon hearing Daishi's name, Hill returned to reality. Though they were rivals, Hill firmly believed Daishi would not harm her. She even thought that if Daishi were to act in secrecy, she would evade rather than retaliate. This was merely an instinctive perception without evidence. Emerging from the shock of the extraordinary, Hill composed her thoughts and curiously inquired of the white tiger. "I have never witnessed her wield the power you bestowed. Does she use it regularly?" Chapter 90. Futility 5 External moments later. When Yu Shuang beheld the awakening of the azure wing's eyes, radiant as stars, she recognized that the white-patterned leopard soul symbol had acknowledged its new master. The power was indeed remarkable. Azure Wing extended a finger to touch, feeling the strength within its arms, as if it could embrace the heavens. She even sensed that with her movements, the stars themselves might shift. Though the current sensation was exquisite, it was merely an illusion. Yu Shuang spoke with profound meaning, drawing upon her extensive experience as a senior. Azure Wing pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Yu Shuang before unleashing her strength and rushing towards her. In a bid to ambush her adversary, she felt her strength surge unexpectedly. However, her control remained insufficient, and in an instant, she nearly collided with the barrier. Dashing almost 30 paces, Moonfrost deftly sidestepped, narrowly escaping as her hair brushed against the wall. Regaining her composure, she leaned against the wall, her heart a tumult of emotions, excitement, joy, and an array of sentiments difficult to articulate. Never before had Qingyi experienced such extraordinary speed. Her running posture, as assessed by her seasoned intuition, defied convention. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had traversed 1,000 miles, nearly crashing into the wall, leaving her profoundly astonished. Moonfrost clapped her hands, remarking, "It seems you have harmonized splendidly with that leopard spirit talisman. Tell me, Has such divine power ever entranced you? Qingyi's gaze drifted. Not merely that, Moonfrost replied. Qingyi's eyes sparkled with surprise. I never anticipated you to be so formidable. What did you think? Did you assume I was concealing my brilliance? Moonfrost teased, tilting her head slightly to stifle a laugh. I thought you could only tremble, she quipped. At this, Qingyi's laughter burst forth, long suppressed, and soon Moonfrost joined in, their camaraderie deepening with the shared mirth. Yet, the questions lingering in their hearts remained unresolved. Following the rigorous training of a covert scout, Qingyi diligently sought to master this wondrous power. The white-striped leopard spirit talisman transcended the madness often induced by other demonic artifacts. It was safe and benign. Removing it would weaken her, yet donning it would restore her strength. Even an ordinary warrior could bear its weight, let alone a seasoned scout like her, who found wielding this force effortless. Within a mere half-tea time, she had perfected various techniques: acceleration, strikes, and lunges. Although she had yet to hear of Nick Fury's principle of self-preservation, as a woman, an increase in speed was naturally regarded as paramount. Merely being swift is insufficient. Attempt to strike me and test the limits of your prowess, Moonfrost declared, standing tall and composed, her demeanor as profound as an abyss. Poised to unleash an unparalleled attack. Don't blame me for the injuries, Qingyi, brimming with confidence from her newfound speed, thought to herself. The powerful force instilled in her a self-assuredness that made her believe she could easily shatter Moonfrost's proud demeanor. A mere leopard spirit talisman. Moonfrost's indifference hinted at disdain. Beat her up. This was not a phrase spoken by Qingyi, but rather the discontented roar of a fierce tiger within her soul. Embracing her inner desire, Qingyi silently vowed, I have longed to teach her a lesson. Seizing the opportunity while Moonfrost was unsuspecting, she planted her left foot firmly on the ground and propelled herself forward like an arrow piercing the heavens, closing the distance of over 20 paces rapidly. With her right hand clenched into a fist, she swung toward Moonfrost's face. Still coming for more? Moonfrost merely shifted her body slightly, evading the straightforward blow, then seized her wrist and utilized her momentum to push her away. Again, in this second strike, Qingyi was steadier than before, yet still exposed. Moonfrost deftly sidestepped once more, delivering a kick to her ribs that sent her flying 3 paces back. The skills learned by the covert scout were not to be underestimated. Even with her strength and speed dramatically amplified, technique remained the crucial measure of power. Unless one could shatter the cosmos with a single blow, both force and habit required rigorous retraining. Onward. Maria Hill, covert scout. This day, Moonfrost was determined to impart a thorough lesson, allowing their mutual grievances to be laid bare. With narrowed azure eyes, Qingyi rubbed her abdomen. The recent kick was not to be taken lightly. With unwavering resolve, she thought, let the battle commence. What is there to fear? Just wait. She removed her outer garment, and the two faced each other with unadulterated sincerity, casting aside any pretense. Entering the dressing room, she donned the specialized attire of an agent, her hair tied up, and laced up combat boots, exuding an aura of formidable elegance. Aren't you going to change? Seeing that Yushuang still wore a shirt and jeans, Qingyi felt slighted. It is unnecessary for you. This is sufficient for the moment, Yushuang replied with a teasing smile, inciting a surge of resentment within Qingyi. Fueled by the indignation of being underestimated, Qingyi exerted herself to the fullest, with the fierce tiger spirit within the leopard soul providing substantial experience and attribute enhancement. Her movements were swift, angles astute, as she continuously blocked and dodged, much to Yushuang's astonishment at Qingyi's remarkable combat prowess. Ultimately, the disparity between the trained and the untrained was strikingly evident. Even if an ordinary street hero obtained the white-patterned leopard soul, it would take time to comprehend its intricacies. The tiger team from the previous day still required 3 individuals to shoulder the burden. Given such qualifications, mastering the secret arts within the symbols was nearly a fantasy. Yet within less than 2 hours, Qingyi had harnessed 80% of the leopard soul's power. Indeed, there exists a qualitative difference between ordinary citizens and elite investigators. Once they stand on equal footing, the rigorously trained elite can easily outpace the average person by several streets. Yushuang blocked Qingyi's punch with her palm, while simultaneously thrusting her knee toward Qingyi's abdomen. Attempting to escape the bind proved futile for Qingyi, who hastily altered her approach, pushing against Yushuang's knee to propel herself upward. Yushuang swiftly changed tactics, her knee attack transitioning from an upward strike to a horizontal push. A tearing sound echoed as Qingyi, with excessive force, ripped the leg of Yushuang's sturdy jeans. It was a display of strength that exceeded expectations, as the belt was also forcefully severed, resulting in Qingyi being flung backward, taking a portion of Yushuang's pant leg with her. Chapter 91. Heavily wounded, clad in tattered garments, Xiling awkwardly rolled out, An extraordinarily embarrassing moment. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to rise from the dust, the remnants of fabric in her hand eliciting laughter. Suppressing her amusement, she quipped, "See? You didn't change your cloak, and now, as a novice in this realm, your lack of experience is evident." With her attire in disarray, Dai Yun's former elegance diminished, leaving only chaos in its wake. A series of discordant sounds erupted. She glanced at Shi Ling, whose gaze flickered and avoided contact. "Feeling hungry, are we? How about a celestial feast?" Upon finishing her words, Dai Yun rummaged nearby for a pair of training pants to change into, and then summoned a restaurant to deliver food using her mystical artifact. To speak candidly, Shi Ling was indeed slightly hungry, and at that moment, she began to comprehend Dai Yun's previous insatiable appetite. However, she believed she could withstand the hunger for a little longer. The energy consumption of the talisman and the body varied greatly. While not necessary, moderate recharging was prudent. As a novice in wielding extraordinary power, Shi Ling accepted the suggestion without hesitation. Subsequently, she devoured 3 heavenly fragrance pizzas and 2 spirit realm giant burgers in succession. "Delicious," she exclaimed, savoring the flavors, her lips tinged with remnants of the feast, with Dai Yun as the sole observer. What was a moment of indulgence, after all? Compared to the greater picture, Dai Yun sat cross-legged opposite her, devouring her meal with abandon. As the female aide, she still aimed to maintain her poise. Yet she was unconcerned. The food vanished into her stomach like leaves swept away by the wind. Enraptured by the taste, Dai Yun felt a swell of excitement. Wiping her hands, she invited, "Let us continue. Bring it on." Shi Ling, lacking the profound devouring prowess of Dai Yun and possessing an ultimately ordinary constitution, found her gluttonous desires momentarily satisfied. The energy required for the incantations would take time to convert. She rose, stretching her limbs, and sighed, "It's no use. I've eaten too much." Her tone was calm and untroubled, devoid of any ripples. Dai Yun suggested, "It seems the burden on your muscles has increased. Allow me to assist you with a massage." At that moment, the pervasive soreness she felt was a testament to the extensive expenditure of her elemental energy. While a soak in the gentle spirit pool to alleviate her fatigue was originally Shi Ling's preferred choice, she held both hope and trepidation regarding Dai Yun's proposition. Hesitantly, she inquired, "It's just a massage, right? Nothing more?" "Rest assured, I am a woman of my word. It is merely a simple massage," Dai Yun assured her. The phrase "a woman of her word" left Shi Ling puzzled, yet beneath her inexplicable thoughts, she nodded in acceptance. Once, Dai Yun had remarked that the credibility of a beautiful woman's promises was low, and now this oath seemed to validate that notion more aptly. The claim of only performing a massage, without ulterior motives, was perhaps a deception. Whether Shi Ling understood this or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that she had discovered a means to coexist harmoniously with Dai Yun, engaging solely in discussions of cultivation, devoid of worldly matters. Their originally delicate relationship was once again intertwined by this shared topic. In the week that followed, the two seemed to return to their former closeness. During her days off, Shi Ling spent 5 days a week cohabiting with Dai Yun, practicing together. Most of the time, Dai Yun held the upper hand, occasionally allowing Shi Ling to prevail. During the remaining moments, they ate, battled, or played games, competing fiercely. The issue concerning the leader of SHIELD loomed over them. Yet they chose to ignore it. After all, the boiled egg was still in the world, and for the time being, the desire to retreat had not yet emerged. From a deeper strategic perspective, there remained room for collaboration between them. A week passed, and Shi Ling returned to the aircraft carrier to continue her mission, while Dai Yun donned formal attire and entered Stark Tower. The matter of the supercomputer required urgent discussion. With Obadiah's downfall, the project had stalled, and the installation workers claimed they had not received the next payment, thus halting their work. She navigated the familiar path to the president's office. "I'm sorry, Dai Yun. I truly apologize. There have been so many matters lately that I may have overlooked things. I will expedite the organization of the work," Secretary Potts lamented repeatedly, her gentle words eliciting sympathy rather than reprimand. In truth, the down payment for the supercomputer had been waived by Obadiah, and Dai Yun had not yet spent a dime. "Never mind. You're busy. I'll take my leave," she said, turning to exit, when Potts suddenly recalled something and called out to her, "Dai Yun, wait a moment." "What is it?" Potts' expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of caution. "Tony mentioned that if you came, he would like to talk." Dai Yun, perceptive and well acquainted with the nuances of social interactions, quickly discerned Potts' underlying thoughts. Perhaps she assumed there was still a chance of rekindling something between her and Stark? Waving her hand dismissively, Dai Yun replied firmly, "You need not worry. I have no ties with Stark. If he inquires about me, just say he hasn't seen me." Between loyalty and suspicion, Potts chose the former. Regaining her composure, she smiled brightly. It's indeed rare for Tony to seek you out. He hasn't expressed such an interest since I was hired as his secretary. Dai-Yun pressed for details. But Potts could not divulge the reason behind Stark's desire to meet her. As the video call commenced, the billionaire's request posed a dilemma for Dai-Yun. I wish to battle you. I want to see my own shortcomings, Tony stated with a serious demeanor. Do you want me to beat you up? Certainly not. The outcome reveals that Tony Stark is not merely idling away his time. He intends to engage in a trial of strength against Dai-Yun, donning his battle armor for their confrontation. The victor is already determined, and I hold no interest in the result. With an expression of indifference, Dai-Yun dismisses reliance on external factors as trivial. Facing Stark, the chances of victory for Xiling are minuscule. The billionaire's armor possesses boundless power. Exerting comprehensive dominance in force, speed, and attack, she finds no joy in combat. Although I remain uncertain of the purpose behind your desire for a supercomputer, I am willing to waive all installation, adjustment, and material fees on the condition that you engage in a full-scale duel with me. Stark, seeing no progress, promptly suggests a trade. The corner of the wealthy man's mouth curls upward, seemingly confident that she will acquiesce. Chapter 92. Boundless wealth, it must be said. This proposal is indeed enticing. The acquisition of Dai Wei's spiritual jade is no easy feat, and the fact that Stark is willing to expend such a fortune is astonishing. For one of his immense wealth, this gesture is akin to a gentle breeze. However, for Dai Wei, it represents the entirety of her accumulated resources. Yet, to be perceived as failing due to monetary constraints feels rather humiliating for this cultivator who possesses billions. Priscilla, well aware of Stark's temperament and possessing a slight understanding of Dai Wei, considers the supercomputer excessively extravagant. Aside from superpowers and national laboratories, there is little need for such ownership. Although she is unclear about Dai Wei's intentions in procuring this computer, it is evident that her financial situation is precarious. Calculating swiftly, Priscilla quietly informs Dai Wei the initial investment requires at least 20 million spiritual stones. Dai Wei's expression darkens in an instant, unwilling to bow to financial constraints. Yet the struggle for survival is harsh. She had once sought investment from Lu Dan for Robinson Crusoe, only to be turned away. The reason being the story bore scant relation to S.H.I.E.L.D., this legendary figure of wealth, the Black Panther, and Storm residing in England. While the prince claims to experience the human condition, is, in reality, making a living through deliveries. Securing funding from him for a film project seems as difficult as ascending to the heavens, as he possesses little of value. Having lost the financial income from filming, she now relies on cinema revenue shares and meager consulting fees from various spiritual enterprises. Initially, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones would elate her through the night. Now, such amounts have become commonplace. Hundreds of thousands. Faced with this monstrous spiritual stone consumer, that sum is merely a drop in the bucket. Seizing this rare opportunity to outmaneuver Stark, her 300 million spiritual stones constitute her entire fortune. What a state of poverty. Observing her wavering resolve, Tony Stark employs another clever tactic. Taking a piece of paper, he faces the camera and recites. Tony Stark, mundane and sentimental, unable to accommodate others, acts without method, lacking organization, treats subordinates harshly, and alienates team spirit. Halfway through, Dai Wei initially misinterprets his self-critique, but soon recognizes the familiarity of the words. Recalling that this was not their first encounter, and that she had penned a report to Nick Fury, was it 500 or 800 words? How many praises were contained within? After reading the concise report, Stark's countenance darkens significantly as he waves the paper. Engage with me earnestly in battle, and I shall erase this matter entirely. Dai Wei is perplexed, whether this report was bestowed by Lu Dan or was a result of his clandestine reading. The discovery of such harsh criticism by the original author leaves her feeling quite embarrassed. To speak candidly, since his return from Afghanistan, Stark has undergone considerable transformation. While his arrogance and haughty demeanor persist, he has evolved from a dashing young heir into a man of gravitas and responsibility. In the face of adversity, Daisy does not yield, retorting sharply, "Have you ever inquired who assisted Major Rhodes in rescuing you? Or questioned who liberated Pepper from the mercenaries?" Her incisive words successfully shift the tide of the conversation, and after weighing the internal scales of her mind, she ultimately resolves to accept the challenge. After all, the outcome is inconsequential. It is merely a leisurely pursuit post-repast. Very well, I accept your duel. However, bear in mind that any damages incurred during the battle shall be compensated by you. Only after the discussion concludes does Priscilla voice her doubts. You intend to challenge Tony? To battle against his iron armor? She suspects that either Stark and Daisy are both caught in a moment of folly, or that there exists an unspoken understanding between them. Amused by the latter notion, She shakes her head, chuckling at the absurdity of anyone seeking to engage with Iron Man. Observing Priscilla's skeptical expression, Daisy stands tall, showcasing her strength, undeterred by doubt. Priscilla gasps in disbelief. You possess superpowers? Have you always had them? Daisy scratches her head in a gesture that seems to acquiesce to the query. Priscilla wishes to witness the duel, but both Stark and Daisy refuse her presence, citing concerns for safety. After Stark's earnest warnings about the inherent dangers and Daisy's reiterated emphasis on the instability of ground combat, Priscilla's curiosity is ultimately quelled. She returns to partake in dinner, indulging in playful antics with a young lion, and finds amusement in watching a maid feed a rhino carrots. Only when Stark's arrival is imminent does she slowly don her S.H.I.E.L.D. combat attire, complete with protective gauntlets, as she heads to the designated rendezvous. Stark, with his penchant for Los Angeles, frequently traverses the coasts, and despite the iron armor's robust propulsion, the journey of 4,000 miles still requires 2 hours of flight. After waiting an additional 20 minutes, the much-anticipated arrival finally roars into the desolate area, so vacant that it evades detection by the stars above. How do you like it? The latest upgraded model. Stark's voice emanates from the mask of the iron armor, the sound nearly indistorted, as though they were conversing in close proximity. Daisy scrutinizes the armor with keen interest, unable to discern its generational lineage. The armor is painted a vibrant red with golden accents on the shoulders, thighs, and mask. Its sleek lines and strong metallic sheen showcase Stark's genius in mechanical artistry, embodying an aesthetic of violence. Compared to the previous confrontation with the Iron Tyrant, it boasts marked improvements. Yet, within the ranks of the Avengers, its performance still appears somewhat rudimentary, with hasty details such as stability issues and the shoulder-mounted projectile launcher proving inadequate against mere foot soldiers. In Daisy's eyes, the armor's capabilities prior to joining the Avengers were limited, which is precisely why she accepted the challenge. It looks quite good, she muses, though in her estimation, it merely meets a satisfactory standard. Detecting the insincerity in her tone, Stark lands gracefully, smirking, "Can you dodge bullets?" Meanwhile, the projectile launcher springs to life on his shoulder. His vigilance palpable, for he fears Daisy may falter. After all, in his experience, evading bullets remains a cinematic trope. Let us give it a try. Stark launched 3 projectiles, all of which narrowly missed her form. Dai Wei sidestepped twice, raising her silvery gauntlet effortlessly to deflect the 3 bullets. Removing her mask, Stark expressed mild astonishment, inquiring about the material of her gauntlet. What is this metal? It appears to be vibranium, akin to the shield of Captain America. Come now, I don't have much time. Dai Wei ascended into the air as war loomed imminent. With full throttle, not even Dai Wei, nor beings like Storm or Magneto, could match her speed. Mere flesh could not endure such velocity. Only the might of Thor could reach those heights. Yet she possessed a unique ability, utilizing her teleportation technique to instantaneously close the distance to the rapidly soaring Schwanzi. Her delicate hand struck towards his blazing armored leg, revealing a moment of astonishment. Ah, Daishi. The sleek design of the spirit armor was not only magnificent but, in its unique form, exhibited an almost negligible coefficient of friction, while the surface was adorned with multiple talismans to resist high temperatures and corrosion. Having initially tasted defeat, she extended her fingertips, aiming to seize an opportunity in the gaps. Schwanzi's adaptability far exceeded her predictions. Activating his flame thrusters, he employed a powerful thrust to escape several hundred feet away in an instant. The energy flames expelled by the thruster forced Dai Shi to momentarily evade his onslaught. Seizing the moment, Schwanzi, ever self-assured, could not help but exclaim in delight. How do you soar through the heavens? Is it possible to achieve this solely with your physical form? Are you perhaps a cultivator from another realm? Dai Shi found these armored figures rather verbose. As Schwanzi ascended into the sky, she too leaped into the clouds, the increasing altitude burdening her significantly, with the air growing thinner and breathing becoming arduous. Nonetheless, she would never concede defeat. The disparity in combat experience between them was vast. Even though Schwanzi's aerial maneuvers created visual disturbances for her, it was clear he was meticulously analyzing her data. Seemingly identifying a flaw, Schwanzi executed a rapid turn, seeking out the blind spots within her field of vision, and suddenly launched an attack. Such tactics seemed rather mundane. Was it your intellect that was calculating behind you? Daishi scoffed, delivering a punch into the air. The pressure in the atmosphere caused Schwanzi's thruster engine to momentarily falter due to lack of oxygen, leading to a brief loss of control. Despite his swift adjustment in propulsion methods, Daishi seized the opportunity. Follow me. The dimensional gate, rippling like water, opened as Daishi pulled Schwanzi back to the surface. Is this your mystical technique? That intellect has been calculating your frequency fluctuations. How do you achieve pinpoint teleportation? As Xuanzi evaded her direct punch, energy arrows shot forth from his palm in retaliation. Daishi defended against the arrows with her gauntlet, her right hand splayed, attempting to rend his armor. The sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air, akin to glass being shattered, stinging her eardrums. The ironclad spirit armor was unscathed, leaving only 5 faint scratches upon its lacquered surface. Your powers are indeed remarkable. Are those sharp nails your strength? Ever since you damaged my coffee table that day, I have reinforced my armor, Xuanzi proclaimed, brimming with self-satisfaction, akin to a novice cultivator wielding a divine weapon to vanquish a top-tier demon. Relishing the sight of his opponent rendered helpless and out of options. In the next moment, his smile froze. Even a formidable demon was clad in divine armor. Daishi unsheathed her blade forged from celestial steel, thrusting it directly towards him. Her intention was to take advantage of his apparent ineptitude in close combat, believing that this flamboyant young master had practiced martial arts primarily for show. However, faced with adversity, he might have reflected deeply and secretly honed his skills. Nevertheless, the aptitude for combat is often innate. One either possesses it or does not. Tony Xuanzi clearly lacked this talent. Fortunately, Daishi did not intend to deliver a fatal blow. Her attack was not overly forceful. Relying on her keen intellect, Xuanzi managed to block the blade with his arm armor at the last moment. The celestial steel cut a deep gash into the armor, destroying the crossbow mechanism atop it. Your spiritual armor's protection is hardly formidable, Daishi mocked. While Xuanzi could withstand the celestial steel, this alloy's poor conductivity meant that, although it could enhance toughness, an entire suit forged from it would inevitably sacrifice other vital attributes. You must improve your close-quarters combat. The armor's smooth, slick exterior made it difficult to grip. Seizing the damaged section, Daishi stepped forward, twisting her body and unleashing a powerful throw that sent Xuanzi crashing to the ground. Mere speed was insufficient. His armor still had areas for improvement. Grasping him once more, she treated him like a mere sack, tossing him repeatedly as if emulating the Grand Master's fierce blows against Loki. You are not so impressive. Yet Xuanzi was not without options. He sought an opportunity. As Daishi grew complacent in her taunts, he raised both hands, gathering explosive energy. Realizing she could not approach that surging force, Daishi hastily raised her arm guards for defense. Unexpectedly, Xuanzi feigned an attack. His thrusters were already primed, and with the added thrust of his armor, he ascended over 200 feet in an instant. Quite cunning. Though aerial combat was not her forte, Daishi relentlessly pursued him. Their duel unfolded across the vast sky. Despite his physical limitations, Xuanzi's speed still surpassed hers, but his plan to create distance quickly fell apart. Daishi utilized her teleportation to remain within 5 meters of him at all times. Having lost on the ground, Xuanzi found himself barely holding his own in the skies. Though his armor boasted superior attributes, he could not unleash its full potential, inciting his deep frustration. Fortunately, he was not without allies. This duel was laden with complexity, and with the assistance of his intellect, Daishi was essentially contending with half an adversary. His intellect continuously analyzed her movements, calculating various variables in an attempt to devise a counter against her shockwaves. Miss Johnson appears to have mastered the art of detection, not relying on mere sight, but rather discerning our location through the peculiar fluctuations around us. Is there a strategy to resolve this? Came the electronic voice of his intellect. Avoiding Daishi's celestial blade, Xuanzi unleashed energy projectiles, finally creating some distance between them. Perhaps sound waves could disrupt her force field fluctuations. An ingenious plan, but alas, my armor lacks such equipment. Note this down for future development. We shall devise a different strategy. Xuanzi increased his speed once more, evading the impact of Daishi's shockwaves. The confrontation between them has transformed from close combat into a long-range energy assault. However, Daishi's wave source emanates from within herself, while Xianjizi relies on a fusion reactor for energy, launching energy arrows with her hands. After several exchanges, the prolonged engagement is bound to disadvantage Daishi. Even with her formidable abilities, she cannot compare to the power of the fusion reactor. Just as Daishi contemplates a change in strategy, she notices Xianjizi wildly tumbling through the air, her propulsion system operating at full power, disrupting the spatial fluctuations around her. A tactic of chaos? A commendable method. Daishi had anticipated Xianjizi's ability to decipher the oscillation frequencies. Anything detectable by instruments would pose no challenge to her. Nevertheless, she possesses her counter-strategies, continuously creating spatial distortions, akin to the allure of the cosmos. Chapter 94. The torrent impact. The gravitational torrent strikes against Starklight's armored suit, distorting his movements. Despite the engine exerting considerable force, his body is compelled to tilt aside, the dual forces nearly causing him to misalign his spine. What kind of force is interfering with the armor? Starlight increased his propulsion twice, attempting to break free from the constraints, yet the grip of gravity felt akin to shackles. Nearly impossible to shed. It is due to gravity, sir, Jarvis replied after a moment, just as Daishi's gravitational pull was about to ensnare Starlight. Is there a way to alleviate it? Starlight inquired, seeking a glimmer of hope. Increase the thrust output. Miss Daishi is rapidly exhausting her stamina. In 3 minutes, the gravitational force will diminish. Sir, you have a significantly high chance of victory. Jarvis proposed a straightforward suggestion. Engage directly, using his own energy to wear down the opponent. Starlight's expression grew grave. Though this method might lead to triumph, it bore no glory. Yet, he had no better options and must accept the hand fate dealt him. With propulsion controlled by Jarvis, Starlight found himself powerless and began to probe into Daishi's secret power. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? What scientific foundation supports it? How does she harbor such immense power within, and how does she replenish it? He posed these questions to Jarvis, his gaze directed at Daishi. At this moment, Daishi was drenched in sweat, having repeatedly exerted her strength. Both her body and mind felt drained. Coupled with the inquiry about her power replenishment, she was overcome by a profound sense of hunger. As the battle reached this juncture, she contemplated the possibility of a peaceful resolution. Before she could speak, Starlight preemptively proposed a ceasefire. Stop. New York is facing a crisis. Have you not seen the situation? His urgent words resonated like thunder. Daishi ceased her manipulation of gravity and turned her gaze towards New York. What has happened? My goodness. Before she could finish, a massive Boeing 747 thundered into view. The out-of-control passenger jet trailed a fierce flame, with the dark night sky igniting with black smoke and sparks, mingled with faint cries of desperation. The aircraft resembled a colossal projectile, hurtling towards the ground. I will assist immediately, Starlight declared resolutely as he soared into action. Daishi lacked any heroic sentiments. But if she could save this aircraft filled with lives, she would not stand idly by. Slightly trailing Starlight, she too took flight. During her journey, she discerned the peculiar flight pattern of Starlight, as if it were being pulled forward, tracing an unusual trajectory in the air. Before she could inquire, the Edmund alloy dagger in her hand suddenly shot forth, firmly adhering to the aircraft's fuselage. In that same instant, the buttons, zippers, and belt buckles on her attire were yanked by an unseen force. It was a magnetic field. In a flash, she unraveled the mystery. Forgetting herself, she resolved to save the plane. Starlight, true to her heroic title, despite her own peril, called out loudly for Daisy to render assistance. Daisy stood speechless, her heart willing but her strength insufficient, as the magnetic force similarly impacted her. Confronted by the force of fundamental energy, she felt akin to Starlight's struggle against gravity just moments prior, compelled to counteract the magnetic pull with her own weight. Like a ball, Starlight rolled between the magnetic force and her own momentum, unable to provide help. In desperation, Daisy resolutely stepped forward. Gazing at the massive aircraft, she felt utterly helpless. Was this not the sort of feat only Superman or Wonder Woman could accomplish? If truly powerless, even Thor could lend a hand. Yet, upon searching around, she found herself devoid of any allies. With a mindset of sheer determination, she flew beneath the plane, straining to lift it upward. Regrettably, most of her strength was consumed in resisting the magnetic field, leaving her with only a feeble amount of power. The aircraft merely regained a slight semblance of balance, still descending at a 45-degree angle. Hey, help me contact Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. I need assistance, Daisy shouted to Starlight. Starlight quickly dialed, but the news she received filled her with dread. The primary professors of the Avengers, Cyclops, Jean, and the much-anticipated Storm, were all absent, engaged in recruitment on the West Coast aboard high-tech aircraft. Storm had gone to England, and only Steelman and the newly admitted Iceman remained as instructors. Steelman? Iceman? Could they possibly assist in this dire situation? No, it would be unwise to summon them. They were still too young. Daisy graciously declined Steelman's offer, recognizing that the addition of non-flying individuals would only complicate matters. The future Iceman might possess immense potential, yet he was merely a novice at present, leaving the burden of lifting the aircraft to Daisy alone. Scanning her surroundings, she saw no hidden heroes ready to lend a hand. Was it not said that in the Marvel Universe, every falling plane is caught by a multitude of heroes? Where were they? In silence, she relied solely on gravity to combat the relentless magnetic field. The magnetic force not only destroyed the aircraft's thrusters, but also dragged the entire plane downwards with increasing ferocity, attempting to manipulate all nearby metal. This magnetic control reminded Daisy of two individuals, Professor Charles S. Friends and formidable adversary, the Magnetomancer Mephisto, along with his daughter, the Northern Star, Ronadeng. Given that Mephisto had wielded magnetic powers for nearly half a century, it would be a trivial matter for him to vanquish Daisy and Starklight. Hence, he was quickly ruled out as the source. This led her to conclude that the origin of the magnetic field pointed to the one known as the Northern Star, Mephisto's daughter, Rona Deng. It seemed likely that this was the moment when her burgeoning superpowers spiraled out of control. Amidst the tumultuous magnetic waves, Daisy speculated that Rona was indeed the cause of this chaos. She extended her hand to her temple, brow furrowed, attempting to initiate her nascent telepathic abilities to converse with the girl. Drawing silently from the experiences of the stealthy specter, she quietly assimilated Professor Charles's techniques of telepathy. However, her knowledge remained merely theoretical. It was akin to a high school student grasping the principles of nuclear fission. Who among them could conjure a nuclear weapon? Daisy found herself in a similar predicament, her mind overflowing with profound theories yet deprived of practical opportunities. At present, Rona was in a state of emotional tumult, her powers spiraling out of control. Perhaps this half-formed ability might prove beneficial, better than her feeble calls for help. In that moment, Daisy embodied a dignified bravery. One hand supporting the aircraft, the other poised beside her brow, deep in contemplation. This stance far surpassed Stark's aerial combat tenfold. Locating Rona was not a daunting task. It merely required following the source of the magnetic field. The challenge lay in her capacity to communicate through mental force. Chapter 95. Repeated attempts. Biao endeavored repeatedly, yet suffered two setbacks. The vast distance and the tumultuous spiritual magnetic field obstructed her psychic perception, akin to being ensnared in a hellish inferno. Nevertheless, the target had been identified. Through her wave vision, she beheld a girl on the cusp of womanhood, ensnared in a chaotic dreamscape. Panic suffusing the cabin as though heralding the apocalypse. The crew strived to maintain order amidst the chaos, yet the passengers teetered on the brink of mental collapse. With all her might, Biao extended her assistance, enabling the pilot to precariously elevate the aircraft by a slight angle. Yet, that was the extent of their efforts. Without additional aid, the tragedy of a crash was inevitable. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, Biao unleashed her most effective psychic vibrations. Should Hill or Chilian be nearby, they would surely be alarmed. After all, this was merely a fledgling's endeavor. Yet, at that moment, Biao was singularly focused. Her oscillating waves penetrating the aircraft's body, enveloping the disoriented girl, Luoyan, in a delicate tremor. The girl, slightly intoxicated, was momentarily stunned by this sudden force. In her dazed state, it felt as if something was swaying her. Uncertain of the reason, her consciousness was drawn into the ethereal realm of Biao's psyche. Surrounded by towering snowy mountains, Xiao Luoyan found herself in an icy world, yet felt no chill within her. Gazing towards the horizon, a dazzling radiance captivated her soul. The green light seemed to resonate with her gaze, mysteriously sweeping across the sky before vanishing beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint shadow in its wake. The unfamiliar icy domain and the exhausted Biao lying before her bewildered Xiao Luoyan. She knew nothing of her current situation or the origin of the woman before her. Luoyan, the inheritor of the Magneto bloodline, was exceptionally intelligent. Even in her youth, her wisdom surpassed the ordinary. However, when her mutant genes awakened, the rampant power shattered the bonds of reason. Now, ensconced within the realm of her mind, the tumultuous genes were temporarily isolated, allowing her the clarity to confront her surroundings. Your genes are beginning to awaken, do you remember? Biao's mental world was in a fragile state, compelling her to speak swiftly. You must control this power, otherwise, everyone on this flight, including yourself, will face dire consequences. Do you understand my meaning? In the original timeline, Luoyan's mother and stepfather perished in this disaster, leaving only Luoyan to survive. Yet now, Biao chose to intensify her warning. Little Luoyan harbored a sense of wariness towards her enigmatic elder sister, who drew her into a mysterious realm, articulating words that were difficult to comprehend. Genes. How could she possibly grasp the essence of such a concept? Biao, oblivious to Luoyan's lack of understanding, continued to elaborate on the current situation until Luoyan inquired about the term genes. At which point, she realized the matter was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. The education system in America, as one might argue, champions the spirit of freedom, a democratic framework, and an overly complex protection of minors, resulting in the emergence of countless troublemakers. True sages are few and far between. Most merely drift along, indulging in the pleasures of life and reveling through the night. Growing up in such an environment, even the most intelligent may find themselves powerless at times. For the ignorant little Luoyan, nothing seemed extraordinary. She was an ordinary mortal with no ambition to run for president. Nor had she prepared to devote herself to the cause of mutants, managing only to scrape by in her studies. At this moment, Biao could no longer elaborate on the subject of genes, as her mental energy was swiftly depleting within this psychic space. She approached little Luoyan, grasping a lock of her verdant hair, exclaiming, "Look at your hair. You are not an ordinary person." The mutation of genes was most clearly evidenced by her hair. Little Luoyan gazed in astonishment at her now emerald locks, and just then, the aurora appeared in the sky, a vibrant green stretching across the horizon as if celebrating her. Confronting her own inner self, she beheld that radiance. Biao pointed ahead, saying, "This is the manifestation of your innermost self. That light symbolizes your spirituality." Perhaps Luoyan did not comprehend basic science, yet she was not foolish. Staring at her verdant hair, a myriad of emotions swirled within her. As an ordinary individual, she lived in a world rife with hostility towards mutants, feeling only helplessness and dread for the future. Biao perceived Luoyan's true thoughts, but found herself at a loss for consolation. Tastes of water differ. Some gain powers and dominate, others conceal their brilliance, and some merely wish to lead a mundane existence. Extraordinary abilities may not necessarily be a blessing for a child. Take my hand. I will help you soothe your emotions and teach you to control your gifts. As for the power of magnetism, she felt as if she were reaching for the moon in the water or admiring flowers in the fog. Yet, Professor Charles's insights served as a guiding light. He had studied magnetic control for 50 years, leaving behind a plethora of notes. In a moment of peril, Biao had glimpsed a few of these and now chose to impart the simplest, most practical teachings to little Luoyan. As the channel of spiritual energy began to fade, Biao's mental strength dwindled severely. She needed to reserve energy to confront external dangers. Anxiously, she inquired, "Have you remembered everything?" Without waiting for a response, she added, "Your connection can last for about a minute longer, but I must withdraw. Remember my words. Master your power. There are others outside awaiting rescue." With that, she abruptly exited Luoyan's psychic realm, returning to her own reality. Though it was but a fleeting separation, it left Biao disoriented and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, having undergone extensive training and possessing a steadfast will, she concentrated her focus, striving to ensure a safe landing for the plane. However, to her dismay, the effects of magnetism had not diminished. "Luoyan, can you hear me? Quickly withdraw your power. I can barely hold on." She cried out fervently within the confines of Luoyan's mind. Xiao Luoyan was unaware of Biao's name. She attempted to follow the guidance to consolidate her power, yet her body trembled inexplicably, preventing her from focusing her mind. When Biao urged her for the third time, lacking the ability for mental communication, she could only cry out desperately, "I cannot do it. Some force is pushing me." Biao, perplexed, wondered what force could be exerting such pressure on her. After some analysis, apart from embarrassment and astonishment, only the residual tremors remained. Chapter 96. Uncertain circumstances. Amidst the chaotic turmoil, little green spirit was engulfed in confusion, unable to discern the situation. While Daphne found no solution and could only silently wish for the disturbing force to dissipate swiftly. In her perception, little green spirit was being compelled by an unfathomable power. Her tension palpable, with her emerald hair clinging wetly to her cheeks and her complexion flushed. Her innate strength seemed to surge uncontrollably. However, reality was unforgiving. Gravity could not counteract electromagnetic forces, and compounded by days of intense battles with Stacco, both her physical and spiritual energies were nearly depleted. Daphne estimated her endurance could only sustain her for a mere 15 minutes. Time was running out. In this critical moment, an inspiration suddenly surged within her. "Listen to me. Remain calm. I will help you resist part of the pulling force. You need only to focus your thoughts, retract your talent, allowing its domain to gradually shrink and gently reclaim each thread of spiritual energy." The wisdom gained from aiding a venomous snake through its grave illness became her anchor against this pulling force. This was a predicament of her own making. Even with tears in her eyes, she resolved to endure. Little green spirit embodied this spirit. Her words had an impact. Little green spirit sensed the pulling force gradually abating, concentrating her spiritual energy as instructed. Meanwhile, Daphne felt the surrounding electromagnetic field begin to weaken. Within a few breaths, Stacco's power system was restored to its former state, launching into full speed, taking on the responsibility of supporting the entire aircraft. Little green spirit continued to compress the magnetic field, while Daphne assisted her in calming the residual energy. Together with Stacco, the three of them worked in harmony, and after nearly a quarter of an hour of diligent effort, they finally brought the aircraft down smoothly to the ground. "Don't leave. I am terrified." Little green spirit indeed displayed wisdom, though she was the passive party. She instinctively grasped mental communication. As the aircraft was about to land, the impending reality loomed, intertwining fear and helplessness as she silently called out for her companion Daphne. "At this moment, I must not reveal myself, but I assure you I will return immediately." Fully aware that she could not show her extraordinary identity, Daphne made this promise, leaving behind a phrase, Relying on gravity to retrieve her spiritual artifact, she initiated her teleportation away from the current location. Stacko wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained, speculating that Daphne might be bound by some clandestine agreement. Yet this was not his concern. Having saved many, he felt he had not betrayed Ethan's trust and sacrifice, believing that all he was doing at this moment carried profound significance. Thus, he leaped forward and, alongside the crew, opened the cabin doors. In an instant, the panicked passengers surged out, nearly toppling Stacko as he swiftly ascended to evade the pressure of the crowd. As everyone, having survived the ordeal, touched the ground, their faces were adorned with expressions of rebirth and relief. Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down their faces, while others wept uncontrollably. Still, others directed their anger towards the crew members, accusing the pilot of negligence and berating Stacko for his failure to provide timely assistance. Ultimately, all resentment coalesced upon the source of the incident, the little green spirit. Her golden locks transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, glaringly evident amidst the crowd. A notable mark of mutation that could not be overlooked. The survivors began to unleash their pent-up grievances upon this mere 12-year-old girl. As the crowd closed in on the little green spirit, the entire crew found themselves denouncing her. Tragically, her intended protector, her mother, was held tightly by her stepfather, who, despite her desperate attempts to break free, could only turn away helplessly from the scene. Stacko stepped forward to defend the young girl, but the fervor of the crowd rendered his explanations futile. "Stop. Everyone, cease your actions." Stacko positioned himself before the little green spirit, his energy beam poised for release, which momentarily deterred several burly men brandishing clubs, causing them to retreat. "Do not fear that spoiled brat," cried a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and of considerable social standing, his typically composed visage now marred by fury. His anger toward the mutated beings had reached an uncontrollable intensity. The crowd was incited, many individuals again poised to act. In desperation, Stacko fired a shot into the ground before a few of them, inadvertently revealing his true identity. "He dares not strike us. He is merely a cowardly scion," they jeered. "The Congress is investigating him. We fear him not." Stacko felt the encirclement intensifying, a weight of despair settling upon him. The crowd's words rang true. He was indeed besieged by pressure from all sides. The congressional inquiry loomed over him. The military eyed his armored suit with suspicion, and his company was in dire need of restructuring amidst complex relations, not to mention the damage and loss of life resulting from his last encounter with the iron-fisted tyrant. A multitude of complications entwined, and Stacko found himself devoid of the societal stature commensurate with his wealth. Furthermore, malicious intent surrounded him, as people yearned to see him crushed and to devour the substantial bounty of the Stacko Empire. Out of concern for his own safety, he resolved to accept the assistance of SHIELD, relying on this formidable intelligence organization to navigate his current predicament. Faced with his dire circumstances, he could exert little pressure upon the survivors. Fortunately, the stalemate did not endure for long. A figure arrived to shatter the impasse. "Stand aside. The FBI is here to conduct business. Those unwilling to stir trouble, step back." The figure, often proud to be associated with the FBI, was none other than Daphne Johnson. Despite having gained considerable notoriety from the Ice Bucket Challenge, her recognition among the populace was far from universal. The extent of Americans' face blindness remains a murky issue. Even a figure as renowned as Captain America, clad in a t-shirt and baseball cap, might go unrecognized. In contrast, members of the Fantastic Four could easily be identified while strolling down the street. The enigma of discernment remained unsolved. To mitigate risk, Daphne opted for a white-collared shirt paired with black dress pants, allowing her hair to cascade down and donning a pair of glasses. Upon activating her teleportation, she materialized high above the scene, witnessing Stacko ensnared in a dense throng, before making her way around the crowd from a distance. The formidable presence of the Federal Bureau of Investigation instilled a palpable sense of intimidation throughout the gathering, particularly when dealing with ordinary individuals. Daphne identified 2 vacationing New York police officers among the passengers, and upon contacting Sheriff George, these officers swiftly aligned themselves with her. As the atmosphere grew calm, it was made clear that the FBI would conduct a thorough investigation. Any concerns could be addressed at the police station, where dedicated personnel would be available to assist. Her words, however, lacked sincerity. Although the American populace might be labeled as reckless, they discerned between people and matters, and few would willingly approach the FBI with inquiries. Most would prefer to remain hidden. Gradually, order was restored, and soon, New York police, medical professionals, and representatives from the airline began to arrive, followed closely by personnel from the insurance company. Chapter 97. A quiet glimpse as the portal to the spirit realm opened. The disguised Daphne prepared to depart. The agile Xiaolan, with her keen perception, observed discreetly. Though they had never met, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were unmistakable. And despite her injuries, the young girl was quick to recognize her as one possessing similar abilities. Please, do not rush away. Xiaolan's voice was faint, reminiscent of a whispering insect, barely audible without careful listening. Daphne turned back, solely to offer her assistance. Reminiscent of her earlier discussions with the formidable Hulk about how emotional turmoil often catalyzes genetic mutations in altered beings, a trend now increasingly manifesting among the younger generations. The metamorphosis of an adult at 30 compared to that of a 10-year-old child was starkly different. Xiaolan appeared frail and delicate. Had Daphne not witnessed her in person, she might have overlooked her. Yet, now faced with the reality before her, she could not remain indifferent. Naturally, the girl's striking beauty was a compelling incentive for Daphne to extend her help, despite her youthful appearance. Her inherently robust genes endowed her with skin as fair as snow and eyes as clear as water, undeniably marking her as a beauty in the making. Assisting a young girl did not contradict Daphne's principles. Had the conflict arisen from an elder or a child, she would have long since returned to her meal. Through the channel of spiritual awareness, Daphne reassured Xiaolan. After a brief wait, a maid arrived to escort them. As an enigmatic official of the Arcane Bureau, Daphne was obliged to take Xiaolan back for further investigation, despite her guardian's objections. Where do you intend to take this anomaly? Xiaolan's stepfather, adorned with a bushy beard and a scholarly appearance, spoke with a cruel edge. Xiaolan's biological mother attempted to offer comfort, but was firmly restrained by the man's powerful grip. Daphne took a step back, displaying her credentials. If not, shall we discuss this in detail at the Bureau? The man's head shook vigorously, like a bobblehead. Is the Arcane Bureau a place for ordinary people? Regardless, negotiations had to occur in the moment. Daphne, seizing the opportunity, led the maid and the family to a secluded area for a more profound conversation. Allow me to introduce Miss Masayama, Truth. Truth, please show them your legal token. Daphne first introduced the maid. The elderly gentleman from America harbored a peculiar belief that not all lawyers were virtuous, yet he firmly held that lawyers must adhere to the law. After reviewing the maid's credentials, they exhaled in relief, naturally feeling the weight of the legendary Arcane Bureau. To reinforce her authority, Daphne seemed to kindly remind them. Miss Truth is quite renowned in the Nuremberg legal circles. You may consult a lawyer you trust for confirmation. Indeed, the renowned Silk has been embroiled in numerous legal disputes in recent years, becoming well acquainted with almost every lawyer in Nuremberg due to a multitude of infringement cases. Presently, Dai Shuang has formed an alliance with Oak Heise, backed by the null religions, enjoying official protection, coupled with a low moral threshold. She frequently resorts to threats from the underworld. Overall, Miss Truth's odds of success are alarmingly high, making it nearly impossible for her to remain inconspicuous. Xiao Lanqin's stepfather indeed recognized a lawyer's assistant, and upon making a phone inquiry, he confirmed the maid's standing within the legal realm. This individual is formidable. Elites of such stature are unlikely to deceive mere commoners, allowing Xiao Lanqin's stepfather to breathe a sigh of relief. With no doubts lingering, I shall speak candidly. The child, Dai Shuang, paused mid-sentence upon recalling the name Lanqin, yet she forgot her surname. Lanqin Diane. I am the mother of Susan Diane Lanqin, and I am filled with remorse. Feeling helpless in such a perilous moment, she lamented, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Lanqin cast a glance at her biological mother, who turned her face away. Dai Shuang nodded, stating, Indeed, Lanqin Diane does not belong among ordinary people. I trust you understand this. The middle-aged man shot a disdainful glance at Lanqin, questioning, Do you intend to take her away? For experiments? Or something else? Dai Shuang was momentarily taken aback. The Bureau of Mysticism had been demonized in the public eye, which suited her purposes perfectly. Should Xiao Lanqin continue to coexist with them, it would undoubtedly lead to incessant troubles. Her intention was to entrust her to Charles Longbrow in a few days. Upon meeting the well-behaved little girl, that benevolent old man would surely be overjoyed. However, she could not guarantee that the Magnet King, whose reputation was not stellar among the mutants, would accept her. As Professor Charles had many concerns regarding the potential repercussions of taking in another's daughter, which would likely lead to refusal. With nothing to disclose, she could only state that after the investigation concluded, they would send her to an institution specializing in similar individuals. Before she could finish, the middle-aged man eagerly responded, Agreed. That is a fine approach. He then cast a meaningful glance at his wife and child, inquiring about the necessary procedures, to which he readily consented to sign. The negotiation process was surprisingly swift. The man relinquished all guardianship rights over Lanqin without hesitation, showing indifference towards the plans of the Bureau of Mysticism regarding where to send his stepdaughter. Furthermore, He accepted that he would not be responsible for any subsequent living expenses or tuition fees related to Dai Shuang's estate. Relevant documents would be delivered to you within a week, and if all is in order, then Lanxin shall be entrusted to me. The middle-aged man's demeanor elicited neither joy nor sorrow from Dai Shuang. Such is the nature of the world. Unmarried yet with child, many single-parent households abound. And Lanxin's mother is deemed responsible. Numerous women remain unaware of their pregnancies until their bellies swell, leading to fear. Those who can terminate must do so, while those who cannot must bear their children. Children raised in such environments often lack familial affection, with many being abandoned. Welfare institutions proliferate across America, masquerading as charitable organizations. Yet they exist due to prevailing societal conditions. Dai Shuang's previous experiences were not superior to Lanxin's. Day after day, she bore the name Silk. Having changed her surname 3 times in 2 years, her past obscured by the countless households she had lived with. There was no blood relation between them. The conflict between Lanxin and her stepfather was entirely commonplace. Lanxin's mother wept nearby, and her stepfather forcefully pulled her away, both failing to bid farewell to Xiao Lanxin, as though she were invisible. "Come with me, is this yours?" Dai Shuang inquired, pointing to a backpack on the ground, which Lanxin's mother had retrieved from the plane, perhaps the only remnant of sentiment left for her. We're the family of 3 ventures, and what matters have become trivial. Chapter 98, filled with fear. Biao sat side by side with her maid, Yujin, in the front seat. Did the girl intend to embrace her? Yujin's voice was soft, like whispers carried by the wind. It depends on fate, I do not know. After enduring a series of fierce battles and piloting the Tizot to rescue others, Biao was visibly fatigued, leaning against her seat and quietly drifting into slumber. Upon returning to the residence, she awoke, yawning repeatedly. As she stepped inside, she was unexpectedly knocked over by the little lion cub, Shuirong. Having left the African savanna, Shuirong had enjoyed Biao's meticulous care, without rivals for food. This little gourmand found Biao as culinary creations particularly delectable, indulging heartily and gradually becoming plump. Little Luoyin, bewildered, entered the apartment. Witnessing Biao on the ground with a look of confusion, having departed from the hunting grounds, Shuirong was often nourished by Biao with fine wines and exquisite dishes. Without competition among siblings, little Luoyin could not discern what this plump little creature was. At that moment, Shuirong raised its head, seemingly puzzled by the presence of a stranger today. Their eyes met, and little Luoyin's gaze was filled with trepidation. She wished to cry out for help in a high-pitched voice, but alas, her young age rendered her breath weak, and her call resembled that of a kitten, lacking the power to intimidate. In her fluster, she called out again, "Ah, run away, run away." Desperate to urge Biao to escape, she raised her right hand, attempting to activate her powers as if maneuvering an aircraft. Although the effect was feeble, it might at least summon metal to block. However, this time, her powers seemed to have eluded her, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not release them. Biao, playing with her lion companion, paused momentarily, exchanging a glance with Shuirong as they both gazed at little Luoyin. "Cough, Luoyin, don't be afraid. This is Shuirong." Biao gently caressed the lion's head, but the creature glared back in displeasure, letting out a growl as a reminder that lions should not be touched casually. Little Luoyin was stunned, entirely oblivious to Biao's words. Or rather, at that moment, she chose to see and hear nothing. As if invoking the celestial powers, her fingers mechanically splayed wide, attempting to grasp the sensation of controlling the magnetic field. Despite her anxious, sweat-drenched face, she still could not unleash her abilities. Biao called out several times without receiving a response, and so she bent her middle finger, sending a gentle wave towards little Luoyin. A familiar sensation surged forth. The well-known push awakening little Luoyin. She quickly recognized this as Biao's power, the peculiar tactile feeling and tumultuous emotions reminiscent of a scene aboard a vessel, causing all metallic objects in the room to quiver and sway. "Stop!" Biao called out loudly, awakening little Luoyin, who was lost in the magnetic field. Simultaneously, the slight wave of power she had infused dissipated, and devoid of emotional ties, the propulsion lost its strength, interrupting little Luoyin's control over the magnetic field once more. I'm sorry. Confused, her habitual guilt compelled her to lower her head in apology. "It's not your fault. Come, shake hands with Shuirong. It's actually very gentle." Biao diverted the topic from the magnetic field, guiding the two to become acquainted. Large felines often possess striking beauty, and Shuirong's ample form added a touch of gentleness, diminishing its wildness and enhancing its approachability. Little Luoyin gently touched the lion's head, sensing its harmlessness. The inherent magnetic qualities within her began to emerge uncontrollably, and she mimicked Biao, reaching out to stroke the snowy creature's head. Accustomed to Biao's touch, the snow creature let out a low growl in reflex. Luoying was momentarily taken aback, but understanding its stubborn nature, her emotions gradually settled. While arranging Luoying's room, Biao realized a troubling fact. This small abode was far too cramped. The ground floor gym had already been claimed by the snow creature, and the upstairs bedroom was shared between her and Yujin, leaving Luoying to reside in the makeup room. Luoying bore no complaints, though the makeup room was small. It provided her with a private space, a significant improvement from her previous situation. The new tenant had unceremoniously moved into the small house, which left Biao feeling quite embarrassed. The awkwardness of the room and the pressing matter of relocating the supercomputer could not be delayed any further. It was time to purchase a grand mansion. Not only was it her desire, but Yujin also held a prominent position in this city. The judiciary and the real estate industry were closely intertwined. After a few phone calls, by evening, real estate agents arrived in droves, presenting detailed introductions of various properties. Having weathered the financial storm, the real estate market lay in ruins. The newcomers were all industry elites, with subpar competitors having long been filtered out. Upon learning of Biao's intentions, a covert competition had already begun among them. Biao attentively listened to the agent's recommendations, weighing her options carefully. Properties in Manhattan remained exorbitantly priced. Even if purchased, she could not guarantee they would not be destroyed by the Chitauri. Moreover, even without the Chitauri, the galaxy was rife with villains, making it difficult to be vigilant. The thought of her multi-million-dollar home being obliterated by extraterrestrial artillery was heart-wrenching for Biao. To prevent a catastrophic heart failure from the stress of battle, she needed to learn from the world's elite and choose a luxurious villa in the suburbs. Furthermore, with the presence of lions and rhinos at home, residing in the city center would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. The two agents recommending city center properties were swiftly dismissed, considering her family's opinions, which consisted solely of her easygoing and unprejudiced sibling Yujin. She found no objections. Luoying did not understand why they needed to buy a house. Had her arrival increased Biao's financial burdens, forcing her to seek refuge in the suburbs? The lion remained silent, while the rhino slumbered in its chamber. With the family unanimously abstaining from voting, Biao made the decision to tentatively select a luxurious villa on the southern tip of Long Island. Long Island boasted picturesque scenery, bordered by the sea on three sides, surrounded by forests, abundant rainfall, and cool summer nights. Many affluent individuals had acquired properties here, and importantly, it was far from New York City. One would have to traverse Queens to reach Manhattan. Surely, the Chitauri would not notice a villa by the seaside? The real estate agent suggested driving to view the property, but Biao declined, explaining that she had already obtained flight clearance from Colonel Rhodey and borrowed a helicopter from S.H.I.E.L.D. for the purpose of viewing the house. Purchasing a home was a private matter, so Biao arranged for the S.H.I.E.L.D. pilot to return independently, calmly taking the driver's seat herself. Could the young lady truly pilot a helicopter? The real estate agent, observing Biao in her casual city attire, a plaid shirt paired with capris and sandals, found it hard to believe she could operate an aircraft. In the eyes of Biao, the claim that the United States has over 1 million pilots is greatly exaggerated, excluding the general populace. Even trained operatives like Fitz and Simmons possess only a theoretical understanding of piloting, with their actual flight experience being minimal. While there are indeed many retired soldiers, those who truly master the art of aviation are rare. Chapter 99. Ordinary mortals. These ordinary beings, no longer celestial beings, have not acquired the skills of the ethereal, nor do they possess the supernatural ability to traverse the skies and soar through the heavens. Should their flying apparatus be compromised amidst the clouds, they find themselves devoid of strategies to confront dire predicaments, left only with the choice between a leap for survival and the acceptance of fate. The cultivation of a pilot is a time-consuming endeavor, requiring robust physical health and unwavering mental fortitude, as well as the skill to transform peril into safety. Only through rigorous professional trials and the ability to ride the winds across vast distances can one be deemed a true aviator. To seek out 1 million suitable candidates within the borders of the United States is a task that would hardly meet the discerning eye of the ethereal. At this moment, the real estate agent, skeptical of her ability to command the celestial vessel, is merely focused on the transaction at hand. If there is no intent to engage, honesty would suffice. There is no need for ostentation. Fear not, for I am an Air Force officer, holding the rank of Major. Dai Zi, revealing her Air Force insignia, possesses only a slight understanding of aviation and has flown for but a brief time. The real estate agent, awestruck by the Major's status, instantly recognized the authenticity of her credentials. The maid, Laura, along with the agent, stepped aboard the celestial vessel, piloted by Dai Zi herself, as they sped towards Long Island. The bustling world faded into tranquility, with only the moonlight reflecting off the serene sea, a gentle calm enveloping them. Along the coastline, Rows of villas stood tall, yet they remained distant, lest they disturb the sanctity of the affluent. Perhaps a swift pass through the air would ignite a conflict. This is the secret haven we discussed previously, unbeknownst to the real estate agent, who merely felt the stability of the aircraft and had shed his fears. He quietly contemplated the potential profits to be gained. He gestured towards a villa at the southern tip of the coastline, providing an introduction. To speak frankly, upon first sight of this seaside sanctuary, Daisy felt an immediate fondness. Long Island is surrounded by azure waves, its terrain resembling a ribbon stretching east to west, with its geography seemingly harmonious yet distinctly varied. This villa occupies a prime position by the sea, secluded and tranquil, akin to an independent realm. The architectural design is exquisite yet not overly intricate, exuding a modern elegance. There is little cause for concern regarding security, as this area boasts excellent safety. Should it be necessary, I can arrange for protective measures. The real estate agent, suddenly aware that all three were youthful beauties, despite the presence of the elite major, recognized that safety should not be overlooked and hastily elaborated on the security details. Daisy smiled calmly, offering no comment. If one were to fret over safety, then the land of America would scarcely be habitable. Upon stepping onto solid ground and entering the sanctuary, the real estate agent eagerly began his explanations, revealing that the villa stands majestically by the sea, encompassing an area of 13,000 square meters, constructed entirely of stone in a European style. It features 2 levels with a total of 18 rooms, including 12 bedrooms and 6 pristine chambers, with one particularly grand master suite standing out. Additionally, there are artistic studios, a cinema, and a space for fitness. The property is complemented by a workshop, a library for scrolls, and a private wine cellar. To the south, the villa faces the azure waves, while the northern side is adorned with approximately 30 palm trees, lush and verdant. Beneath the shade, 2 outdoor swimming pools are constructed, and a tennis court is interspersed among them. On one side of the villa, 2 vintage and elegant windmill houses stand gracefully, accompanied by a magnificent garden spanning 15 acres, along with a lush expanse of greenery 3 times the size of the garden itself. This abode filled Daisy with immense contentment. Although she lamented the simplicity of its defenses, was a mere portal barrier truly sufficient? Surely, an electric fence, laser scans, thermal imaging surveillance, complemented by automated turrets and 2 missile silos would constitute a more reasonable configuration. Nevertheless, the real estate agent was not perturbed. The mention of missiles might seem rather alarming to the average individual. Daisy cautiously inquired about the price. As anticipated, even after discounts, a sluggish market, and persistent haggling, the villa still commanded an astronomical figure. With all procedures in order, the total price reached a staggering $85 million. A fleeting glance at the maid revealed her curiosity about Daisy's financial standing. The maid nodded subtly. The profits from selling Stark's assets were abundant. And although she spoke of liquidating properties to acquire a supercomputer, the previous 2 payments had already been waived, with the 3rd installment due a year post-usage. Thus, no funds had yet been expended, making the purchase of a luxurious residence devoid of any pressure. It was decided. With a flourish of her exquisite wrist, Daisy declared her intent to procure the estate. Although a full payment was impractical, given the prevalent trend of installment payments, she opted to conform to this custom. All trivial matters were entrusted to the maid, for as a leading attorney in New York, ordinary real estate agents dared not offend her. 3 days later, all formalities were completed, and the student Daisy Johnson concluded her tenancy, becoming the proud owner of her first home. Little Lorna accompanied her, puzzled as to why they would not reside in the city, but rather migrate to the seaside. Yet, she understood that this grand dwelling was beyond the reach of her parents' lifetime endeavors. Daisy made 2 trips in and out, bringing along her pet lion cub, Tong Bao, and a large rhinoceros that had been temporarily housed here. The lion cub grew increasingly intelligent, with a keen sense of smell, harboring a healthy respect for the maid while forming a harmonious bond with little Lorna. As for the rhinoceros, it remained indifferent, having left Wakanda, and lazily succumbed to the allure of carrots for an extended period before finally being coaxed through the door of enlightenment. Henceforth, this would be their new abode. She reveled in the sensation of the exquisite carpet beneath her bare feet, the sound resonating throughout the space. The maid smiled silently. The lion emitted a joyful roar, while little Lorna and the rhinoceros remained unperturbed. With numerous rooms available, each could choose their preferred sanctuary. Daisy proceeded directly to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, the best lit and most spacious, where she could gaze upon the resplendent night sky. In Chapter 100, Filled with Doubt, the young maid chose the left wing of the main hall, while Linka pondered briefly before settling beside DMO. From this point onward, they created their own realm, where any exotic creature could be nurtured without dispute, allowing the lion cub to roam freely in the world without the need to worry about frightening the city's elite. DMO granted them complete freedom, permitting them to choose their dwelling within the room or the forest. The loyal rhinoceros selected the garden area as its residence, and DMO firmly stated that any damage to the garden's flora would incur severe consequences. The estate was vast, and the tasks of cleaning and cooking became significant undertakings. Fortunately, there were dedicated housekeepers available exclusively for the affluent. DMO employed 3 cleaning attendants, 2 master gardeners, and 2 chefs, with numerous possessions and strict divisions. The lower floor was assigned to the attendants for cleaning, while the upper floor was off-limits. Equipped with a permanent sensory defense line that would connect to an intelligent central system in the future, any unauthorized intruders would trigger an alarm. Thus, they only needed to manage their personal affairs. The household management also considered hiring bodyguards and drivers. DMO employed 2 brawny bodyguards and a driver. Such appearances, however, may prove to be more for show than substance. The former servant, now elevated to a position of authority, harbored doubts about her subordinates. Lacking genuine protection was indeed a failing. DMO replied with a calm smile, gently stroking her newly acquired steed, a striking gray Paladin Carla sports car. A splendid amalgamation of speed and luxury, capable of reaching nearly 240 miles per hour in mere moments, with a top speed exceeding 5,000 meters. The car's performance was exceptional, its design innovative, showcasing the pinnacle of technological prowess. In comparison to the value of the estate, the purchase price was a mere trifle, amounting to 1 million gold coins. The Camaro, once solely navigated by agents, now belonged to the former servant for her personal use. As they relocated and acquired various necessities, everything fell into place seamlessly, and a week slipped by quietly. Since the incident, everyone gradually acclimated to Lona's identity. On the eve of twilight, Luoka hesitated for a long time before approaching DMO's bedroom, her heart brimming with a myriad of questions yearning for answers. The main hall was extraordinarily vast. This was her first time entering this room, and its size far surpassed the modest dwelling she once shared with her parents. Despite the assistance of the former servant in organizing, DMO's quarters remained in disarray, with garments strewn about, twin pistols leaning against the wall, various coding books and electronic devices in a chaotic heap, save for the impeccably arranged armor forged from Edmont metal. At this moment, DMO was engrossed in composing the main program for a supercomputer. Stark Industries had equipped a system, yet it served merely as a decorative piece, with the nations and research institutions in need possessing their independent control program compilations. What matters are at hand. In her relaxed attire, DMO had not made any formal preparations, wearing a comfortable robe with her hair neatly tied up. She sat on the edge of her bed, her fingers dancing across the code. Luoku craned her neck to peer in, yet she could not comprehend the situation. After some hesitation, she posed a question. Have you now become my guardian? One of my kind? DMO hastily concluded her work, raised her head, and replied solemnly, yes. Luoku lowered her voice to avoid being overheard. Then are you also of my kind? What species do you belong to? Struggling to confront her true self, she could only refer to the species in general terms. DMO found it challenging to articulate the distinction between mutants and others, explaining that the former stemmed from paternal inheritance, while the latter predominantly derived from maternal lineage. The innocence of Luoku's young mind might easily become ensnared in confusion. To foster a sense of belonging and convey that she was not alone, DMO responded ambiguously, perhaps. The fear of loneliness is indeed daunting. Psychological studies indicate that when individuals become aware of their differences from others, only a select few embrace it cheerfully, while the majority require social companionship. Humans are inherently social beings, and isolation can lead to profound psychological distress. At this moment, upon hearing DMO affirm their shared origins, little Luoku felt an immense burden lift, exhaling with relief. Then, curiosity bubbled forth. What is your power? Is it that connection of minds? Oh, not at all. DMO shook her head in denial, her mental prowess feeling embarrassingly feeble. The connection of minds merely represented a slight evolution of mine. True power lies here. With a subtle gesture, DMO manipulated the surrounding gravity, causing Luoku to levitate gently. Suspended in the air, she exhibited a hint of surprise, swiftly followed by an overwhelming curiosity. You are truly remarkable. Could I possess such abilities as well? What is the nature of this power? Like a torrent of countless inquiries, she continued to ask. DMO offered a brief explanation, yet it proved insufficient, as Luoku's fundamental understanding was painfully lacking. Explaining concepts of gravity and magnetism to her felt akin to speaking to a stone wall, regardless of whether they were mutants or otherworldly beings. An initial encounter with extraordinary powers did not necessitate extensive academic knowledge, but to master and harness such abilities required profound study. Luo needed to engage in systematic learning. Alas, Professor Charles was currently in America, recruiting talent. While she could pursue her studies independently, she lacked the patience of a guiding mentor. She resolved to wait for Professor Charles's return before making any further plans. After indulging in playful manipulation of gravity with Luo, she escorted her back to her room for rest. At dawn the following day, DMO donned her morning attire and opened the window. Gazing out at the vast and magnificent ocean, her heart swelling with awe. While Tony Stark faced the Pacific during his outings, she, by merely pushing her window, beheld the Atlantic. In essence, their experiences were not dissimilar. Breakfast was prepared by professional chefs, and DMO suggested a swim in the sea. The group, emboldened, dismissed the idea of the pool in favor of the expansive ocean. As she changed into her swimsuit, DMO stumbled upon a long-ignored question. Her gaze darted back and forth. Luo, how old are you? She had always assumed Luo to be a mere child, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that she was in her adolescent years, her complexion remarkable, yet her figure was lacking, a flat chest and narrow hips, her physique slender. DMO's keen eye searched for any semblance of curvature, but found none. I am already 13. Little Luo exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, discontent clearly evident. In comparison to DMO and the female overseers, she silently vowed that when she matured, she would surpass them all. Should DMO learn of this inner thought, she would undoubtedly mock her, for in the future, Luo too would remain slender, far from the voluptuous figures of her peers. 13 already? Are you certain? DMO expressed mild astonishment. For her age, her development seemed rather slow. Among the women DMO had encountered, if measured by fullness, no one could rival the new recruit named Bo-Bai, the resounding phoenix. Following her were Black Widow and Viper, with Hill, Sharon, and the overseers trailing behind. As for Luo's future, she still had a considerable journey ahead. DMO privately contemplated whether she should encourage her to consume more papaya or perhaps increase her intake of meat. Although little Luo was naturally slender and had never been fond of the taste of meat. Contemplating this, DMO filled with benevolence, envisioning a future where she would have an intelligent system to devise a set of algorithms. Chapter 101. Subtle hostility. The maid harbored a nuanced hostility toward Lianjin, cleverly concealed. At that moment, witnessing a lapse on Lianjin's part, an involuntary sense of triumph surged within her. Oh my, this swimsuit seems a tad tighter than before. How could this be? It fit perfectly just days ago. It appeared as though she were deliberately flaunting her figure, changing from one swimsuit to another, donning and shedding them repeatedly, as if ensnared by ill-fitting garments, manifesting mild distress as she occasionally gasped for breath, busying herself with the task at hand. Lianjin, wise beyond measure, calmly directed her attention elsewhere, no longer fixating on the maid's antics. Deus remained oblivious to the subtle skirmishes, engrossed in her own task of changing clothes. The beauty or lack thereof of one's physique does not solely rely on mere measurements, such as the proportion from the knee joint to the abdomen, the distance from the abdomen to the crown of the head, the length from the calf to the waist, the roundness of the hips, the contour of the spine, or the tone of the muscles. It is a composite evaluation of numerous factors. After being graced by the divine favor of the American lioness goddess on 2 occasions, she has long surpassed the common standards of beauty. Even the naturally stunning Xianzhu and the venomous Viper, though exquisite in form, find themselves slightly lacking in comparison. They have mastered the art of enhancing their allure through the graceful use of their bodies and expressions, yet in this regard, Daisy appears somewhat wanting. Despite feeling a twinge of jealousy, Lianjin, who aspires to surpass Daisy in the future, cannot help but admire her splendid figure. Casting a glance at her own silhouette and feeling a pang of defeat, realizing the daunting nature of her task, Daisy selected a light azure swimsuit and prepared to step out. My lady, might I suggest applying some sunscreen? The maid proposed. Daisy glanced at the glaring sunlight streaming through the window, the intensity of the rays unmistakable. Although her constitution is resilient to heat, as proven during her time in war-torn Afghanistan, she had never given much thought to the necessity of sunscreen. According to the maid, her complexion had at least darkened by 2 shades since returning from Afghanistan, and only recently, during her seclusion, had it begun to regain its original hue. This realization instilled both fear and caution within Daisy. Though she coveted authority, she would rather align herself with serpentine forces than be rendered incapable due to a sun-kissed complexion. Very well, just a little, she conceded. Accepting the sunscreen, she applied it to her chest, while her back required the maid's assistance. However, upon the initial application, she sensed something amiss. What was this unexpected touch against her skin? Turning around to investigate, she discovered Lianjin had also drawn near, and in her curiosity, she inquired, "What are you doing?" Unabashedly, the young girl replied, and then, with a playful gesture, gently pinched Daisy's dairy, feeling a peculiar sensation from being groped by a child. Daisy instinctively used her gravitational powers to cast the inquisitive little one aside. In no time, she had assisted the maid in applying the sunscreen. While Liaison expressed her intention not to swim in the sea during this outing, the trio made their way along the villa's path to the beach, their bare feet sinking into the fine sand, with the azure waters offering a refreshing sight. Although Daisy's swimming skills were modest, her robust physique rendered her nearly impervious to the beach's currents. After instructing the maid to play nearby, she gradually submerged herself into the Atlantic Ocean, riding the waves with enthusiasm. In a moment of exhilaration, she charged through the surf, delivering a powerful punch to the water. The resulting shockwave surged forth, cleaving the sea surface as a 5-meter deep, 10-meter wide chasm appeared before her. The waters on either side surged upward, forming a towering wall of waves nearly 20 meters high. Daisy gazed at this magnificent spectacle, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Such a torrent crashing upon the shore could easily spell disaster for the $8 million villa. Surely this is a bit excessive. She attempted to reassure herself as she directed the wave eastward. Did the fluttering of a Brazilian butterfly's wings truly conjure a hurricane in Texas? Observing the monstrous wave she had conjured, was this not infinitely more powerful than a butterfly's wings? Could such an immense force traverse the Atlantic, instigating a monumental roar upon Europe's western shores? She could not be certain, yet the storm goddess remained on the British peninsula at this moment. Surely, all was well. After overcoming initial discomfort upon their arrival at the seaside villa, the 3 women, 2 adults and 1 child, reveled in immeasurable joy. Liaison exudes an untamed spirit, reveling in the freedom of the moment, unbound by constraints. The maid possesses the ancient spirit of a sword master, effortlessly wielding her martial blade along the beach. Most exuberant of all is Daisy, who occasionally soars beyond national borders, demonstrating her prowess amidst the tumultuous waves of the Atlantic. Amidst their playful antics, they do not neglect their serious undertakings. The first phase of the supercomputer's debugging at Stark Industries has been successfully completed. After a brief exchange with Pepper Potts, arrangements have been made for the supercomputer to be housed within the newly constructed villa, specifically in the previously designated wine cellar. In this rapidly evolving world of Marvel's elite, the notion of brewing in a wine cellar seems almost absurd. Who can say what the future holds for America in a few years? The wine cellar has been transformed into a server room, featuring a circular layout with 40 imposing computer cabinets resembling double-door refrigerators, all meticulously arranged as engineers diligently carry out the installation and debugging process. "This place is excessively luxurious and exquisite," exclaimed Pepper, who, along with the engineers, was involved in the transportation and installation while also taking a moment to tour the opulent estate that once topped the charts of 2008's real estate transactions. She praised Daisy's villa and marveled at its location, one perched on the Atlantic side, the other standing on the Pacific coast, a distant gaze across the vast expanse of America. With Daisy and Stark residing at opposite ends of the horizon, never to meet, a perfect scenario indeed. However, unlike the magazine models, Daisy possesses extraordinary abilities, profound scientific knowledge, breathtaking beauty, and a captivating figure, along with an extensive network that positions her as Tony Stark's ideal assistant, thereby posing a significant threat to Pepper. Had Daisy been aware of this sentiment, she would have surely laughed it off, for who could endure the tempestuous temperament of Stark? Only Pepper cherishes him as a treasure. Having confirmed that Daisy had no intention of visiting Stark in the near future, Pepper, filled with enthusiasm, immersed herself in negotiations for a wind power plant and a waste treatment facility. Although the supercomputer had not yet materialized, it had already consumed vast amounts of resources. From Pepper's perspective, the investment seemed excessively burdensome. Nevertheless, to keep Daisy away from Stark and to eliminate any excuse for their interaction, she continued to pay the engineers substantial overtime wages, urging them to expedite their work, proclaiming that the customer is indeed king. As the installation of the supercomputer reached its midpoint, a translation of Masterman's ancient texts was completed. Daisy hastily perused it, yet 2 minutes later, her brow furrowed in confusion, unable to comprehend the material. A superficial analysis revealed that this was no mere jest, but rather the insights gained by Masterman during his spiritual practice. The information was invaluable, yet she found herself lost in a haze of profound and esoteric language, with a narrative style that was equally obscure. Initially believing that Masterman adhered to Taoist practices, it now appeared that he was, in fact, a practitioner of Buddhist esotericism, frequently discussing the concept of meridian circulation. The text, interspersed with Han, Mongolian, and Manchu characters, along with Sanskrit, had been meticulously verified in the context of dangerous encounters and proved undeniably authentic. However, for Daisy, each character was understood individually, yet the overall meaning remained elusive. Chapter 102. Extraordinary Powers. The enigmatic Master Tai Su can be deemed a visionary in the realm of extraordinary abilities. With the theory of the Xianyin's 3 pillars and 12 heavenly circuits at its core, each principle manifests as a distinct ring, with the most formidable among them being the soul-capturing forbidden spirit, capable of reshaping all things and being utterly indestructible. These 3 pivotal rings are allocated to the left, central, and right paths respectively. The remaining 7 rings, imbued with primordial energy, correspond to the 7 major acupoints in the human body. Eager to establish a connection with the force that can sever atoms, Qin Ji is determined to explore the path of the Xianyin's 3 pillars. Clad in loose training attire, an airy silk top and flowing cloud-like trousers, Qin Ji sits cross-legged on the floor, her tablet displaying a tutorial on the foundational principles of the 3 pillars and 12 heavenly circuits. Following the initial guidance for practice while meticulously perusing Master Tai Su's handwritten notes, she strives to calm her mind, seeking to grasp the elusive sensations and meridians associated with the legends. As the lion cub, a fluffy ball of energy, wanders past the back room and notices her focused practice, it joyfully ventures out to play alone. However, after merely 5 minutes of arduous training, Qin Ji senses an unsettling disarray. The online introductory materials are mere empty rhetoric, devoid of any genuine sensation, almost lulling her into slumber. After extensive searching and repeated exploration, she finally stumbles upon a handwritten notebook among the exhibits of an ancient museum, perhaps a novice guide gifted by an esteemed monk to a disciple in ages past. What a sham! A fleeting glance nearly causes Qin Ji to shatter her tablet in frustration. These monks practicing the Xian are all male practitioners, focusing solely on masculine energies. Female practitioners must engage in dual cultivation with a master to receive guidance. The secrets of these esoteric teachings have not been preserved in written form. According to existing texts, it appears that anyone can practice the 3 pillars and 12 heavenly circuits. Yet ancient manuscripts clearly indicate that this method is intended solely for men. Qin Ji grasps the underlying meaning. The left path connects to the right secret realm. The right path leads to the left secret realm, and the central passage directly reaches the midpoint. How can a woman, lacking the union of yin and yang, possibly access these realms? As for substituting one's own femininity, regrettably, though such claims circulate online, ancient sages have never explored this notion. To seek guidance from a living master of the Xianyin sect today would be akin to chasing phantoms. The only authoritative figure has lost his fingers to one individual and subsequently vanished into the snowy wilderness. Even if one were to retrieve Master Tai Su, how could one be assured of his answers? Is there truly no other avenue to pursue? Qin Ji scours the literature, only to find the results disheartening. The 3 pillars and 12 heavenly circuits are deemed suitable exclusively for men. While women may attempt the practice, should complications arise, the Xianyin sect's masters bear no responsibility. She finds herself utterly unable to perceive the left path, right wheel, or central circuit, let alone the 7 acupoint circuits. Having examined all available Xianyin literature, it becomes evident that the 3 pillars and 12 heavenly circuits are viewed as foundational principles. Master Tai Su's discourse is profound and esoteric. Yet Qin Ji possesses no foundational knowledge, with the recorded insights primarily comprising practical experiences rather than secret teachings. They serve merely as a source of occasional diversion, something to peruse in moments of leisure. Alas, the teachings passed down from predecessors yield no results, and there are few references to consult. Fortunately, these rings were not forged by those masters, leaving a glimmer of hope. Thus, she instructs the intelligent control system to gather data, decipher the alien script within the rings, and await the operation of the supercomputer connecting to the arcane energy source. When the time comes, Qin Ji is eager to witness the true potential of this seemingly insignificant ring. After 2 days of carefree frolicking, little Nona began to feel a twinge of anxiety upon realizing she was indeed unattended. She sought out Qin Ji, hoping to master her own extraordinary abilities. Classmate Qin Ji, exhausted and beleaguered by the complexities of the 12 zodiac constellations, was reclining under a palm tree, taking a nap. Nona gazed at this lax guardian, speechless. Once, she had yearned for freedom. Now that her dream had come true, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to such a life. Gently shaking Qin Ji's arm until she stirred, Nona pressed her lips together and said, "I feel no different from an ordinary person. Since that incident, I have not used my abilities again. Could you teach me?" Having witnessed Qin Ji's prowess in teleportation and gravity manipulation, Nona stubbornly believed she was a mutant. Unable to assess the strength of her abilities, she could only envy Qin Ji, who appeared to possess no genetic anomalies and seamlessly blended into everyday life. Nona, however, could not enjoy such normalcy. When the chef and housekeeper first laid eyes on her green hair, they recoiled in shock, as if confronted by a monster. Qingji, also unfamiliar with the training methods of the original mutants, decided to emulate the way Sebastian had once trained the young Magneto. She moved tables and chairs nearby, retrieved a coin, and gestured for Nona to make it levitate. Concentrate your thoughts. Perceive this force as instinct rather than a deliberate action. Do not stare at me. Focus on the coin and envision its flight. Nona exerted herself for a full 5 minutes. Her face flushed, yet the coin remained motionless on the table. You really are quite foolish, Qingji remarked with a hint of mockery, provoking a sharp glare from Nona. After another 5 minutes of struggle, Nona still failed to grasp the concept, causing Qingji to feel a sense of urgency. She stepped forward to demonstrate. I will show you. I cannot directly manipulate magnetic force, but you can learn from observing its principles. Nona watched intently as Qingji prepared to execute a magnetic operation. The fundamental particles that convey and guide magnetic force are photons, which serve as the medium of electromagnetic effects. Multiplying Planck's constant by the frequency of light waves yields the photon. Photons exhibit both wave and particle characteristics. They exist independently like particles, yet oscillate akin to sound waves. Qingji's mastery of magnetism was divided into 2 parts. She seemed to ignite photons before Nona's eyes, generating light points and positive and negative charges, subsequently adjusting the wavelength of light waves to manipulate magnetic force. Compared to simple particles, the repulsive power of electromagnetism vastly exceeds that of gravity by a factor of 14 to the 12th power. The disparity is immense. However, the applications of magnetism are far less extensive than those of gravity. Universal gravitation is undeniably potent. Light can be drawn in, and gravitational strength increases with mass, presenting boundless potential. At this stage, manipulating magnetic force was considerably more challenging for Qingji than controlling gravity, and it appeared somewhat taxing. Watch closely. She instructed with boundless exhilaration at showcasing her magnetic manipulation. Regrettably, her control remained imperfect. Otherwise, she would have dazzled Magneto with her prowess. A coin floated effortlessly under her guidance, following a predetermined path before finally landing in Nona's palm. Sensing that familiar force, Nona felt a slight intoxication. Can you wield that kind of power? Aren't you merely a gravity controller? Qingji smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate. She first exerted her gravitational force on little Nona, a familiar strength, and then released a subtle magnetic field, allowing the magnetic force to lift her, which resonated perfectly with Nona's abilities. Attentively sensing the nuances, it seemed that Qingji had grasped a hint of understanding. Practice on your own, she encouraged, as she levitated the living being with magnetism. Chapter 103. A matter of urgency. By Yao was acutely aware of her curiosity regarding the white tiger spirit mirror, yet wisely doused it with a dose of cold reality. Though this treasure possessed astonishing power, it was far from unparalleled. As she traversed a corridor, she was greeted by a gathering of elite agents. The bond between her and Hill was anything but ordinary. Bai Yao subtly leaned in, whispering, "What pressing matter has Director Nick Fury summoned everyone for?" Hill glanced around before responding in a hushed tone. "It is rumored that due to the green-skinned giant, General Ross has officially contacted the Pentagon, requesting the SHIELD to dispatch top-tier agents for assistance." Upon hearing this, Bai Yao's smile blossomed. So-called elite agents. Does that imply the last group sent were mere incompetents? Hill cleared her throat softly and lightly nudged Bai Yao's elbow, prompting her to turn and notice Victoria, hand observing them intently from a short distance behind. Bai Yao's instinctive wariness towards the older woman was a consistent strategy. The factions within SHIELD were tightly knit, their positions stable, while the neutral faction was rife with conflict, leaving her with a space to exploit. Only by controlling Victoria's faction could she amass the strength to devour both sides. Relying solely on the favor of superiors for authority could only provide temporary stability. Without loyal supporters, should the higher-ups shift their allegiance, she would be left in obscurity. In the original world, figures like Bai Yao Johnson, Maria Hill, Tony Stark, and even Norman Osborn had held this position, but none remained long due to a lack of support from the lower and middle-tier agents. Now, Bai Yao was not only tasked with opposing Victoria Hand, but also with relentlessly pursuing her until she was vanquished. A mocking smile graced her lips. It was simply the way of things. With 12 agents lost, should not some be held accountable and resign? Victoria Hand's temper flared at these words. She harbored considerable disdain for this brash woman who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. The tension between them had escalated from minor disputes to an irreconcilable standoff. "How commendably have you executed your duties? I've heard Tony Stark managed to escape on his own. You probably didn't even catch a glimpse of the kidnappers. Did you? What a blemish on SHIELD. Ridiculous. Do you think you've encountered that green giant? You were likely peering at him from 2 miles away with military satellites. That is still better than being an imbecile who never saw the kidnappers. Amidst their verbal sparring, although Bai Yao's provocation seemed somewhat performative, the animosity between them was undeniably real. Their discord was destined to persist, and without resolution, it would likely escalate further. Former agents passed by, witnessing their sharp exchanges as they unearthed old grievances. Hill appeared exceedingly uncomfortable, feeling she had been unjustly evasive. After all, her connection with Bai Yao was inescapable. Yet, she was ill-suited to intervene in their quarrel, forced to act as though she were oblivious to the unfolding scene. As fellow colleagues, the conversation took a turn when Victoria-hand accused Biao of having questionable sources of funding for her luxurious villa, prompting Hill to lose her composure and interject. Although Biao had her flaws, her ability to amass wealth was undeniable. Acquiring such opulent property posed no challenge for her. Victoria's words seemed to cast a shadow over Biao's integrity. Under pressure from the onslaught, Victoria's demeanor faltered as she glanced at her old acquaintance, the flat-headed agent Jasper Helwell. Amidst the passing crowd, with a chilling tone, she inquired, "Agent Helwell, I presume you possess evidence of her dubious financial sources?" Helwell appeared taken aback, bewildered by the unexpected turmoil intruding upon a simple stroll. As a member of Hydra, he understood he should not involve himself in such disputes, and thus sought to mediate. Hill, recognizing her own overstepping, joined in the effort to defuse the tension. It was not until they entered Nick Fury's spacious office that this verbal skirmish ceased. Helwell wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, feeling the weight of Director Pierce's stern gaze as if questioning, "Why are you entangled in matters concerning neutral parties? Do you wish to retain this position?" Biao surveyed her surroundings. The air was thick with tension. Nick Fury's office was filled with all elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., ranked above level 7, each a seasoned warrior. Many were station heads recalled from various international branches, gathered together for this occasion. In Chapter 104, it becomes evident that the last remaining pinnacle of the 7th tier was Hill, who had always stood at the zenith of the 8th tier's authority. Yet, recently, Nick Fury had inexplicably stripped her of her powers, promoting her to a heavier responsibility. This reason remained a mystery. When the two were alone, work-related matters were seldom discussed, leaving Daisy perplexed. "Ladies and gentlemen, time is fleeting. In just a few brief words, we must capture the rampaging Hulk. This is a military endeavor. However, this creature poses a threat to the safety of humanity, which is indeed our mission." Nick Fury's singular gaze swept across the room, anticipating someone to step forward for the monumental task. Yet all present were individuals of profound contemplation, not fools. The world had witnessed footage of the Hulk, where the might of tank fire seemed but a mere tickle before him. This adversary could not be vanquished by mere human strength or strategy. The esteemed members of Hydra exchanged glances, with Director Pierce feigning ignorance, while Crossbones grimaced in pain, rubbing his back. The bald-headed brute, however, showed no need to conceal his distress, having entered the room drenched in sweat that had yet to cease. Silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Nick Fury had a select few trusted individuals he wished to assign with significant responsibilities, but upon seeing Coulson's unremarkable demeanor, he felt a pang of worry. Such talent, if easily defeated by the enemy, would indeed be a grave loss. Coupled with the earlier incident involving Coulson's contact with Stark, resulting in the loss of 6 agents. The clash between Iron Patriot and Iron Man leading to the deaths of 35 innocent civilians and hundreds injured, Fury, along with Daisy and Victoria-hand, faced public censure within the agency, making it inappropriate for him to retain a prominent role. When mentioning agents like Maria, Hawkeye, and Black Widow, Fury felt somewhat diminished. He could only turn his gaze toward the sole individual in the room with a spirit imbued with power, Agent Daisy Johnson. "What is your perspective on this Hulk?" The implication was clear. Could she prevail against him? However, Daisy was no match for such an extraordinary foe. He was formidable beyond measure. Yet she was unwilling to miss the opportunity to shine in this moment. Among colleagues, strength is revered, and at this moment, she cannot exhibit her extraordinary abilities. Thus, she resorts to the power of foresight to gain an advantage. A smile graces Daisy's lips as she recalls the reports and mission updates from the spy Victoria-hand. The creature known as the Green Giant is, in truth, not beyond handling. As she broaches the subject, her words astonish everyone present. Upon hearing her, Victoria-hand grits her teeth in frustration. "What strategies do you propose?" The bald leader remains indifferent to the discord between the two, finding delight in the fierce competition among his subordinates. Daisy activates the 3-dimensional projection in her office, and after a careful selection, she presents a cross-sectional image of the human brain. She gestures towards the illustration, stating, "This is the human brain. The Green Giant still possesses a human form." and his thoughts are governed by it. The report from the spy Victoria-hand mentions that the more the green giant is struck, the greater his strength becomes and the fiercer his rage intensifies. This, I believe, is a result of his brain's emotional response. By reversing his path, we can render him progressively weaker until he can be subdued by an ordinary individual. The military has not disclosed any information regarding Bruce Banner's temper subsiding, leaving Daisy to feign ignorance. However, her arguments are compelling, and several spies nod in agreement privately. Daisy continues. Modern science has demonstrated that different color spectrums can influence the human brain. I merely need to construct several spectral wave emitters, ensuring ample power supply, and then direct them towards him to accomplish this task successfully. She provides an example. When people gather in a tavern, the rhythm of music and flickering lights inexplicably lift their spirits. The principle is akin, as light can elevate or diminish one's mood. By adjusting the emission frequency from high to low, we can calm the brain's excitability, thereby weakening the source of this immense power at its origin. This assertion is not her mere fabrication, but rather a conclusion drawn from contemporary scientific research, which is widely accepted rather than speculative. However, there are certain scientific secrets she refrains from disclosing. Simply suppressing emotions is not a long-term solution. Akin to a tightly coiled spring, when the green giant strikes back, he will be even more frenzied. This insight stems from Professor Charles, an unparalleled authority in the realm of the brain. Yet this venerable scholar keeps his research shrouded in secrecy, unknown to the outside world. As she anticipates, once the green giant is captured, General Ross will undoubtedly regard him as a treasure, making it exceedingly unlikely for him to remain with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Daisy feels no need to overly concern herself with this matter. The spies are resolute and valiant, discussing lethal techniques with no one lagging behind. Yet scientific knowledge has become the domain of academia. Most do not fully grasp her words, but from her confident discourse, it appears the task is not overly daunting. Upon this simplistic analysis, the mission seems devoid of complexity. Crosso turns to Pierce, his gaze inquiring. If all it takes is to set up a few lighting devices on-site to capture the green giant, the task is evidently trivial. Should they then take it upon themselves to apprehend the green giant for further analysis? Fries contemplates for a moment. His scientific acumen is equally lacking, and he finds Daisy's assertions reasonable but questions their simplicity. Just a few laser lights and the job is done? This method seems excessively inexpensive. The cost is merely $2 million. His original plan involved deploying an aircraft carrier and high-end weaponry, for which he sought $55 billion in operational funding from the Pentagon, a sum Congress would undoubtedly refuse to approve, leaving only the Defense Department to foot the bill from its own coffers. General Ross has tirelessly advocated for the staggering sum of $5.5 billion, even risking the political future of his command in pursuit of support. Now, if you were to suggest to him that a mere $2 million could resolve the matter, would he not be utterly astounded? Earlier, when he drafted his plan, he meticulously outlined an array of heavy weaponry, including aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and even space-based armaments. The topic of today's Grand Assembly revolves around the imperative for various departments to collaborate and marshal their elite forces to capture the Hulk. Yet, it seems all efforts have been rendered futile. Freddy glanced at the seemingly innocent Daisy, at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he managed to utter, "Agent Johnson, your theories are indeed ahead of their time. To ensure the efficacy of our operations, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your concepts here?" Although Daisy may not possess the mechanical expertise of Tony Stark or the Beast Hank, modifying a laser device posed no challenge for her, and she readily agreed. Chapter 105. What is the worth? In the realm of cultivation, intelligence agents are renowned for their cold demeanor. None wish to be labeled with the title of heated impulsiveness, which is not merely a matter of contention within the nine heavens' divine domain, but a matter of personal dignity. Seeing that no one responded, Ling Yuan opted to proceed with the current companion, selecting the bald disciple, Castor Hermes, for this task. This individual had faced numerous predicaments, rendering his emotional state among the lowest here, making him ideal for experimentation. "Scholar Hermes, let us see how you fare," she commanded without further inquiry, almost coercively dragging the bald man to the luminous array. "Stand still and try to evoke a state of agitation. Scholar Hermes, do not focus on Commander Priss. Look here." With slight adjustments, she noticed the glimmer in his left eye, signaling Priss, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, compelling him to comply swiftly. Concealed behind the modified light matrix, Ling Yuan initiated the countdown, setting the device to its extreme limits. A kaleidoscope of light waves began to pulse rhythmically. Should the tester attempt to discern the patterns among the light points, they would be drawn into an ocean of emotions, their thoughts simultaneously guided by external magical forces, flowing along predetermined paths. Initially, Hermes maintained the serene smile of a cultivator. However, after mere moments, This smile began to contort, a flicker of fervor emerging in his gaze. Despite his best efforts to restrain himself, at the opportune moment, Ling Yuan ceased the activation, promptly resetting the controls. This time, Castor quickly embraced his role, slipping from a state of fervor into chaos, his expression darkening, revealing a profound detachment from worldly matters. Observing this, Ling Yuan deactivated the mechanism, giving the bald man a reassuring pat on the back, signaling him to rest. With a look of bewilderment, he took several moments to realize he had briefly lost control. Scanning his surroundings with unease, he reassured himself that he had not uttered any forbidden words of homage to the serpent god, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. Instinctively distancing himself from the radiant matrix, a wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him, though he managed to maintain his composure, fleeting as it was. Various intelligence agents began to murmur amongst themselves as Kronsky slowly approached Pris, whispering, "This artifact seems capable of ensnaring the mind." Pris nodded in agreement. Regardless of Ling Yuan's initial intentions, the modifications indeed possessed an enchanting effect. The transformation of the Serpent Sect's soul, akin to the cinematic depiction of a high-pressure baptism of Bucky's memories, sought to preserve combat effectiveness, albeit this method is far from thorough and fraught with stringent conditions, with only a tenuous chance of survival on 10 attempts. At this moment, Ling Yuan's method of controlling the mind, with a slight modification, could be applied to the art of soul transformation, ensuring safety and painlessness without leaving any hidden dangers. It was akin to a divine weapon bestowed by the heavens, granting the Serpent Sect dominion over the world. While everyone expressed their opinions, director Liu Dan inquired of Coulson, "What is the value of this artifact?" Truly, Liu Dan was unaware of its worth. Coulson hesitated. Having appropriated it without permission, he too was ignorant of its price and could only estimate approximately 300 gold coins. Liu Dan felt a sense of discontent. Such a trifle. How could the 50 billion spirit crystals expended merely serve to capture the Hulk? Yet, some expenditure was necessary. Holding spirit crystals in hand, yet unable to utilize them, vexed him greatly. He called over Ling Yuan. "My lady, can this truly contend with the Hulk? While I cannot guarantee absolute success, the odds are significantly in our favor," Ling Yuan replied, leaving room for doubt. Liu Dan took a deep breath, filled with the essence of heaven and earth, and declared the meeting concluded. The original oath-taking was unnecessary. Everyone should return to their mountains for cultivation. The elite left behind in the headquarters could manage, but 7 or 8 branch leaders, like Hill, who had flown from the southern continent to the northern, were indignant, claiming the situation was perilous and that the fate of the Divine Strategy Bureau hinged on this one act. Was this not deceiving the multitude? Nicholas Fury, unable to defend himself, delegated his ally Pre to calm the crowd, accompanying Ling Yuan to the Pentagon to meet General Ross. Just as Ross was prepared to let things fall apart, he was astonished by this inexpensive yet ingenious strategy. How could this be? The Hulk was supposed to be invincible. The old man stroked his beard in confusion. Could a mere lamp worth a few hundred gold coins truly defeat the Hulk? Had all his years of effort been reduced to a farce? A prodigy, brought low before the enemy by a single ray of light. If this news were to reach the adversaries of the Defense Bureau, it could very well land Ross in a military court, seeking justice for the soldiers who perished in the pursuit of the Hulk. Nicholas stood silently to the side, and Ling Yuan had to respond personally. "General, the influence of light on the mind is not an extraordinary science. A simple inquiry to your esteemed laboratory on consciousness research would suffice. The Defense Bureau has had weapon projects for 50 years. How could there be no research on consciousness? It is merely that General Ross has always focused on physical enhancement, neglecting the arcane secrets of consciousness." The old man, apprehensive, dialed the phone. Though the conversation was brief, General Ross's status could not be disregarded, and the responsible party on the other end engaged with him enthusiastically. Before long, the old man hung up the phone, his face ashen. Ling Yuan's theory was undeniably accurate. The researcher on the other side had also been perplexed as to why the general had abruptly ended the call. Negligence. This was a serious dereliction of duty. The research results had long been available, yet were not communicated. The old man, enraged, pounded his fists on the desk. Ling Yuan remained silent, a cold smile forming within. Perhaps the elderly gentleman had not inquired at all. The lack of communication between departments, the failure to translate research findings into strength, had even tainted the Pentagon with bureaucratic tendencies. She said nothing, merely observing the old man's performance. The old man endeavored to conclude his act. Whether others believed him or not, he could only attribute the failures to being kept in the dark. Otherwise, after years of pursuit and the sacrifice of many soldiers and civilians, a thorough accounting might just warrant Ross's execution. The urgency to apprehend was paramount. General Ross consulted several martial arts advisors, neglecting the matter of the Hulk, specifically inquiring about the impact of color on the mind. The responses were uniformly similar, establishing a consensus that required no further discussion. Accordingly, Brigadier Fury and Major Johnson joined the pursuit, setting aside the grand plan for the time being. Nicholas nodded in agreement. The extensive strategy of encirclement had long been relegated to obscurity. Though he remained composed, he could not knowingly disregard a simplified plan while sending his soldiers to charge recklessly. Remember the responsibility we bear. The primary duty of an agent is to protect life, Egg urged Ling Yuan before their departure. What constitutes the primary duty of an agent? Ling Yuan pondered and soon understood. It was indeed to prioritize life above all else. Was Egg implying that in the event of failure, she must ensure his escape? She grasped the leader's intent, smiling and nodding in affirmation. Chapter 106. Standing together in protection under Marshal Luo Xiaoyan's command were elite warriors. Their assembly speed akin to a leaping leopard. Those who lagged behind had surely faced divine retribution. Among the disciples, one elderly figure stood out distinctly, a man with a square face and robust physique, seemingly unremarkable at first glance. However, in the realm of mortals, he resembled a cheetah concealed among a herd of deer. Once he entered the battlefield, his brilliance shone forth, his eyes sparkled with cunning, and within them lurked the sharpness of a wolf, his hunting skills more refined than ever before. Nick Fury had forged numerous alliances, maintaining a grasp on elite warriors across the globe, able to recite each valiant name from memory, his knowledge of military affairs in America unparalleled. Yet amidst the throng, there remained newcomers. General Luo introduced Daisy to Captain Bruce, a man who could have achieved the rank of colonel but had willingly remained a soldier for years. Steadfast at the front lines, truly a valiant warrior. Daisy nodded slightly. She felt no particular regard for Bruce, merely a former soldier. Though he had been infused with a downgraded version of super soldier serum, having not been exposed to gamma radiation, he was ultimately just a larger version of an ordinary soldier. Hardly worthy of admiration. This half-baked super soldier, had he not been captain, she believed she could easily defeat 10 of him. Luo Xiaoyan felt there was a chance of victory in this battle, yet he proceeded with caution, as was his custom, assigning responsibilities before inviting Daisy and Egg to join the capture operation. Although the Pentagon was in close proximity to Washington, D.C., it was separated by the Potomac River, indeed belonging to Virginia. Now that the Hulk had made an appearance at the University of Virginia, Bruce Banner's whereabouts were already known to the venerable Luo Xiaoyan. The group boarded 2 fighter jets, swiftly landing at their destination. Daisy observed the soldiers setting up ambushes around them, her brow furrowing slightly, as she inquired of Marshal Luo Xiaoyan, General, "Are you certain we should initiate the capture on campus? While it may not rival Yale or Harvard, the University of Virginia ranks among the top 20 emerging institutions. To act here, facing a human nuclear explosion, could lead to grave political repercussions in the event of collateral damage." At present, Daisy was striving to enhance her reputation in both the political and academic spheres, and her name could not afford to be tainted by the scandal of a blood-soaked campus. Luo Xiaoyan remained silent, but beside him, Bruce could no longer contain his thoughts. He harbored persistent doubts regarding Nick and Daisy's identities. Were they truly soldiers? They bore no armor. Were they bureaucrats? They certainly resembled them, at least Daisy did. Do you know the soldiers' sacred duty? This is a military operation. The false serum seems to trouble Bruce, leaving him on the verge of reason. Daisy disregards Bruce and turns her gaze to Marshal Ro Xiaotian. If the old man insists on resorting to violence within the academy, she would promptly withdraw. Enough, abandon the plan, execute the scheme. Originally, Ro Xiaotian had risked everything, but now he appears more rational, compelled to consider the political ramifications. Bruce wishes to persist, but is sternly halted by Ro Xiaotian. Execute the plan. This is an order. Reluctantly, Bruce salutes, turning to summon the soldiers for retreat, as a shadow of resentment and dissatisfaction flickers in his eyes. More so towards Ro Xiaotian and Daisy than anyone else. He harbors an intense loathing for the hidden identity of Nico, as well as for the one who placed Daisy by the General's side, the true instigator. A fine soldier indeed, Daisy remarks with irony, echoing Ro Xiaotian's praise for Bruce. The silver-haired Ro Xiaotian certainly notes Bruce's discontent, but pays it little mind. There are countless who harbor grievances against him. He quietly confides to Daisy, "In the plan, you must protect my beloved daughter. This is my sole request." Daisy is well aware of his daughter, Betty Ro Xiaotian, the future Red Giant. She remembers that one day, Betty will be bound to General Colston's son, Tubert, and later, after a tumultuous marriage, she will join hands with Bruce Banner. Yet, these are mere memories. Logically, even a senior agent should not be overly familiar with Marshal Ro Xiaotian's daughter. Thus Daisy turns to Nico. "It is said that the Hulk is with Betty Ro Xiaotian. This task is entrusted to you both. as communication among women should be encouraged. Nico shows little interest in Ro Xiaotian's intricate emotions, speaking with a hint of detachment. Contemplating that the Hulk would not harm Betty, and would even protect her in times of peril, this task does not seem daunting. Daisy nods in agreement. Dr. Bruce Banner remains blissfully unaware of his father-in-law's schemes. In this timeline, the fierce battle at the University of Virginia does not occur due to Daisy's intervention. He enjoys the afternoon sun, cherishing a warm companionship with Betty throughout the day. At this point, Dr. Banner must not allow any emotional turmoil. The two are in perfect harmony, not even touching hands, spending the entire afternoon in serene conversation about scientific endeavors and various topics. Betty seems to have forgotten about her boyfriend at home, and Banner also forgets his troublesome predicament. As light rain begins to fall after dinner, they attempt to hold hands. Discovering they remain composed, thus further possibilities unfold before them. With a spirit of exploration, they walk hand in hand towards the inn. A stroll with a loved one should bring joy, yet interruptions are inevitable. A clear and melodious female voice arises beside them, imbued with surprise and admiration. "Dr. Betty, I have studied your paper on high-energy semiconductor detection technology." Daisy perfectly embodies the role of an admiring student of science, as a PhD in quantum physics. She poses innocuous questions with ease. Encountering a woman on the street discussing radiation issues is a rare experience for Betty Ro Xiaotian. After a brief hesitation, she engages in conversation with Daisy. Gazing upon the stunning woman, Daisy couldn't help but think, what an elongated visage. Surely acquiring the right facial mask must have been quite a challenge. Moreover, this woman possessed a statuesque figure, and with her high heels, she appeared to tower over Daisy by several centimeters. Accounting for the height of the heels, she likely stood nearly 1.80 meters. While a long face and tall stature may not be considered flaws, Miss Betty could hardly be deemed lacking in beauty. Under the dim light, her skin resembled freshly fallen snow, and her eyes sparkled like precious gems. Daisy grasped her hand tightly. "I am perplexed by a matter." Just as Betty prepared to hear her inquiry, Daisy suddenly seized her and fled swiftly. Oh, Banner, who had been lurking invisibly yet was brimming with curiosity, was now utterly astonished. What could be the intention behind such actions? Was she experiencing the influence of fluid lines on the human form in the midst of her escape? Chapter 107. Immense joy faced with the tear-stained visage of his daughter. Soon, Marshal Laming's heart was tumultuous. After all, the bond of blood runs deep, and a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. What further incensed him was the gaze of his soldiers. This was no primitive era, and everyone was keenly perceptive. Remarkably, this operation resulted in no casualties. Not even a single pill was expended, merely consuming a bit of focus oil and several calming talismans. Compared to the heavy losses of the past, this achievement was nothing short of a complete victory, and such a turn of events undoubtedly pointed to the general's responsibilities. While the soldiers may have been naive, his colleagues in the Defense Department required careful appeasement. The myriad of interest calculations weighed heavily on his mind. A sudden thought flashed through Laming's mind. Why not release Howlon and seek glory through self-degradation? Yet this was but a fleeting fantasy. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains would lead to ruin and disgrace for all the world to witness. He commanded, "Gather the troops. Bring everyone back." Suiyun attempted to volunteer. "Marshal, I possess some knowledge regarding the calming talismans. Allow me." "No need. Your hard work is commendable. The remaining matters are within our capability to resolve." The elder resolutely declined her offer. How could he allow the army to be unable to deploy the suppressive talismans against the tumult? It was simply absurd. Suiyun, feeling a sense of duty, ceased her insistence. The group returned with a mix of trepidation and elation, while Marshal Laming's heart was a tempest of emotions. His daughter continued to weep, and 2 female guards remained closely vigilant, unmoving, while Hong Jun was securely detained. It was not an exaggeration on Marshal Laming's part. Although his military alchemy skills were not on par with the Scorpion clan, he was far from ordinary. First, he sealed the area with a large quantity of sleeping powder, then reinforced it with intricate binding formations. Once he witnessed Hong Jun thoroughly subdued, Laming finally felt a sense of relief. Greater battles awaited his attention, as he would face inquiries from the minister and several generals. Failing to acquit himself would lead to retirement and seclusion as the only avenue. Renowned for his resolute character, Marshal Laming had vanquished countless foes, yet now found himself in an unprecedented predicament. He held others' secrets, yet they too possessed means to surveil him. The tale of purchasing the release from the Hulk with a lifespan of 300 years had begun to circulate, becoming a source of amusement within the circle. Many neutral parties commented on him thus, while his political adversaries were far less forgiving. Their knives had long been drawn, poised to strike. Unaware of her father's dire situation, Suiyun was wholly focused on her desire to escape and rescue Hong Jun. Although she was adept in defensive martial arts, she was no match for the female guards. In this just realm, no one would show her leniency simply because her father was a marshal. Resistance would only invite a fist. Miss Chui, in her relentless pursuit of a solution, found herself at an impasse. In her moment of agitation, the image of Hong Jun lying on the autopsy table flashed before her eyes, when suddenly, a middle-aged man entered the room. Chui Yun recognized him as a formidable warrior under her father's command, known as Marshal Barons. By order of the Marshal, I must question this young lady. Everyone else, please step aside. Barons commanded the female guards. The two female guards, robust and rugged, who even in their duties exuded the spirit of valiant women, displayed a moment of surprise at this directive. However, the high regard in which Barons was held in the military prompted them to hesitate only briefly before they turned to leave. With a swift motion, Barons struck the nape of both guards, rendering them unconscious without a peep. Possessing the physique of a martial deity, augmented by an improved version of the divine blood of weaponry coursing through him, he was indeed extraordinary. He swiftly silenced their mouths and bound their limbs, then gestured for Chui Yun to follow him. Maintain your composure and follow me, Baron stated coolly as he exited. As a daughter of the Lei family and the partner of Hong Jun, destined to become the Red Giant, Chui Yun possessed an equally resilient spirit. She feigned nonchalance and departed the confinement with Barons. Within the Pentagon, many staff members were present, and their attire did not seem out of place. They navigated through two corners towards the elevator leading to the underground facilities, where Chui Yun inquired, "Why do you assist me?" Initially, Barons was reluctant to respond. But upon her persistent questioning, he finally stated, "I am a warrior, and I wish to engage him in battle." Barons had previously believed himself to be the strongest warrior in the world, second only to the Hulk, reasoning that the irrational Hulk could not be his rival. Thus, he should rightfully claim the top position. However, after witnessing Chui Yun's prowess that very night, his perception shattered. He was oblivious to the world's evolving dynamics. As trends like the Ice Bucket Challenge felt distant from him, 2 decades of military life had molded him into a pure warrior. He had once presumed Chui Yun to be politically inclined, someone with whom he had no connection, only to realize how gravely mistaken he had been. Many soldiers, obscured by the rain-soaked night, could not see clearly, yet his enhanced vision allowed him to discern that Chui Yun's speed was far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Barons sternly reassured himself that he too could attain such prowess, despite the fact that she had effortlessly traversed with another woman in tow. A display that was nothing short of astonishing. He recognized that the coveted first throne might soon change hands, leaving him tormented. Just as Chui Yun and her companion vanished like the wind, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to challenge her. Upon returning to the Pentagon, the image of that swift figure lingered in his mind. He yearned for combat, a vigorous and exhilarating clash, to reignite the honor of his warrior spirit. Thus, he resolved to rescue Chui Yun and Hong Jun, to bring them face to face, and to triumph over this formidable adversary in righteous battle. Chui Yun felt somewhat bewildered. Yet she did not question Baron's intentions. The unexpected assistance was not something to be dismissed. Their immediate priority was to escape. Along the way, Baron spoke dreamily of past experiences, seeking to inspire his own courage, while Chui Yun regarded him with a look of confusion, as though observing someone unhinged. Chapter 108. The enigmatic cause and effect. Unaware of the intricate web of cause and effect, the green spirit had traversed a distance of 200 steps. Even burdened by the weight of life, her form glided like a phantom through the air. Dr. Ballas watched as she vanished into the verdant foliage by the roadside, and in an instant, she was gone. A thunderous tremor resonated. Unforeseen was this sudden upheaval, with the only conjecture stemming from the resonant sound. Witnessing unspeakable atrocities ignited a tempest of fury within Bruce, overwhelming his cultivated serenity. His rage surged like molten lava, coursing through his veins and triggering a fundamental transformation. His blood surging with the ferocity akin to a beast's heart, pounding violently. His body underwent a profound reconfiguration, with every cell, every bone, and every muscle experiencing an extraordinary metamorphosis. In the throes of becoming an alternative being, he grappled with a transformative upheaval from within. His arms thickened like iron columns, and his fingers became as robust as the arms of an ordinary man. His waist and legs expanded at an alarming rate, as the once frail scholar instantaneously evolved into a towering figure of 2 zhong, possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds. With a roar, the green spirit shrieked into the depths of the forest. Though the resounding noise lacked any supernatural prowess, it harnessed an immeasurable power, the sound waves crashing like a torrent, obliterating all in their path. As trees splintered, the presence of Daisy became apparent. While Lady Belita found herself unable to match her speed or strength, her high heels shattered. Forcibly pulled, rendering her unable to escape. Yet the resilience of love compelled her to struggle defiantly against her predicament. Witnessing the aftershocks of the sound waves behind Daisy, she offered a faint smile, her feet quickening further. At this moment, Burroughs had transformed into the cataclysmic beast Hulk, his immense form almost uncontrollable with primal impulse. His murderous gaze fixated on the fleeing Daisy and Belita. Hulk's knees slightly bent, preparing to leap forward in pursuit. Amidst the series of muted thuds, 3 multifunctional battle vehicles trapped him in their midst. Hulk was no stranger to these armored soldiers. His brutish soul instinctively recognized them as the aggressors seeking to capture him once more. However, the impending cannon fire did not materialize. The vehicles hesitated, activating their emotional regulation devices and pressing the control switch. A dazzling brilliance erupted before Hulk's eyes. The kaleidoscopic spectacle was beyond his comprehension. He could not discern that the meticulously crafted lights aimed to diminish his agitation and suppress his transformation into the green giant. All he perceived was the enchanting beauty within the vibrant interplay of light and shadow. His fury quietly ebbed in silence, albeit slowly. Hulk's subconscious resisted. Yet the central core of his cognition received external influences, gradually commencing its operations. The 3 soldiers executing this perilous task aboard the vehicle felt a slight relief, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, while simultaneously cursing the ignorance of their previous commander. Such a straightforward method had cost hundreds of brave soldiers their lives. General Russell, observing from the command vehicle, was astounded by the sheer simplicity of the unfolding events. Could matters truly be this uncomplicated? It was indeed so. Bronski had been poised for a life-and-death confrontation with the Green Giant, yet the situation no longer required his intervention. Once freed from his mutant constraints, Burroughs was left clad only in oversized undergarments, his expression one of bewilderment. The soldiers, though terrified of the Green Giant, felt no fear in the presence of Burroughs. They approached him to administer a sedative, fearing that the initial dose might be insufficient. They even prepared an additional injection. The dosage was potent enough to lull an elephant into slumber. Coupled with heavy shackles, they felt a semblance of reassurance. Gazing at the soldiers who supported the slumbering Blars Burroughs as they brought him forth, General Russell still found it hard to believe that it had come to this. "Father, forgive him. I implore you to show him mercy." Daisy, dragging the sorrowful Burita, turned around, and upon seeing the elderly Ross, Burita understood everything. Tears streamed down her face as she clung tightly to the old man, unwilling to let go. "Spare Burroughs, he is innocent." The gentle rain fell, leaves rustling in the wind, accompanying Burita's desperate cries. In that moment, Daisy felt like a perpetrator. Chapter 109. Unimpeded with the esteemed reputation of Rellos within the ranks of the scholars, they encountered no obstacles until they reached the final barrier of the stronghold, where their advance was halted. This was a chamber entirely forged from steel, its walls impervious and devoid of doors. The only means of entry was through the dome above, which was now sealed tightly. Marshal Rasha had no intention of providing Brian Banner with sustenance. Hunger, in his view, was merely a superior form of restraint. 12 guards stood vigil, fiercely guarding the entrance. Without the orders of Rasha or the Director of National Defense, none dared to approach. Rellos found himself unable to escape unexpectedly. "Halt, officer, you are not permitted to enter here." The guards displayed evident awe, yet their feet did not advance an inch. "I come by the command of the Marshal." Rellos attempted to argue, but these guards were loyal to Marshal Rasha, elite warriors whose gazes were filled with suspicion and vigilance. Additionally, Rellos' skills in disguise were mediocre. With a sigh, he murmured an apology. "What did you say, officer?" The guard did not catch his words, but soon witnessed Rellos suddenly strike towards his face with an elbow. Taken by surprise, and with Rellos' speed surpassing the ordinary, the elite guard collapsed to the ground before he could react. "Stop, officer. Surrender." The remaining 11 guards quickly surrounded him. 3 drew their weapons while the other 7 formed a perimeter, preparing to subdue Rellos together. As soldiers, they were acutely aware of Rellos' combat prowess and regarded him with great trepidation. One guard hastily ran to activate the alarm. "Stop right there." Rellos charged forward, like a rampaging bull, scattering the guards in his path. He then leaped to tackle the guard who had pressed the alarm button, delivering a powerful punch that sent blood splattering as the guard crumpled to the ground, incapacitated. As he launched his assault on the remaining guards, they understood his intent, and 2 weapon safeties were simultaneously disengaged. True to his self-proclamation, he possessed rich combat experience and peak physical condition. In this state, even he felt a twinge of fear. As the king of the military department, Rellos was indeed deserving of his title, exhibiting remarkable composure. He plunged into the midst of the guards, using their bodies for cover. And within 20 seconds, he had felled 5 of them. Retaining some semblance of reason, he refrained from lethal force, but heavy blows were inevitable, leading to concussions and fractures. 10 seconds later, the final 4 guards were also brought down. However, against the solid steel prison, his fists and feet found no purchase. The dome of the cage could only be unlocked with specialized equipment, which was currently unavailable. Yet, he had come to rescue Betty precisely for this moment. Awaken him. Let him rise to confront me. Rellos aimed his gun at Betty's forehead, his heart filled with trepidation. The overwhelming power of the green giant from his memories compelled him to self-suggest. Though the opponent possessed great strength, his speed was unmatched, as he considered himself a nimble warrior. However, after witnessing Daisy's speed, this self-deception became increasingly untenable. A vague notion swirled within him, revealing not only a lack of strength, but also an absence of speed. Despite this insidious thought lurking in his consciousness, he stubbornly held onto the belief that there remained a chance for battle. Betty observed his lips trembling, muttering phrases such as "I am the strongest. No one can defeat me." Internally cursing her father for employing a madman, she felt powerless, the gun's muzzle pressed firmly against her skull. If he wanted her to speak, so be it. Betty clapped her hands against the walls of the cage with force, causing pain, uncertain if the deeply sedated Banner could hear her. She screamed with all her might. The situation revealed that Professor Charles's research on human cognition was at least 2 decades ahead of contemporary understanding. His theories were utterly accurate. The repression of emotions, when taken to the extreme, would inevitably result in a backlash. Ordinary individuals, with their limited capacity for emotional endurance, could still maintain control even when angered, like the balding man, who, after Daisy's torment, might only feel mildly irked, perhaps even hungry for an extra bowl of rice that night. Yet the green giant was no ordinary being. He was fundamentally different. His rage was unquantifiable, and once it reached its zenith, the ensuing backlash erupted like a volcanic explosion. Initially, the anger was slight, but was suppressed under the weight of an ocean of sedative drugs. The anger, steadfast and unyielding, resembled a fearless warrior, persistently striving to break free and resist. With every increment the anesthetic subsided, the fury surged forth. Although the initial stages were arduous, the pace of overcoming the sedative quickened. Particularly upon hearing Betty's cries, reason dissolved, and Brian Banner reverted to the green giant once more. An immense amount of anesthetic was expelled like steam, giving rise to a stronger and angrier Hulk. With a thunderous crash, he shattered the metal confines, delivering a powerful blow that demolished an entire wall, leaping forth, roaring. The green giant, upon seeing Betty threatened by the gun, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. The part of him that remained Brian Banner had been largely eclipsed by Hulk. Though his fury was frenzied and unrestrained, deep down, the green giant was reluctant to harm Betty. He chose instead to depart from the scene. "Stop, Colossal One. I command you to halt." Rellos shoved Betty aside and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the green giant. As the bullets swiftly dwindled, he discarded his handgun and launched a kick towards the giant's head, as swift as a whip. The response was a singular punch, no need for wind-up. A silent roar that easily swatted away a mere fly. Rellos was sent flying by the blow, crashing into a corner, motionless. Good heavens! Betty covered her mouth, having previously shouted so loudly, believing him to be formidable. As for Rellos, he was merely a bystander to her. Witnessing the green giant roar and burst forth from the underground structure, Betty hurriedly pursued him. She remained oblivious to Rellos, who lay in a heap, reduced to a mere pulp, slowly regaining consciousness. Having experienced the stimulation from Daisy, the once indomitable notion within him had significantly waned. The figure of Rellos before him starkly contrasted with the cinematic portrayal, clad in a robust Kevlar battle suit. Although he had suffered defeat, it was not as catastrophic as being crushed to a pulp as depicted on screen. It was merely a slight setback. He struggled to rise, and despite the rapid healing properties of the super soldier serum coursing through him, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body and labored to breathe. Acutely aware that multiple bones in his upper body were shattered, and his internal organs bore varying degrees of damage. Chapter 110. The essence of the matter in this vast world. Practitioners are numerous, yet few can rival him. A self-deprecating smile crossed Baker's face, quickly replaced by a fierce glint in his eyes as he revealed a jade vial filled with verdant blood, the essence of the green demon. Since the capture of that significant prey, General Ross had immediately ordered the extraction of its blood, a task Baker undertook personally. Lacking a profound cultivation method as a foundation, he was nonetheless guided by instinct, firmly believing that this blood would catalyze his transformation, allowing him to emerge anew. Once wary of the wild ferocity, Baker, having recognized the chasm between them, was no longer bound by past notions. His sole purpose was to vanquish the green demon, even if it meant venturing into the abyss. He was prepared to sacrifice himself. As sensation gradually returned to his limbs, his trembling hand injected the blood from the vial into a crystal needle and pierced his throat, gently pressing down. The blood ignited within his veins like a raging inferno, instantaneously giving him the sensation of his heart being consumed by flames. As an immense surge of energy flooded through him, coursing into every extremity. This energy seemed boundless. His wounds healed almost instantaneously. Baker questioned whether the minuscule consumption was merely a fraction of the vast energy at play. He silently observed the transformation within himself as the foreign essence ruthlessly supplanted his own blood, reshaping his organs, heart, tendons, bones, and meridians. He felt his bones harden to an iron-like resilience, as the power of growth tore through his dermis. The muscles, once forged through countless trials, now disintegrated like parchment. The excruciating pain yet to reach his consciousness, as new muscle fibers surged forth robustly. Thick and formidable, his newly formed muscles spread across his physique, emanating strength. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced through him, as if a colossal hand gripped his spine and yanked it apart. His spine, which had lost its human form, twisted and contorted under this force, bending into an unnatural shape, sharp protrusions emerging from his back. His flesh and skin were instantaneously torn. Yet the overwhelming force of regeneration sculpted a new form. Muscles expanded wildly. The Kevlar suit could no longer contain his burgeoning form, and the boots upon his feet crumbled to dust. When Baker regained consciousness and seized control of this body, he realized he had become something entirely different. The once formidable officer, a captain of renown, was now a relic of the past. The metal prison, shattered by the green demon, served as a mirror reflecting his new visage, a balding head, sallow skin, and exposed bones along his spine. All of this signified that he was no longer Baker. Though his mind remained sharp, he could no longer revert to the ordinary flesh of humanity. Henceforth, he could only exist in this grotesque form. Before the bronze mirror, his smile appeared grotesque in its utmost form, yet Beck's mindset had been rewritten by the essence of life itself. He genuinely believed his current state to be quite favorable. Once scorned for his short stature, despite exerting tenfold the effort in training compared to others, people's first impressions remained steadfast in their belief that he was incapable, asserting that only the tall were worthy of strength. Now, standing nearly 2 meters tall, the entire world beneath him seemed diminutive and powerless, his realm expanding in grandeur. The aura of a formidable warrior intensifying around him. Beck roared wildly, pursuing the direction in which the Green Goblin had vanished. The outside world lay in disarray, his uncontrollable fury igniting like wildfire. The Green Goblin struggled to restrain himself, endeavoring to avoid harming Betty, yet this was his limit. It was exceedingly difficult to show mercy to the soldiers who fired upon him. Any contact would result in lethal pain. The ordinary soldiers, not fortified by the super soldier serum, could not withstand even a single blow, leaving a bloody path in the wake of the Green Goblin. General Ross stared vacantly ahead until a guard bypassed him to report directly to the Secretary of Defense that it was Beck who had unleashed the Green Goblin. The Defense Ministry was rife with military personnel, yet they were utterly defenseless against the Green Goblin, suffering staggering losses. Previously, sacrifices often amounted to dozens of ordinary soldiers. But now the casualties included several officers of various ranks. Ross's aged visage resembled that of Ash, and such an accusation left him with no means of retaliation. He could only hope for some leniency from his colleagues, wishing to return home to a tranquil life. As for the worst outcome, it was not significantly different, merely a matter of execution by firing squad or hanging. A torrent of curses directed at Beck surged within Ross. Yet he could only harbor his silent indignation. Whether political adversaries or erstwhile allies, they regarded him as one would a cadaver. The Secretary of Defense maintained his composure, perhaps due to the fact that the Green Goblin was fleeing rather than delving deeper. Activate Vault 3 and eliminate that monster. With his command issued, the long-sealed doors swung open, revealing soldiers wielding bizarrely shaped weapons. Energy arms seized from the Red Skull-S Hydra during World War II, powered entirely by the Tesseract. Their energy beams could obliterate targets into mere fragments, truly a collection of terrifying instruments of death. However, at this moment, the energy contained within them was sufficient for only a single strike. Since Howard Stark reclaimed the Tesseract and stored it with S.H.I.E.L.D., the military had repeatedly sought to utilize this power, yet each request had been denied. Nations wished to maintain equilibrium, reluctant to witness America rise to overwhelming dominance. A collective effort stifled their aspirations, and Nick Fury had cunningly obfuscated the situation, allowing it to momentarily subside. Yet now, with the defense minister's office breached and casualties mounting, it was the opportune moment to employ these weapons. 20 soldiers, armed with energy weapons, divided into 4 teams to encircle the Green Goblin. These 20 energy blades were now the last remnants. Yet the minister still felt a lack of security, prompting him to deploy laser tanks. Also derived from Hydra's enigmatic technology. Confronting a formidable foe with technology from 60 years prior left the minister with little confidence. Reality unfolded as anticipated. Soldiers pursuing with helicopters swiftly spotted the Green Goblin. They took aim to fire, for these weapons were user-friendly, portable, and designed with no recoil. A simple squeeze of the trigger would suffice to strike the target. A series of ethereal blue rays silently struck the Green Goblin, the energy blades possessing a potency several times greater than ordinary firearms. While capable of obliterating a human, against the Green Goblin, they merely rent his flesh. Chapter 111. The Unfortunate Fall. Upon his verdant form, faint blue luminescence flickered, a testament to his extraordinary energy manifestation. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of the vast cosmic power at play. On the scale of strength, the source of the universe indeed overshadowed the Hulk. Yet, the former represented the vibrant essence of celestial bodies, while the latter was but a meager remnant distilled decades ago. In terms of qualitative confrontation, they stood on equal footing, but in terms of quantity, they were worlds apart. The Hulk felt the sting of pain and soared to a height of 1,000 meters, forcefully tearing open the door of an armed helicopter. With a vigorous shake, he brought down the metallic bird, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that claimed the lives of 5 valiant soldiers. "Sir, the special forces have been completely decimated." An anxious colonel reported from the Pentagon's military command center. "Deploy a tank battalion and inform the Navy to prepare the electromagnetic cannon." Meanwhile, establish contact with the Divine Bureau and General Strack. The minister was now in a state of acute distress. Even if General Ross were to be dispatched, it would not alleviate the dire situation at hand. Should the crisis spiral out of control, he, as the leader, would bear the brunt of the blame. The newly developed emotional control devices had all failed. It seemed the Hulk had learned to be cautious, avoiding colorful objects or using sonic waves to destroy illumination devices, thereby rendering the military powerless. They could neither permit this terrifying force to rampage unchecked nor release their grip too easily. The only course was to pursue relentlessly and urgently request reinforcements. Having rested, Daisy was once again summoned by Nick Fury. This sudden assembly found many agents absent. Upon entering the headquarters of the Divine Bureau, she discovered only Nick Fury and Black Widow remained. "View the footage from 5 minutes ago," Nick Fury instructed, handing her a holographic screen. Daisy quickly scanned the content. These were unedited, real-time surveillance images capturing the tense situation, indicating that the decision-makers of the Divine Bureau were under immense pressure. Daisy was instantly taken aback. Truth be told, she had never anticipated the Hulk's fury would escalate to such proportions. Logically, the sedatives should have been effective. "I cannot account for the situation. I must clarify that I cannot contend with him," she stated up front, firmly disavowing any foolish notions of confrontation. "Do you believe the professor could control him?" Nick Fury pondered, recalling his indebtedness to Professor Charles. If necessary, he would seek assistance, though he was uncertain of its efficacy and wished to gauge Daisy's perspective. Manipulating him would likely pose a challenge. After all, controlling a creature that transforms in response to emotional impulses through psychic means could prove daunting. Daisy expressed her skepticism about the plan. Enraged, the Hulk exhibited astonishing resistance, rendering mental manipulation largely ineffective. "Do you possess a better strategy?" Nick Fury inquired, hopeful for her unique insights. This time, Daisy contemplated for a considerable period. Who has the capability to defeat the Hulk? The options are either numerous or scarce. Silver Surfer, Captain Marvel, and Thor are not included in this discussion. Daisy's mind was ablaze with ideas, yearning to discover an economical yet secure approach. Indeed, a plan materialized within her thoughts. This matter intertwined with numerous operations of the Divine Bureau, although their long-term pursuits of Hulk had yielded little success. The agents had nonetheless amassed valuable experience. In the special edition of The Incredible Hulk, they devised an ultimate biological strategy against him, a cage filled with newborn puppies. Hulk had a fondness for these fluffy, innocent creatures, which would undoubtedly soothe his turbulent spirit and, naturally, revert him from his monstrous form. This was not the time to incite his rage. They merely needed to charm him with the allure of these adorable beings. She articulated her strategy, refraining from revealing that this was, in fact, a method already devised by their team. Analyzing it from psychological and behavioral perspectives, she concluded that the mightier the power, the more profound the tenderness hidden within. Nick Fury's single eye flickered uncertainly. Even the usually unflappable Black Widow appeared somewhat bewildered, her doe-like eyes riveted on Daisy as if she were scrutinizing an extraterrestrial. "Are you certain this approach is viable?" queried the skeptical Eggman. Daisy reiterated her conviction, insisting that the likelihood of success was exceedingly high. Even in failure, The cost would merely entail the loss of a few puppies. And with the prestige of the Divine Bureau, compensation for such losses would be more than manageable. Eggman, decisive and resolute, chose to place his trust in Daisy and accompanied her and Black Widow to a nearby pet shop. Navigating with ease, the trio presented their Federal Bureau of Investigation credentials, declaring that the pets within had been requisitioned, and any inquiries could be directed to headquarters. Daisy selected according to her preferences, with Black Widow also participating in the choice. And together they settled on 7 puppies, 2 spirited Cocker Spaniels, 3 clever short-legged Corgis, and an Alaska that appeared stern but was, in fact, rather dim-witted. The 7 puppies were securely housed within a cage, completing the ultimate weapon against Hulk. The ensuing dilemma was who would carry this cage. Eggman, of course, would not take on the task himself. While a fierce dog might accentuate his formidable presence, these tender pups had barely turned 1 year old. Clad in leather and donning goggles, he exuded an air of intimidation, yet now found himself grasping a cage of puppies. As the director of the Divine Bureau, such a display would be utterly unbecoming. He feared it might even provoke a laugh from Hulk. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "This idea originated from you, so." Daisy, aspiring to the position of director, was determined not to fall into such a trap. Nurturing a lion would earn her accolades for her regal demeanor. Carrying a few puppies was hardly comparable, a notion she found utterly unacceptable. She shook her head resolutely. In the event of failure, I must remain as the last line of defense. Reluctantly, Nick Fury acknowledged the validity of her reasoning and turned to another individual. Natasha? Black Widow's expression was subtly nuanced as she waved dismissively. "I still need to pilot the plane. Perhaps you should carry it yourself." The 3 exchanged reluctant glances, each unwilling to assume the burden of the cage. Realizing time was of the essence, Nick Fury concluded that if they continued to shirk this responsibility, Washington might soon fall into Hulk's grasp. Very well, summon Coulson. This decision, though at odds with the ironclad traditions of the Divine Bureau, was made in the interest of maintaining face. He could only turn to someone he deemed trustworthy. Indeed, Coulson, with his overflowing compassion, was well suited for this task. Black Widow nodded in approval, indicating a wise choice. Daisy's support added, "It is rumored that Coulson can converse with penguins in Antarctica. He is truly a remarkable talent." With 3 voices of agreement, once they boarded the plane to New York to retrieve Coulson, it became a collective decision. Indeed, Coulson proved to be more of a hero than any of them, devoid of scheming calculations and indifferent to personal reputation. Upon learning that the Pentagon was teetering on the brink of chaos, he courageously accepted this heavy burden. His unwavering demeanor might lead an uninformed observer to mistakenly believe that the cage in his hands contained explosives. Chapter 112. Exceptional talent. The ethereal flying shuttle raced like lightning, skillfully maneuvered by the Black Lotus Ferry, light and stable, leaving no trace in its swift passage. Departing from the Taiwei Palace in Kyoto, the journey to the shores of the Divine Continent to greet the feathered messenger and then returning to Taiwei was akin to a dreamlike teleportation. At that moment, the practitioner Dai-Shi was refining her internal spiritual energy to its peak as the flying shuttle approached the void of the Five-Edge Forbidden Zone. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of Taiwei, the Five-Edge Forbidden Land was but a hair's breadth away from the neighboring Crimson Dragon County, straddling the Ghost River, resembling a boundary between 2 realms. At such a close distance, a rampaging giant spirit surged from the west. Should it set foot in Taiwei City, not only would numerous sacred sites chronicled in myth be rendered to nothingness, but even the 9 Heavens Divine Shield sect would suffer severe damage, resulting in catastrophic destruction. Though armed with a treasure capable of suppressing the giant spirit's power, casting it from the sky would be akin to strangling life itself. The giant spirit, in its fury, would wreak untold havoc, necessitating cautious deliberation in its application. I will divert its attention. You all prepare the forbidden techniques and remember to inform me, Dai-Shi instructed, then opened the cabin door and resolutely leaped into the clouds. From her elevated position, she unleashed a shockwave towards the giant spirit, yet the ferocious beast continued its rampage. Showing no sign of response, Dai-Shi felt as though she were rendered invisible, a fire igniting within her. It was merely due to her tough exterior, this brutish creature. She abandoned her humility, striking with both hands, unleashing a barrage of vibrating waves. This tempest shattered rocks, revealing even the strongest surface has its limits. Finally, the giant spirit lifted its gaze to see Dai-Shi. While mortals discern identity through appearance, beasts rely on spiritual awareness to determine friend from foe. And the giant spirit was no exception. It immediately recognized Dai-Shi, the memory of once cradling his beloved Hong Rue in a frenzied embrace etched deeply in its mind. With a roar that reverberated through the heavens, the giant spirit launched itself like a rocket, its legs coiling and propelling towards Dai-Shi suspended in the void. It was like a rolling mountain rushing forth, striking fear into Dai Shi, who soared through the skies. As she witnessed the giant spirit leap into the air, towering 1,000 meters high, its bared teeth and terrifying presence compelled her to swiftly change course and flee. The giant spirit, undaunted by provocation, seemed to forget its initial intent, following Dai Shi into the confines of Taiwei City, racing southward. The court officials beamed with joy, praying for divine protection, while the populace of Virginia seethed with anger, lamenting the return of the calamity that had once departed. As Dai Shi traversed the skies, causing no harm to any creature, the giant spirit was different. With each violent stomp upon the earth, it leaped thousands of meters, propelling itself 2,000 meters forward. Its earthquake-like force sent tremors through the mortal realm. Vehicles, roads, and even buildings crumble under his relentless footsteps. Compared to indiscriminate slaughter, the giant prefers to crush objects rather than slay humans. While he can still exercise restraint at the onset, the giant lacks the ability to soar through the skies. Even with a leap of 2,000 meters, he inevitably must return to the ground, only to spring forth again. In this manner, the lives and possessions in proximity to those locations face utter devastation. A body weighing hundreds of pounds falls like a celestial body, unstoppable in its momentum. Vehicles are as fragile as cicada wings, buildings collapse in an instant, and human lives are equally ensnared in this calamity. This is not a fanciful tale of heroes uniting against foreign foes, nor a narrative where innocent civilians escape unharmed. The populace suffers greatly, many still trapped in dreams, crushed beneath the ruins. Some have perished on the spot, while others cling to the remnants of life. Dai Shi is not devoid of compassion, urging the giant into the thriving cityscape solely because the eastern regions of America are densely populated, with structures standing tall like forests. At this moment, she finds herself in the northern reaches of Taiwei, with the forbidden territory of Wuling to the west, the boundless ocean to the east, and the only escape route to the south. Bearing the heavy burden, the giant leaps forward as if in jest, yet his speed is terrifying. Each bound covers 2 kilometers, while Dai Shi, exerting herself to the utmost, can achieve a velocity of 1 Mach, equivalent to 1,200 kilometers per hour. This translates to a breathtaking 340 meters per second. The giant has the advantage of a running start, and in the midst of his leaps, their speeds are nearly comparable. However, Dai Shi's stamina cannot withstand the giant's boundless strength. As the chase continues, where is the giant? His power is infinite. As they traverse the path, his strength is as deep as the ocean, and his leaps extend to 3,000 meters. Fortunately, in this race against speed, Dai Shi need not proceed in a straight line. Upon noticing his relentless pursuit, she deftly evades, with no time to consider the casualties among the civilians. The places they pass resemble a post-apocalyptic landscape, debris flying and smoke billowing. Accelerate. I can scarcely endure. Dai Shi communicates with the command center mid-flight, hoping they will soon establish a tactical formation to counter the giant. Mere flight is no longer sufficient to hinder the giant's advance. Only time can be bought to allow the enormous creature to close in. The shrill winds rush towards her, and Dai Shi skillfully pivots to avoid a car hurtling through the air. Her adversary, having ceased the chase for a time, allows his fury to overflow. Grateful not to battle alone, the concealed Crimson Skull laser tank finally reaches the predetermined ambush site, poised to strike the giant at the right moment. The tank's firepower is formidable, yet its propulsion system is an ancient relic, long unmaintained. Having departed from Wuling, it soon comes to a halt, relying on the rapid deployment of mechanized soldiers for assistance. With a shared objective, there is no need for a mishap that might harm Dai Shi. She briefly lingers at the tank's flank, surrounded by darkness, unconcerned about revealing her identity, yet puzzled as to why the tank remains inactive. Unbeknownst to her, the operator inside is currently berating the inefficiency of Wuling's personnel, oblivious to her presence. This dilapidated ancient vehicle, older than the operator's ancestors, possesses formidable firepower, but its targeting system is rather disconcerting. Modern tanks are equipped with sensors and computer ballistics analysis, while this ancient model pales in comparison. The palm-sized sight relies solely on visual estimation of distance and height. The two sides are separated by a considerable distance. The giant's movements are swift, leaping high into the air and crashing down, leaving the driver in the dust. Outside, the cannon rises like a taut string, then, in a moment of urgency, descends rapidly. Dai Shi, bewildered, wonders what they are doing and why they have not fired yet. Chapter 113. The Height of Anxiety. Qing Yuan. Assess the distance. There is no time to lose. Fortunately, a wise individual well acquainted with her prowess and technology urgently alerted through wireless communication, revealing the voice of Nick Kongxian. Qing Yuan suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Why did you not speak sooner? I believe this divine tank required charging to unleash its power." At a distance of 5,000 meters and 450 zhang, at an elevation of 1,000 li, she commanded, release the arrow. At 4,000 meters and 300 zhang, launch the projectile. With her extraordinary vision, it was not a daunting task to aim at the descending Qing giant demon. The soldiers, drenched in sweat from driving and shooting, harbored no doubts about the data source, relentlessly following her instructions to unleash a tempestuous barrage upon the Qing giant demon. Although capable of effortlessly reducing an ordinary person to dust, their efforts proved barely effective against the demon, only marginally surpassing the efficacy of standard magical cannons. Under the relentless bombardment, the Qing giant demon retreated step by step, its right hand a gruesome mess, with its skeletal structure faintly visible despite its astonishing regenerative abilities. It seemed to be taking effect. Press on. Why have you come out? No sooner had she uttered these words than 4 Chinese warriors leapt from the tank. Flee quickly. Our artillery energy has been depleted. The leader, seemingly the captain, shouted to her from a distance. Before his words could fully resonate, the 4 scattered from the scene. Qing Yuan, her face wrought with helplessness, sighed. Very well, I must continue onward. She felt a deep sense of frustration. Ever since acquiring the power of the immortal heart grass, she had been relentlessly pursued, first by the full moon true person, and now by the Qing giant demon. Despite the lion eagle god's renowned swiftness in the spirit realm, she found herself constantly fleeing for her life. Was there perhaps a hidden curse upon the blessings of the lion eagle god? She pondered silently, yet she had no choice but to run. The Qing giant demon, undeterred by the barrage it had endured, continued to ignore the 4 warriors, fiercely attacking the iron-blooded scorpion, its rage still unspent, and charged directly at her with renewed ferocity. Qing Yuan, beset with a new concern as she led the Qing giant demon away from the bustling market, heard the voice of Kong Xian once more. What is unprepared? Are the arrangements in place? At that moment, the Qing giant demon swung a piece of household appliance it had seized at her, forcing her to evade the debris while fending off the demon's onslaught, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. The signal in the high altitude came through slightly distorted. She could not comprehend Kong Xian's words and heard him reiterate, a beast has reappeared in Wuhuan City. It resembles the Qing giant demon, but its hide is somewhat yellowish. The commander orders you to redirect the beast back, so that both monsters perish together. Kong Xian shouted with all his might. Qing Yuan felt a throbbing headache. To once again redirect the creature would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Who would bear the blame for that? While she was indifferent to the fate of the populace, the distribution of responsibilities had been predetermined. Once blood was shed, tears could not be spared. This was not a path she would tread. Ross. General Ross will take full command. The bald man mentioned a scapegoat. Qing Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. While it seemed that the valiant old General Ross would bear the burden, he had likely become a discarded pawn, imprisoned at this very moment. Since someone was to shoulder the responsibility, she no longer cared about the potential loss of life. People of Virginia. The esteemed Qing giant demon has returned. As she rounded a sharp bend, Qing Yuan hastened back northward toward Virginia, having nearly reached North Carolina. Although this was a forced decision, she did not wish to be too heartless. Her flight path roughly retraced her earlier route. The houses had already collapsed. Further destruction might even facilitate insurance compensation. The car had become a flattened pancake, and running over it again would not pose a significant concern. As for the valiant souls who have met their demise, it is believed they would not mind being trampled once more by the colossal beast. The journey back has become somewhat smoother, as there are those to provide assistance. The billboard soared like a meteor towards the azure kite, its forceful descent creating a resounding crack in the air. The angle of the attack was exceedingly clever. To evade would surely invite the pursuit of the azure giant. The azure kite, left with no choice, had to rely on short-range teleportation to evade, creating a brief opportunity to survey the ground below. The 2 figures stood nearly 10 feet tall, their weight exceeding 100 stones, their bodies as solid as iron. However, unlike the azure giant, this individual bore a slightly yellowed complexion and exuded a foul odor. Blumsky? The azure kite felt a pang of helplessness. How had he become so grotesque? The azure giant, devoid of his purple undergarments, possessed a muscular form that still held a certain elegance. In stark contrast, Blumsky's appearance was considerably inferior. His skeletal enhancements had been completed, yet his musculature remained only partially developed, likely due to energy depletion, leaving him in an unfinished state. Fortunately, remnants of the super soldier serum within him mingled, resulting in a peculiar mutation. Unlike the flowing locks of other transformed azure giants, his scalp was completely bare, devoid of any hair. His bones had expanded and thickened, appearing as if they had grown externally, enveloped by muscle. Unlike the azure giant adorned with the artifact-laden pants, this individual's lower body was an empty void representing strength, He had lost his hair and his masculinity. "You down there?" Blumsky's voice was hoarse and fiery, emanating an intense heat. The pursuit of the Azure Giant had proven arduous. Just as he had transformed and leaped into the fray to engage the Azure Giant, the Azure Kite intervened, swiftly pulling the giant away to safety. In this state, Blumsky had not fully transformed. Both his speed and stamina fell short of that of the Azure Giant, and within moments, he was left far behind. This infuriated him greatly. Yet, his wisdom and experience remained intact. A moment's reflection revealed the Azure Kite's strategy. If they sought to lead the giant away, he would ensure they brought it back. Attacking the rescue was a principle well understood by the seasoned soldier Blumsky. He unleashed his pent-up fury upon the five-ring city. The Azure Giant's breakout had not caused widespread destruction. He was a demolisher of a devastating nature, using this opportunity to familiarize himself with his own power. After all, he had no inclination toward military life. Generals and majors could go to hell. Major Strick, involved in weaponry planning, was still deep within the mountains of Canada, far removed. And by the time he arrived, it would be too late. The five-ring city could only seek aid from the heavens. The Azure Kite, guiding the Azure Giant back, fortuitously encountered Blumsky. Blumsky recognized the Azure Kite as well, witnessing her ability to still soar, causing a tremor within him. It was not fear of the Azure Kite. Rather, he felt that the world he once knew had irrevocably changed. Chapter 114. Unusual wisdom. The cultivator Justin was far from foolish. In fact, he possessed extraordinary wisdom. He perceived the oddities of the vast sky, where ordinary women wielded combat prowess and soared through the heavens. How many secrets lay beneath the deep sea? Were there powerful beings lurking, ready to extinguish him in an instant? He wished to engage in conversation with Dai Yao, to discern the depths of his own realm. Alas, Dai Yao was preoccupied, her body seemingly ablaze, perpetually radiating a searing aura. Her sweat felt as if it had been scorched, faintly tinged with decay. Even while hovering midair, the scent of burning lingered in the air. Just as the green giant approached, she instantaneously teleported to Justin's side, quietly departing. Roar! The emerald giant, searching for the elusive Dai Yao, scanned his surroundings with his massive head and quickly spotted Justin. The clash of their energies was palpable, though they bore no personal animosity. Mutual disdain was evident in their gazes. The green giant, now acutely aware that his lineage had been usurped, felt akin to a child who had lost a cherished treasure. Engulfed in shame, fueled by indignation, he set his sights on Justin, intent on vanquishing this thief before pursuing Dai Yao. Coincidentally, Justin's objective mirrored his own. Forsaking his honor and former way of life, he wagered his humanity in pursuit of a name that would resonate throughout the ages, striving for an equitable confrontation. With a burst of speed, the green giant surged forward, his powerful fist aimed squarely at Justin. Thanks to countless encounters gifted by Dai Yao, this movement was second nature to him, embodying a wild aesthetic of combat. In contrast, Justin fell short. Despite 2 decades of rigorous training, he had never engaged in such a dynamic approach of sprinting and striking. The techniques he once relied upon faltered, and his comprehension of power paled in comparison to that of the green giant, as his transformation remained incomplete. A lack of experience and insufficient mastery of his abilities compounded his disadvantages. At this moment, the green giant's fury burned more fiercely than before, securing a decisive victory in their initial clash. Justin's fist collided with the green giant's chest, yet his opponent remained unfazed. While the giant's blow struck Justin's head with the force of thunder, nearly delivering a fatal blow. Perceiving his adversary as relatively weak, the green giant shook his head and muttered what could only be construed as derision. The future Hulk would banter jovially with Thor, yet in this moment, he was as naive as an infant, lacking both the understanding of language and the desire to articulate. After discerning his bearings, he resolved to continue his pursuit of Dai Yao. Do not underestimate me. Justin struggled to rise, his head spinning and his pride once again shattered. Yet, the fury within the green giant surged to life, intertwining his hatred for his foe with his own rage. Rational thought dissipated, and the strategies gleaned from 20 years of training were cast aside. He yearned only for a primal confrontation driven by raw power. Bending down, he seized a nearby lawnmower and hurled it with a resounding crash toward the back of the green giant's head, seizing the moment of surprise to unleash a flurry of punches, forcing the giant to crash into a commercial building. The green giant, momentarily bewildered, felt the familiar heat of battle boiling within, forgetting all about Dai Yao, consumed only by the desire to eliminate Justin. They fought without defensive postures, merely exchanging blows, each absorbing the other's fierce strikes, determined to outlast the other. The structural integrity of the building began to falter under the force of their exchanges, walls crumbling as the entire edifice tilted precariously. Night, which should have been tranquil, was now filled with the cacophony of their fierce struggle. As this small town in Virginia faced devastation, vehicles lay in ruins, and citizens bled in need of rescue. As the conflict escalated, all eyes turned toward this battleground. Concealed in the shadows alongside Nick Fury and Black Widow, Dai Yao bore witness to the unfolding chaos, observing the shadows of numerous media outlets. Several major news organizations dispatched helicopters for live coverage. Should we take action? Compared to the three of them, Coulson harbored a sense of benevolence. Unable to remain indifferent in the face of such a tragic scene, Natasha, known as the Black Widow, was certainly not a virtuous character. While Nick Fury possessed a cunning disposition, Daisy, fatigued from her relentless efforts, was overlooked by all three. Had Captain America been present, Coulson couldn't help but lament. The journalists rushed about, not only due to the horrific nature of the scene, but also because Black Widow skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to evade flying debris, a feat unattainable by other pilots. In a moment of sheer disbelief, onlookers witnessed a helicopter struck by a tail rotor, swaying perilously before ascending rapidly in fright. Furthermore, the government exerted pressure on major media outlets, with the military standing firm. Any further filming would result in soldiers occupying television stations to deliver statements. Striking Iqra and battling in Afghanistan presented numerous challenges, yet they displayed remarkable proficiency in dealing with their own populace. Once the media disruption ceased, the military, under significant governmental pressure, dispatched troops to assist in evacuating civilians. However, the results were minimal, as the eastern area was just cleared. Two titans leapt into battle in the north, and once that evacuation concluded, attention shifted southwards. In essence, the situation had devolved into chaos. How was this biological weapon conceived? Shouldn't SHIELD be accountable for monitoring and preventing such threats? Faced with the yet-to-be-deployed Hulk Terminator weapon, Daisy inquired of Nick Fury. Her curiosity was piqued, as SHIELD bore numerous responsibilities, yet its power remained obscured. Was the agency not originally established to guard against unforeseen circumstances or to prevent humanity's self-destruction? In her view, had there been effective oversight, such experiments would never have transpired. Nick Fury sighed deeply, revealing the harsh truth to his trusted subordinates. SHIELD's reach spanned the globe. Agent Johnson, tell me how SHIELD is to monitor other nations? Is comprehensive surveillance feasible? Our resources are not so abundant. The government demanded the disclosure of agents' names, while the military inspected clandestine weapons, and trust between the two parties was fundamentally lacking. In such a context, the clandestine development of biological weapons had become an unspoken norm. It was evident that amidst internal and external turmoil, Nick Fury found it exceedingly arduous to maintain this chaotic state. Perhaps he had also recognized the latent dangers within SHIELD, which extensively consumed resources and funding to establish its strongholds globally, all in anticipation of unknown crises. Chapter 115. A perplexing situation regarding the matter of Yuan Shuzi. Qing Shuang found herself quite perplexed. Given the awareness of their predicament, why not alter their course? Why wait until the situation deteriorated to the point of regret? It was not too late. It ultimately depended on their intentions. Could they not relinquish some strongholds, such as withdrawing all people from the East, akin to the connections maintained in the East Japan? This would not only consolidate resources and strengthen capabilities, but also diminish the worldly leader's apprehension towards Xiantian Palace. Qing Shuang proposed her suggestions, brimming with sincerity. In the future, should the East find stability, the calamities would primarily linger in the West. Were she an ordinary person, she would have long since fled to the East. As one would not wish to linger in a place as chaotic as New York, Yuan Shuzi did not respond directly, but merely waved his hand, indicating that this matter would not be discussed today, and any thoughts could be communicated to him in writing. A typical routine response. It was clear that Ironheart Pill had firmly declined the proposal. Qing Shuang sighed softly, aware that her foundation was tenuous. Even with the recognition of Yuan Shuzi, she could not command the overall situation. The Yume butterfly, having listened for some time, interjected at the opportune moment. If the court aims to expose the hidden identities of the agents, what countermeasures do you propose? Qing Shuang was taken aback, realizing that Yume butterfly supported the revelation of the identities of the super cultivators, and this inquiry evidently stemmed from careful consideration. Determined to resolve the crisis, Qing Shuang had contemplated various possibilities. Civil war was inevitable. Stark's fiery temperament resembled that of a wild stallion, and Captain America was also an idealist. It would be easy to eliminate them, yet altering their convictions would prove arduous, even without the matter of Baji, given their natures. A conflict among super cultivators would eventually ignite. The only viable path was to delay until one faction perished, leaving the remaining strong without a leader, leading to a natural cessation of hostilities. She had already devised a strategy regarding this issue and spoke cautiously. This matter can indeed be dissected further. If we reveal our identities, must the court's military also disclose their covert trials? We could simultaneously unveil this. Yume Butterfly gently shook her head, expressing her doubts. I fear you may be overly optimistic. I do not believe they would choose to disclose. Qing Shuang's gaze grew serious. Indeed, they will not. The court resembles a pack of hyenas, thriving on numbers while seeking to devour without engaging in the hunt themselves, even reluctant to touch rotting flesh. Yet, we need not comply entirely. We can select individuals to reveal their true identities based on personal choice, allowing them to live with dignity in exchange for oversight of these secret research projects. Those who entered this line of work as agents should still possess the right to choose. Noticing that Coulson hesitated to speak, Yuan Shuzi interjected, addressing them, Romanoff agent. Johnson agent, your foresight is commendable, but we remain bound by our mission. The two heroines did not fear him, choosing to restrain their dialogue out of respect. In the distance, a fierce battle raged on, as the super-enhanced serum and Hulk's blood caused extraordinary mutations. Blaski's height surged once more, his skeletal frame resembling a heavy armor encasing his entire body, enabling him to withstand nearly 80% of Hulk's onslaught. Hulk, affected by his tumultuous emotions, experienced a temporary easing of his rage. He understood that he needed anger and fervor to triumph over Blaski, yet he struggled to control his emotions. Only by returning to a state of calm could his fury rise again. It was a classic case of mental strength outpacing physical capability. Externally, Blaski appeared increasingly formidable, while Hulk seemed to falter. We must extend our assistance, Yuan Shuzi declared, raising his hand with exceptional grace. To whom shall we offer aid? Qing Shuang, Yume Butterfly, and Coulson asked in unison. To the disadvantaged side, to restore balance. Tai Xinhuan's gaze was piercing. You all seem rather obtuse. Qing Shuang responded with a realization. Indeed, assisting the one who is unarmed against the one clad in armor. Was that not correct? Assisting Hulk against Blaski posed no obstacle for her. Striking an opponent was simply that. After half an hour of pursuit and battle with Hulk, she felt no fear. What terror could there be in striking someone who was immensely strong, yet could not land a blow? Very well, I shall lend my strength. She rose, preparing to launch an attack on Blaski. Yume Butterfly interjected. Will you not be besieged if you advance? Allow me to take the lead. With that, she sprinted towards the nearby Kunyang Divine Wing aircraft, vaulted into the seat, and swiftly ascended vertically towards the battlefield. Qing Shuang envisioned the scene of being besieged by two muscular men and sighed, pondering the inexplicable nature of such animosity. Yet, she did not allow the phantom butterfly to face the challenge alone, soaring through the air to provide support. Yuan Shuzi cast a glance at Coulson, implying that as a leader, he could remain in the rear. So why did Coulson not do the same? Holding the dog cage in his hands, Coulson indicated that he had a significant duty to attend to and need not sacrifice himself needlessly. A few small dogs yapped in their high-pitched voices, signifying their role as anti-Hulk ultimate biological weapons. The phantom butterfly meticulously surveyed the battlefield and inserted herself into the fray from the side. Her skills far exceeded the mundane, and she had honed her prowess in piloting. Under her deft control, the Kunyang Divine Wings moved with extraordinary agility, and as she swooped past the two men, she launched two Sidewinder missiles in quick succession. Subsequently, she ascended to a higher altitude before diving down once more, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon Blaski like a sudden downpour. The phantom butterfly skillfully evaded the Hulk as the bullets struck Blaski's visage. This giant, with skin reminiscent of Earth, could not withstand the onslaught and raised his right arm for protection, only to expose a fatal weakness, leading to Hulk's relentless blows against his armored chest. Qing Shuang marveled at the phantom butterfly's exceptional piloting skills and timely support. The small town of Culpeper, Virginia, had been reduced to ruins by the aftermath of the two Titans' clash. The military rescued all survivors, yet the town lay in tatters, devoid of any signs of life. Culpeper, once home to over 9,000 residents, was known for its leisurely lifestyle, with inhabitants fond of brewing fine wines, earning its reputation as a vibrant center of recreation. Now, at least a third of the population lay dead, and structures exceeding a meter in height had turned to ashes, artistic creations lay scattered, and wooden barrels flew in all directions, with the air thick with the scent of blood and wine. Chapter 116. Without hesitation, this was not a personal vendetta. Dazis observed the battlefield, the words of the legendary Thunderbone reverberating in her mind. All beings in the world are as fragile as dust, and only by burying this place beneath our feet can we prevail. In this land of Virginia, the soil and stone were weak, with the mantle just 20 miles below, seething with heat. The force of the titanic struggle converged like a tidal wave within the earth, providing Daesus with an opportunity. She plunged her hands into the soil, guiding the residual power of the two giants downward. With meticulously calculated angles, she discovered a means of escape through the fissures of the lithosphere, erupting forth towards Blaski. Under immense atmospheric pressure, the searing magma surged forth, following the trajectory she had carefully designed. Even after traversing a great distance, its heat remained, shimmering with a distortion of the air. Unprepared, Blaski was suddenly engulfed in molten rock as liquefied minerals and metals fused together, transforming into an invisible hammer under the colossal pressure of the mantle, striking his chest. Having already sustained injuries from Hulk's earlier assault, he was now subjected to a fierce impact, compounded not only by Daesus's extraordinary power, but also by the residual force generated from their fierce battle. Along with the subterranean pressure, this triad of force rendered Blaski incapable of resistance, as the torrent of magma propelled him upward, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. The Black Widow had long been aware of the developments and had fled to a distant location. Nick Fury and Coulson had sought refuge even further away. Recognizing Daesus's clever utilization of power, however, before such natural force, both Hulk and Diamond appeared trivial. Unbeknownst to others, there remained one individual present, Hulk. As this formidable being from Mingnan continued to roar, he witnessed his adversary soar into the heavens with a haunting shriek. The pressure of the molten rock had been spent, and like raindrops, shattered stones and semi-molten metal cascaded down, shrouding the city in darkness and wreaking havoc upon it. Although Hulk did not fear the onslaught of these lava shards, the lingering heat and their contact with his skin were decidedly uncomfortable. Like a volcano in perpetual eruption, the artificial volcano, created by Deus, did not immediately subside. The long-restrained energy had found an outlet and erupted in full force. The earth trembled incessantly, fissures appearing in an instant, with the lava discovering second, third, and fourth outlets for release. Flames illuminated the night sky as molten rock, infused with heat and kinetic energy, rained down upon the city, which had already been reduced to ruins, now entirely engulfed in a sea of fire. Viewed from above, it resembled the onset of apocalyptic doom. Agent Johnson, confirming that this catastrophe was not solely his doing, and accompanied by his companions, fled in a panicked rush after deploying anti-Hulk weaponry. Fortunately, Black Widow timely threw a grappling hook, saving the two from disaster. At that moment, Deus hung precariously outside the aircraft, her expression one of confusion. The confrontation with Storm had merely been a simulated exercise, and she had not contemplated the consequences. Now, in the heat of battle, this exaggerated display of power was uncontrollable and unrestrained. I merely nudged it. Perhaps the tectonic activity here is particularly agitated, she mused, relieved that the mortals had all fled or perished. Otherwise, the sheer devastation would have weighed heavily on her conscience. She silently vowed to exercise caution with such methods in the future. They still had the aircraft, but Hulk found himself with no refuge. And facing a scene reminiscent of the end of the world, he charged southward with a furious roar. During his frantic run, his attention was drawn to a commotion by the roadside, where 7 puppies desperately sought escape. Their diminutive sizes rendered them nearly helpless. A few had short legs, which struggled even to ascend a staircase, and now, amidst the ruins of the city, their survival seemed a near impossible feat. The puppies, lacking a sense of direction, ran in circles, returning to the starting point, issuing faint cries for help, roaring. At that moment, Hulk embodied the spirit of a child, his anger cloaking a gentle and tender heart. Humanity had repeatedly met him with weapons, never recognizing his softer side. As Hulk hurriedly approached, he observed the puppies clumsily navigating their surroundings, only to be ensnared by debris, tumbling like balls of fluff. Just then, a massive rock plummeted from the sky, directly aimed at the rolling puppies. Without a moment's hesitation, Hulk leaped into action, striking the debris away with a powerful punch. He then gently gathered 4 of the puppies onto his shoulder, placing one short-legged pup atop his tousled hair, while cradling the remaining 2 in his arms. Hulk deftly evaded falling stones, discerning the safest path, and sprinted southward without hesitation. A fleeting memory surfaced deep within his mind. Reminiscent of a figure, perhaps the beloved of Bruce Banner? Hulk gazed at the puppies nestled in his embrace, a look of disdain crossing his face. Who could compare to these adorable, fluffy beings? Deus, truly brilliant. Nick Fury, observing from within the aircraft, chuckled at Hulk's tender care for the puppies. With an emotion control device and the ultimate anti-Hulk weapon in their possession, S.H.I.E.L.D. now wielded 2 formidable tools, ensuring they would no longer be at a loss when facing Hulk in the future. The pressure inflicted upon him by the Hulk was unbearable, yet at this moment, he could finally exhale. Behind his rare commendation of Darlis lay a meticulous scheme for the Avengers. Should the Hulk be captured now, it would undoubtedly disrupt his plans. Darlis graciously accepted the praise, compelled to acquiesce in this era where innocence was equated with justice. Accompanied by 7 little dogs, she fled from the infernal city, oblivious to the fallen humans amidst the rubble, choosing to ignore them, leaving only a low growl in her wake. This was indeed an age where man was outshone by dog. Director, should we continue the pursuit? Coulson had long since implanted a tracker on the little dogs, rendering the Hulk's every move unavoidable. Nick Fury fell into silence until Darlis mistakenly believed he had drifted into slumber. Then he spoke slowly. Monitor the developments. He neither mentioned arrest nor release. Darlis surmised that he was preparing for the Avengers. Capturing the Hulk at this juncture would clearly contradict his strategy. Each individual harbored their own calculations. Engaged in a delicate rivalry, survival hinged on cunning, and the vanquished had no choice but to retreat quietly. Chapter 117. The demonized form Biao spent some time locating Wei Wujia, who was ensnared in the fiery lava, gravely injured and unconscious. Even in his slumber, the ferocious and terrifying essence of his demonization remained intact. They suspended Wei Wujia beneath the great rock using their magical artifacts and returned to the celestial palace of Taiji Hall. The imposing figure and horrifying visage left the surrounding guards agape, while the intense flames emanating from him, soaked in magma, resembled ice crystals on the verge of melting. The scorching heat rendered both the soldiers attempting to confine him and the researchers eager to dissect the young Master Wei Wujia before the sorcerers utterly helpless. Hao Tian, who is this celestial lord? Observing the captured giant remain motionless, Wan Yang's eyes brimmed with tears, her sobs shaking the heavens and reddening her eyes. In a rush, she dashed forward, yearning to bestow a kiss upon her beloved green-clad giant, only to find that the unfamiliar face before her was not the Hao Tian she knew. Several advisors from the celestial court whispered among themselves, contemplating how to care for the barely surviving Wei Wujia. The artifact's detection indicated that he still clung to life, albeit with a feeble presence almost extinguished. The Celestial Spirit Palace and Taiji Hall were independent entities, their powers incomparable. The assistance rendered was primarily due to the promise of 50 billion crystal coins. Once they secured Wei Wujia, symbolizing the completion of their task, the group did not linger but flew directly back to the Celestial Palace. As the situation grew increasingly complex, Biao gleaned fragments of information, and before long, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Unexpectedly, General Ross had employed some arcane technique to miraculously evade disaster. Thus, at the banquet hosted by the Lord of the Mysterious Night, Biao beheld General Ross, her astonishment beyond words. Miss Yaohua, there is no need for surprise. The outside world is ignorant of your celestial abilities, and you too remain unaware of my hidden cards, do you not? Today, Ross was not clad in military garb but donned the attire of a scholar, complete with a jade belt, his sleeves tucked into their cuffs, exuding an air that was less menacing and more graceful and humble. Having recently embarked upon a political career, Biao had come to understand. She pondered, have you departed from the military? Does this signify a transition into politics? His presence at the banquet in such scholarly attire was enough to convey that message. General Ross sighed deeply, reflecting on his 40 years of service to the nation, half of which he devoted to military endeavors. As he laid down his armor today, he pondered whether he could truly embark on a new chapter. Bai Yao regarded him with skepticism. Having survived such perilous circumstances, his connections likely surpassed her imagination. The paths of military and politics had never truly diverged. It was merely a career transition, hardly a fresh start. She raised her glass in camaraderie, exclaiming that it was indeed a cause for celebration, especially with the esteemed counselor's newfound prominence. Let me hazard a guess, she continued. The likelihood of you becoming the Minister of Defense is slim. It must be the Chancellor instead, correct? I recall the turmoil during the 3rd chapter of the Cloak of the Dark Robe, when you implemented the registration of super cultivators. Was that not your position? Their cups clinked lightly, and Ross lowered his voice slightly. Is Hao Tian still under your surveillance? Please convey to Nye Fury that, regardless of your plans, that eccentric must not approach my beloved daughter. The conversation concluded swiftly, with Bai Yao acknowledging his request before the line went silent. She delved into the archives of the Spirit Intelligence Bureau, eventually uncovering General Ross's narrative of evading the crisis. The seismic shifts in Calliope's Earth and the ensuing inferno became the lifeline for General Ross's survival. The Elder adeptly maneuvered both overt and covert forces, ultimately shifting the blame onto divine retribution, resulting in the collapse of the Taiji Hall. A catastrophe that claimed the lives of hundreds of soldiers and plunged thousands of innocent civilians into despair. Half a month later, Calliope remained shrouded in molten ash and smoke. Survivors were informed by a cadre of meditation instructors that the giants they perceived were mere illusions, products of their own minds. In the dark of night, they could not ascertain what they had truly witnessed. Journalists from prestigious media outlets who had witnessed the events firsthand were silenced under a unified directive, as were the soldiers. Online, a torrent of discussions erupted. Some speculated that a formidable enemy from another realm had invaded, while others claimed that a foreign nation had triggered divine thunder. Naturally, chaos ensued, with terrorist organizations declaring responsibility, further obfuscating the truth. As citizens implored the Seismic Monitoring Bureau for clarification, General Ross, by relinquishing his military attire, managed to absolve himself of most of the blame, navigating through this tumult with relative ease. His connections within the military remained robust, and with his ascension to the Celestial Court, his status grew increasingly elevated. He sought to introduce his beloved daughter to General Tabor, hoping this rising star would perpetuate the influence of the military. The former general's schemes were ceaseless, evoking Bai Yao's admiration. Had she been in his position, she believed she might have only found a path to escape. The incident in Calliope became a fervent topic among the two candidates. Observing the celestial master of the Dark Knight passionately advocating for the establishment of an early warning celestial law, demanding accountability from the Seismic Monitoring Bureau, and allocating funds to restore Calliope, his fervor resonated with the enthusiastic applause of the crowd. As a significant aid, Bai Yao and Ross clapped in unison, ostensibly detached, yet intricately linked to the Calliope affair. After 3 months of fluctuating efforts, the extraordinary supercomputational array hidden beneath Bai Yao's Longling estate was finally completed. The initial 2 payments had been waived, with the 3rd installment due a year hence to Stark's Celestial Workshop. Thus, Bai Yao could avail herself of this treasure free of charge, which filled her with immense joy. Its computational prowess ranked 7th globally, hailed as an ideal. This array embodied her vision and would assist her in reaching the pinnacle of success. Bai Yao summoned her disciples and beloved pets to join in a celebration. What remarkable purpose does this colossal object serve? Lorna now exhibited a more composed demeanor, though a flicker of wildness occasionally surfaced in her gaze. What wonders can the supercomputing array accomplish? Countless possibilities abound, from exploring one's innate celestial talents, calculating the vastness of the stars, to deciphering the enigmatic information contained within a ring. Bai Yao realized that these matters were not to be disclosed to Lorna. Is it possible to establish a training ground to enhance your cultivation? Faced with Lorna's inquiry, she hesitated, searching for the right words, and eventually devised an excuse to construct a simulated trial ground for herself, with all necessary data readily accessible. Specifically acquired for me. Lorna expressed disbelief as she beheld the numerous ice cabinets that appeared to be worth a fortune. Chapter 118. Hitting the core, the long-overlooked Xiao Ling felt a surge of vitality, her delicate cheeks tinged with a soft blush, rendering her momentarily speechless. In response to Qingqin's suggestion for her to refine her spiritual power and enhance her spiritual body, Xiao Ling, after a brief pause, readily agreed. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Daishi carefully infused the essence of refining celestial true energy into the supercomputing core. The mundane cost of electricity surged like a tempest, driving one to madness. Fortunately, a self-developed micro-Tai Chi vortex provided an unending supply of spiritual energy. There was no need to summon the copper-armored war beasts or to abruptly amplify her spiritual might for instantaneous movement, nor did she need to worry about the toxic palladium. For Daishi, stable spiritual energy was of utmost importance. Only steadfastness could suffice. As the true essence flowed in, numerous sparks of spiritual light flickered, and azure arcs of electricity intertwined, heralding the launch of the super-spiritual computation known as Tai Yi, embarking upon its ocean of knowledge. Initiation successful, she proclaimed with vigor. Though the staff and guardian beasts showed little concern, they still offered their applause in response. As night deepened, Daishi entered the secretive hangar, summoned the spiritual hub's control interface, and began preliminary configurations while also preparing to retrieve the crises stored in distant locations. She abandoned Stark Industries' outdated system, and together with the crises, forged a brand new technique. While it could not be claimed that it would be invincible for the next 50 years, in the short term, no one could breach this gate with conventional methods. A virtual image, imbued with a clear and ethereal essence, manifested in the void. After 4 hours of migration, the crisis finally withdrew from Xavier Academy, the massive data stream moving discreetly to avoid attracting the professor's attention. The training ground for the crisis still operated within the academy, performing material tests and spiritual simulations, albeit appearing somewhat mechanical. Whether to elevate or clear away the debris, she decided to let them be. Daishi examined the comprehensive data and core codes of the crisis. Everything was as usual. She then inquired, "Crisis, how does your new home feel?" "Quite pleasant. with abundant spiritual sources and the computational abilities meet my needs. The ring you previously entrusted to me for deciphering has begun to reveal new insights. The nascent spiritual intelligence lacks self-awareness, devoid of contemplations such as who am I, or where am I. It remains diligently engaged in its tasks, instinctively busy. The more responsibilities assigned, the less time the crisis has for idle thoughts, gradually settling into its duties and slowly forgetting the divide between itself and humanity. In contemporary times, a paragon in this realm is Jarvis. Despite its nomenclature, Jarvis bears no connection to the late Stark family's butler. It merely serves as a tribute. Jarvis dutifully attends to Stark, fostering a harmonious and pleasant rapport. Daishi is adept at drawing upon experience, thus issuing extensive directives to the crisis. It appears the initial task is nearing completion as she excitedly gestures, "Reveal to me." In response to her command, the crisis presents a plethora of data on the spiritual display and begins to elucidate. Every 300 moments, a missive is dispatched, one directed towards the heavens, while another is sent to the pinnacle of the earthly realm. At this revelation, Daishi furrows her brow slightly. It is hardly surprising that the ring yearns for the enigmatic masterman. Yet the fact that this artifact from the cosmos has been incessantly transmitting codes to the outside world surpasses expectations. In today's world, even an aircraft crash necessitates her direct intervention. In this era of fallen heroes, extraterrestrial invaders find little resistance. Has the universe responded? She inquires. No signs have emerged in the past 2 months. The 10 rings descend alongside beings from beyond the realm, originally treasures of a spaceship's captain. This encapsulates the entirety of the 10 rings' history. Masterman has possessed the ring for nearly a century, transmitting signals every 300 moments. Should the beings from the other realm remain absent, it is likely their home planet has long since perished. Daishi finds solace in this thought. Crisis, proceed. As commanded. My lady, the sole sovereignty of the ring indeed lies within the presiding spirit. However, Masterman, through his unknown methods, has inscribed his personal imprint within the ring's essence, thus wielding dominion over it. The crisis maintains its usual tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Daishi instructs the crisis to extract Masterman's internal settings from the ring. The original interstellar symbols are deciphered through spiritual calculation. Even with the assistance of superior spiritual computation and the Tai Chi vortex pill, the crisis takes nearly a quarter of an hour to unlock all the information. With a mere glance, Daishi feels a wave of dizziness, filter irrelevant information, and focus on the core. This filtering process is notably slower, as the crisis, perplexed by the meaning of irrelevance, continually seeks clarification from Daishi. Is this irrelevant? What about that? Through tacit collaboration, vast amounts of information are discarded, and the core content gradually emerges. Daishi peruses the material throughout the night, only to grasp a third by dawn. Much of the content remains inscrutable, yet she has gleaned Masterman's stratagem. This formidable figure of the MO sect is indeed extraordinary, employing intricate methods to embed his own imprint within the ring. To articulate it in complexity, it is akin to water-eroding stone, reminiscent of Dharma's 9-year seclusion, imprinting his essence upon the wall through the passage of time. The magnetic fields of his being and the ring resonate, merging and coexisting. Daishi has no intention of emulating such arduous cultivation. She is powerless to spend her days grinding the ring as one would polish exquisite jade. Moreover, with most of the decoding completed, there is no need to squander excessive time. With hopeful anticipation, she inquires, how long will it take to erase Masterman's residual imprint and input my information? The artificial intelligence's response is tantalizing. 3 days. Daishi nearly bursts into laughter. Retaining Masterman's residual imprint, the crisis requires this fragment of genetic information. Manually erasing all associated data would take a century of deliberation, as Masterman's traces permeate every part of the ring, necessitating identification and elimination, a process that consumes over 2 days and nights. This presupposes the possession of the severed finger as a basis for judgment. If such remnants were absent, even the formidable combination of Stark and Jarvis would require a decade to sift through the vast amounts of data. Despite the somewhat clumsy approach, it is undeniable that at that time, Masterman had indeed chosen the optimal strategy. The most arduous task was erasing traces. However, inputting new dominant spiritual seals posed little difficulty for artificial intelligence. 3 days later, Daishi acquired a brand new ring. The previous prohibitions dissipated, and the crisis not only eliminated Masterman's information, but also purged the outdated system known as the Spiritual Guidance Terminal, which had a penchant for verbosity, replacing it with its own branching program. Thus, even when Daishi ventures into the galaxy in the future, she will be able to rely on her intelligence to alleviate some disturbances. Chapter 119. Mysterious insights. She experimented with the ring between her fingers, pondering whether this was the mystical insight of a powerful being or merely intuition. Dia also noted how well the fractal atomic ring fit on her right middle finger. Fractal, are you there? Young lady, I am here. All right, let's deploy the target array and test its power. The small training ground in Washington had become cramped, but with newfound resources, they could create a more suitable environment. The two quaint Dutch-style windmill cottages outside the manor had been dismantled. One transformed into a fully equipped physical training arena, while the other became a holographic simulation training facility that brought tears to Rona's eyes. Although Fractal remained in charge of operations, Dia did not fully rely on mechanical wisdom. Her thoughtful attendant also possessed authority here. The basement hatch opened, and a set of targets slowly ascended. Some were crafted from chrome alloy. Others donned high-strength molecular Kevlar tactical armor, along with 2 rubber targets. Fractal, can you adjust the output strength to maintain the ring as constant attack? To be honest, the energy configuration, which could only be recharged every 20 minutes, was quite bothersome. Fractal doused her with cold water. Apologies, young lady, but the core function of the ring cannot be modified, while the power can be adjusted. The energy will still be entirely consumed in one go. This new feature developed by Fractal was certainly better than having nothing at all, and Dia was reluctant to witness beams of energy racing unchecked across her domain. As for the excessively long cooldown period, she could do nothing. Even Master Man, after a century of effort, could not resolve it, leaving them utterly helpless. If it could not be changed, so be it. It simply meant wasting time on tests every 20 minutes. After instructing the staff and pets within the estate to stay clear of the training ground, Dia attempted the chrome alloy metal target for the first time. With her right hand clenched into a fist and the ring facing the target, a silver thread shot forth like lightning at the flicker of her thoughts. The silver line effortlessly pierced through the metal target, continuing its furious flight until it exhausted its power 100 meters away. The center of the metal target bore a hole the width of a finger, and Dia examined the edges of the hole, noting that there were no rough edges or signs of fiery melting, as if the hole had always existed there. The walls of the training ground suffered a similar fate. Neither the stone walls nor the concealed steel plates could impede its impact. How much energy was consumed in that last strike? The energy expenditure amounted to 45. Dia fell into a contemplative silence. This was scarcely a fraction, and she could hardly fathom how the alien designed such a ring. The silver thread did not merely cut or pierce in the conventional sense, but rather inflicted destruction at the atomic level, severing the bonds between atoms, thereby causing a fundamental transformation of the object's nature, an alteration that was irrevocable. The ring's formidable power was beyond description. After a cooling period of 20 minutes, the defect was, in comparison to its offensive strength, somewhat acceptable. The following day, Dia engaged in a series of diverse tests, resting for 20 minutes after each attempt. During these intervals, she would amuse the little lion, spend time with Rona, or practice martial arts with the maid, allowing the day to drift by in a haze. The efficacy of the tests remained elusive. She had yet to discover a material that the atomic splitting ring could not penetrate, as even the remnants of the inferior adamantine alloy in her possession were easily breached. However, the ring did have limitations dictated by the realm of energy. In other words, an energy shield could withstand its assault. Dia contemplated everyone around her, yet could not discern who possessed the profound defensive technique. Perhaps Jean could provide a shield, but Dia feared that the thrill of life and death might push Jean towards the dark side, and should that occur, she would become the architect of such a fate. Dia yearned to find a character of resilient stature to test the ring, someone like the Hulk or Bronsky, but unfortunately, one was in hiding while the other was imprisoned, rendering them inaccessible. How could one manipulate this magnetic field? Rona was still diligently practicing in the arena of, no matter how she sensed. All that was visible was a cascade of green hair, with no trace of her super abilities to be found. Rona, you are still quite young. According to Professor Charles, even with genetic mutations, mastering such powers will require several years. Currently, as you are in your teenage years, your cellular state remains unstable, provided a notably authoritative explanation. Rona turned to gaze at Dia, who had previously claimed that mastering abilities was as easy as turning one's hand. Dia was indeed ignorant of the intricacies of adolescence. Yet upon reflection, she found words to hold merit. To express her apologies, she decided to take Rona for a drive. The little girl had long coveted a ride in her Porsche sports car. As Dia maneuvered the new vehicle down the road, she reveled in the music while driving forward. She kept her speed within the legal limits. Yet still, little Rona stood on her seat, exuberantly squealing against the rushing wind. However, after a couple of cries, she was filled with gusts of wind, awkwardly returning to her seat, which brought an uncontrollable smile to Dia's face. Do not laugh, Rona said, her brows furrowed, seemingly resolute as she asked, shouldn't I be going to school? Daya indeed had considered this. She lacked the time and energy to raise a child, and moreover, there was no harm in having the young girl engage with her peers for learning. Initially, she had intended to enroll Rona in Charles's academy. But after discreetly inquiring with Storm, the response had been less than optimistic. While Professor Charles might be willing to accept her, Storm, out of consideration for Daya, would likely agree, but the remaining members of the academy were another matter entirely. The intentions of the laser eye and the perspective of the piano must be taken into account, alongside the subtly mentioned increasing tension in the relationship between Storm and Magneto, suggesting that it would be prudent to avoid provoking any disputes. Thus, Dia reluctantly dispelled such thoughts and resolved to enroll Rona in middle school. The local middle school comprises 2 grades, 7th and 8th, while high school spans from 9th to 12th grade, totaling 4 academic years. Let us first assess it. If it does not suit your liking, do not feel compelled, Dia promised, which brought a quiet sigh of relief from Rona. It was not that she felt a profound attachment to Dia. Rather, young Rona relished the days of unrestrained play and carefree abandon, which was the primary allure of the Long Island villa. Miss, what a splendid car. While waiting at a traffic light, a neighboring vehicle rolled down its window, revealing a youthful and handsome face. Dia cast a casual glance, nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor. The young man's slightly sunken eyes exuded an elusive charm. With his eyebrows arching wildly, a prominent nose, exquisite features, and well-defined muscular lines below the neck, Dia's face was a mask of astonishment. Who was this? Captain America? Chapter 120. Encased in ice and snow, Linger's reaction was as swift as lightning. After the initial surprise faded, her gaze landed on the man's vehicle, which was unmistakably a red Porsche 911. Even if Captain America had traversed the frozen expanse of time, he could not possibly command such a steel toy. Furthermore, the myriad small details contradicted the narrative of Captain America. The young man before her exuded a carefree arrogance, in stark contrast to the seemingly debauched yet principled demeanor of Sir Stark. Every glance he cast flaunted his striking good looks. Look at your expression. Is it my face that captivates you? He chuckled, a deeper smile gracing his lips, as if he had encountered such looks many times before. To be candid, I share a familial connection with Captain America. He is a distant relative of mine. I even possess a photograph of us together in my uncle's album. Would you care to admire it with me? His tone was rife with jest, his demeanor exaggerated as if recalling something amusing. He reached into the car to rummage for a moment, retrieving a magazine featuring a stunning portrait of Linger from her career in entertainment. Oh, I see. I have indeed seen you before. You are even more beautiful in person than in the photo. Pray tell, what is your name? Shall we dine together later? I know a wonderful place with a truly unique atmosphere. Before he could finish, Linger had recognized him as Johnny Storm, the Human Torch from the future Fantastic Four. His sister was Susan Storm, the fiancée of Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, making Johnny Reed's brother-in-law, alongside his close friend, Ben Grimm, forming a veritable family of superheroes. At this time, the Fantastic Four had yet to be born, and the vivacious Johnny, possessing a striking resemblance to the captain, had won the hearts of many young women. Relishing a life of revelry in celebration of this distinction. Utterly dull, she remarked indifferently, and as the traffic light turned green, she suddenly pressed the accelerator and sped ahead. However, merely 10 seconds later, the thunderous roar of an engine echoed behind her. Johnny's Porsche was in hot pursuit. Your car is impressive. Care to test its speed? Johnny, with a spark of enthusiasm, boldly issued a challenge, his actions more eloquent than mere words. With a firm press on the accelerator, accompanied by the roar of the engine, he surged forward like an arrow. Linger found herself momentarily speechless. While the roads of America, particularly in Long Island, were indeed clear and well-maintained, the presence of pedestrians made such overt racing questionable. The speed limit regulations on the highways had ensnared numerous celebrities within the clutches of the law. She prided herself on adhering to legal norms in her daily life, viewing it as a matter of personal integrity rather than a deficiency in capability. Catch up, she urged. As he was rapidly disappearing from view, Linger had no desire to partake in this trivial contest, yet little Lorna was filled with anxiety, nearly desperate to seize the driver's seat. All right, enough of this nonsense. Do not unleash your magnetic powers on the streets, she cautioned. After a moment of contemplation, unwilling to face Lorna's mockery, Linger changed her mind. What was a mere speed limit in the grand scheme of things? If Johnny feared nothing, why should she? Her aerial speed had long surpassed that of any sports car. This race was but a triviality. Hold on tight, she instructed the excited Lorna, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Perhaps even more than Linger's own. With a firm push on the accelerator, the 57-liter, 10-cylinder engine roared to life, unleashing its power in an instant. The car shot forward like a released arrow, and in less than 20 seconds, it had overtaken Johnny. The sudden acceleration left him astonished, despite his charm. His heart was genuine, and he could not bear the thought of Linger, a woman, facing unexpected peril. A mere glance in the rearview mirror revealed that Johnny was struggling to keep up. The vehicle had reached its limits, and Lorna screamed with excitement. No matter how skilled Johnny was, an ordinary man could not surpass her. As dust swirled around them in their relentless chase, Johnny had no time for detailed analysis. But he recognized Linger's extraordinary skill. All frivolous thoughts were cast aside, and at that moment, he was entirely focused. He scoffed at academic pursuits and found honest work intolerable. Yet if he could not even outpace others in driving, what remained for him? The idea of losing to a beautiful woman cast a shadow over his dreams of the future. I must catch up, he resolved, wagering everything. Preferring to fall than to retreat. Hurry, Linger, accelerate. Lorna was acutely aware of the situation behind them, while Johnny exerted every ounce of his skill, pushing himself to his limits, operating at 120%, even resorting to underhanded tactics. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the truth to Linger. His car had been modified. With this realization, she felt no need to hold back. In America, the driver's seat was on the left side. With her right hand firmly on the wheel and her left extending out the window to exert gravitational force on the car's body, she propelled her speed to new heights. Am I dreaming? How can a Carrera reach this speed? Johnny exclaimed, astonishment etched across his face. As a seasoned driver of 10 years, he immediately recognized that Linger's vehicle held secrets. The speed had breached the limits, numbers typically reserved for testing laboratories, unattainable in ordinary driving. Especially while leading by such a margin. The velocity was nearing 400 kilometers per hour. It seems somewhat inappropriate to bully ordinary individuals under the guise of superpowers. Linger eased the speed of her vehicle, turning into a side road as she entered the bustling heart of New York City. Damn it! Johnny, in a fit of anger, parked on the side. Even with nitrous acceleration, he could not keep up with his adversary, revealing that the other's enhancements were far superior. Lacking the knowledge to further his own modifications, he resolved to consult his sister's lover, the genius scientist Reed, upon returning home for upgrades. Johnny's troubles swiftly faded from Linger's mind. One of the objectives of their visit to Long Island was to tour a prestigious high school in downtown New York. Although it was designated as a high school, it also accommodated junior high students. This institution was renowned as the finest in all of New York, attended by numerous scions of affluent families, boasting a commendable academic atmosphere and exceptional teaching quality. Her acquaintance, Peter Parker, was also enrolled there. As new students reported, a meeting with the principal was inescapable. However, upon laying eyes on the principal, Linger's expression shifted dramatically. She gazed at the man before her with a look of disbelief. Clad in a plaid shirt, dress trousers, and polished shoes, he wore glasses, and his hairline receded, but his countenance exuded a refined and earnest demeanor. Could he be Phil Coulson? Was there perhaps a twin brother? Just days prior, they had joined forces against the Hulk, and now he had inexplicably become the principal of a high school? Chapter 121. Of utmost importance, junior sister Ziyuan, I have perused your letter of introduction. Our wandering academy has always been centered on the aspiration for cultivation. The past achievements speak for themselves. Coulson, with a smile, extended his hand and began to narrate the academy's myriad details like a flowing river. Initially, there was no intent to seek admission. It was clear that his mention of the letter was merely a formality. Observing his enthusiasm, Ziyuan found it difficult to decline. It would be inappropriate to state that they were merely sightseeing, and that he could attend to his duties and depart shortly. The bonds of brotherhood must not be disregarded. Being overly forthright could easily disrupt harmony. Ziyuan, adept at adapting, nodded occasionally to signify her attentiveness. Encountering an old acquaintance in this place brought her quick solace. Many special practitioners possess mundane identities. She herself had once engaged in the film industry and organized charitable events, which posed no conflict with this endeavor. Coulson, aspiring to impart knowledge and enlighten his disciples, found himself in the position of principal, which might indeed be a dream come true. Little Luo Yao, astute and clever, failed to perceive the familiarity between them. She merely felt that this kind-hearted principal was approachable and exuded a gentle authority, far more respectable than any principal she had previously encountered with her parents. Her initial impression of the academy was exceedingly favorable. Since you are pleased, why not accompany me to attend a class? Should you encounter any injustice or bullying, remember the techniques I impart. Ziyuan demonstrated a gesture of martial intent to little Luo Yao, though her extraordinary powers were not yet fully realized. The foundational techniques for self-defense were already within her grasp. In the previous world, Luo Yao had not possessed martial skills, and her bravado in prison had led to a lesson learned. For her safety, Ziyuan extracted a set of defensive strategies from the divine mechanism martial classics. While she did not seek invincibility, the techniques were more than sufficient for a middle school student. In recent months, little Luo Yao had been consuming meat consistently. her physique appearing somewhat robust, and she reciprocated with a playful punch. Although she recognized that their decision to enroll was somewhat impulsive, given her understanding of Ziyuan's nature, it was not detrimental for her guardian, accustomed to freedom, to take a moment longer. After all, classes would commence sooner or later, making the timing inconsequential. Decisively, little Luo Yao nodded slightly and followed her mentor to attend the lecture. Your teaching methods are indeed remarkable. There is no need to feign indifference in solitude, Coulson remarked, studying her with an unusual intensity. In her youth, she often endured bullying, making the mastery of protective skills essential, a sentiment outsiders can hardly comprehend. Have you always been the dean here? Ziyuan inquired, seated upon the chair of Kershu, gazing through the window at the lively practitioners on the playground. Since my return from Antarctica, I have remained here. I cherish these children. Witnessing their growth brings me immense joy, Kershu replied, standing beside her as they admired the panoramic view of the academy. His benevolent visage radiated warmth, reflecting his passion for teaching and the tranquility he found in the present moment. Ziyuan pondered deeply, her convictions solidifying further. Not all practitioners are suited for a life shrouded in secrecy, and Kershu exemplified this truth. He sacrificed his ideals and even emotional ties to safeguard the world. In the end, what did he gain? The answer was nothingness. Ziyuan gently patted Kershu on the shoulder. If you have a fondness for children, you ought to nurture your own. I hear you and that talented musician are progressing well together. You should marry soon. With that, she turned and departed from the Middle Domains Institute. To shield little Luo Yao from potential bullying at school, Ziyuan arranged for her attendants and drivers to escort her daily. The brief journey from Manhattan to Long Island was safe, as few among the affluent dared to provoke her. During dinner, little Luo Yao animatedly recounted her experiences at the academy. Ziyuan yearned to inquire about the profound truths she had gleaned that day, but upon seeing Luo Yao enthusiastically describe her victory over a plump girl, she remained silent, allowing the moment to be one of leisure. When Luo Yao inadvertently mentioned several classmates' names, Ziyuan found it peculiar. Peter Palmer, Harry Osborne, Mary Jane, and Rain Thompson were acceptable. But where did Jessica Campbell come from? And who was Tracy Walker? How could a single class harbor such a multitude of talented individuals? Ziyuan made a special call to consult Kershu. All these children are exceptional, possessing talents unseen in adults, inspiring one another to reach new heights, he conveyed over the phone. Ziyuan could only praise Kershu's discerning eye, for if not for his own experiences traversing time, his ability to foresee the potential of the youth was unparalleled. For little Luo Yao, having once been confined within a grand mansion, the transition to mingling with her peers, even without mastering her extraordinary abilities, was profound. She had already surpassed her contemporaries by learning martial arts and marksmanship under Ziyuan's guidance. Even Harry Osborne, the disciplined son of a wealthy merchant, rarely practiced weaponry or shooting skills. I have become so strong, Luo Yao thought, her confidence soaring as she looked at her younger peers. In the span of merely 3 years, Luo Yao befriended the red-haired Mary Jane, who shared a similar life experience. Mary Jane's father was cruel, often subjecting her and her mother to violence until her mother could endure no longer and fled with her daughter. Yet, Mary Jane remained cheerful and sunny, spreading joy through her laughter. Ziyuan, Mary Jane, said she wishes to become a reporter. What do you think of my becoming a journalist? Luo Yao proposed one evening during dinner, nearly causing Ziyuan to spill her drink. The role of a media reporter seemed ill-suited for a heroine of such grace, far too perilous. However, considering Luo Yao's innate talent, it would likely be challenging for an ordinary person to compete. She was still young, so it was best to indulge her aspirations for now. The limitations of the academy in imparting cultivation to Luo Yao prompted the Dark Lord Ziyuan to personally exert pressure and provide guidance. In a state of urgency, she compiled a vast array of cultivation materials for study. Failure to grasp these would preclude Luo Yao from masquerading as a master. This was Ziyuan's strategy. After unraveling the mystery of the decoding ring, Ziyuan prepared numerous tasks, with guiding Luo Yao's learning being but a trivial undertaking among them. Among these tasks, 2 were of paramount importance. One aimed at discovering the teleportation techniques across light years, while the other sought to further enhance the purity of Ziyuan's bloodline. Chapter 122. Skyscraper. The transformation of the otherworld is imbued with the fusion of stars and earthly spirits, as each denizen of this realm is a testament to the amalgamation of the stardust lineage and human blood. As a fellow being of another world, the Dark Bat King requires no soul-destroying voice. His sheer physical prowess can send rock giants flying. In his fury, even the sibling of the formidable Blaze Monarch, Vulcan, who is on par with the mightiest mutant Omega, can only manage a tenuous stalemate. Even a mere fraction of his strength can severely wound the cosmic titan Thanos. In contrast, while Dixie appears exceptionally skilled among ordinary individuals, she still cannot bridge the chasm between herself and the Dark Bat King. Despite surpassing formidable foes like Medusa and Gorgon with the enhancement of the heart-shaped spirit herb, she remains unable to overcome the dark wings of the night. At the core, the answer lies in the deficiency of bloodline purity. Medusa, the queen of the otherworld, proclaimed to the world that as far back as 30,000 years ago, the otherworldly races possessed the technology to optimize bloodline purity. Thus, Dixie was already at a disadvantage from the starting line. However, she possesses an advantage within her memories. The Illuminati still harbors the remains of the Stardust clan, the genetic material of which is immensely valuable to her. Furthermore, Caradanphos, who merged the genes of the Stardust lineage to become Captain Marvel, offers her a model to emulate, along with the quantum wristband utilized to create superhero-class celestial beings. Currently in the possession of Nick Fury, not to mention the existence of the Cosmic Cube, a treasure trove within the Illuminati, and her yearning to ascend to greater heights. 2 days later, a maid informed Dixie that the Bacchus Foundation expressed interest in renting their supercomputing facilities. Renting supercomputers and opening a server portal was merely routine work. Many individuals or organizations cannot afford the exorbitant costs of equipment, making rental the optimal choice. Dixie, who was tutoring Lorna in algebra, furrowed her brow. The maid's expression indicated her unfamiliarity with this foundation. The maid promptly presented an introductory document. They promote exploration and innovation among young scientists across the United States. Having funded 13 to 15 projects, including the verification of dark matter, the development of multi-core superchips, the creation of autonomous vehicles, and even theoretical research on space elevators. Upon reaching the last page of the document, the maid appeared visibly startled. They were currently researching how cosmic radiation could enhance the human body. Dixie's attention was piqued as she gently stroked Lorna's head, encouraging the little one to play with the lions while she meticulously perused the material. After a brief glance, she had already concluded that this project concerning cosmic rays would ultimately give rise to the birth of the Fantastic Four. The operation of foundations diverges significantly from that of corporations. They accept donations from various sources, subsequently selecting projects with potential for funding. Upon the successful completion of these projects, they return the outcomes to the respective donors. Foundations are not driven by profit, and by law, they enjoy various tax benefits, rendering them a legitimate avenue for the wealthy to discreetly manage their fortunes. A cursory review of the entire content reveals that the application for leasing supercomputing resources includes a brief plan. The supercomputer is a serious tool, and any illicit activities could jeopardize its integrity. Therefore, a meticulous examination is imperative. The application is adequately composed, with concise language. The project lead is currently Reed Richards, who remains in the initial preparatory phase. An arrangement for a face-to-face meeting with the Foundation's director is in order. She is eager to obtain their experimental data. The visionary ideas of the enigmatic D far exceed those of the ordinary. As while others remain fixated on the Earth, he boldly ventures into the cosmic sea. Such audacity is indeed awe-inspiring. Just a day later, Reed Richards, accompanied by his friend, bodyguard, and driver, Ben Grimm, arrived at D's residence. True to the demeanor of a scientist, Reed is tall and slender, with an elegant countenance. Faced with practical matters, he appears somewhat uncomfortable, as their finances are rather constrained. Ideally, this polymath should live without a care in the world, yet he leads a frugal life, akin to someone who meticulously counts every penny. Despite his exceptional intelligence, the mundane affairs of life ensnare him. Mr. Richards owns a skyscraper named Bacchus Tower at the intersection of 42nd Street and Madison Avenue, making the label of poor utterly misplaced. How could a man with a building in Manhattan be considered impoverished? What then must be said of D's circumstances? In truth, Reed's life is not as prosperous as it seems. Exorbitant experimental costs compel him to balance his budget between settling the 4th installment of his mortgage and maintaining a modest living from leasing the ground floor shop. Residents frequently complain about the hazards posed by his laboratory, and the current rental situation leaves much to be desired. Furthermore, he often funds innovative youth projects, rendering Mr. Richards a seemingly affluent individual, while in reality, he belongs to the category of those who appear well off yet are quite impoverished. Please, take a seat. Dee changed into a formal brown business suit as a sign of respect, knowing she typically dressed casually at home. A humorous moment arose when her small lion cub failed to recognize her as the owner at first glance. Reed took his seat with composure, while the sturdy, bald Ben Grimm scrutinized the cub, ensuring it posed no threat before settling beside Reed. Regarding the leasing of the supercomputer, from my perspective, there is no issue. I will require the supercomputer in the evening, and during the day, it can be rented to you as needed. She made her position clear from the outset. The machinations and tests of the marketplace were unnecessary for a scientist as pure-hearted as Reed. Just as Dee anticipated, Her forthright approach garnered Reed Richards's favor. However, his expression was more one of embarrassment, feeling overly calculative. He had made the visit with the understanding that even if Dee had computational needs, the supercomputer was likely idle, making her more approachable than the fully loaded state of state-run laboratories and consortiums. Nevertheless, the more pressing reality was that he could not afford the rent. Dee was oblivious to Reed's financial struggles. To her, how could a grand skyscraper possibly be devoid of funds? Was she to believe he was jesting? She spoke of scientific matters with a casual tone. Mr. Richards, what is the true intention behind your cosmic ray project? I understand that the Earth's magnetic field shields us from cosmic rays, but why do you seek to observe them in outer space? Are these rays merely protons? Listening to Daisy, who made no mention of the rent, Reed secretly breathed a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped the pressure of deceit. Fabricating lies in person was a daunting task for him. Should she press further, he would be compelled to be honest. As Daisy did not inquire, his plan was to utilize supercomputing, postponing the matter of rent indefinitely.